Chapter 1 Time Worm, Flowing Against Time. Head storage. Fictional world. Please do not relate to reality. Wudao. You have nowhere to escape. Quickly hand over the time worm. This is the opposite of the material universe. At the deepest part of the dimension, Wudao stood in the boundless void, wearing tattered battle armor, his hair disheveled, covered in blood, surveying his surroundings in the distance. Countless warships stretched endlessly above him. An enormous ship, the Celestial Veil, capable of covering an entire star system, was hidden in subspace with a corner peeking out, and its massive ethereal main cannon was fully charged and ready to fire. Nearby, dozens of god-level powerhouses surrounded him, exuding endless pressure. Despite the encirclement, Wudao remained expressionless, his gaze profound. Wudao, regarding your blood sacrifice of several life planets of our human empire, if you obediently hand over the time worm, our human empire can overlook the past. One of the god-level powerhouses said. Seeing Wudao silent, another god-level powerhouse immediately added. Moreover, you can choose any one from our human empire's Tier 1 treasure vault, or even directly become a noble of our human empire. Governing a star domain is not out of the question. If you don't believe it, we can sign a contract with the Goddess of Dawn right now. If you refuse to hand it over, you will undoubtedly die. You are a smart person. You know how to choose it. Wudao lifted his eyelids, looking at the god-level powerhouse whose strength far surpassed his own, and chuckled softly. Since you even brought out the Goddess of Dawn, I believe you do have this sincerity, but unfortunately, this is not what I want to. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary student on Earth, reborn into this grand interstellar stage of races, competing for supremacy after a car accident. After years of struggles and hardships, he finally became a demigod. But due to limitations in talent and foundation, he could not advance further. But now, the road is long and winding. I shall seek up and down. Wudao smiled, and suddenly silver sand began to fly from his hand. This is Santa time? Is the rumor true? Not good. Quickly stop him. Boom. Wudao smiled as he transformed into a mist of blood amidst the swirling silver sand. Zhezhou, Hongyan City. City No. 6, Class 24 of the second year. August 26th, sunny, cough cough. Today, I talked to you, Ming. We enter the classroom together. Her scent is very pleasant, refreshing. I wish I could smell it forever. Oh, on the podium, a male student held a diary and read aloud, making various exaggerated expressions. Wudao is so disgusting. Really pathetic. Doesn't he take a look in the mirror? A toad wanting to eat swan meat. The classmates below erupted in laughter and ridicule. Wudao slowly opened his eyes, glancing around, his gaze sweeping over the faces filled with mockery, disdain, and glee. Back to the moment when he first crossed into this world. And there's more. Everyone continued listening. Down on the podium, a tall and strong male student continued reading. I ordered her favorite lunch at noon, but unfortunately she didn't accept it, but she said thank you to me. Her voice is really nice. Damn. I can't read anymore. Wudao, you're truly disgusting. Stop reading. I might throw up my breakfast. Ming, you must be careful. This kind of disgusting loser will do anything. Facing the tsunami of insults and laughter, Wudao's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He had a relatively deep impression of this scene. The original owner of the body had a congenital heart disease, was weak, and ranked in the middle of the class academically, coming from an ordinary family. Aside from being somewhat handsome and possessing a melancholic beauty, he had no advantages. Thus, he was extremely self-abased. At the age of 16 or 17, he had an infatuation, secretly in love with a beautiful girl sitting in the front row. The chaotic classroom seemed to have nothing to do with her. She appeared indifferent, expressionless, ignoring everything around her, quietly reading. The mysterious, elegant, and beautiful young lady, Yu Ming, was the dream girl of all the boys in class number 6. Naturally, he didn't dare to express his feelings and could only record his longing and affection in his diary. As a result, that day, the diary was discovered by the class bully and read aloud in front of everyone. Faced with the ridicule of the entire class, the original owner was filled with shame, not only socially dying, but also suffering a heart attack, dying on the spot. Wudao thus crossed over, occupying this body. Now it was the second cycle. The time worm, which merged with his consciousness through secret methods, had vanished. Now, he was just like all the ordinary people on this ordinary planet. In his days, he seemed to see the time worm bringing his soul consciousness, flowing upstream in the river of time, reaching this point in time. However, I already know how to find the time worm. Capturing it again will be much simpler. Our toad, sir, has nothing to say. Xiao Hao on the podium threw down the diary, sneering. The entire class, except for the iceberg-like Yu Ming, was watching Li Wudao's joke. Li Wudao glanced indifferently at Xiao Hao. Hey, what kind of look is that? Do you dare to glare at me? Xiao Hao, seeing Li Wudao's expression, instantly erupted in anger, rolling up his sleeves to teach him a lesson. Li Wudao, however, had already ignored him. Next, he was going to implement the plan he had envisioned long ago, that he spoke indifferently, calling the supreme ruler of the human empire, Goddess of Dawn, repeating, calling the supreme ruler of the human empire, Goddess of Dawn. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in class 24 was stunned. Even the always quiet Yu Ming turned her head to glance over. Huh? What are you talking about? Xiao Hao laughed loudly. What human empire? What Goddess of Dawn? Have you watched too many movies? Other students also sneered. Is he mentally disturbed from a shock? I know. This is called Chunibyu. Come on. We're in the second year of high school. Hasn't the toad grown up yet? Isn't he still a tadpole? Ha ha ha. Li Wudao completely ignored the noisy clowns, quietly waiting. After a moment, a completely emotionless electronic synthesized voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Warning! Warning! Abnormal phenomena detected on the P99585 preparatory trial planet. Abnormal description. A native suddenly explicitly called the supreme ruler of the human empire, Goddess of Dawn. Reason unknown. NO-related case, handling methods found according to Article 94,735 of the Special Event Management Measures. Individual beings, the P9958 War Zone Subsystem request to contact. The Goddess of Dawn, request in progress. Goddess of Dawn has accepted the request. Suddenly, the electronic synthesized voice changed to a solemn and dignified female voice. Chapter 2 Hive Mind, Transformation into the Heavenly Demon Method. Human being Li Wudao, not a formal citizen of the human empire, not within the scope of the Privacy Act. Implementation targets, conducting comprehensive scanning. The solemn and dignified voice of the Goddess of Dawn still carried no emotion. Li Wudao was already prepared, but still felt tense all over. Next was the most critical moment. Physical shell has no abnormalities. Abnormality detected. Soul scan found memory encryption block cracking in progress. Li Wudao clenched his fists, his heart leaping to his throat. Li Wudao suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Wow, this kid can't be crazy, right? I think. Just ignore him, it's creepy. Analyzing. The conclusion of the anomaly possibilities for the being Li Wudao is as follows. Dimensional organisms, subspace projections, chaotic spirits merging into material universe beings 55. Soul-type demigods, seizing reincarnation 46. Extraterrestrial, soul, fusion 0.3. Other unknown possibilities 0.1. Reassessing. Conclusion. Li Wudao, a native human aboriginal of the P99585 preparatory trial planet within the territory of the human empire, meets the criteria of the Special Talent Recruitment Act and the Abnormal Individual Being Supervision Act. After comprehensive consideration, you are hereby officially granted citizenship of the human empire. According to the assessment results, issuing Goddess of Dawn Central. Processor Level 1 Subsystem. Level 1 Subsystem installation in progress. Installation successful. This application contact has ended. Finally gone. The development of events is almost as expected. Next, Li Wudao stood up and walked out of the classroom. Behind him came Xiao Hao's loud mockery, which Li Wudao ignored. Dormitory. It was class time, and the dormitory was empty. Li Wudao locked the door and called out to the Level 1 subsystem of the Goddess of Dawn in his heart. Empire Citizen Li Wudao, how may I assist you? I would like to apply to submit the anti-3-phase soul structure technology to obtain corresponding and fair merit points. From a human empire, it's the soul memory encryption technology detected by the Goddess of Dawn just now. This is a special attention matter, application approved. Detecting this technology involves 3 major antimatter planes, souls, and living calculations applying to connect to the Empire's central processor, Connection successful. As the voice echoed in his mind, a pair of unremarkable black sunglasses appeared out of thin air on the table in front of Li Wudao. Portable virtual image research device has been delivered. Without needing the operating instructions provided by the system, Li Wudao skillfully put them on. As his vision shifted, he found himself in a vast, white space. The plan is going smoothly. Li Wudao felt good, and with a thought, the world transformed into a vast and boundless galaxy universe. Stars extinguished, supernovae exploded, and even point explosions and universe recreations were at his fingertips. This was a virtual world, and with the computational support of the Empire's central processor, he could almost calculate anything. This is a rare opportunity. One need to thoroughly verify the climbing paths I envisioned. The sense of time in the virtual world and the real world is completely different. When Li Wudao submitted the technology and calculated countless things in the meantime, only 5 minutes had passed outside. But mental fatigue was inevitable. The sunglasses vanished into thin air, and Li Wudao rubbed his brow. The prompt from the Level 1 subsystem of the Goddess of Dawn sounded in his mind. Anti-3-phase soul structure technology verification successful, assessed as a Level 4. Special technology, approved by the Goddess of Dawn. Citizen Li Wudao is awarded 4,000 merit points and granted research talent status, increasing corresponding permissions. For 1,000 points? That's a bit more than in my previous life. That's good, it gives me some leeway. Li Wudao was quite satisfied. I want to exchange merit points. Your permission level is 4. The options available for exchange at level 4 have been opened. A semi-transparent panel floated into view. Skipping over civilization groups, he selected the organic individuals category. Energy coins, 1 point merit 10 coins. RI-type gene optimization liquid, 1 point merit. Thought synchronization personalized combat armor, starting from 10 merit points. Customizable. At level 4, there were too many things to exchange. Li Wudao just glanced briefly and directly searched for what he needed. Level 4, gene modification technology. Organic individual Hive consciousness gene modification. Surgery, 3,000 merit points. This surgery will transform you from a single organic individual consciousness into a Hive consciousness with unchanged thoughts and soul. You can simply understand it as changing from a single core processor to a multi-core processor. Then there's Level 3 organic individual gene martial arts technique. Transformation into the free heaven demon method. 600 merit points. Description: the main technique. Transformation into the free heaven demon method and the auxiliary technique free ultimate skill, where the main technique has a high degree of assimilation with the auxiliary. Technique: originating from a martial arts dimensional world, modified to remove the side effects of soul alienation and mental will alteration, becoming a pure gene martial arts technique. Note: you can spend 50, 100, or 150 points to directly enhance the first 3 layers of this technique. Without hesitation, Li Wudao directly chose to exchange. His merit points immediately decreased by 3,750 points as he additionally exchanged for the first 2 layers of the technique. The next moment, a silver oval portal 2 meters high lit up in front of him. The most commonly used individual teleportation channel of the human empire, an old acquaintance. Without needing a system notification, Li Wudao stepped directly into it. A huge mechanical intelligence surgical room awaited him. Li Wudao lay down as instructed and quickly fell into a coma. The surgery was completed in less than half an hour, beginning to infuse transformation into the free heaven demon method. A vast amount of information flooded into his mind, directly imprinting into his soul. After the infusion of the technique information, his body and soul underwent further changes. All the tissues and cells in his body began to undergo the most fundamental transformations. Flesh, blood, and bones tore apart, and cells were crushed, with extreme pain causing his soul to tremble. But Li Wudao just quietly watched. What's a little physical pain? He watched as his body quickly expanded, almost becoming a 2-meter-wide human skin balloon. Then it rapidly shrank, transforming into a puddle of flesh. He still stood at a height of about 1.78 meters, looking more robust, with a rosy complexion and bright eyes. This feeling, Li Wudao extended his right hand. His right arm continuously morphed, changing at will Splitting into 1,000-handed guanine was no problem at all. Wudao raised an eyebrow, suddenly shaking his arm, and the entire forearm fell to the ground. As his right arm rapidly repaired like a balloon being inflated, the fallen forearm quickly deformed and expanded. The skin tissue proliferated simultaneously, so it didn't appear too bloody, just a bit bizarre to look at. Soon, just 3 seconds later, a brand new Li Wudao appeared in front of him. The two identical Li Wudaos looked at each other and then smiled in unison. This was the perfect combination of Hive consciousness and transformation into the free heaven-demon method. Chapter 3. Revenge for every grudge. Li Wudao extended his index finger and pointed at his own body in front of him. The newly formed flesh quickly transformed into a fluid and merged into his body from the tip of his finger. Then, he inquired in his mind, when does the trial on this planet begin? I think I have a right to know. Evaluating. Evaluation complete. Confirmed with the system of this battle zone. The P-99585 preparatory trial planet will officially start the trial in 180 natural days. Citizen Li Wudao, as a level 4 citizen, you have the right to withdraw from this trial. Yes, no, withdraw, no. Li Wudao directly vetoed. 6 months should be enough time. System, generate my personal information block in the trial version. Yes, soon. The panel lit up. Name, Li Wudao, Citizen ID, YP995851. Permission, Level 4, merit points, 250, physique, 1. 6, soul, 2. Oh, note. The dimensional attribute limit for native humans on planet P-99585 under natural training is 1, doubling every 0. 1 after 1, showing exponential growth. 1. 6 is 64 times 2. 0 is 1,024 times. Characteristic, Hive mind. Note. In the universe, the representative civilization of Hive mind is the insectoid civilization. My identity as a swarm is its widely known cultural characteristic. Genetic martial arts technique. Second layer of the heavenly demon S transformation. Remaining time until planet trial. 180 days. Next. Start the second step of the plan. But before that, there are some small matters to handle. During class time, Li Wudao directly pushed the door open. The teacher who was lecturing cast a glance and, upon seeing Li Wudao, immediately shouted in anger. No one had ever dared to skip his class, especially not an orphan without parents who relied solely on the East District government for aid. Li Wudao, did you hide in the dormitory to cry? Haha, Zhao Hao was the first to mock him. Look at his miserable appearance. Seeing him brings bad luck. Li Wudao silently closed the classroom door and locked it. Click, the crisp sound of the lock. Few people noticed, or if they did, they wouldn't connect the dots, including the teacher of the podium, who continued to ridicule without restraint. But the only one silently watching, Yu Yingming, heard it. What does he want to do? As doubt arose, she saw him turn and walk towards the back door, a subtle smile on his lips. An inexplicable sense of unease surged within her. Her heart raced, and Yu Yingming suddenly felt dry in her mouth. She couldn't hold back any longer, disregarding the surprised looks of her classmates and the teacher. She took several big steps to the front door, wanting to leave. But looking down, she found the old-fashioned lock had somehow been crushed into a metal disc, and it was impossible to open it for the time being. Yingming, do you need to go to the bathroom? The teacher stopped his cursing at Li Wudao and gently inquired about Yu Yingming. Looking at the obvious fingerprints on the metal disc, Yu Yingming's eyes widened, and her anxiety intensified. Then suddenly, she turned her head and shouted towards the back door. Wait. Li Wudao paused his movements, turned his head to look at the pale-faced Yu Yingming who was jogging over. All the students' gazes followed this heavenly girl. Yu Yingming stopped 2 feet in front of Li Wudao, took a deep breath to calm herself, and looked at Li Wudao with nervous anticipation. Speaking softly, before Li Wudao could respond, Zhao Hao walked over, extending his hand towards Li Wudao's neck. Li Wudao, hurry up and get out of the way. Bang! Yu Yingming only saw a dark shadow flash before her eyes, followed by a muffled sound from behind. Like a watermelon being smashed in midair, juice and flesh splattered everywhere. Yu Yingming instinctively shrank her head, but some juice still splattered on her flawless face. She was stunned. The other students and teachers who were watching also froze. Until Zhao Hao staggered and fell on his back, the classroom erupted. They killed someone. They VE killed someone. Li Wudao looked at Yu Ingmeng's phoenix eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up, saying, "You can't be obedient and stand here." His left hand covered the old-fashioned door lock and pressed slightly. Then, he patted her trembling shoulder and walked towards the corner of the front door, where a pile of lambs were waiting to be slaughtered. Click, puff, bang. Yu Ingmeng's eyes were fixed on the clear fingerprints that had sunk in, trembling violently with every sound that echoed, enduring the torment of waiting. She didn't know how long it had been. She only knew that the screams were becoming fewer, and the smell of blood filling her nose grew stronger, until all the screams disappeared. Only footsteps, step by step, echoed clearly on the wet floor, entering her ears. Ingmeng. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Yu Ingmeng responded with difficulty. "I remember your father is the governor of Zhezhou, given the current situation. I'd like to trouble Ingmeng to ask your father to cover this up. Is that okay? You will definitely do it. Otherwise, I will go to Shuixi, Unju, to find you. Call your father now, huh? Remember to have him bring a dress over." Yu Ingmeng suddenly squeezed her wet, hot legs together. A flush of shame and anger rose on her pale cheeks. Nevertheless, her hands couldn't stop moving as she quickly took out her phone and dialed her father's number. "Good daughter, what's the matter?" "Dad." Before Yu Ingmeng could finish, a voice interrupted from behind. "Hold your phone high. Turn on video." "Daughter, is something wrong?" The voice on the other end immediately turned solemn upon sensing something was off. Yu Ingmeng bit her lip, but could only comply under Li Wudao's suppressive aura. As the video connected, Yu Ingmeng saw the abstract red mural behind her. In an instant, she felt her breath stop and her consciousness began to blur, until a wave of excited shouting startled her awake. "Daughter, Yu Ingmeng, are you okay? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Dad is coming right now." The middle-aged man in the corner of the video looked tense, his eyes frantic. "Dad, Yu Ingmeng lowered her head, not daring to look anymore. Hearing his daughter's voice, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Li Wudao, who was standing behind Yu Ingmeng with his arms crossed and a smile on his lips, and said in a deep voice, "Don't harm my daughter, whatever you want. I will satisfy you." In the video, the camera was slightly shaking, obviously moving closer. Li Wudao said calmly, "Cover up what happened here. It doesn't need to be for long." The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but saw a shadow flash in the video, followed by a crashing sound, and he disappeared, leaving only a broken window that was still shaking. Chapter 4, Civilization Trial. Li Wudao left the school and walked on the way to the Zhezhou high-speed railway station. Pedestrians hurried on both sides of the street, and vehicles rushed by, all busy with their lives. No one knew that above their heads, in the starry sky, a true behemoth was casting a glance at this planet. The strength of the human empire is not to be discussed for now, but the civilization trial is an unavoidable fate for every indigenous planet within the empire's territory. Only civilizations or individuals that stand out in disasters, battles, and wars have the qualification to truly contact the human empire. The specific content of the trial varies according to the civilization level of the planet and the individual's capability. I remember that in the last life, this planet faced a biochemical apocalypse and an alien invasion. Li Wudao stroked his smooth chin. The civilization trial is both a disaster brought down by the empire and a path to ascendancy granted by the empire. The starting point in the last life was too low, and the difficulty of the civilization trial was also at the lowest level, yielding too little benefit from the empire, which Li Wudao now finds unsatisfactory. He needs a higher-level civilization trial. Therefore, the second step of the plan is to rapidly elevate the civilization of this planet P99585, which the indigenous people call Blue Star. In interstellar terms, this rapid enhancement process is usually referred to as civilization upgrading. Perhaps some might question, what does civilization upgrading have to do with you personally? Isn't it a lot of effort for little gain? That connection is huge. He is going to adopt the hive mind of I am civilization. Civilization is me, along the route of the flesh and blood empire, the Blue Star civilization, with a population of billions, and even the planet itself will become a part of him. Taking the high-speed train. He arrived at the political center of Dongdafu, Zhongzhou. When he exited the station, it was already evening. He then took a taxi directly to the headquarters building of the largest private media company, Manla. Looking at the tall office building and the urban white-collar workers constantly coming in and out, Wudao, dressed in a simple short-sleeved t-shirt and sweatpants, casually walked in with his hands in his pockets. He glanced around and approached the front desk to ask the staff, "I'm looking for the boss of Manla, Chang Yifeng. Which floor is he on? Do you have an appointment, sir? Just tell me where he is right now. I'm afraid I can't inform you without an appointment. Please excuse me, sir." The front desk lady smiled, very diligent in her duties. But the next moment, she saw the young, handsome boy in front of her, clearly still underage, suddenly pull out something with a dark opening aimed at her forehead. "Is that a gun?" She was stunned. "Can we talk now?" Wudao smiled. The firearm in his hand, including the bullets, was formed by the transformation of his own flesh, as a third-tier genetic martial arts technique valued at 600 merit points. Hahuazazai, Tianma Miofa, does not generate biological energy like inner strength, but has achieved a very profound level of transformation, mutation, and alienation of biological matter. Just at the second level, it can transform his own flesh from organic to inorganic material. Simple metals and gunpowder are naturally not a problem. Little boy, even if it's a toy gun, you can't just take it out to scare people. The front desk lady tilted her head and smiled. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and the front desk gentleman, who was secretly preparing to press the alarm, fell to the ground with a blood hole in his forehead. The hurried urban white-collar workers all stopped in their tracks, looking on in shock. "Shh, don't make a sound." Wudao placed his index finger on his lips, glancing around. Ah, bang! A woman who was about to scream fell silent and collapsed. Bang, bang, bang. From several different directions, 5 people fell to the ground almost instantly. Woo-woo. Very good. Mr. Chang is on the top floor. Wudao nodded. It would have been easier if they had said so earlier. He picked up an employee badge from the ground, entered the elevator, and said before the doors closed, "All right, it's fine now. Everyone get back to work." As the elevator doors closed and ascended, listening to the gradually fading screams, Wudao hummed a bizarre little tune. In the gaps of the starry river, I traverse the disaster empire. Flesh is burning, souls are roaring, robbing him once, afraid of nothing at all. Ding! 50 floors arrived, finding the president's office. Wudao politely knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Wudao pushed open the double doors of mahogany and found a spacious hall covered with carpet. There was a front desk in the middle, and 2 uniformed ladies were standing inside. "Sir, may I ask who you are?" The long-haired lady looked puzzled. "Oh, I'm a friend of your boss, here to deliver a big gift to old Chang." Wudao approached without any courtesy and took a gulp of the drink. "Where's your boss?" "Mr. Chang is in a meeting." "Hey, you can go in now." The long-haired lady had not finished speaking when she saw Wudao directly walk in, and she hurried out to block him. Slap! A handgun was slapped down on the front desk by Wudao. "Can I go in now?" The 2 female secretaries stared blankly at the gun. "What are you risking your life for over a few thousand yuan?" Wudao muttered, picking up the gun and stepping forward again. This time, neither of them dared to come out. However, after just 2 steps, Wudao stopped again, turned sideways, raised his gun hand to wave at the dazed, bun-headed secretary inside the front desk. "Hey, you, come over and lead the way." The bun-headed girl trembled as she put down her hand, pointing at herself, her eyes red, leaning against the wall as she walked over, not daring to plead for mercy, leading the way with her head down. "TSK, I have to say at this moment, the deterrent power of the gun is much greater than anything else." Wudao played with the handgun. Even transformed into inorganic metal, the hive mind consciousness he retained inside was not affected at all. Woo-woo. The bun-headed girl didn't understand, nor did she hear clearly, and under extreme fear, she sobbed and slowly moved. "Walk faster, stop dawdling," Wudao urged. My legs are weak and I have no strength." The bun-headed girl choked. "All right, found it. You can play by yourself now." Wudao looked toward the innermost mahogany door, pushed the bun-headed girl aside, and quickly walked over. "Knock, knock, knock." He politely knocked on the door. "Come in." The conversation inside quieted down, and a somewhat displeased middle-aged male voice came out. Wudao pushed the door open and entered. He saw that the long conference table was filled with people, and the first person, a middle-aged man with glasses, was the president of Manla, Chang Yifeng. "Oh, everyone is here. Who are you?" Chang Yifeng frowned and asked. "Who I am is not important." Li Wudao smiled and raised his handgun. "What is important is this." Chapter 5. Live broadcasting to prove the way crash. Everyone stood up, their expressions panicked as they tried to escape. Bang! With a crisp gunshot. A man trying to flee through the back door fell to the ground. So anxious. The gun turned, sweeping across the foreheads of a group of directors. Li Wudao smiled. In a hurry to be reincarnated? No one dared to move. Chang Yifeng's face was pale, hands raised high. "Brother, let's talk this out. Whatever you need, just say it, and we will do our utmost to satisfy you." Indeed, at this moment, nothing else mattered. The priority was to find a way to survive. "Of course. I'm here to find you." Li Wudao approached Chang Yifeng and patted his shoulder. "Here's the thing. I registered an account on your platform, Manla, and I'm going to start a live broadcast. I need you to forcibly transfer all online users to my live stream. Can you do that?" Li Wudao pushed Chang Yifeng aside, sat in his main seat, and took out his phone to start operating. Just as the words left his mouth, a cold gun barrel pressed against his chin, forcing his head up. Without turning his head, Li Wudao said lightly, "Can you?" Chang Yifeng immediately shouted, "Yes, yes, yes. I will start the live broadcast in 10 minutes. If it's not done, I'll find someone else to do it, understand?" "Understood, understood. Sir, everything is ready. We can redirect traffic from all platforms at any time." Still, in the conference room of the president's office, Chang Yifeng waved away the secretary with a bun who had come to report and respectfully reported to Li Wudao in the main seat. Woo 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 woo. The sound of sirens grew nearer. Chang Yifeng's spirit jolted, but then he suddenly froze. He saw Li Wudao's plain t-shirt ripple like flowing water, transforming rapidly from the collar into a brand new outfit. A dark, ancient robe with 3 golden embroidered characters on the chest. Extreme Intent Gate. "Everything is ready. Let's start the broadcast." Li Wudao held his phone high and opened the live stream. In an instant, the real-time viewer count skyrocketed. Whether it was netizens watching other streamers or streamers currently live, even if the app wasn't opened, as long as the phone had Manla installed, Li Wudao's live stream would forcibly pop up during the shake. In just a few seconds, the online count broke 10,000. Countless comments and bullet screens quickly scrolled and refreshed. "What's going on? What's wrong with Manla? I was in the middle of my broadcast, and it cut off. The live stream name is Extreme Intent Gate Li Wudao. What the hell is this? Are they really pushing a newcomer this hard? They don't care about their face, do they? What the hell? How many people are they pulling in? It's over 1 million so quickly. I don't care as long as he's handsome. Rua, didn't something happen at Manla HQ? Why are they making such a big move? What could happen? Something really happened. I'm here in the Zhongzhou business district, and a lot of police cars just went by. I work in the office building across from Manla HQ. The Manla HQ building is surrounded by police cars. What the hell? It looks like SWAT." The number of viewers in the live stream continued to rise, quickly surpassing 10 million. Seeing that the timing was right, Li Wudao finally spoke. "Hello everyone in the live stream. This is my first time broadcasting. You may not know me, but that's okay. You might know this person. Come on, Lao Chong, say hello to everyone." In the video, Li Wudao waved his hand to the side. Then, Chang Yifeng, with a forced smile, entered the camera frame. Hello, audience friends. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Who the hell is this? You don't know him? He asked the big boss of Manla, Chang Yifeng. Definitely a fake. Never seen such a good act. All right. Li Wudao pressed his palm against Chang Yifeng's old face, pushing him out of the screen. Now, let me formally introduce myself. Li Wudao revealed his upper body. The 3 calligraphic golden characters of Extreme Intent Gate prominently displayed on his chest. I am Li Wudao, the leader of Extreme Intent Gate. Since entering the world, I have noticed many scoundrels flaunting traditional martial arts to deceive others, yet none possess any real skill. Not only do they embarrass themselves, but they also tarnish the reputation of traditional martial arts. This deepens the public's prejudice against traditional martial arts. And now, Li Wudao will show the world what true martial arts are. I will lead the trend of martial arts. I will open the path of martial arts. I will prove the way with strength. Chang Yifeng. Numerous directors. What is going on? Seriously, is this really happening? What era is it? Still pulling this traditional martial arts gimmick? Isn't it already long dead? This good act has turned into a bad act. Damn, Monla, what the hell? My phone is just sitting on the table, and it forcibly switched to this crap live stream. So awkward, it gives me goosebumps all over. Wudao smiled slightly. Everyone, don't be anxious. The good show is about to start. After saying this, he shifted the video feed to the camera fixed on his chest and leisurely walked to the back of the conference room door. What's going on? Whoa. The people standing around in that video just now, some of them look quite familiar, really. Whoa, it's really the Monla HQ building in Zhongzhou. Did you see the Dongda life outside the floor-to-ceiling window? I'm working inside right now. Wait, did you guys just see the guy lying on the floor by the back door? There was a big pool of blood. Something big has happened. Time is almost up. Wudao let out a light hum, then raised his foot. He kicked open the heavy double redwood doors, which exploded apart as if hit by cannon fire, shattering into countless pieces that flew out. Amidst the flying debris, two figures were sent flying out, crashing into the corridor wall and falling to the ground. Old Lei, Old Su, crack. Wudao stepped on the broken wood pieces on the ground, holding his phone in one hand and putting the other in his pocket, slowly walking out. The live stream split into two camera views, allowing the audience to clearly see the scene in front of Wudao as well as his relaxed demeanor. Filming a movie? That is a huge door. What the hell was that bang? It scared me. Those two are SWAT, right? Don't move. I'm telling you not to move. The commander of the special operations team aimed his rifle at Wudao's head, shouting angrily. Behind him, his teammates ignored the two motionless members on the ground, each aiming at Wudao, moving to surround him in a semicircle. Stop. Move again, and I'll shoot. The commander stepped forward 2 paces, the gun barrel almost touching Wudao's face. Go ahead and shoot. Wudao shrugged, then suddenly reached out, grabbing the gun barrel. The commander's pupil shrank, instinctively pulling the trigger. Tat, tat, tat. Almost simultaneously, Wudao raised the gun barrel, followed by a swift front kick. Boom! The commander, struck in the abdomen with terrifying force, folded his body and flew backward at high speed, crashing through the 30-meter-long corridor and smashing the fish tank on the side of the front hall. He finally landed and rolled against the wall, motionless. The entire scene fell silent. Splash. The water from the fish tank flowed, and the fish flopped. Chapter 6. Warm-up activities, Captain. The phenomenon that exceeds common sense and the unknown fate of the captain caused a special police officer to erupt, roaring as he pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. The muzzle flared brightly. The other special police officers, waking from extreme shock, immediately followed with gunfire. The dense gunfire merged into one, splattering lime from the walls. Where are the people? The marksman, regaining clarity of thought due to good psychological quality, suddenly noticed that the person in front had disappeared and immediately stopped firing to scan the area. Right here, a light laugh suddenly sounded from nearby behind him, causing the marksman's hair to stand on end, as a jolt of electricity surged from his tailbone up his spine. Startled, he wanted to turn and shoot, but halfway through the turn, the marksman felt a tremendous force suddenly twist his collar, followed by his body being uncontrollably lifted into the air. Bang! The glass of the conference room's floor-to-ceiling window shattered. The marksman flew into the conference room through the doorway, crashing through the glass, and without losing momentum, flew about 10 meters in the air before arcing downwards. The terrified and desperate screams grew fainter. Whoosh! A fierce wind rushed in through the breach, causing the 10 or so directors inside the conference room to shiver. Chang Yifeng stared blankly at the opening. What just happened? The audience in the live broadcast room wanted to ask the same question. After 3 to 4 seconds of the barrage clearing, a flood of question marks filled the entire screen. My goodness! This must be fake. Definitely AI-generated footage. What the hell? I saw that person fall from the sky right in front of me. I can't be seeing things, right? Did I just see him throw that special police officer out several dozen meters? Is Monla going to transition to the film industry? Is this a pre-release warm-up? A special police officer shouted to rally himself and turned to shoot at him. Wudao flashed out his hand like lightning, directly grabbing the back of the officer's neck and applying slight pressure. Clang! The special police officer was hit as if by a heavy hammer, his entire body crashing down vertically to the ground, shaking twice before becoming completely motionless. Then, taking a quick step, he punched a special police officer in the chest. Bang! After a muffled sound, the bulletproof insert in the chest exploded, and a human body crumpled like a shrimp, rapidly flying backward, crashing against the wall beside his captain. Then, he dodged, avoiding the last 2 special police officer shots while stepping forward, launching a powerful punch. The wind from the punch howled, stirring up a cloud of dust. Like a mad dragon reaching out its claws, its momentum akin to that of a boxing ring. Boom! In the explosion of sound, the person struck by the punch was sent flying, with snow-like debris scattering. Red splattered against the wall, drenching the last standing special police officer behind him. After a brief silence, "What the hell? This is insane. Too close, too close. I'm about to have a heart attack. This movie is too realistic." Wudao slowly retracted his stance and stood upright, looking at the trembling special police officer aiming his gun, and said calmly, "Go down and pass a message. Let the uninvolved civilians disperse a bit. At least evacuate within a kilometer radius. The noise should be quite loud later. Oh, and remember to have your commander open my live stream. Extreme Intent Wudao. I believe you want to track my actions and location in real time. Now go report." Watching the completely unguarded suspect, the special police officer held his gun, keeping the muzzle trained on him, but his trembling hand could not pull the trigger. It wasn't until the other party truly entered the room and disappeared from view that he gasped for air. Then, he quickly checked the status of his teammates on the ground, carrying the first 2 who had fallen and were still breathing, rushing towards the elevator. Friends in the live stream, how about that? The foreplay is not bad, right? Is this for real? I can't tell, really can't tell. Goodness, I feel like things are getting more and more off. Is there anyone from the local area who can say something? This is just a foreplay. The main act is going to be out of this world. So violent. For viewing, please add. Wudao leisurely spoke. "I know that some things you will only believe when you truly see them, as they contradict the common sense formed by your years of study in life, making them not easy to accept. It's okay if you don't believe it now. Just remember me. Extreme Intent Wudao. A new era of martial arts will be opened, bringing new life to this ordinary, mundane, and miracle-less world. The extraordinary is no longer a fantasy." Wow, you're almost convincing me. Master, are you still accepting disciples? Can I sign up first? When is the movie being released? Clap. Everyone. Wudao stuffed his phone into his inner pocket and clapped his hands. The trembling group of Manla directors in the corner looked over. "I think everyone is not foolish. Since I'm not leaving, I must be planning something big." Wudao said flatly, "You need to ensure that my live stream doesn't get shut down. Can you do that?" No one spoke. Wudao's brow furrowed slightly. No. Yes. It must be possible. Chang Yifeng, with his keen eyes, immediately noticed something was off, quickly bending over and coming closer with a smiling face. "But, you see the current situation, the company staff will definitely be taken away by the Donda government soon. So by then," Wudao interrupted, "the Donda government won't have the leisure for that later. Besides, don't you have branches in various places? Bring all the traffic to me. Your platform has hundreds of millions of users, and they must all be forced to enter my live stream." Chang Yifeng nodded repeatedly. Yes. "We will do as you say." Wudao patted the bowing and nodding Chang Yifeng. "I like you. You have a quick mind and good eyesight." Chang Yifeng's eyes brightened more and more. Bang! Suddenly, Wudao's words stopped, and his head leaned back slightly. At the same time, a hole suddenly blasted open in the conference room wall, dust scattering. It seemed they had finished evacuating. "All right, I'll stretch a bit and talk to you later." Wudao stood up. "You're busy. I'm fine with it." Wudao walked towards the breach in the floor-to-ceiling window, and after 3 steps, he began to run wildly. Then, at the edge, he suddenly pushed off. With a sound like a cannonball being fired, Wudao transformed into a black shadow, soaring into the sky, on the rooftop of Donda Life Insurance opposite. Shit. The 2 special police officers behind the large red sign stared in shock at the black shadow, flying across the sky for over 100 meters, cursing loudly as they tossed their guns and turned to run. But it was already too late. Boom! Like a black meteor falling. A massive shock wave created visible ripples in the air, scattering the dust that had been kicked up. Chapter 7. Crushing and Sweeping. Is this a fight against Superman? Two special police officers cursed angrily, but as they ran to the stairwell door of the rooftop, they were jolted back. Before they could take another step, a violent wind rushed from behind them and suddenly froze. Thud! Two hands landed on their shoulders. They exchanged glances. Then, they were abruptly lifted into the air. They screamed as they flew over the edge of the rooftop and fell down. Boom! The two officers, still in midair, heard another deafening roar from above. Then they saw that terrifying figure chasing after them, descending even faster than they were. From a height of over 100 meters on the 50th floor, the ground below was filled with frightened police officers scattering in all directions. Thud! The ground was smashed into a massive pit. The terrifying shockwave flipping nearby cars and sending debris flying, with a force comparable to bullets. Cough, cough, cough. All the police officers who failed to find cover were blasted away, their screams echoing. As the dust settled, Wudao slowly stood up in a superhero-like pose. Kneeling on one knee, he spread his arms wide and scanned the chaotic scene, proclaiming loudly, "The show has begun." His voice thundered like a drum, resonating far and wide. Open fire! Rat-a-tat-tat! A dense hail of gunfire erupted from all directions. Handguns, rifles, and sniper rifles joined to create a metallic storm. Swish! A fierce wind surged. In the moment the order was given, Wudao's figure vanished, leaving only a dent in the ground. Instead, a whirlwind of smoke and dust darted through, forcing the surrounding police officers to stagger, causing the gunfire to quickly diminish. The whirlwind suddenly stopped in front of an armored command vehicle, revealing Wudao's form once more. He then raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick directly to the side door of the armored command vehicle. Boom! The shockwave exploded. The side door of the armored vehicle instantly caved in by nearly half a meter, and in the next moment, the several-ton armored vehicle flipped over, sliding 5 to 6 meters away. The metal armor screeched against the concrete pavement, sparking along the way. The surrounding police and special police officers were completely stunned. The intense sense of unreality struck their worldview, sanity, and perception. Some with weaker mental fortitude even dropped their weapons, their eyes glazed over as they muttered, "Impossible. This can't be happening. Don't stop. Fight back." Wudao turned around, arms outstretched, lifting them a few times. "Open fire. Fire for me." A commander at the rear issued orders through a megaphone. But Wudao's speed was so fast that he left no trace on their retinas. Only the sound of air cannon-like explosions, swirling dust, and soaring vehicles and bodies. In less than a minute, the square and road in front of the Manla building were completely cleared. Some cars were even wedged against the wall of Dongda Life, shaking uncontrollably. Everyone, it seems we are about to witness history today. On the top floor of the Manla headquarters, the 50th floor, in the president's office meeting room, Chang Yifeng held onto the broken window edge and witnessed everything that had happened in the last minute. The other dozen directors were also glued to the glass, their eyes wide with shock. What he just live-streamed was all real. A middle-aged female director in her 40s murmured in disbelief. The facts lay bare before them. Chang Yifeng clenched his fists, feeling his heart pounding. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head, turning his face red and his eyes bloodshot. "Miracle. This is a miracle," he roared, overwhelmed with excitement. "Yes, a miracle." Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind. Chang Yifeng turned around abruptly and saw a somewhat youthful face. He rushed forward, sliding smoothly to kneel. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, Master." The directors, after a brief moment of shock, they all hurriedly gathered around. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, Master." Wudao raised an eyebrow, looking at the closest Chang Yifeng. The 50-something Chang Yifeng looked sincere, his eyes fervent. "You want this miracle?" Wudao laughed, then turned to the others. "Do you all want miracles?" "Yes." More than 10 people shouted in unison, their eyes red and breaths quickening. "Let's see how you perform." Li Wudao placed his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely. Chang Yifeng immediately got up, pushing aside the directors blocking the way and setting up the main chair. Master, I have already issued strict orders to all subsidiaries, instructing all platforms, bloggers, short video creators, and news media to push your stream with full force. Li Wudao nodded, taking out his phone. Real-time online viewers in the live stream. 20 million. Who is this person? Why did I get redirected to this live stream? Don't disturb, I'm thinking. Documentary style, first-person perspective. This is rather enjoyable. Is Monla filming a superhero movie? Did old Chang make a cameo? The host can't be old Chang's illegitimate son, right? No, I was browsing online shops, and then I got redirected to this live stream? To the question from a local friend in Zhengzhou, Li Wudao responded amiably. As long as there is no malicious intent shown, I will not strike against non-combatants. Just came in. What are you all talking about? The Zhengzhou business district has been surrounded and blocked. Not just that. I saw the army entering the city. Tanks are rolling down the streets. That's a bit exaggerated. If that is true, I'll be in big trouble. It's time for the main course. Li Wudao stood up. He needed to change locations to avoid accidentally harming them. Chang Yifeng awkwardly smiled. By the way, you should know quite a few peers, right? Whether it's Dongdafu, the Asia-Pacific Federation, or a large foreign news media like the United States, get them to contact me. I want 100 billion people worldwide to watch my live stream. If any country's government dares to block it, let me know, and I'll handle it. Chang Yifeng's expression became serious. Yes. Master, once it's done, I'll transmit the law to you. Li Wudao nodded in satisfaction, then soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. The fierce wind subsided. Chang Yifeng breathed heavily, turning to the dozen directors, speaking solemnly. Don't engage in any small schemes or tricks. The most important thing now is to do a good job for the master. Do not disappoint the master. As for everything else, it can be discussed later. Let's get started. Chapter 8. Superman Li Wudao strolled along the bustling streets of the commercial district with the China World Trade Center Plaza not far ahead. At this moment, it had been less than an hour since he arrived at the Monla headquarters building. The commercial district was one of the most densely populated areas in Zhengzhou, and today was still a weekday. Therefore, it was impossible to disperse the crowd in such a short time. On both sides of the road, people in tall buildings were observing, watching the police cars, military vehicles, and armed personnel coming and going. Yes, at this moment, police officers were closely following Li Wudao on both sidewalks, responsible for monitoring him while dispersing the crowd that had gathered. No one fired a shot. This was a real downtown area, and no one could afford the consequences of a violent confrontation here. Unrelated personnel, leave the area immediately. Unrelated personnel, evacuate quickly. As several police cars surrounded Li Wudao, they continuously shouted through loudspeakers to disperse the crowd. What happened? Why are there so many police? Don't you know? It's Li Wudao from Monla. Wow, I've never seen anything like this. P.S. like Superman. How could this be real? Is this a movie set? Movie? Look at all that blood on the ground. The crowd was dense and chaotic. Li Wudao didn't want to fight in such a place. The spacious plaza ahead was where he could truly unleash his strength. The police cars in the front did not forget to shout at Li Wudao. Li Wudao, immediately cease your violent actions. Surrender, or we will take coercive measures. Criminal suspect Li Wudao, you are charged with intentional homicide, disturbing social stability, and attempting to subvert state power. Surrender immediately, or we will eliminate you at all costs. Repeat. Criminal suspect Li Wudao. Enough. After being bombarded with the same few sentences for several minutes, Li Wudao, expressionless, finally let out an impatient roar. The visible sound waves formed a shock wave that rushed past. Bang, bang, bang. The glass of shops on both sides shattered. The police officers nearby and the onlookers who refused to leave covered their ears and screamed in horror. The police officers in the cars, continuously shouting through loudspeakers, were directly hit by the sound wave, causing their eardrums to burst and blood to flow. Calculating the time, the military reinforcements should be arriving soon. Li Wudao bent his knees and jumped off the ground. He soared into the sky, and after a few leaps, he crossed several kilometers and landed in the center of the China World Trade Center Plaza, creating a small crater in the ground. Wail, wail. The sound of police sirens blared. Whoosh, whoosh, armed helicopters approached from afar. Li Wudao waited quietly, hands behind his back, chin slightly raised, gazing into the distance, striking a masterful pose. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly. The marble bricks behind him shattered. Bang! At this moment, a dull gunshot was transmitted. Li Wudao's eyes moved, looking towards the 1 o'clock direction, at the rooftop of a building 700 meters away. What? The observer exclaimed in shock. He dodged it? How is that possible? Damn it! This is a monster! The Special Forces sniper cursed angrily after missing, quickly pulling the trigger again. The M82A1 heavy anti-material semi-automatic sniper rifle, with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, each bullet the size of a palm, with a muzzle velocity of 850 ms. Tap! Tap tap! However, 10 rounds from a magazine only caused the figure of the black-robed youth in the center of the plaza to sway slightly, as if dancing lightly and gracefully. I must be dreaming, the sniper murmured, panicking as he hurriedly changed magazines. He had to do. The observer saw the target suddenly bend down, as if picking something up. Just as he was puzzled, he heard a whoosh followed by a bang. The watermelon beside him exploded, red flesh splattering all over him. Then came a piercing shriek, along with a slender sonic boom that sliced from below to above. This is impossible. Puff! The observer fell back in shock. Inside the Zhongzhou Inner Court, in a wartime command center building, in the operations conference room, a surround-type 3D projector displayed the Zhongzhou commercial district in its entirety. On the round table, Li Wudao's figure was prominently displayed, with every expression on his face vividly portrayed. At this moment, the projector marked 2 red dots on the high-rise building 700 meters away from Li Wudao. The test concluded with the following conclusion. A young officer wearing glasses sat at the computer, continuously clicking the virtual keyboard, rapidly reporting. When the sniper from the Special Forces 2nd Squad fired the first shot, the target did not look towards the sniper's position, but was still able to evade due to a not-so-fast head movement. It can be inferred that the target seems to possess a dangerous warning ability, akin to the danger perception seen in superhero movies, such as Spider Sense. He did not stop. According to satellite monitoring of the combat footage at the Monla building, the target exhibits the reaction speed and movement speed to completely evade in a crossfire zone. The target was able to kick a 4-ton wheeled armored vehicle several meters away, with an estimated explosive force of at least 6 tons. To support such immense strength, according to existing scientific theories, the strength of its muscle tissue and bone structure must far exceed our current understanding. Therefore, ordinary gunpowder kinetic firearms would have minimal effect on it, perhaps not even penetrating its defenses. The command staff suggests direct large-scale artillery bombardment, with no blind spots in coverage. My report is complete. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Even though the facts were laid out before them, it was still hard for everyone to accept. How could a Superman appear in this world? What do we think about Li Wudao's background information? A middle-aged man dressed in camouflage, with wheat ears on his shoulder, said as he propped his hands on the table. There is no effective information. A frontline combat commander put down the documents in his hand, shaking his head in silence. An ordinary student. He left the welfare home at 16, working part-time while attending school with no bad deeds. It's so ordinary that I thought it was fabricated. The 4-star combat commander on the left frowned. The middle-aged general nodded. So the question arises, how could such a quiet and ordinary student, still a minor under 18, who was extorted by street thugs yesterday, suddenly become a Superman trying to challenge the Eastern government by himself today? General, do you mean? The chief of staff on the right spoke with uncertainty. He is not Li Wudao? The middle-aged general did not respond, suddenly changing the subject. What is the situation on the Monla side? Why hasn't the information control been implemented yet? Report, sir. A group of directors from Monla, including Chairman Chang Yifeng, left Zhongzhou on a private jet 4 minutes ago. They're paying lip service to our control requests while actually ignoring them, someone quickly reported. In addition, many large domestic and international internet media companies have already taken notice of the situation regarding Li Wudao in Zhongzhou and have begun to report on it in succession. Chapter 9, facing the military rumbling. Tanks rolled in one after another, forming a circle at the edge of the square and then simultaneously compressing inward to surround the space. In midair, four armed helicopters hovered, their cannons locked on, rockets aimed. Criminal suspect Li Wudao, if you want to fight, just do it. Why waste so many words? Li Wudao's voice echoed all around. Then bang. The ground caved in, and dust flew up. Li Wudao took the initiative to strike, and a black flash instantly crossed hundreds of meters. Using the same trick again, he kicked the front armor of a tank. Bang! Amidst the huge roar, the 30-ton medium tank that was moving was kicked back 2 meters. The front armor was dented and shattered, and the tracks were directly broken. However, the soldiers inside the tank only suffered mild concussions and were not seriously injured. TSK. Looking at the result of his full-force kick, Li Wudao smirked. With a body constitution of 1.6, 64 times the physical limit of an ordinary person, he could only achieve this level. The pure physical limit output was about 40 tons. To truly face an army head-on, a constitution of at least 2.0 would be needed. Watching the turret moving towards him, Li Wudao jumped onto the turret and used one hand to bend the cannon directly. The tanks on both sides were not just watching. They quickly adjusted their turrets and fired almost simultaneously. Bang! A violent explosion, flames igniting. Countless gazes were fixated on the billowing smoke, waiting for the result. The smoke quickly dissipated. What is this? Countless eyes turned horrified. At that moment, Li Wudao had already changed his appearance. The black robe vanished, replaced by a full-body armor that was angular and filled with a sci-fi vibe. The entire suit was black with golden flowing patterns that finally converged on his chest, forming 3 golden characters: Extreme Intent Gate. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Li Wudao raised his hands, palms facing 2 tanks beside him. Black and gold energy condensed in his palms, revealing cannon openings the size of his wrists. The cannon openings began to gather energy, emitting a brilliant blue light. After a brief charging period, 2 energy cannons hit the tanks. Boom! The explosion was far more intense than before. The 2 tanks almost melted in the explosion. More tanks around opened fire, but Li Wudao's feet emitted light, propelling him straight into the sky. Whoosh! The helicopters fired rockets, and their cannons fired continuously. To demonstrate more thoroughly, Li Wudao simply hovered in midair, spreading his arms wide, actively welcoming the rain of rockets and cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. All-out firepower. Blow him up. The commander shouted angrily. Each helicopter fired 6 rockets, totaling 24, along with 20mm caliber cannons firing at thousands of rounds per minute. Continuous explosions, flames soaring, smoke billowing. Shell casings the size of a palm fell like rain. Half a minute passed. The explosions ceased, but the cannon fire continued. 1 minute passed. The smoke cleared, and the cannon fire gradually calmed. Only because that black humanoid armor still stood in the air, radiating golden light. Not even a speck of dust on it. It's my turn. A cold voice echoed beneath the armor. The energy cannon in his palm fired again. 2 armed helicopters exploded on the spot. The other 2, sensing danger, turned to flee. Li Wudao's feet emitted energy, rapidly accelerating to over 2 Mach within 10 meters. Boom! After the sound barrier was broken, the 2 helicopters he passed through exploded. Hee. Li Wudao chuckled softly. It is well known that in this era of warfare, the nemesis of tanks is helicopters, which have no power to fight back. Even a sufficiently powerful suicide drone can take out a tank. Li Wudao slowly extended his hand, not using the high-energy consuming energy cannon, but simply extending his index finger to point out a slender laser beam. Zing! As his finger slightly shifted, 3 tanks below were instantly cut in half. Retreat! Retreat! After cutting 6 more tanks, Li Wudao allowed the remaining tanks to escape. He slowly descended to the ground. The black armor rippled like water, fading from his head and transforming back into a black robe. He then took out his phone from his chest. The live stream was still on, with the number of online viewers surpassing 100 million. This meant that nearly 1/5 of the labor population in the entire Eastern District was watching his live broadcast. Impossible. Ha ha ha. Absolutely impossible. In the scene, what a cool armor. Aside from the chest, not glowing and the color being off. It's no different from Iron Man in the movies. The scene is out. It was just filmed in third-person panoramic view. And they're still trying to engage me in a live stream. Not to mention, this explosion, this scene, the light of domestic sci-fi belongs to you alone. Is this it? 50-cent special effects. Simply ridiculous. Are there really people who believe this? Haha. The new era has arrived. ISNT at martial arts? How do you get into a mech? ISNT that normal? The limit of martial arts is to pilot a mech, right? Doge. This is the martial power of extreme intent kung fu. Wudao walked on the broken street, explaining to the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream. Practicing martial arts is a process of self-cultivation and seeking truth. Martial arts is a great path of exploring the true self and climbing to the peak. As he spoke, Wudao extended his hand, his arm continuously transforming in the frame. Lifelike rabbits, a functional rifle, even the energy cannon that was just fired. The reason extreme intent kung fu is called extreme intent is that it allows practitioners, after mastering themselves, to change their own nature and be ever-changing. It's just a set of non-powered armor, extremely simple. Of course, there are drawbacks, which is that the brain, where will and thought reside, cannot change. Even the main technique, transmutation of heaven and demon, requires the brain to exist and be constantly nourished. However, this drawback disappeared after Wudao transformed himself into a Hive consciousness. I don't understand, but feel it's impressive. Sounds just like the truth. I wish all of this were real. Master, please allow your disciple to bow to you. Laughing to death. Those who believe must not have gone through 12 years of compulsory education, right? Wow. I climbed over the wall to the Asia-Pacific Federation and saw a lot of live photos and even videos from Central State. Kicking tanks, resisting shells with his body. What a badass. Master, I beg you to take me as a disciple. Spiritual energy revival, mysterious arrival. Wudao smiled and watched the barrage for a long time, suddenly saying, "Everyone, do you know why I suddenly challenged the authority of the Eastern Governor's office? Because of the plot. Silly, do you still think this is a movie? Why? Countless high-ranking officials of the Eastern Governor's office focused their gazes on Wudao's face. They were also eager to know. Chapter 10 Speech, Missile. Declaration. Wudao's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Our current human society is a huge sham. The handful of people standing at the top of the pyramid can sacrifice everything to solidify their own interests. They are the obstacles to the progress of civilization. They are sinners." Wudao's shocking words caused a momentary silence in the comment section. He took a few steps to the front of a tank that had been cut in half, grabbed the cannon, and hurled it down. Boom! A few tons of heavy object smashed into the road, creating a large pit that kept rolling. If I don't make a big fuss about this, if I don't let the world know, would you see this scene right now? Wudao sneered coldly. They will only hide me tightly, using every means to force me to hand over my martial arts, and then only let that tiny fraction of less than 1/10,000th of the global population learn it. And you, Wudao suddenly pulled the camera closer, filling the screen with his face, which looked fierce, his eyes full of mockery. You will know nothing. You will understand nothing. Keep serving them like cattle and horses. You will never rise again. In Ijo, on the top floor of a private villa, smoke swirled. Many CEOs of internet companies gathered together, watching the handsome face on the big screen, each with uncertain expressions. Standing under the screen, Chang Yifeng looked melancholic, the cigarette in his hand slowly burning. Do you think if he really didn't make a fuss, but instead contacted the Dong Dafu quietly, we would know? Haha, what are we even? Yes, we can't reach the top of the pyramid, not even close. In the dim light, someone self-deprecatingly said, "Father, this is an opportunity." In Zhezhou, at the Shui Xiaoanju living room, in front of the projector, Yu Yingming suddenly stood up, her eyes under her delicate brows staring intently at the face on the screen. Her father, Yu Ziyuan, Governor of Zhezhou, sat beside her, frowning, not responding. Yu Yingming's eyes sparkled, her voice firm. Never have I felt such fear and despair. In that small classroom, so-called power, status, money, and beauty are nothing but laughable illusions. Daughter, Yu Ziyuan's eyes were filled with worry. His daughter had not looked like this when she left home in the morning. Back then, she was well-behaved and lovely, self-reliant, proud, but not arrogant, with a beautiful soul that was exceptional. Now, he saw unprecedented rationality, twisted maturity, and intense ambition in her. It was a thirst for power. He understood that his daughter had suffered a huge shock to her worldview after such extreme stimuli. Her life goals and values had seriously deviated. But this cannot be blamed on her. Father, you should understand. Yu Yingming raised her hand, interrupting her father's words. No matter what the outcome for Li Wudao is, whether he wins or loses, we must act quickly. If he wins, we can gain power in advance and seize the opportunity in the new era. If he loses, we must snatch food from the tiger's mouth before the people above take action. Yu Ziyuan was silent for a moment and said, "This person is vengeful and unpredictable. You won't be able to handle him. Let me make contact." After a brief contemplation, Yu Yingming shook her head directly. "No, your identity determines the class you represent. If you make contact, you won't represent our family." Yu Ziyuan fell silent again. "Didn't he kill me last time? I will give him no reason to kill me in the future." Although Yu Yingming's voice was calm, her will was resolute. "As long as I can achieve my goals. What's wrong with kneeling to beg for life, flattering, or serving others? Father, arrange the personnel and itinerary. Time waits for no one. You don't need to persuade me anymore. My mind is made up." "Good. The tide of the times is rolling forward. We should not leave anyone behind." Li Wudao concluded his speech. "It makes my blood boil. I can't help but turn over in bed. So, the sect master means to recruit disciples widely and teach them extensively? Is it free? Those who want money shouldn't learn. Really? Does no one care about the implications revealed by the streamer? This is a big deal. No, dude, do you really believe it? If the streamer is truly live broadcasting, then I can only say that the people above will never allow your existence. Yes, they need this society to be stable. They don't need uncontrolled superhumans. Good luck, streamer." Li Wudao put away his phone. Although he didn't close the live stream, he was too lazy to look at the comments anymore. He had said everything he needed to say. Next, let all of humanity witness the arrival of the new era. Bang! With a loud bang, a black meteor shot up into the sky, flying straight towards the central Zhou government area. On the way, whoosh, a surface-to-air missile screamed in. This was over a busy urban area. The Dong Dafu clearly could not sit still. Then let you suffer the consequences. Li Wudao snorted coldly and activated the full-state cloaking device of his battle armor. It had effects like radar evasion, optical invisibility, thermal masking, and electronic information interference, far surpassing the technology of the indigenous civilization. In an instant, the surface-to-air missile completely lost Li Wudao as its target. Moreover, Li Wudao also interfered with the missile's control system in an instant, causing it to lose subsequent control and continue to fall downward. Below was a commercial building. What is that sound? Oh my God, look up. What is that? No way, a shell? The missile left a clear trail of flames as it shot down, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, hitting the upper part of the building. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, flames bursting everywhere. A great fire blazed, debris fell, and screams were heard continuously. Li Wudao glanced at the scene, quickly flying in a cloaked state. In a moment, he reached the airspace directly above the Dong Dafu's central Zhou office area. Soon, he revealed his form just half a meter above the main building in the center of the office area. It didn't take long for someone to notice the anomaly in the sky. And don't forget, there were over 100 million viewers watching him at all times. Look, quick, look up. Oh my God, the black battle armor. It's Li Wudao. It's real. Wait, if it's real, and Li Wudao is here, he can't be thinking. Li Wudao looked down at the tiny pedestrians on the street and spoke. "I am Li Wudao. I hereby declare again, I give the Dong Dafu governing body one day to consider how to adjust your relationship with me. If you cannot provide the answers I want after one day, you will soon witness the consequences." His voice was like thunder, sending waves of incomprehensible vibrations that spread endlessly, until half of central Zhou could hear it. After speaking, Li Wudao continued to cloak himself and accelerated westward. After all, Dong Dafu is one of the main civilized nations of Blue Star, with a population accounting for 10%. There was no need to directly confront them. A show of force to scare them would leave room for negotiation later. And next to Dong Dafu, the Asia-Pacific Federation, composed of a group of small countries. was the most suitable target to serve as an example. Chapter 11 Declaration of War, AI Asia-Pacific Federation. Dongsha Islands, Tongshin Central Park. Today, the weather is clear and refreshing, making it a perfect day for outings. Therefore, even on a weekday, there are many tourists and locals strolling through the park to enjoy the scenery. The park's central island. The lake's surface ripples gently in the breeze. Under the enchanting evening glow, the golden lake reflects the Gorseway Tower at the center of the island, symbolizing the Alliance's pact. This is where the most visitors gather. Tourists on the cable cars and boats are laughing or relaxing, basking in the sun and enjoying the beauty, until some sharp-eyed individuals notice a small black dot on the hundreds of meters high Gorseway Tower. Hey, is there something in the sky? It really is something black. Is it a bird? Photographers by the lake zoom in. They see a black humanoid figure. Zoom in more. It's Wudao. It's Wudao from the eastern capital. He really has come to the Asia-Pacific Federation. A young person holds up their phone to compare, shouting, "I can even see myself in his live stream. It's real. It's really real." Oh, someone screams excitedly. Impossible. It must be fake. It's a holographic projection. You can't fool me. Someone hysterically denies reality. Wudao stands against the evening glow, his black armor in shadow, his eyes glowing red with menace. More and more people gather, and Wudao finally speaks, his voice deep and solemn. I, Wudao of the Extreme Intense Sect, hereby formally declare war against the Asia-Pacific Federation on my own behalf. At the same time, I inform you of the goal of this war. Within the next 24 hours, I will completely dismantle the military forces of the Asia-Pacific Federation and eliminate that group at the very top of the Federation pyramid. No negotiations, no surrender. Lastly, civilians are advised to evacuate the combat zone in a timely manner. Thus, the war begins. Before the stunned people below can react, Wudao raises his hand, energy bursting forth from his palm. Boom! The energy cannon strikes the middle of the Gorseway Tower, and after a violent explosion, the hundreds of meters tall tower slowly collapses with a creaking sound. Crash! The tower falls, sending a towering spray of water into the air. Chaos ensues in the park. Wudao stands quietly in midair, not moving immediately. This action is meant to serve as a warning, to showcase his strength, and to eliminate unnecessary political factions. Therefore, he needs to give the Asia-Pacific Federation time for war mobilization. Additionally, he also needs to give himself a bit of intensity. He opens the merit exchange of the Dawn Level 1 subsystem to search. Padded 4 Biological Artificial Intelligence Implant Level 2 Management Type. 15 merit points. Description. Produced by the Human Empire's secondary affiliated civilization Patola. It is a relatively niche, carbon-based, flesh and blood artificial intelligence implant, but is quite favored by interstellar lone wolves who follow the genetic ascension route. Main function. Its function is similar to that of the most basic level 2 weak artificial intelligence AI, capable of implementing comprehensive AI management over a standard planetary civilization. At this moment, Wudao is sitting in an empty CAF in the park. The store is deserted, tables and chairs are overturned, and it's a mess. This is the biological artificial intelligence implant. He used this thing in his past life, but it was not a management type but a combat type. He remembers it took him a lot of connections and over 8 million star coins to acquire. After confirming it accurately, he changes his fingers and swallows it. His Hive consciousness, distributed across every cell, clearly sees the black film quickly melting, turning into extremely fine membranes. Subsequently, these black fine membranes adhere to a small area of skin cells on his palm. Through his own bioelectricity, it sends him a nerve signal, converting it into the common language of the human empire. Please confirm the implantation area. Wudao can change freely throughout his body, so it doesn't matter where it is installed, and he directly confirms the implantation in his palm. From a microscopic perspective, the black fine membranes complete the final adhesion with the cells. Implantation successful. Padded 4 Biological Initial Artificial Intelligence greets you. There is no need for this initial introduction. Wudao begins to set it up familiarly. He directly names the artificial intelligence Xiao Lan and then backs up the implant. The manifestation within his body is the division of the black, fine membranes, which he controls to adhere throughout his body. He backed up many, trying to analyze this biological artificial intelligence technology. Then, well, I guess I was overthinking it. It's a level 2 technology, and it's biological genetic technology that I completely don't understand, so I can't make sense of it. Wudao shakes his head. In interstellar space, the human empire has a clear classification of civilization levels and technological levels. Currently, Blue Star follows the technological route. After entering the atomic age, being able to skillfully use nuclear fission to obtain energy basically counts as stepping into the door of level 1 civilization. After that, switching to fusion energy and being able to conduct space activities within its star system constitutes a mature level 1 civilization. To reach level 2 civilization, the minimum standard is to fully utilize the energy of an entire star system and at least develop hyperspace engine technology, enabling interstellar spacecraft to travel faster than light in hyperspace routes. Therefore, only level 2 civilizations can be considered interstellar civilizations. Wudao gives up on analyzing the implant and continues to operate. Successfully linked all planetary orbital satellites, beginning to form a star chain computer matrix. Composition complete. Connected to the global network port. Monitoring global electromagnetic wave signals is underway. Coverage successful. In just half an hour, Wudao successfully monitors the entire blue star. As long as he wishes, without a key, he can simultaneously control the vast majority of nuclear missile launches. Of course, he wouldn't recklessly launch nuclear missiles. However, to prevent the desperate actions of that group at the top of Blue Star from polluting the planetary environment, it is necessary for him to take precautions in advance. With a thought, Wudao begins to upload large amounts of data. Data reception complete. Verification successful. Named Basic Biological Kinetic Battle Armor No. 1. Abbreviated as No. 1 Armor. It has been incorporated into the Combat Morphing Body database, allowing for quick transformation switching. Data reception. External Kinetic Standard Interstellar Battle Armor Speed Type, abbreviated as Standard Speed Armor. Data reception. Standard Defense Armor. Comprehensive Armor. Wudao pauses for a moment, continuing to operate. Constructing the Memory Database. Chapter 12. Unqualified. This time, the artificial intelligence Xiaolan had been silent for a long time. Wudao's skin began to redden, and steam was rising from the top of his head, overheating and cooling down. 13 minutes later, Thought Memory Database. Construction successful. You can upload data directly into your consciousness. The artificial intelligence, Xiaolan reported. As for why it was called Xiaolan, it was naturally because this planet was called Blue Star. Wudao nodded in satisfaction. As a purely biological, weak AI implant, it could directly connect to the individual S memory blocks, inputting uploaded data directly into consciousness for ultra-fast learning. Of course, this required extremely high soul strength and caution against information hacker attacks. Therefore, sellers would not propose it, and buyers would not engage in such thankless tasks. However, Wudao did not care about these 2 points. He was a hive consciousness. Every cell carried his thoughts and soul. As long as not all cell consciousness perished, his mental awareness and even soul strength would not weaken, at most becoming dull in calculation and processing. After constructing the Thought Memory Database, Wudao opened the Merit Exchange list and began searching. Citizen Wudao, your permissions are insufficient to conduct knowledge exchanges. Not even enough for level 4? Wudao was somewhat surprised. In his previous life, after completing the civilization trial, he had difficultly joined the human empire and only reached level 2 permissions by the end. He really didn't know that the human empire had such strict control over knowledge. Thus, Wudao could only give up. Finally, he spent a bit of merit to exchange for 10 energy coins. 10 thumb-sized azure diamond energy crystals appeared prominently on the designated table. Don't underestimate these energy coins. A standard energy coin contains enough energy, when converted to electrical energy, to meet the entire Blue Star's consumption for a month. Another essential technology for interstellar civilization is the manufacturing of energy coins through high-energy capacitors and high-energy compression technology. After all, in the interstellar realm, Transactions between civilizations do not accept any credit currency. Even the star coins issued by the human empire are not widely recognized. For large transactions, only energy coins are used. Stuffing 9 energy coins into the inner lining, Wudao's flesh and blood rapidly transformed beneath his black robe. Flesh turned to metal, organic to inorganic. Finally, beneath his forearm, a micro-energy extraction device grew amidst the flesh. Wudao immediately inserted 1 energy coin into it. Buzz. A stable and abundant flow of energy coursed through his body. The consumed biological energy was quickly replenished. Wudao moved his body, crushing the troublesome phone and camera. With artificial intelligence Yaolan, he no longer needed these things. Controlling satellites could capture any scene he wanted and import it into the live broadcast room. With a thought, he quickly switched, and his black robe instantaneously transformed into the number 1 black battle armor. Flames erupted from his feet as Wudao soared into the sky. His speed instantly breaking 5 Mach, rapidly disappearing into the horizon amidst a series of sonic booms. In a military base deep in the mountains. Boom! A black streak of light crashed down, smashing the smooth concrete road at the base's entrance into a spiderweb of cracks. Cough, 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 cough. As the dust settled, the sentry soldier at the gate got up and saw Wudao standing at the center of the cracks. His pupils constricted, and he immediately sounded a short but intense alarm. Another soldier also directly triggered the alarm. Woo! The alarm wailed in a long, piercing tone, shrill and jarring. Wudao remained motionless, ignoring the 2 sentries aiming their guns at him. Time ticked by. The atmosphere at the entrance grew increasingly oppressive. 10 minutes later, an armored command vehicle and a transport truck carrying soldiers arrived at the base entrance. Who the hell is pulling this alarm? Don't they know there's a meeting going on in the camp? A big-bellied officer, weighing at least 200 pounds, with his belt sagging at his waist, was struggling down from the commander's vehicle while cursing loudly. Soldiers jumped off the transport truck, but they were only lightly equipped, aside from a helmet and a bullet pouch. They had no other protective gear. Moreover, several soldiers stumbled and fell during the disembarkation. Are you talking to me? Officer, look. The sentry pointed forward at Wudao, standing in the middle of the ground cracks. The fat officer waddled toward Wudao, his face showing only confusion, with no hint of alertness. I'm asking you a question. Wudao slightly tilted his head, staring at him, and after a long moment, spoke in a deep voice. You've let me down. The fat officer was taken aback, questioning. Is this a real person? Not a statue or a toy. Completely worthless. Wudao's words were filled with anger as he suddenly threw a punch. Bang! The watermelon exploded. The remnants swayed and fell to the ground. Wudao declared war on the Asia-Pacific Federation, clearly stating that his goal was to dismantle their military power, not to destroy it outright. This was because, aside from rulers at the top of the Blue Star Pyramid who would only obstruct his plans, the remaining billions of people were the resources for him to forge his blood and flesh empire in the future. Declaring war, giving the other side time for mobilization, and even waiting directly at their doorstep was a test and review of the military strength of the Asia-Pacific Federation. But now, to be handed such a response, Wudao was furious. The consequences were severe. Officer? Officer! Open fire! Quick, open fire! A captain snapped awake. The dazed soldiers instinctively pulled the triggers. Many bullets hit Wudao's body, sparking a few flames. But more bullets missed completely, and Wudao stood there without moving. It seemed everything was rotten to the core. A thorough cleansing was needed. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the area was left with splattering red and fragmented debris everywhere. Then Wudao flew into the air, charging toward the most conspicuous command building in the base. In an instant, bang, the wall exploded, and the black armor landed steadily on the rubble. Ah, my leg! Cries of anguish echoed. Wudao waved his hand, and a strong wind blew away the dust, revealing a group of high-ranking officials from the base injured by the rubble. More than an hour had passed, and they were still in a meeting. It was utterly ridiculous. Wudao couldn't be bothered to waste words on the dead. He concentrated blue light in his palm and fired an energy cannon. Boom. Then he ascended above the base, locking onto humanoid life forms. After that, the back armor opened, and dozens of cluster warheads flew out. They split again in transit, accurately pursuing every building and every target to explode. Boom, boom, boom. The entire base began to explode and burn, flames illuminating the dark night. Chapter 13 Situation. The live broadcast room of Wudao appears dim. Only the occasional quick flashes of city lights can be seen, accompanied by a fierce howling sound that indicates what the broadcaster is doing. How envious. I want to fly too. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. If this is a dream, please don't let me wake up. That's not a person from the Asia-Pacific Federation. Upstairs, even if you are from the Asia-Pacific Federation, what does this have to do with you as a commoner? Why are you so anxious? That's true. Then I'll continue to watch the show. Are there really superheroes in this world? I think they're aliens. Logically, there shouldn't be such a big incident without the Asia-Pacific Federation imposing information control, right? It has been 2 hours since Wudao officially declared war. The time is now a little past 8 p.m. Yet the internet remains abuzz. More and more people are going to the places that Wudao has destroyed for on-site verification of the truth. Although all areas are controlled, and no one is allowed to approach even from several kilometers away, making it impossible to witness with their own eyes, they are violently driven away. However, this posture only strengthens the belief that the content of the live broadcast is true. If it were false, why block it? Isn't this just like hiding silver without a trace? Moreover, how can such a large Eiffel Tower be hidden? Shocking. Risking life to capture footage of the Eastern Great Government's Zhongzhou site. A photo quickly spread across the internet. It was an aerial panoramic shot, the quality somewhat blurry, but it still clearly showed the devastation as if it had been ravaged by artillery fire. Buildings collapsed and caught fire, the square and roads pockmarked. Broken tank wreckage scattered everywhere. In the photo, many soldiers were seen clearing and transporting debris. I don't believe it. It must be photoshopped. You can believe it or not. I'm now at home every day offering incense to the Master, hoping he will take down this damned world as soon as possible and teach martial arts to all humanity. With a sharp and terrifying scream that could shatter glass and pierce eardrums, a shadow streaked across the sky, plunging straight into the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the meteor approached the ground, suddenly dozens of anti-aircraft missiles were launched, soaring into the sky to intercept the meteor. But the missiles only flew halfway before suddenly self-destructing, exploding into a sky full of flames in the night air. Yet the meteor showed no signs of slowing down. In the end, it crashed to the ground with a tremendous roar. Boom! The ground shook, debris flew, accompanied by a visible dust shockwave that overturned everything on the surface. This artillery base in the wilderness was instantly destroyed by more than half, as if it had been ravaged by a giant tornado over and over again. In a giant pit over 10 meters in diameter and 3 to 4 meters deep, a humanoid figure over 2 meters tall slowly stepped out. The dark gray dense armor was streamlined, made of standard tungsten alloy, resembling an enlarged human body, showing no bulkiness at all. An energy coin was inserted into the exterior kinetic core on its chest, with a blue tail flame swaying. This was the most basic level standard interstellar armor of the human empire. Electric energy surged. The arms lit up, and Wudao's fists collided. Once again, an invisible electromagnetic pulse wave radiated outward from Wudao, turning into a shockwave. After paralyzing the last possible resistance, the outer ring of the power device on Wudao's chest lit up one by one. Energy gathered and compressed. After nearly 2 seconds of charging, a half-meter thick energy beam cannon shot out, instantly hitting the munitions depot deep within the base. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion fireball expanded rapidly, and then expanded again, until it covered a small portion of the base. A massive mushroom cloud rose up. An even more terrifying shockwave destroyed everything. Ladies and gentlemen, should we not need to discuss this any further? In a command center deep underground, the chief counselor of the Asia-Pacific Federation spoke in a deep voice. On the projection screen, a video was looping of Wudao's energy cannon obliterating the entire base. It included Li Wudao's own first-person live broadcast footage, as well as high-definition satellite panoramic views. Next to it, various data were meticulously listed. When falling to the surface from high altitude, the maximum speed reached 13 Mach. The explosion's power was equivalent to 300,000 tons of TNT. The room was filled with the power holders of the Asia-Pacific Federation, all staring blankly at the projection screen. However, upon closer inspection, one could find that a significant portion of the people were 3D holographic projections, and they were not physically present. In other words, before this video, these individuals were even unaware of the event's context and the seriousness of the situation. They had been discussing how to deal with the enemy for several hours without reaching a decision. But regarding the consequences, some were still hesitant. Then please present a solution. The chief counselor's face darkened. Tell me, besides nuclear weapons, what other methods can kill this monster? But his speed is so fast, what if he dodges? So what? The chief counselor retorted. Are you saying we should do nothing? Hide here and wait for that monster to come knocking? Surrendering ourselves? Just wait to die slowly? Is that it? Perhaps we can negotiate with him. Another person spoke softly. Fuck. How naive are you? How much luck do you have in your hearts? The chief counselor scolded angrily. That monster has clearly stated he won't accept negotiations, and you are still deceiving yourselves? I agree. Suddenly, someone shouted. I agree too. If we don't launch soon, we might miss the opportunity to launch. Such a monster should not exist in this world. The chief counselor's expression finally improved a bit. He took a deep breath and said, Let's get this signed. No more wasting time. That monster has already destroyed a missile base. A beam energy cannon destroyed the third military base. And under the blazing fire, Li Wudao's expression was full of amusement. He witnessed everything happening in the Asia-Pacific Federation's underground command center, including the signing of a series of documents, the transfer of keys, the confirmation of launch silos, satellite locking processes, all of which he was fully aware of. Since that's the case, then I need to pick a good place. Li Wudao browsed the map, and after some deliberation, he finally chose the political and economic center of the Asia-Pacific Federation, the Helian district. He sped along, chasing stars and the moon, not forgetting to say in a live broadcast, Dear viewers, next, I will be going to the Asia-Pacific Federation's Helian district, preparing to receive a wave of warm gifts from the Asia-Pacific Federation. Wow, the broadcaster spoke. What? Helian district? I'm in Helian district. Is the Helian district going to get hit too? Don't let this happen. Still playing old jokes? If you don't run now, you will really get hit. Is it the cannon? I think it is. Li Wudao Sumilat. It seems there are still some smart people. People in Helian district, if you don't want to die, hurry up and run. Or you can choose to believe in their mercy and compassion. Chapter 14. Arrival. Chaos crossing thousands of kilometers of the Asia-Pacific Federation. Li Wudao entered the coalition zone at 10:34 p.m. He did not hide his figure. Instead, he deliberately amplified the external blue light of the energy core device on his chest and descended to about 500 meters above sea level. He slowly flew towards the center of the coalition zone. Hey, what's that in the sky? A group of young workers who had just finished their shifts and were preparing to enjoy a night out at the bar upstairs heard one of them exclaim as he casually looked up. One of his companions, who had been glued to his phone, immediately tensed up, his eyes filled with uncertainty, and he muttered, No way. This account just leveled up to 20, and the newbie hasn't even graduated yet. Mumbling, he slowly looked up. Then, he saw the striking blue light and a vaguely human-shaped figure. His mouth dropped open, and his pupils contracted. Snap! His phone fell to the ground. The screen displayed a bird's-eye view of the city. What is that, a drone? A female classmate asked nearby. He dazedly replied, It's real, it's real. Old Lu, what are you mumbling about? Oh my God, it's Li Wudao. Li Wudao is here. But his companion quickly pulled him back. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? What is happening? His friend wanted to ask more, but suddenly saw that many people had already stopped on the street near the bar, pulling out their phones to check the screens, then looking up at the sky, seemingly trying to confirm something. The expressions on their faces were unmistakably one of disbelief followed by a shattered worldview, and finally a look of terror, as if they remembered something. After a moment of confusion, the string of reason in their minds snapped back into place, and they began to run frantically. Just like his buddy. It really is Li Wudao. I can see the bar sign above us. So, what is going on? I just had a makeup exam this afternoon. Why does it feel like the end of the world? He asked with a bewildered expression. Stop talking nonsense. Run. The first young man shouted as he dragged his friend out. While running, he yelled in despair, this is so effed. We were just analyzing in the dorm, and now we're really facing a nuclear crisis. In fact, even though Wudao had billions of viewers across various domestic and international streaming platforms, when distributed across different regions, the actual proportion was not high. The number of people in the coalition zone was even fewer, as the time was simply too short. In less than a day, the situation could not be disseminated or developed. Among those in the coalition zone who watched his live stream and knew about his information, if 1/3 believed it, that was considered fast acceptance, and most were definitely young people. But even so, due to insufficient time and various family factors, many could not leave the coalition zone in time. The rest were either half-believing or completely disbelieving, and this group naturally would not leave. Therefore, when Wudao landed at the top of a more than 200-meter-high TV tower in the center of the coalition zone, he looked down at the city while facing the cold wind, sighing in his live stream. Master, wait. Allow me to take my family and drive out of the city. What should I do? My mother absolutely refuses to leave. Bro, what is your problem? My dad said he's taking me to the psychiatric hospital tomorrow. I seriously doubt I'll see the sun tomorrow. Why are you all panicking? Even if the streamer is real. Didn't he say he wouldn't attack civilians? No, dude. Are you living in the old days from decades ago? Haven't you ever seen a pig run? Just eating pork? Have you watched too few movies? You said it yourself. Those are just movies. Wudao's head armor retracted, revealing his youthful and handsome face. Supporting his chin, he murmured to the live stream. What are you telling me all this for? I won't do anything to you. I'm just sitting here, quietly watching you. As for what happens next, that's up to those in power in the Federation. On his retina, various images provided by Xiao Lan flashed continuously. In the underground command center, those old men began to argue fiercely about whether to launch a nuclear bomb. Don't. It's cold up on the TV tower. Master, you can go to the Ascension resort island across the West Cliff Sea. It's south the most comfortable place, and you can sit there for as long as you want. The highway entrance is already blocked. Didn't you say you didn't believe it? Then run. Damn it. If someone came to work in the coalition zone, if not now, then when? I don't want to gamble on what's real or not. If a dead friend doesn't die, I'll slip away first, highway image. What you said is right. Better to believe it's real than not. I'll go first, helicopter image. Wudao's eyes shifted, and he really saw a middle-aged man with his wife and daughter boarding a helicopter on top of a building several kilometers away. These wealthy people certainly wouldn't take a gamble, especially when a lot of factual evidence was in front of them. They wouldn't joke with their lives. All right. So this is how it is, then I'll fight back too. The city was ultimately thrown into chaos. As the political and economic center of the Asia-Pacific Federation, the coalition zone had a resident population of over 4 million. Even if only a small portion intended to leave at night, that number would not be insignificant. City streets were congested at every intersection, with the confused and anxious shouting at each other. What are you shouting about? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Don't block the road. If you want to die, do it on your own. What the hell are you saying? I said F. Dare to curse me? Fight him. Fighting and brawling even escalated into looting amidst the chaos. The security forces quickly began to intervene, managing the scene and directing traffic, but they were completely understaffed. The city was already on the brink of losing control. For all of this, Wudao was naturally indifferent. He wasn't just sitting idle. He had many things to deal with himself. Chapter 15. War. I want to conduct an information query, Wudao said to the Dawn subsystem. Citizen Wudao, it has been detected that this is your first time using this service. I will now explain the rules of the information query service. Based on your citizen privileges and the content of your query, the system. All right, I know the rules, Wudao interrupted. First question, what are the organic individual ascension routes currently mastered by the human empire? Please give a brief explanation. This query is free and can answer you with some public information. The currently publicly available individual ascension routes of the human empire fall into 3 main categories. The first category is genetic ascension. This is one of the main ascension routes for organic individuals in interstellar space. rooted in material genetics, continuously developed to achieve breakthroughs in four major dimensions: energy level, destructiveness, influence, and survivability. Genetic ascension is further divided into several subcategories based on different developmental routes: martial arts system, superpower system, etc. The second category is mechanical ascension. In interstellar space, consciousness transmission technology and soul-shaping technology have become extremely mature. Organic individuals can become intelligent machines, eliminating disputes over merely having memory data without a soul. Mechanical ascension has become as mature as genetic ascension. Mechanical ascension is also subdivided into many subcategories based on different developmental routes: machine kingdom, intelligent dimension, etc. The third category is spiritual energy ascension. Spiritual energy does not refer to a specific type of energy, but instead denotes all special ascension methods outside of the same ascension. Wudao frowned, a bit confused by what was meant by same ascension. The subsystem quickly provided an explanation. In today's interstellar universe, there has been a debate. Does individual ascension appear after the ascension of civilization, or does individual ascension precede it and drive the ascension of civilization? Although this question is similar to the which came first, the chicken or the egg dilemma, there is a consensus among interstellar civilizations. Mature individual ascension routes can become the ascension routes of civilization. The ascension routes of civilization will also raise the individual ascension limits higher. Therefore, individual ascension and civilization ascension have always been one. Both continuously ascend together, which is the so-called same ascension. Wudao listened thoughtfully. In fact, it's quite simple. Ascension routes that cannot be replicated and spread on a large scale cannot form a civilization relying solely on powerful ascended individuals. Without civilization, how can a few individuals, so few in number, continue to raise the limits of ascension just by the thoughts of a few people on the scale of the universe? Such ascensions that cannot continue to improve and are locked in limits can only be crushed by powerful civilizations like the human empire. So, is the current mainstream ascension route in the interstellar realm just genetic and mechanical? That can't be right. Wudao felt even more confused. However, it at least indicated that the human empire must have other mature ascension routes that have not been made public. Wudao no longer dwelled on it. He had long determined the ascension route he wanted to take, which was the joint ascension of genetics and mechanics, individuals, and civilization. Without hesitation, he invested a full 20 merit points to query detailed information about the two ascension routes. At around 2 in the morning, still at the top of the television tower in the Coalition District, Transformation of the Heavenly Demon. The art of free and unfettered method is just a level 3 genetic martial arts technique, which probably cannot support the main framework. Wudao gazed at the edge of the night sky, his brow furrowed. In his original plan, a person who practiced the auxiliary method free ultimate skill would become an extension of his mind and body, like a queen bee in a hive. No, it's a more pure mechanical and part-based existence. He can incorporate the opponent's body and soul into his own body at any time, a definite demonic method. Adding transformation and mimicry, he could turn himself into a colossal giant or a mechanical planet. But the importance of same ascension is beyond doubt. How can he ensure he can control so many people? In interstellar civilization, the unit used to calculate population numbers is in hundreds of millions, with Blue Star having a population of 80 million. A mature level 1 interstellar civilization must have a total population of at least over 20,000. Below 500 is equivalent to being on the brink of extinction. Even hive mind thinking cannot infinitely split consciousness. It depends on soul strength. Transformation of the Heavenly Demon. The art of free and unfettered method does not enhance soul strength, or rather, most genetic martial arts techniques cannot strengthen the soul. The first problem. Wudao stood up, his eyes moving. Above him, a fighter jet flew by quickly. Zoom. Then, one after another. Seeing this momentum, they don't plan to drop a nuclear bomb anymore. Just as he finished speaking, a mech launched a missile, shooting towards him. Unfortunately, it wasn't a nuclear warhead. Wudao glanced at the image projected by Xiaolan and raised an eyebrow. Oh, so they want to lure me out of the city and then blow it up before the missile could get close? He raised his hand and detonated it with a laser midway. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, reverberating outwards. I heard it. On the phone. And outside. I saw it too. Wait, are you still in the Coalition District? Then I can only wish you good luck. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're doomed. The live broadcast still had a late-night session, with viewership still in the hundreds of millions. This city showed no signs of slowing down, as countless people wanted to leave. Wudao watched the mech fly away, not chasing after it. In a certain underground command room, get the helicopter up, get close and attack, and drones follow and bomb. Deploy biochemical weapons. Even if we can't kill him, we must make him miserable. No matter what method, we must lure him out of the Coalition District. Yes, Wudao frowned immediately. This group of guys was getting a bit frantic. He even saw a suggestion to throw a bucket of feces at him. You really are a talent. Since it's come to this, then let me see how you can maintain your composure. Wudao let out a cold laugh, leaped into the air. Boom! He landed in an administrative building in the central district. Boom! The rooftop terrace exploded directly. A massive crack split down like lightning, and the entire building quickly collapsed. Although the people inside the building were instantly killed by the shock, there were still many people in the plaza and other buildings below. One by one, they screamed and wailed, frantically dodging falling debris. Boom! Wudao broke through the dust and arrived at a neighboring building, throwing a punch. Boom! The ground seemed to shake. The entire building began to collapse from the bottom up, resembling a demolition site. If you don't throw it, your prestige will be swept away. In a live broadcast, Wudao smiled slightly. Chapter 16, Aliens to bomb or not to bomb? That is the question. In the underground operations command room, on the projection screen, one side shows the footage captured by their satellite, while the other side shows the live broadcast by Wudao. Every time a building in the administrative district is knocked down by a gentle punch, the chief counselor's eyelid uncontrollably twitches. It's simply a monster in human skin. Damn Wudao. Damn the live broadcast. Below, a counselor couldn't help but curse. Are the guys in the information technology department all useless? Why can't they shut down the opponent's live broadcast? If it weren't for this damn live broadcast, they would have thrown in the towel long ago. Now that so many people are watching, if they really launch a nuclear bomb in the federal political and economic center, causing a large number of civilian deaths, the consequences would be light if they could safely step down. Don't you understand that yet? Look at the armor on that monster. Does it look like a product of technology that we Blue Star can produce? Do you understand now? If that's the case, then tell me. Does this monster have access to other network information? Come on. A silence fell. The angry counselors also came to their senses, realizing they had voiced the unease that everyone was hiding deep down. The chief counselor looked at the administrative center on the screen, which had turned into ruins, closed his eyes, and spoke indifferently. In that case, there's only one last resort left. In the center of the square below stood a large television screen, which was currently broadcasting news. Interesting. Wudao leaped and descended rapidly. He finally landed steadily in front of the television screen and watched quietly. On the screen, behind it was a blue background, the spokesperson of the Asia-Pacific Federation. A spokesperson from the Asia-Pacific Federation stood behind the podium in the center, solemnly stating, "This alien monster, disguised as Wudao, possesses very advanced technology, is cruel and murderous, and has caused tens of thousands of casualties in our Asia-Pacific Federation. More importantly, the alien monster has been lurking in our human society, constantly learning and imitating, knowing that it cannot resist all of humanity alone. Therefore, it uses high technology to forcefully open live broadcasts threatening platforms, packaging itself with the so-called identity of extreme intent gatemaster. Then, using martial arts techniques as bait, it stirs people's hearts, disrupts social stability, and attempts to subvert the world and enslave humanity. The Federation solemnly warns everyone not to fall into nihilism and to remain vigilant. Remember, there are no free lunches in the sky, only poisons that harm life and wealth. The alien monster wears high-tech armor, moves extremely fast, and can cause great destruction in the city, video footage. Yet the Federation cannot use more powerful weapons. The Federation calls on all countries on Blue Star to unite and resist the alien monster. Not only on television, But this news conference covered all propaganda channels of the Federation, all websites, television, radio, even software pop-ups and mobile text messages. With the strength of a nation, a rapid and broad public relations campaign was conducted. An information bombardment was repeated continuously, with text messages coming in one after another. At this moment, anyone still awake and using the internet or communication devices almost knew about this incident. Wudao's live broadcast is real. Officially defined. My God, alien? Is it true or false? Wudao is an alien. That makes sense. What the hell? What's going on? Knowing the Federation's nature. Even if you say that, it's hard for me to believe. The netizens were in an uproar, and the rulers of various countries on Blue Star were also in a frenzy. What is the Asia-Pacific Federation doing? Is this something that can be said openly? Stupid pigs. Useless. Unknowingly, a crowd gathered in the square. They stood just 100 meters away, intently watching the television news while also taking pictures of Wudao with their phones. Playing with fire. Wudao Buddha play full smila. The actions of the Asia-Pacific Federation were not unexpected for him. In the virtual image device, he had verified countless possibilities, and being labeled as a common alien enemy of humanity was naturally among them. The live broadcast room was still filming the entire time, showcasing his actions to a global audience. Host, they say you're an alien. Do you have anything to say about that? My alien big brother said, when they rule Blue Star, they will give us the cruel 955 punishment. God, what a cruel punishment. 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Humorous, damn. My alien big lord, please come here. Host, is your ultimate freedom technique real or fake? The Federation shouldn't joke about such things. So what happens in this live broadcast should be real. To be honest, compared to the martial arts techniques the host mentioned, I still believe the Asia-Pacific Federation, mainly because your cool armor is too sci-fi, isn't it? So if you learn martial arts, can you pilot a mech? The comments and bullet screens were very lively, speculating on Wudao's identity. According to Shaolan's rough statistics, about 70% believed he was likely an alien. The rest either still didn't believe it or simply didn't care, just enjoying the fun. Wudao removed his head armor, facing the live broadcast room, and slowly said, whether I am Wudao, a Blue Star, or an alien, it doesn't really matter to you. I suppose you don't care either. What matters is whether what I said is true. Wudao suddenly leaped up, flying back to the top of the television tower, standing with his hands behind his back, and spoke softly. I, Wudao, master the extreme intent gate, hereby declare, except for the sinners who impede the advancement of civilization on Blue Star, anyone who is the first to step into the building and stand before me, regardless of gender, age, or identity, I will directly teach them ultimate freedom technique and perform a martial arts baptism for them, directly entering the gate. After a pause, Wudao smiled slightly. Even a beginner in martial arts can possess the strength of thousands of pounds, speed like lightning, and skin as tough as iron, able to ignore ordinary gunfire, and a lifespan of 200 years. The live broadcast room fell silent for a moment. But once the audience digested this news, it was like a giant stone dropping into the lake, instantly exploding. Is it about to start? Is it finally about to start? Damn, why am I not in the Asia-Pacific Federation? Can becoming a beginner make you a little superhero and live for 200 years? Then wouldn't mastering it mean going to the sky directly? It's just the central television tower of the Federation. I've been there before. I'm coming over right now, master. Wait for me. Bro, let me give you some advice. This is very deep water. You can't handle it. I'll go first. Everyone, wait for my good news. Wait, have you all forgotten about the Asia-Pacific Federation? Can they just stand by and watch you go up? Chapter 17. Zhou Yao one spot is ultimately too few to stir up much of a wave. Wudao spoke again. The top 100 will receive my personal guidance, saving years of hard study. But I can't give too much at once. After all, if it comes too easily, it won't be cherished, which is a common flaw of humanity. Therefore, the number of 100 is the most suitable. 100. There's still a chance. I'm coming right now. Bro, aren't you afraid of getting shot? I'm not dead yet. They won't just sit by and watch. Setting aside the reactions in the live stream, below the television tower at that moment, the group of people who just witnessed Wudao up close in the square already had a few young men rushing towards the television tower. They had just seen Wudao fly up, and even the most stubborn of them could only believe in the face of such evidence. Not to mention the young people with strong acceptance. Who would have thought they would be so lucky? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Leading the way was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a yellow robe. He was a delivery guy. He sprinted towards the revolving glass door of the television tower at nearly full speed. If he could get in, and the elevator wasn't broken, he could theoretically reach Wudao in just a few minutes. Behind the delivery guy were 3 men of varying ages, all desperately chasing after him. Wudao not only cast his gaze over, but also shifted half of the live stream screen to focus on these 4 individuals. What is going on? This is the central television tower. Wow, the tower is right ahead, and these people are right below it. Wow, wow, then they can go up right away? Jealousy is tearing me apart. I envy them. It's not that simple, just watch. Indeed, it wasn't that simple. Just as the delivery guy slowed down at the revolving door, moving closer, a loud crack sounded, followed by the shattering of the glass door into pieces, startling the delivery guy, who covered his face and stumbled back. The 3 men chasing behind were also frightened into stopping. The delivery guy's expression was extremely complex, first filled with fear and dread. This was a warning. If he tried to get closer, he would be shot dead. Then came intense unwillingness. For the first time in 20 years, he felt that Lady Luck had smiled upon him. At this moment, he felt as if he was standing in an endless abyss that he would never escape from, a greedy and hideous mouth that devoured all his worth. Ahead was a road to greatness, a path to an extraordinary and brilliant life. Yet between these two was like a chasm, a threshold that seemed impossible to cross. His face twisted in rage, his eyes widened, pupils constricted, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. His hands clenched into fists, then released, then clenched again, repeating this over and over. No, I want to accept this. He roared, his eyes bloodshot. I want to accept it. He shouted angrily, determined to charge forward regardless of everything. 1 step, 2 steps, just 1 more step, and he could burst into the hall. He screamed, using all his strength. Bang! A piercing shriek. His body, leaping in midair, was struck by a tremendous force, blood splattering, and he was sent flying. He rolled several times before finally collapsing beside the lawn. Cough, cough, cough. He kept coughing, blood spewing from his mouth, breathing more out than in. He stared wide-eyed, filled with anger and unwillingness, at the brilliant starry sky. The bullet had entered through his side, piercing his lung, and blood quickly soaked half of his body. The 3 men beside him were trembling in fear, although they were equally unwilling. The lesson from their companion was right before their eyes, and they didn't dare to try rushing in. Should we call an ambulance for him? One of them said softly, unable to bear it. The other 2 couldn't help but roll their eyes. Let us not even mention if the hospital has the capacity to help right now. Just this gunshot. It must have been fired by the Federation. How could the hospital possibly provide aid? Even if they wanted to, the Federation wouldn't allow it. Who knows if the medical staff would sneak in? The delivery guy on the ground was gradually becoming motionless, the unwillingness in his eyes starting to fade. Was this it? A lifetime of failure, dying in the end amidst failure. In his last moments, he hazily saw a shadow descending from the sky. What? Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold rushed in, and his muddled consciousness was instantly jolted awake by this penetrating chill. His body twitched violently, and he opened his eyes wide, like a fish flopping on shore. Yet at least he regained some vitality. However, what soon followed was unimaginable pain, as if countless ants were crawling inside him, gnawing at his organs. Ah! He screamed in agony, writhing in pain. Bang! Suddenly, another gunshot rang out, but it exploded against an outstretched arm, blocking the bullet aimed at the delivery guy. Wudao slowly turned around, his cold gaze directed at the rooftop of the tall building across from the television tower. Seeking death. After saying this, he raised his hand and pointed. A red laser beam shot out instantly, puncturing a small entrance through the forehead of the sniper on the rooftop. In front of me, killing the person I want to save. Do you think I don't exist? Wudao shnurtakudli. The cries of agony below gradually ceased, and the delivery guy was drenched in sweat, gasping for air, his eyes vacant, still reeling from the excruciating pain. "Get up quickly if you're not dead." Upon hearing this, the delivery guy instantly woke up, immediately scrambling to his feet, disregarding everything else, and bowed at a 90-degree angle to Wudao. "Master, I owe you my life. Zhou Yao has no way to repay you, willing to serve as your dog and labor like a horse." Wow, this guy really has no shame. Wah, I want to be the master's dog too. "Master, take me with you." Incredible. He is alive. He really saved him. Whether he is alive or not is not the point. What I care about most now is the first spot still available? All right, you still don't have the ability to serve me. Wudao waved his hand, stopping the other from talking nonsense. Continuing, "Although you did not succeed in standing in front of me, thus not counted in the spots, you, as the first person to rush over, dared to take the risk of certain death, which is commendable." Looking at him, his eyes shining with spirit, standing tall as if reborn, he smiled and said, "As a reward, I will restore your body to its optimal state and pass on the ultimate freedom technique to you, in front of over 100 million viewers." Zhou Yao took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, calming his mind and focusing. A large amount of information naturally floated into his brain. Chapter 18, Global Live Streaming. Body refinement and martial arts. The free and unfettered ultimate skill is a second-tier body refinement technique within the genetic martial arts system. This technique has a significant effect on shaping genetic adaptability, expansiveness, and receptivity. Although it is purely a body refinement technique and does not produce various types of martial energy, nor does it awaken martial abilities in learners, it merely deeply develops genetic potential and physical fitness. However, this also makes free and unfettered ultimate skill one of the most suitable techniques for non-special beings to build their martial foundations. This technique is divided into 13 layers, each layer representing a different method of developing genetic potential through body refinement. Therefore, this technique can assist organic individuals in developing their genes up to a maximum of 13 times. After practicing the first layer and completing the first genetic development, if the improvements in various aspects begin to become very small or even negligible, it indicates that the body refinement and development effects of this layer have reached perfection, and one can proceed to the next layer for study and genetic development. Be careful not to skip layers in practice and development. Otherwise, one may suffer physical injuries at best or experience genetic collapse and die on the spot at worst. The growth of an individual's genes may be limitless, but this technique has limitations on the depth of development. Therefore, when one finds that even using the next layer's body refinement method does not yield much improvement, it means that the limits of genetic development with this technique have been reached, and one needs to seek more advanced martial arts techniques. A friendly reminder from the sect leader. This is a subtle way of saying it. You won't take it seriously, will you? If the upper limit of genetic development is at 5 layers or below, it means the genetic martial arts aptitude is extremely low. If the upper limit is above 5 layers, the higher it is, the greater the genetic martial arts aptitude. If one can break through 10 layers, they're a genius in genetic martial arts and can come find me for personal cultivation. The above serves as the prologue introduction. Following this, there is a large amount of graphic text, free and unfettered ultimate skill summary. Genetic development is a process of self-transcendence, a sublimation after the physical body's cells and the souls will undergo painful training. First layer, self-suffering. A series of glowing, blurry human figures constantly move in Zhou Yao's mind, and his body unconsciously follows suit. Each action, almost anti-human, stimulates the subtle tremors of the physical cells, igniting energy in a static state. More than 20 minutes quietly pass, during which no one comes to disturb. At this moment, Zhou Yao is performing the last action of the first layer of body refinement. He lies on the ground in a scorpion-like pose, right leg raised high, arms crossed, fingers supporting the ground. Then, using his left foot as the center, his fingers slowly move clockwise. As sweat falls in the rain, after just one circle, the ground beneath Zhou Yao is soaked with sweat. Remember to absorb enough bodily energy before practicing. Wudao, watching Zhou Yao switch legs and hands and begin moving counterclockwise, says, during practice, You must also ensure that your body has sufficient energy supply. The current condition is to eat high-compression, high-calorie food. Zhou Yao's face is contorted in pain. His features twisted with a mix of snot and sweat, and his face is incredibly red. Completing the counterclockwise circle, Zhou Yao suddenly collapses, lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Gasping for breath, he looks at Li Wudao with eyes devoid of life, like a dead dog. While practicing the first layer, my transmission will forcibly correct your movements and breathing methods, saving you a lot of time to quickly complete the first genetic development. Li Wudao turns around, hands clasped behind his back, and slowly says, "Even so, you must learn to constantly feel the subtle changes in your body during practice. You must thoroughly learn the breathing method. With the body refinement methods of free and unfettered ultimate skill, you need to understand both the how and the why. Only then can you go further. You're my first student in passing on the technique. Do not disappoint me." Zhou Yao grits his teeth and struggles to get up. Despite feeling utterly weak in pain, with his insides burning, he still forces himself to his knees and hoarsely says, "Sect leader, your advice, Zhou Yao will remember. Your kindness, Zhou Yao will never forget." With Zhou Yao's words, it essentially marks the conclusion of the first martial arts body refinement training broadcasted globally. The live stream room transitions from silence to activity, with a flood of comments and bullet screens. This person speaks so eloquently, really getting into character quickly. Is this the so-called free and unfettered ultimate skill method? Isn't it just crawling on the ground in a strange posture? The movements are ugly and exhausting. It feels like a joke. I tried it myself, and I twisted my waist on the first move. Is this something a human can do? So this delivery guy named Zhou Yao did the whole thing, right? So that is how it is. This is what passing on the technique means. Without the host's guidance, mastering the movements along with that strange breathing rhythm and numerous subtle motions, I can't imagine how much time and energy would be spent, or how much pain would be endured. There's a wise one here. Li Wudao noticed this fleeting comment. Though rough, it holds truth. Without his assistance, it would be quick for Zhou Yao to enter the door in 2 years. As for the method of assistance, he left a cell containing his Hive consciousness within Zhou Yao's body. A project meant to spread to everyone on Blue Star and every being that would become part of his flesh and blood empire in the future. Because of the Hive consciousness, their thoughts are connected, and each cell is an extension of him, with no independent consciousness existing. Moreover, he does not want Zhou Yao to have to control his body personally during every practice. The Hive consciousness cell usually remains in a dormant state to avoid distracting his attention and energy. Thus, Li Wudao programmed a physical control process for the first layer of body refinement with the help of Shaolin, using the Hive consciousness and transformation of the heavenly demon to control Zhou Yao's body and complete a round of body refinement. Once Zhou Yao learns free and unfettered ultimate skill and can achieve physical transformation and mimicry, he will be able to turn Zhou Yao into a mechanical screw or a muscle fiber within the flesh and blood empire. This is a high-compression energy agent. For each practice, 2 to 3 drops are sufficient. Zhou Yao, with his blood color fading and a somewhat pale face, is filled with embarrassment. "Sect leader, you have given too much." I. What's the fuss about, big man?" Li Wudao shot him a glare and said sternly, "Take this. Then go find a room in the TV tower to start practicing. Come out when you feel you have the strength to protect yourself and can escape under the siege and capture of an entire nation." Tears well up in Zhou Yao's eyes as he answers loudly, "Yes." Sect leader. Chapter 19. Yu Yingming. Chang Yifeng. Zhou Yao walked into the television tower and never came out again. No, he should be someone capable. Zhou Yao is an exception, not on the list of 100. From now on, it's the real life and death selection. Bang! Another crisp gunshot rang out. The screams were piercingly tragic. On the first floor of the television tower, one of the 3 fell in front of the revolving door. He was shot in the waist, injuring his spine, and his lower body lost all sensation. Rapid blood loss made him feel cold all over. "Master, save me. Please save me," he shouted desperately. Li Wudao remained expressionless, even cutting half of the live broadcast screen to the floor below. "Master, please save me." The man howled, using his hands to push against the ground, trying to crawl inside. Li Wudao was unmoved. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. In his screams, the fear of death shattered his sanity. Why won't you save me? Why won't you save me? Li Wudao, you bastard. Boom. A bright blue beam descended from the sky. After a violent explosion, everything at the scene vanished, leaving only a charred hole. The two people not far away trembled all over, their eyes blank. They didn't understand what was happening. It was then that Li Wudao let out a cold snort, then recovered his head armor, standing still. Damn, that scene just now, which seemed to be a deep master-disciple bond, almost made me forget that the host isn't a good person. Is it still necessary to say that? Shouldn't it just be? I'm going for it. Everyone wish me luck. You really aren't afraid of death. In the western region of Dongdaf, Mijo, at the international airport, in the VIP waiting room, Yu Yingming looked at the live broadcast on the tablet in front of her, her delicate face frowning tightly. Zhou Yao, really's a lucky guy. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A strong man in his 30s in a suit pushed the door open and approached Yu Yingming's side, respectfully saying, Miss, Dongdaf has just issued an emergency order to seal the borders. Now the national airlines have suspended flights, and we'll have to go by ground. Yu Yingming frowned even deeper. Aren't diplomatic procedures possible? No, Dongdaf has activated first-level combat readiness. Let alone diplomacy. Any flying object crossing will be intercepted and attacked. Then we'll go by land. I don't care what method you use. Just get to the Hellion district as quickly as possible. Yes. Old Chong, you're simply crazy. Don't you see how old you are? In the outskirts of a city in northwest Dongdaf, bordering the Asia-Pacific Federation in the dense forest, Chong Yifeng smiled at the farewell words from his old buddy in front of him. It's exactly because I'm over 50 that I want to give it my all. Behind him stood a group of silent mercenaries, all dressed in jungle camouflage combat gear and fully armed. The next day morning, the sun rose, with clouds swirling. It looks like it will be a good day again. In countless places, in countless secret rooms, on countless displays, a tall, imposing, and mysterious armored figure stood atop the television tower, facing the rising sun, arms outstretched. Golden sunlight illuminated him, reflecting dazzling rays, as if a deity had descended to the world. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes that never rested day and night, the armor shed away, revealing a handsome young man dressed in loose training clothes. The young man suddenly leaped dozens of meters high, floating lightly, landing on the tower's lightning rod on one leg, like a golden rooster standing tall, as steady as a mountain. Then the young man danced, making various bizarre postures that ordinary people could hardly understand. But unlike Zhou Yao, who appeared to have suffered the torments of hell last night, the young man moved gracefully, each action seeming to touch the heavens and the earth, filled with unparalleled charm. Although his training clothes quickly became soaked with sweat, the wet fabric clung to his skin, revealing a perfect figure, further showcasing the beauty of the martial artist's body. Countless people were mesmerized. They had never seen such pure beauty of life on a human body, full of vitality, energy, wildness, and passion. In their minds, there was only one thought. This is true martial arts cultivation. What was that disgusting creature lying on the ground yesterday? The entire process lasted a full hour, with no one disturbing the young man. Is this martial arts? That is the vitality of life. And they are all a bunch of old men nearing death, the youngest of whom is already 60. Cough, cough. Everyone, we should consider how to deal with this enemy now. Uncle Wong, do you have any plans? In the International Hotel at the administrative center of the Hellion District, Yu Yingming held the coffee in her hand, standing by the window, gazing at the television tower just 4 miles away in a straight line. A middle-aged man in his 30s, still in a black suit with a buzz cut, looked energetic. Miss, you also saw the news from the Asia-Pacific Federation. They definitely won't allow anyone to enter the television tower. Just now, the Asia-Pacific Federation's morning news reported a piece of information. In addition to denouncing Li Wudao's brutal killings and calling on the public to remain rational, they emphasized one thing. Last night, the Asia-Pacific Federation killed a total of 48 people who were manipulated by aliens, directly warning all Asia-Pacific citizens. If you dare to go, we dare to kill. Uncle Wong sighed silently before saying, now we can only wait and see. I need to get first. Yu Yingming paused. You can also get second. Uncle Wong smiled bitterly. Miss, I certainly want to secure a spot as well, but this matter really can't be rushed. From my observations, the Asia-Pacific Federation has deployed a large number of snipers around the high points near the television tower, no less than 30. Although there is no visible blockade on the ground, there are many more soldiers hiding in the surrounding buildings, equipped with heavy weapons. Yesterday, someone drove a modified heavy truck trying to rush into the television tower, but was blown to bits by several armor-piercing rockets. Additionally, there are many special forces teams ambushing at various entrances and exits of the television tower. A hard charge is definitely not feasible. We must think of other methods. Chapter 20 Plan. By the time you think of a solution, the yellow flowers will have cooled. Yu Yingming finally turned around, her expression displeased. You must have forgotten? Li Wudao set a 24-hour purge announcement. Uncle Wong was stunned, and then his expression changed drastically. He actually forgot such an important matter, but he couldn't be blamed. The news about the martial arts exhibition and the quota for passing on skills was too shocking. With less than 11 hours left until 6:38 p.m., how much time do you think Li Wudao will leave us? After a while, he put down his cup, took out a special mobile phone from his pocket, and dialed. It's me. Send a video of Zhou Yao's parents to Zhou Yao and attach this phone number. Remember, don't do anything superfluous. After hearing this, Uncle Wong's eyes widened in shock. The young lady has captured Zhou Yao's parents? When did this happen? Yu Yingming looked up and said, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and prepare breakfast. Meeting her calm, yet crazily hidden in different eyes, Uncle Wong shivered and immediately responded, yes. 13 minutes later, ding 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 at the dining table, the phone rang, and Yu Yingming elegantly wiped her mouth. She answered on the third ring. Hello. Who are you? What have you done to my parents? On the other end was a suppressed roar. Zhou Yao, you should thank me. What do you mean? Yu Yingming chuckled softly. Come on, don't play dumb. You should understand. Uncle Wong slowly sat down, listening to both sides' conversation, full of admiration. The young lady has truly grown up. She can quickly clarify the key points and take control of Zhou Yao's parents before other forces. You're right. I should thank you. What do you want me to do? A straightforward person. Yu Yingming said indifferently. Then I won't beat around the bush. Help me become number one. The sooner the better. Do you have a plan? Of course, just waiting for you. At the top of the TV tower. Bang! Li Wudao jumped down from the lightning rod, stretching his body and easing his tense muscles. The third layer of the heavenly demon transformation body, refinement method. The fourth set of exercises was completed, and the current completion rate of the third gene development was 2. Xiaolan's voice came from his mind. After completing 368 sets, the completion rate of the third gene development will reach 100. Reminder, a 10-minute rest between sets is optimal. Completing a set of the third layer takes about 10 minutes. Thus, 368 sets would require about 123 hours, just over 5 days without sleep, to complete the third gene development. Li Wudao nodded, somewhat satisfied with this speed. Once the third gene development is completed, his physical quality should improve by a fraction. The main method and the auxiliary method are the same in nature. Both are pure gene development techniques, divided into 13 layers. However, the effect of the main method's body refinement is somewhat stronger. During the rest between sets, Li Wudao suddenly raised an eyebrow. A person slowly walked out from the underground parking lot on the first floor of the TV tower. It was Zhou Yao. However, at this moment, he was a far cry from the skinny delivery guy of last night. He had shot up more than 10 centimeters in height, reaching nearly 2 meters. His upper body was bare, muscles bulging and knotted, resembling the roots of an ancient tree, surpassing even professional bodybuilders. His muscles were engorged, veins bulging, his hair completely gone, and his face was flushed red with rage. His thighs, thicker than a woman's waist, stretched his loose sportswear like a second skin. He radiated a terrifying aura, like a ferocious beast. Li Wudao frowned slightly. This guy, doesn't he know when to stop? Through the direct observation of the Hive consciousness cells, Zhou Yao's physical condition had reached 1.3, which is 8 times the limit of an average person. The progress of the first gene development had also reached 64. But the cost was the massive death of cells in his body and both his internal organs and muscles were under enormous pressure. The external manifestation was his abnormal engorgement. If he didn't quickly engage in long-term recovery and rest, his gene development potential would rapidly decline. Normal gene development wouldn't present such a situation. Clearly, Zhou Yao had reached this state after continuous, relentless, and exhausting training. The human body is not a machine. Even with sufficient energy supply, flesh, cells, and genes all need time to recover. The information on the techniques Wudao transmitted to him naturally included detailed explanations on this aspect. But Zhou Yao clearly did not listen, nor did he heed the advice that he was strong enough to protect himself before going out. So what was he doing out now? Wudao became intrigued and focused on watching. Dong dong, Zhou Yao looked towards the shadowy side. Come out. I see you. The response was a muffled, weak gunshot. What was fired was not a metal bullet, but a dart filled with anesthetic. Zhou Yao's massive body showed no signs of clumsiness. He suddenly sidestepped and easily dodged it. The anesthetic dart hit the wall, shattering into pieces. Zhou Yao adjusted his stance, forcing out a somewhat sinister smile. An anesthetic gun? You really want to capture me alive? Puff puff, a few more muffled sounds followed. Zhou Yao shifted sideways, hiding behind a vehicle, and again avoided the anesthetic darts. Brothers in arms, I think we can talk. Clang in response, a tear gas grenade was thrown at him. TSK, it seems I need to show you something before we can talk. Zhou Yao smacked his lips, grinned viciously, and suddenly bent his elbow. Bang! The front door glass of a small car shattered instantly. Beep beep at this moment. The entire underground parking lot was filled with the sound of car horns. A large number of glass shards grazed Zhou Yao's bare upper body and face, but left not a single scratch. He extended his right hand, opened the front door of the car from inside, then grabbed the front door with both hands and forcefully yanked it outward. Clang! The front door of the small car was ripped off by him. Ha! Refreshing. Zhou Yao laughed heartily, using the car door as a shield, half squatting as he charged towards the shadows. Open fire. A furious shout rang out. Da-da-da. The penetrating power of the rifle bullets was extremely strong. The car door clearly could not withstand it, piercing through and hitting Zhou Yao's upper body. But Zhou Yao seemed to feel nothing at all, roaring as he continued to accelerate. Like an angry rhinoceros. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he covered several dozen meters, his fierce eyes fixed on a small delivery truck parked against the wall of the garage. 2 fully armed soldiers were hiding behind the truck, raising their guns to fire. He could clearly see the flashes of gunfire, even the shockwaves left in the air by the bullets. Ah! He howled, his shoulder braced against the truck door, burying his head and accelerating again. Charging forward. Chapter 21 Temptation. Finally, Zhou Yao charged head-on into the side of the small truck with an unstoppable momentum. Bang! With a loud crash, the over 2-ton small truck was directly pushed sideways. The soldiers outside the truck reacted quickly and immediately lunged out. However, the soldier inside had nowhere to escape and was struck directly by the moving truck. Puff! The soldier was crushed against the wall behind him by the impact. Cough! He let out a muffled cough, his face turning red. Fortunately, the vehicle's momentum had diminished significantly, and he had braced himself with his rifle against his chest, which absorbed most of the impact, so he wasn't seriously injured. The soldier who managed to dodge was very agile. After diving out, he rolled and immediately crouched down, aiming his gun at Zhou Yao's position. But before he could raise his rifle, a dark shadow flashed past, and with a gust of wind, his rifle was knocked away, injuring his wrist in the process. The soldier wanted to draw his sidearm to counterattack, but a swift kick struck his right shoulder hard. Bang! The soldier was sent flying over a meter into the air as if hit by a speeding vehicle, crashing against the wall and finally collapsing to the ground. Cough, cough. The soldier coughed violently, his body writhing in pain. Huff, huff. Zhou Yao breathed heavily, his head steaming with anger, and his flushed, bald face grinned menacingly. Hey, can you talk now? The pinned-down soldier looked at Zhou Yao's bare upper body, his face filled with horror. You. Zhou Yao followed his gaze and looked down. He saw 5 or 6 bullet tips embedded in the surface of his muscles. Huh, how's that? Just asking if Brother Zhou is awesome or not. Zhou Yao flexed his chest muscles, causing the bullet tips to shake. The soldier's face turned red with anger, unable to speak. Zhou Yao then stepped forward, lifted the 3-ton small truck with sheer strength, and moved it aside. The soldier's legs went weak, and he supported himself on the ground, greedily gasping for air. Zhou Yao snatched the rifle from him and picked up another soldier's dropped rifle. Both of you don't move. If I get startled and accidentally fire, it would be bad. Cough, cough. What do you want to say? The kicked soldier struggled to rise and looked at Zhou Yao. We haven't seen any live broadcasts. What do you want to say? One soldier said in a deep voice. It seems you know nothing. This is troublesome. Zhou Yao frowned. First, take off your weapons, quickly. Under the threat of the gun, the two soldiers had no choice but to remove all their weapons. Now, keep your eyes wide open. Zhou Yao held the front of the rifle with his right hand, pressed it with his left, and then applied force. Crack, crack. To the astonished eyes of the two, the rifle barrel was actually bent little by Zhou Yao's bare hands. How is it? What do you think now? Zhou Yao threw the bent rifle at them. The two soldiers hurriedly caught it, their eyes filled with disbelief. How did you do it? They tried to rationalize with themselves that being hit by a small truck and having bullets lodged in their bodies were reasons for their disbelief. But right in front of them, bending the rifle barrel with bare hands, was something they couldn't self-deceive about. Is this something a human can do? If anyone could bend a rifle barrel, the federal military could clean house from top to bottom. Follow me. Zhou Yao led the two to the TV tower. This central TV tower in the Huaiyang district had already been integrated with tourism, featuring a revolving restaurant and other entertainment facilities for visitors. Last night, there were still some people inside, but a portion was taken care of by Wudao and the rest by the Asia-Pacific Federation. He found a phone and showed the two soldiers various news videos about Wudao. The more they watched, the more shocked they became. At one point thinking they were dreaming. Is he really an alien? I thought the higher-ups were joking. What? The 12 artillery bases are just gone? That person at the top of the tower is Wudao? Zhou Yao then had them focus on the live broadcast footage about him from last night. Half an hour later, in the underground parking garage, still at the staircase entrance. Do you have any thoughts now? Zhou Yao leaned against the wall, fiddling with the bullet tips on his body. Opposite him were two soldiers sitting on the steps, their expressions fluctuating. How about a gamble? If you win, you could become martial arts masters like me, standing at the forefront of the new era. Zhou Yao coaxed. You saw what I was like yesterday and what I am now. There should be no more doubts. Honestly, you're luckier than I am. The master is right above your heads, and with a little effort, you can stand in front of him and receive his teachings. Don't you feel tempted? Or are the federal soldiers really incredibly loyal, willing to die to defend the Federation? Silence. The two soldiers exchanged glances. Although I haven't killed anyone yet, you should understand that my parents are still waiting for me to save them. So don't doubt my resolve. Zhou Yao delivered another strong dose. What are you afraid of? If you lose the gamble, you might just die. Can the Federation really execute your whole family? If you don't choose, you die now. Damn it. Let's do it. It turned out that under the gun's threat, reasoning still worked. Very well, brothers, you will be glad for your choice. Zhou Yao nodded in satisfaction. He then began to explain his plan. You know, this TV tower is being closely monitored. Who knows how many snipers are aiming at it? Going up is certain death. I heard there are at least 3 battalions, totaling over 400 people, one soldier said. So, good things should be shared. We're all soldiers, we're brothers. How can we hog it all to ourselves, right? Zhou Yao looked at the two. The two nodded in realization. Indeed, it's better to share joy than to enjoy it alone. Brother Ding Hui, take these phones too. Show them to the soldiers you think you can persuade. There are 100 spots. So bring more people. Brother Liu Yi, since you have an injury on your shoulder, stay here with me and wait for Brother Ding Hui's good news. Zhou Yao watched as the soldier named Ding Hui suited up, took his handgun, and stealthily slipped out, quickly disappearing around the corner. Zhou Yao's gaze flickered uncertainly. He wasn't sure how the other side would choose, whether they were genuinely tempted by his words and decided to act according to the plan. No one could say for certain. Chapter 22. Recruitment at 9:37 in the morning. Wudao was training on a lightning rod, facing the wind. Suddenly, an armed helicopter approached quickly from the north. What move would he use this time? Wudao glanced sideways. Since the Asia-Pacific Federation classified him as an alien, the attacks against him had not ceased, employing various extreme methods. Missiles, gas bombs, and other weapons took turns to strike. To avoid collapsing the prominent TV tower, Wudao had conducted long-range interceptions. Just as he was about to raise his hand to blow up the troublesome helicopter, he saw two soldiers in the cockpit and gunner's seat frantically waving their hands at him, shouting, "Master, we are here to surrender." Wow, you guys are really honest. Wudao lowered his arm and allowed them to approach. Under the comprehensive information control of Shaolin, in this era of electronic information warfare, all military activities worldwide were happening right under his nose, with no secrets at all. So these two were indeed coming to surrender. However, Wudao's lips curled slightly. "Zhou Yao, what are you doing?" Looking through the binoculars at the armed helicopter that was now less than 100 meters from the TV tower, Yu Yingming angrily shouted into her headset. "If I don't get first place, you can wait to say goodbye to your parents." "No, you won't even have the chance to say goodbye." At that moment, she was on a circular road island just over 700 meters away from the TV tower. Surrounding her were a group of armed personnel in black, unmarked combat uniforms, all led by Uncle Wang. In the shadowy corner of the first floor of the TV tower, Zhou Yao looked up, listening to the woman's voice in his Bluetooth headset, his expression darkening. "Those are my men. Immediately, get them down." Yu Yingming roared, quickly ordering her team to continue advancing. "Damn!" Zhou Yao cursed under his breath while maintaining the call, turning to look behind him. Behind him were nearly 40 strong federal soldiers, all members of the Special Forces team responsible for intercepting anyone entering the TV tower. The situation was developing more smoothly than he had anticipated. In fact, the Special Forces responsible for the interception had long known what was happening through the network. Each of them had their own scheming thoughts, but no one dared to reveal anything first for fear of being dealt with specially during this unique period. The teams led by Ding Hui and Liu Yi, responsible for the underground parking garage, were the last to find out. Only after Zhou Yao stepped forward to reason with them did they realize that everyone was thinking the same way. The few who disagreed with reporting it had no power to resist and were all knocked out. Success was in sight. They just had to wait for the woman to come over, and everything would be fine. But unexpectedly, a problem arose at this moment. "Rocket launcher! Quick, quick, quick!" Seeing someone carrying a single-man rocket launcher, Zhou Yao's eyes lit up, and he immediately called out, "Is that appropriate?" The soldier hesitated. "If you don't shoot, what if the Federation finds out we have a problem? Do you want to be hit by a missile on your head?" Zhou Yao's mind was racing. "All right." The soldier gritted his teeth, immediately kneeling on one knee, setting up, aiming, and firing. Whoosh! The single-man portable poisonous Vine anti-air missile shot up with a burning tail and accurately hit the helicopter's belly. Boom! The fuel tank ignited, resulting in a secondary explosion, and the helicopter instantly exploded into a fireball, crashing to the ground. "Good. Wait for me. I'll be there soon." Yu Yingming ran forward, her phoenix eyes sparkling as she saw the helicopter turn into a fireball. "Hurry up. I have no reason to hold them back anymore," Zhou Yao whispered. "Who are you talking to? Hurry up. Take the high-speed elevator up." Ding Hui behind Zhou Yao urged. The other soldiers were already impatient. Faced with so many people, Zhou Yao couldn't suppress them and could only continue to lead the team forward, not forgetting to say, "Guys, have you discussed who will take first place?" As soon as these words were spoken, the team entering the TV tower from the side door immediately stopped, all heads bowed, eyes darting around. Zhou Yao continued, "I don't care. The Master 1T count me in." Ding Hui, the actual leader, stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "Brothers, calm down. Even if we can't get first place, we can still learn martial arts like Brother Zhou, and the benefits are not weak. So don't overthink it. Don't be like the stupid villains in movies, where the treasure is right in front, but they start infighting, allowing others to reap the benefits. That would be truly laughable." Everyone chuckled, and the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Seeing this, Ding Hui turned to Zhou Yao. "Zhou Yao, tell us the truth. What do you really want to do? Since you're not here for the first place and have already learned martial arts, why are you running around and pulling us in? What is your purpose?" Everyone looked over, sharing the same question. The clearly provocative remark earlier was too abrupt and completely illogical compared to the previous behavior. Zhou Yao remained silent, and after more than 10 seconds, he finally sighed. "All right, I won't hide it from you anymore." Zhou Yao's expression was sincere. There are two reasons. First, My parents are in the hands of a woman, and she wants first place. She will be coming over soon. Everyone looked at each other, surprisingly calm, without blame or anger. After all, everyone had family and could understand. Second, Zhou Yao scanned the 42 elite federal soldiers present. Speaking solemnly, I don't know if you've thought about the future, but if we all obtain the martial arts, we will certainly face coercion and temptation from various forces. You might also find yourself in a situation like mine, with your parents and loved ones kidnapped and threatened. Even if we learn martial arts, we will still be unable to act freely. The soldiers fell silent. This was almost an open truth that was bound to happen in the future. So, Zhou Yao's voice rose, surveying everyone with a deep tone. We need to unite. Individual strength, before reaching the level of the master, cannot resist various organizations and forces. Only by combining all our strengths into one can we make them wary, make them fearful. Then we can protect our families and have time to grow. Although everyone was somewhat moved, they did not express their opinions. Everyone was an adult. Mere words wouldn't convince anyone. Zhou Yao naturally understood this. He lowered his head, opened his waist bag, and took out a blue test tube, displaying it in front of everyone. This thing, I shouldn't need to introduce much, right? Of course not. Anyone who had watched the live broadcast would recognize it. I transformed into this in just one night, all thanks to it, Zhou Yao said. And it only took 4 drops to satisfy all the consumption. I've said what I needed to say. What are your thoughts? Chapter 23, Crazy Woman. Without making Zhou Yao wait too long, Ding Hui took the lead and stepped forward, smiling. Since you said it like this, I have no reason to refuse, right? Strength in numbers. I'm with you. Louis followed suit, stepping forward as well. All right, it's already like this. I can only follow you for now. You don't seem bad. I can listen to you. Hey, we're all listening to you. Hurry up and get that woman moving. The longer we wait, the more dreams we'll have at night. Yeah, hurry up. 42 people responded in unison. Zhou Yao let out a long sigh of relief, his mood soaring as he shouted, Everyone, don't worry. Zhou Yao, will definitely not let you down. He then reopened the communication. Where are you? I've arrived you. Da. The voice in the earpiece was interrupted by a series of intense gunshots. The sound echoed not only in the earpiece, but also nearby outside the TV tower. There are enemies. Ding Hui shouted, quickly looking for cover. All were highly trained special operations teams, and without needing orders, they quickly entered combat mode. What's the situation? Zhou Yao hid behind a large cylindrical column, anxiously inquiring. A group of armed personnel launched a surprise attack, located at the Helium Museum. Their firepower is very strong. Come and assist me. My position is just outside the East Gate parking lot of the TV tower. Damn it. Why is there always so much trouble? Zhou Yao cursed angrily. But cursing aside, he still had to save people. Brothers, let us go save them. East Gate parking lot. Damn, why does it have to be at this time? Lu Yi also cursed with a face full of frustration. Where are the enemies located? Ding Yu immediately inquired. At the Helium Museum, across the road to the southeast. Good. Leave 2 teams with me to provide fire support. The organization was quick and the division of labor clear. Zhou Yao took 2 teams of 20 people and rushed towards the East Gate. Ding Hui and the other 22 quickly moved to the southeast side of the TV tower. Found them, 2nd floor of the museum. Open fire. Let me handle it. A soldier hoisted a rocket launcher. Take this RPG. The rocket crossed the road, accurately hitting the window of the museum's 2nd floor. Boom! A violent explosion shattered the glass. The enemy was clearly stunned by this sudden attack, but quickly organized a counterattack, exchanging fire with Ding Hui and the others. Among this group of men in black, a woman dressed in a black tracksuit, with a single ponytail and a tall figure, stood out prominently. Give me a bulletproof helmet. Lu immediately took off his helmet and threw it over. Zhou Yao glanced deeply at him, said nothing more, and quickly put on. Cover me. Zhou Yao shouted angrily, leading the charge, hand protecting his head as he rushed out. His speed was incredibly fast. Damn! Lu Yi and the others could only grit their teeth and follow. Boom! 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 With a physical quality 8 times that of an ordinary person, Zhou Yao's every step left a shattered dent in the ground. Bullets whizzed past, continuously striking the ground behind him. In less than 10 seconds, Zhou Yao successfully dashed into the parking lot, covering over 200 meters. Friendlies. A gust of wind brushed his face, and Yu Yingming looked at the fierce man who resembled a giant beast, immediately shouting. The surrounding armed personnel didn't look much and quickly turned their guns to continue firing back. Huff! Huff! Zhou Yao gasped for breath, his bloodshot tiger eyes fixed on the woman in front of him. Only at close range did he notice that although this woman was very beautiful and tall, her face was youthful. She looked like she might not even be of legal age. You. He was about to speak when this woman interrupted him. This isn't the time for nonsense. Take me over there right now. Zhou Yao widened his eyes. Just run over there like this? Bullets don't have eyes. Grab my bulletproof vest. We're leaving now. Yu Yingming fearlessly met his gaze, speaking with determination. You crazy woman. Zhou Yao cursed angrily. Damn. If you die, make sure you tell my parents where to find me before you breathe your last. He then grabbed the back of Yu Yingming's bulletproof vest. Her 90-something pound body felt weightless, and he lifted her up like a kitten by the scruff of her neck, holding her to his right side to reduce the target area. Yu Yingming held onto Zhou Yao's waist pack with her left hand to stabilize her body and hugged her head with her right. Let us rush through. On the opposite side, Lu Yi and 20 others used their high shooting accuracy to suppress the enemy while quickly closing in. The combined firepower of nearly 70 people had completely suppressed this unknown armed force, preventing them from showing their heads. Logically speaking, as long as they waited for their personnel to merge and drove into the TV tower, it would be much safer. There was no need to take such a dangerous approach. Do you still want to see your parents? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was interrupted by a cold female voice. Damn it, don't blame me if you die. Crack. Zhou Yao pried off the left car door, holding onto the handle with his left hand to shield his upper body and head. Then he stepped back into a bow stance, bending down and crouching. Whoosh! A fierce wind whipped across his face. Zhou Yao had never felt the air resistance as great as at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets pierced through the car door, embedding in his flesh. Under the extreme exertion, the capillaries under his skin burst, seeping blood. Puffed. In a brief moment of running, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his calf. He'd been hit. As his left leg landed, Zhou Yao's body swayed slightly, almost sending him flying out. Fortunately, he adjusted his center of gravity in time and continued to sprint. Ultimately, Zhou Yao broke through Lu Yi and the others, successfully charging into the TV tower from the east gate. This time, it took him 12 seconds. Ha! 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 Zhou Yao released his grip, letting Yu Yingming go, and leaned on his knees, feeling as if his heart was about to explode. Dizziness set in, and blood rushed through his body. He felt like he was about to burst. Hiss! As soon as Yu Yingming hit the ground, she let out a painful gasp. He saw a tear in her black track pants on her right calf, taking away a piece of flesh, blood flowing. Hurry up! But she didn't waste any time and limped toward the high-speed elevator. Zhou Yao swallowed hard and followed. At this point, he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to this woman. The two quickly entered the elevator. As the elevator doors closed and began to ascend, Zhou Yao leaned against the elevator slightly to catch his breath, looking at the girl who still had a stoic expression but was clearly breathing much more rapidly. He suddenly sneered. Ha! I get it. You don't trust them. Yu Yingming glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, remaining silent. Upon reflection, he thought that he indeed seemed to be a more trustworthy choice. Zhou Yao continued. I've already been imparted the skills by the master, so I'm not counted among the quota and want to compete with you for the first place. Plus, you have leverage over me. What a perfect tool you have here. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Yingming replied with a calm expression. Once the skills are fully imparted, I will naturally take you to see your parents and take you out of the Asia-Pacific Federation. Zhou Yao's bloodshot eyes fixed on the petite woman who only reached his shoulder. It's not just me. There are 43 of us, including their loved ones. Yu Yingming. All right. The elevator reached the observation platform, and the two hurriedly turned into the dedicated top-floor staircase. Each step left a bloody footprint. Yu Yingming's face flushed, her excitement evident as her breathing quickened. Finally, they pushed open the last iron door. Chapter 24. The first place that haunting figure was right in front. Yu Yingming swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and endured the pain in her calves as she held her head high and strode forward. Zhou Yao scanned the surroundings, cautiously following behind to prevent any surprise attacks. She stopped just 2 meters behind the man, staring at his broad back, and said hoarsely, "Li Wudao, am I the first?" Li Wudao slowly turned around, gazing at the girl with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Yes, you are indeed the first. Is that all?" Yu Yingming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't you have anything else to say?" After all her struggles and near-death experiences, she finally earned this first place. "Aren't you even a little surprised? Don't you have anything to say?" After a moment of silence, Yu Yingming couldn't help but ask again. "Huh." Li Wudao seemed to see through her thoughts. After a light chuckle, he spoke softly. "All right, you did catch me a bit off guard, and you have the merit to make me take a second look." Upon hearing this, Yu Yingming immediately clenched her fists. What infuriating guy. Taking a deep breath, she slightly bowed. "Please pass on your skill to me now." "Okay." Li Wudao did not hesitate to establish a model of martial arts in front of a global audience. He would pass on his skill to whoever came in first. With a word, he pointed a finger at Yu Yingming's forehead. A drop of blood infused with his Hive consciousness seeped in. In an instant, it felt like she was struck by lightning. Yu Yingming's Danfeng eyes widened. Her entire body tensed up. Boom! Suddenly, Li Wudao pointed into the air. A bullet that had been shot toward them was intercepted mid-air. Clearly, someone was unwilling to let the first place be settled so easily. But this action undoubtedly angered Li Wudao. Oomph! Li Wudao's left palm split open, revealing an energy cannon aimed at the Guijin Hotel to the right, unleashing a powerful energy blast. A blue energy beam arrived in an instant. Boom! The upper half of the luxurious hotel was blown to smithereens. Li Wudao glanced at him and said lightly, "If you don't stop and regroup after today, your life S limit will be set like this." Zhou Yao's expression froze, respectfully saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Sectmaster. Go." Yes. With the unrelated personnel leaving, Li Wudao focused on Yu Yingming. He first attempted to simulate the microscopic activities of the body under the first level of the free and unfettered skill using Hive consciousness and Shaolan's assistance, aiming for a super-fast development of the first gene. However, to his surprise, it quickly failed. Although both were under his control and their internal changes were almost identical. This pure cellular activity did not yield the expected results after practicing the body tempering method. Instead, it caused damage to Yu Yingming's genes. It was as if the series of external movements required for practicing the body tempering method were a necessary process for gene development. This was a bit idealistic, Li Wudao pundarat, but thinking that the main method could exert more idealistic gene control over the auxiliary method, he felt relieved. However, how did the Dawn subsystem upgrade me? All right. Li Wudao had no expectations and instead inquired how much merit it would take to complete the first level development of free and unfettered skill for Yu Yingming. 20 merit points, tisk. Li Wudao clicked his tongue in displeasure. 20 merit points were enough to exchange for a nearly complete escort ship. But since he had already made the promise, he couldn't go back on his word. He threw out 20 merit points. The exchange completed, and it began immediately. The subsystem rapidly started the gene development for Yu Yingming at the first level of free and unfettered skill in a way that Li Wudao was completely unaware of and couldn't understand. Yu Yingming lay on the ground, her body convulsing violently. So painful, so painful. Yu Yingming screamed in agony. It was a pain that surpassed bodily control and willpower, leaving her completely devoid of self-control, only instinctively screaming. Her eyes bulged, almost tearing at the corners. The development service exchanged from the subsystem was purely gene development, which did not include pain perception masking. It wasn't that it couldn't be done, but that would require a different price. Since Li Wudao himself didn't use it, how could he provide it for her? Amidst the screams, Yu Yingming's body repeatedly melted and deformed at the surface, her genes continuously dissolving and reorganizing. 3 minutes later, the development concluded. Yu Yingming lay on the ground, drenched in blood, her eyes staring blankly at the sky, gasping heavily. I can't understand at all. Li Wudao murmured softly, unable to stop himself. In those 3 minutes, He felt no incoming energy, but Yu Yingming's genetic and cellular structures began to inexplicably reorganize and transform. However, this was normal. If he could understand it, that would be strange. Shaking his head, Li Wudao looked at the still lifeless Yu Yingming and said, "The skill transmission is complete. You have finished the first gene development. You can practice the second level of body tempering on your own." Hearing the voice, Yu Yingming focused her pupils and quickly got up. "My body." Yu Yingming stared in astonishment at her hands. Just a simple action, and she felt a continuous, abundant power coursing through her body. And also, she looked around and saw the remains of corpses tattooed beneath the rubble of the hundreds of meters tall Guijin Hotel. She smelled the acrid smoke and the rich scent of blood. She heard the sound of high-speed elevators rising in the television tower and even the anxious breathing inside the elevator. This is a brand new world. Suddenly, she punched the wall of the lightning rod base beside her with all her might. Bang! The solid and thick reinforced concrete base was dented by her small fist, creating a bowl-sized indentation with cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Aside from a bit of dust, her skin didn't even turn red. "I become stronger. This is the feeling of power." Yu Yingming was overjoyed. Li Wudao continued, "Your potential is quite good, and with a perfect first gene development. Your current physical quality has reached 14 times the limit of an ordinary person." 14 times. At that moment, Yu Yingming focused solely on that number, her eyes shining. Li Wudao chuckled. "That's right. With your current physical strength, neural response speed, and extraordinary senses, as long as you don't encounter large-scale lethal weapons, you can act as you wish in the city, just like me." So amazing. Yu Yingming's enthusiasm grew even more, but she quickly calmed down, looking at Li Wudao, and softly said, "Thank you." Clang! Suddenly, the iron door was pushed open with great force. Chapter 25. Reward. Yu Yingming suddenly turned around, her excitement quickly cooling down, her fiery phoenix eyes becoming vigilant. There, she saw Zhou Yao standing awkwardly at the door. Behind him was a group of excited soldiers, along with Uncle Wang and others who had come with Yu Yingming. Although it was a transaction of benefits, it had helped her a lot, and Yu Yingming's expression relaxed as she silently approached Li Wudao's side. Li Wudao ignored her and looked at the crowd blocking the stairs. "There are still 99 spots. Come to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yao immediately jumped away. In the next moment, like zombies being released, the people crowding the stairs rushed forward madly. "Master, I'm here. Don't rush, don't rush. There are 99 spots for everyone. Then don't shove me." Ding Hui, with an injured arm, was the first to stand in front of Li Wudao, first respectfully greeting, "Master, hello." More than 40 soldiers, along with the 20 or so people brought by Yu Yingming, dared not cause a commotion, fearing to anger Li Wudao. They stood in a row, casting hopeful glances at Li Wudao. "Wait, who are you?" "Damn, it's that group of mercenaries." Before Li Wudao could speak, there was suddenly a commotion from behind. 7 or 8 mercenaries followed a middle-aged man, who had quietly joined the line at some point. "Calm down, calm down." The middle-aged man raised his hands and shouted, "We're unarmed." "Damn, are the people of the back deaf and blind?" They didn't even notice someone sneaking up behind them. Liu Yi, filled with dread, scolded the soldiers at the back. He then quickly stepped forward, pointing his gun at the middle-aged man's face. "Wasn't it enough to get beaten earlier? Now you're here to seek death? Hey, this person looks a bit familiar." Zhou Yao leaned over to scrutinize the middle-aged man. Just as he was about to see clearly, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky, crashing down beside him. "What the hell?" Zhou Yao was startled and quickly stepped back. "Is it you who want to kill me?" Accompanied by a cold, piercing female voice, a blood-stained arm reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man's neck. Chang Yifeng seemed like a cotton ball, effortlessly lifted into the air by that slender arm. Only then did everyone react. Dressed in dark red sportswear, with a blood-stained ponytail and eyes full of murderous intent, it was indeed Yu Yingming. The crowd was first surprised, then all turned envious, especially Zhou Yao, who was most shocked. Just moments ago, she was a delicate girl, and in just a few minutes, she had become so formidable. Is this the power passed down by the master? Cough, cough. Chang Yifeng coughed once, and his face quickly turned red, starting to roll his eyes. As he was about to suffocate, Yu Yingming in her fury, showed no signs of loosening her grip. I remember now. Isn't the boss of that mama company? Zhou Yao suddenly slapped his palm, realizing he appeared during the Master S livestream. Yu Yingming's expression froze for a moment, slightly frowning, but eventually released her grip. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Chang Yifeng slumped to the ground, covering his neck and coughing violently. Chairman Chang Yifeng of Manla? Yu Yingming looked down, her gaze sharp. Do you want to come in first? Who doesn't want that? Chang Yifeng stood up, his expression calm, as if a near suffocation moments ago hadn't happened to him. You dare to follow us? Aren't you afraid of dying? I'm afraid of dying, but I'm also afraid of not getting a spot. Yu Yingming sneered. You've got some guts, but how do you plan to leave here alive? Chang Yifeng fell silent. Suddenly, a piercing shriek sounded from afar, approaching quickly. Everyone present, seasoned from battles, immediately recognized what it was. Missile incoming. They were all gathered at the top of the TV tower, and most were traitors who had betrayed their posts. How could the Asia-Pacific Federation let this slide? Get down. As he watched the rapidly enlarging black dot in the sky, Ding Hui's pupils constricted, and he shouted loudly. Except for the indifferently Wudao, everyone, including Yu Yingming, lay flat on the ground. Boom! Li Wudao raised his hand and pointed, shooting out a laser that intercepted and detonated in midair. Everyone looked up and felt a wave of relief. Before they could get back up, another series of shrieks followed as countless black dots shot down from above. These same old tricks are getting boring, Li Wudao said, uninterested as he waved his hands. A semi-transparent azure energy shield rapidly expanded, covering the entire top of the TV tower. Dozens of missiles exploded against the shield, flames rolling and churning, making everyone feel as if they were in a furnace, their hearts racing with fear. However, there was no sound or heat transmitted through. It was eerily quiet. All right, Li Wudao spoke, drawing everyone's attention. All 74 of you present are in the running for the spots. Get ready to receive the power transfer. Before they could get excited, Li Wudao flicked his wrist, and countless invisible blood threads precisely targeted each person's forehead. Subsequently, just like with Zhou Yao, the Hive consciousness connected, implanting the first layer of the body refining method into their bodies. Instantly, screams erupted. However, since there was no need to treat fatal injuries, they didn't have to endure pain for as long as Zhou Yao. It stopped in just a few seconds. Li Wudao looked at Chang Yifeng, who was drenched in sweat, as if he'd been pulled from water, and smiled. Old Chang, you really dare to fight. Hey, I have to fight, or I'll embarrass the master. Chang Yifeng wiped the sweat from his face and forced a smile. As I said before, if the live stream satisfied me, I would pass on the technique to you. You did well. Come here. Li Wudao beckoned. Excitement flashed in Chang Yifeng's eyes, but he quickly lowered his head to hide his emotions. He then bowed to Yu Yingming in front of him. I'll give you a satisfactory answer later, but please step aside for now. The master wants me to go. Yu Yingming narrowed her eyes, said nothing, and stared at Chang Yifeng, stepping aside. The soldiers who had gotten back up also cleared the way, casting various looks, scrutinizing, curious, envious, disgruntled. Master. Chang Yifeng approached, performing a mock bow. Li Wudao said, the spots for the power transfer are earned by you. The reward from the live stream must be something else. What do you want? This question immediately made everyone present's eyes turn red, each one staring intently at Chang Yifeng's back. They didn't need any extravagant rewards. Just being able to surpass countless others like the first place was enough. Even Yu Yingming's face darkened as she looked at Chang Yifeng, her gaze icy. Chapter 26, Roar. Even after years of ups and downs in the business world, Chang Yifeng, who prided himself on his excellent expression management, couldn't help but show a moved expression at this moment. But he eventually bowed his head and said, how can one ask for a reward? It is my fortune to be appreciated by the sect leader. Upon hearing this, Yu Yingming's eyes widened. What a shameless guy, over 50 years old, and so humble in front of someone the same age as her. TSK, old Chang, you still know how to talk. Although she knew it was just an old man's flattery, Li Wudao, adhering to the saying that one should not strike a smiling face, shook his head with a smile and said, since that's the case, then you can follow me for now. Yes. Chang Yifeng immediately stood behind Li Wudao. Yu Yingming glanced at Li Wudao, knowing that she couldn't move Chang Yifeng now. Then her gaze fell on Chang Yifeng's face, and she said, "Don't forget what you promised." The missile offensive from the Asia-Pacific Federation had long ceased, and the blue energy shield showed no signs of damage. "Let's leave it at that," Li Wudao said, shutting down the temporary energy shield generator in his body. This was said in the live broadcast room. The live stream had never been interrupted. Everything that had just happened was witnessed by over 100 million people. The first place is actually a woman. Isn't anyone going to open a box? Found it. The daughter of Yu Ziyuan from the Dongda Fuzhou provincial government, a student from Hongyan City No. 6 Middle School, Class 4 Grade 2, and most crucially, a classmate of Li Wudao. Wow, a dark plot. This is a dark plot. Did you see that woman's speed just now? It's too exaggerated. Martial arts. Martial arts. Not fake. Will the host fully disclose the martial arts techniques? There's still more than 20 spots left. There's still a chance. At 11:08, time was running out. Let us go. After Li Wudao finished speaking, his figure was covered by black armor, and he then soared into the sky with Chang Yifeng in tow. "Follow me. Let us leave together." Over 40 soldiers looked at Zhou Yao, who nodded to them, and the matter was settled. The more than 20 armed personnel, led by Uncle Wang, naturally took their orders. On the contrary, the 6 or 7 mercenaries who had come with Chang Yifeng now looked tense. Yu Yingming cast a glance at them, her killing intent palpable. The mercenaries instantly understood and hurriedly nodded in agreement. How Yu Yingming led a group of armed personnel to break out fiercely, killing gods and Buddhas alike, is not the focus for now. Li Wudao had already brought Chang Yifeng to an inconspicuous scrap station on the outskirts. "Just stay here and don't move. I'll go buy 2 oranges." Li Wudao patted Chang Yifeng's shoulder and walked forward. Wrapped in a layer of basic armor by Li Wudao, Chang Yifeng was puzzled and completely didn't understand, but he knew he was just watching, so he stood still. The scrap station not only had 2 large iron gates, but also a guard booth. Li Wudao walked unsteadily, his armor transforming into ordinary casual clothes, and approached the guard booth to peek inside. He saw an old man, older than Chang Yifeng, holding a phone and intently watching a beautiful woman on the screen. "Hey, old man, watching a live stream?" The sudden voice seemed to startle him. The old man jumped and dropped his phone on the ground. "Damn, you young people, you almost scared me to death." The old man shouted with wide eyes and a strong voice. After shouting, he picked up his phone, fumbling around. "Young man, what are you talking about?" The old man looked completely confused. Li Wudao glanced at the beautiful woman still on the old man's phone, then turned to Chang Yifeng behind him and shouted, "Old Chang, how many internet companies are still not broadcasting my live stream?" "I'm all set." Li Wudao clapped his hand. "So, the question arises, where did you find the beautiful live streamer, old man?" The old man's face momentarily stiffened, but quickly turned back to confusion. He slowly walked to the middle of the scrap station, twisted open a door, and meandered to a secret room. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "I wonder how you all feel right now, hiding down there, watching me live stream." What to do? What to do? He asked right above us. He knows our location. Below ground, a group of congressmen had completely shed their usual pretenses, stripped of their ridiculous facades, leaving only the most primal fear. "It's over." Some sat blankly, slumped in the symbolic seats of power. "Ridiculous. Extremely ridiculous. This guy's been playing us all along." Some shouted angrily, throwing everything they could see. The chief congressman looked at the chaos below, his expression shifting from sorrowful to sinister. "If we're all done for, what does the Federation even matter?" "Li Wudao, you forced us." "Ha, clown." Li Wudao casually pointed, shooting through the last guard still alive in the room. Then he grabbed the elevator and with a series of creaks, dismantled it into pieces, exposing the elevator shaft. Energy beam cannon in the chest chamber. Deep blue energy rapidly condensed. Energy fully charged and fired. Boom! An energy beam over a meter in diameter penetrated underground. Rumbling sounds of a muffled explosion were covered underground, until finally flames and heat burst out of the elevator shaft, declaring that everything underground had been purified by fire. Subsequently, Li Wudao shot up into the sky without stopping. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, he rapidly ascended. "Let me show you a fireworks display," Li Wudao said with a smile, pointing his hand. Before the crowd could comprehend what was happening, the screen showed only a fleeting red, followed by complete darkness. But then the screen lit up again. This time, it switched to an ultra-long shot. In the frame, a violently expanding white light mass rapidly grew, eventually blooming like a flower bud and silently exploding. A terrifying shock wave swept through the clouds, turning into rolling waves. Seconds later, boom! The sound of thunder exploded in the ears. The rumbling turned into substance, stirring up dust everywhere. The livestream room was dead silent. The blooming white flower in the frame disappeared. Intense flames shot into the sky. Thick smoke spread out, forming a characteristic mushroom cloud. More than 10 seconds passed, and finally, comments began to appear in the livestream room. Chapter 27. Killing the chicken. It's really exploded. A nuclear bomb. I can't believe I can see a live broadcast in my lifetime. Has the Asia-Pacific Federation gone crazy? Of course they haven't gone crazy. They are just ruthless. Ruthless enough to want everyone to accompany them in death. No. How are you so sure they are all hiding underground? Hey, doesn't anyone care about the host? What's there to care about? If the screen is black all the time, I would suspect the host is actively seeking death. But if the screen can switch instantly, and you still doubt it, then you must be out of your mind. Where's the host? Come out quickly. As the mushroom cloud in the image began to dissipate, the screen shifted to reveal a handsome face. Hello, everyone. My survival must disappoint some, right? Wudao said with a smile. I knew it. I'm not surprised at all. I could guess the outcome, but how did you survive, host? The center temperature of a nuclear explosion reaches over 100 million degrees. No carbon-based life could survive in such conditions. Even with armor, it wouldn't work. The host must have used some clever trick. Hee, there are quite a few smart people. Wudao sincerely replied. Actually, the Asia-Pacific Federation didn't just launch one nuclear warhead. Before they died, these guys almost threw out all their stockpiles, indiscriminately striking the entire surface. But I intercepted and controlled them, leaving only one behind. The surface. It was still the junkyard. Wudao inserted 8 energy coins into his body and slowly walked outside. Reflecting on what had just happened, Wudao had a somewhat inexplicable expression on his face. Before ascending, he had wrapped a part of his flesh around the energy coins and thrown it into a corner. When the nuclear bomb exploded, 90% of his body was annihilated in an instant with no resistance. Nuclear weapons have a place even in interstellar warfare, and they are quite effective against energy shields and directional shields. The cell tissue left in the junkyard was less than 5%. Although the hive mind had clear thoughts and complete cognition, its thinking and reaction capabilities had rapidly declined, not much stronger than an ordinary person. Then, relying on the 3rd level of the transformation into the celestial demon, he quickly split the cells, and with sufficient energy supply, he restored all his states in just a few seconds. Although this technique's damage output isn't high, its ability to save one's life is unquestionable. Master. As he arrived at the door, Chang Yifeng respectfully greeted him. Beside him stood an old man with a complex expression. Continue, there are still some scattered nails to pull. Wudao said, raising a hand. Chang Yifeng was taken aback at first, then sighed helplessly and obediently extended his neck. Let's go. Next, countless people through the live broadcast witnessed those big shots from the Asia-Pacific Federation, who frequently appeared on television, all getting shot in the head one by one. Moreover, each time there were 2 screens. One showed Wudao's indifferent face in midair. The other showed various scenes from safe houses and secret rooms, even providing close-ups of the ones getting shot in the head. He almost laid bare his ability to control the information network. This process continued until 4:35 in the afternoon. Most of the time was spent on the way. Wudao traveled through all 12 districts surrounding the East Great House of the Asia-Pacific Federation, even running into acquaintances. Southwest region of the Alliance District. Amidst a residential building complex in the suburbs, Wudao descended with Chang Yifeng onto a rooftop. At a glance, gunfire was dense below, lively as if it were New Year's. More than 10 armored vehicles, 6 heavy tanks, and hundreds of soldiers had tightly surrounded the row of buildings. Above, several armed helicopters hovered. Various firepower continuously bombarded the residential buildings. Explosions and flames relentless. Li Wudao scanned around and finally looked up at the last helicopter. Through the glass, he saw a middle-aged fat man in military uniform. This man was the last actual ruler still alive in the Asia-Pacific Federation. Li Wudao raised his hand, pointing with his index finger. The live broadcast was ready, just waiting for the final head explosion. "He is mine." Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. Then, a figure abruptly flew out from the top floor window, covering a diagonal distance of over 30 meters, grabbing onto the helicopter's landing gear. Hee. Someone voluntarily appeared in front of a global audience, personally showcasing their martial prowess. Li Wudao naturally enjoyed the show and withdrew to watch. Still in that black tracksuit, but this time not only was it riddled with bullet holes, but it was also covered in dark red blood, as if pulled out from a blood lake. Yu Yingming used her arm with strength, supporting herself with her left hand while her right hand became a blade, piercing into the abdomen of the cabin like cutting tofu. Then she continuously tore outward with both hands. The hard fuselage was no tougher than cardboard in her hands. Da-da-da. The sound of gunfire erupted. Yu Yingming had nowhere to hide, yet she didn't need to dodge. The power of the handguns required her only to slightly lower her head to shield her eyes and throat, the two more vulnerable spots. The bullets hitting her would only break the skin at most. Damn it, a monster. She's simply a monster. The middle-aged fat man shouted until he ran out of bullets, unable to stop Yu Yingming from drilling into the fuselage. "Steady now, I won't kill you." Yu Yingming stared at the fat man, but her words were directed at the pilot behind her. Gulp. The pilot's hand, which had been holding the gun in midair, couldn't lift it anymore. He swallowed hard and turned around, pretending to be deaf and blind, focusing on controlling the damaged helicopter. "Was it you who chased me all the way?" Yu Yingming took a slow step forward, her voice low. Since she led over 70 people down from the television tower, attacks from all directions hadn't stopped, killing one batch after another while running. Now here, tanks and helicopters had shown up. The team of over 70 was now down to about 40. Even she didn't know how many bullets she had taken. How could she not be furious? You listen to me. Just killing me is meaningless. I can help you." But Yu Yingming suddenly seemed to remember something, turned her head to survey her surroundings, then took out her phone, which had miraculously not been damaged. Without needing much operation, she randomly clicked into an app, and it automatically jumped to the live broadcast room. Then she saw her own front-facing image, covered in dirt and blood with disheveled hair. Forget about her appearance. If it weren't for her long hair, it would be hard to distinguish between genders. Crack! Her palm clenched tightly, and the phone instantly shattered into pieces. "Really, I bang." The middle-aged fat man, still begging for mercy, suddenly fell silent. It was because a cracked sneaker had stomped down on a watermelon, splattering red and white fruit flesh all over the wall. Chapter 28, Small Movements Thud. The corpse fell from the helicopter in midair and landed in the center of the battlefield. The force was so great that it smashed the body into a pulp. However, the clothing and the damaged helicopter told the soldiers everything they needed to know. The commander was dead. Moreover, he had been beheaded by that woman who jumped onto the helicopter. No more fighting. "I surrender." The helicopter pilot, who had successfully made an emergency landing, jumped down from the cockpit, smoothly knelt, and raised his hands high. The gunfire grew quieter. Yu Yingming slightly bent her knees and jumped above the helicopter, her cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield. "Everyone stop." Her icy words echoed around. The battlefield quickly fell silent. The soldiers in the middle of the building reacted quickly, immediately throwing down their guns and raising their hands. "We surrender." In the floors, the squad leaders responsible for leading the assault paused their attack, exchanged quick glances with their soldiers, and immediately reached a consensus to turn and run outside. Surrendering was not an option. Who knew if they would be held accountable later? Better to run first. Bang! The wall of the residential building on the third floor suddenly exploded, and a massive figure jumped out, picking up 2 pieces of broken bricks and throwing them over while shouting. Although the voice was loud, unfortunately, the aim was off, and the bricks barely missed. However, the whistling wind frightened the two, causing them to roll and scramble into the adjacent floor. "Ha!" Zhou Yao spat out a mouthful of dust, his face turning red and twisted in pain. "Damn it, that hurt like hell." His upper body was riddled with bullet holes, many of which had penetrated into his muscles, blood flowing profusely. Despite his enhanced physical condition, facing a barrage of gunfire from multiple people still forced him to cower and flee, especially since he didn't know how to handle a gun. When he held it, the bullets flew everywhere, scaring his teammates half to death. The pursuing soldiers scattered like birds and beasts, with the tanks and helicopters fleeing the fastest. Yu Yingming and the others could not pursue them and immediately came out of the building. They gathered at the helicopter where Yu Yingming was located. After a low conversation, following Yu Yingming's gaze, they saw two armored figures on the rooftop. Master Zhou Yao's earlier playful expression immediately froze. Li Wudao looked at him and shook his head slightly. This guy was already on the verge of collapse from excessive strain. If he could rest and recover properly, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, after more than half a day of fighting, although his genes hadn't completely collapsed, the level of damage was significant, and his potential for development would inevitably decrease. Of course, in this universe, nothing is absolute or certain. Zhou Yao's situation could be resolved with just a gene repair solution. It would cost only 5 merit points in the Dawn subsystem for exchange. But what does that have to do with Li Wudao? All right, he still had to distribute the remaining quota. This master was not a person who breaks his word. Master, watching Li Wudao disappear into the sky, Zhou Yao murmured, his expression gloomy. As the person involved, he certainly understood the state of his body. It felt as if a void had opened up inside him, with strength and nutrients leaking out. Bang! Li Wudao and the others descended from the sky, landing on the TV tower. As their gaze swept across, they saw that quite a few people were already standing at the top. Master! Master! A group of people greeted in unison. Oh, just 26 of them. Saves me quite a bit of time. Li Wudao didn't care about what had happened here or who these people were, waving his hand to release the Hive consciousness. Immediately, the crowd lay on the ground, wailing and rolling in agony. Let's go. They soared into the sky again. Zhongzhou, Yuehu West Building, Bamboo Garden. As a tranquil garden within the second ring of Zhongzhou's capital, this place was home to the top echelon of the entire Eastern Great Mansion Pyramid. In the quaint courtyard filled with ancient charm, Li Wudao, dressed in a dark robe, lounged in a rocking chair, admiring the beautiful sunset view visible over the low wall. Inside, TSK, I've never lived in such a nice house in my life, all thanks to you, old Chong. Master is joking. These are just mundane things. How could they catch your eye? Chong Yifeng sat on a small stool, steadily pouring tea. Mundane things, huh? Hee. Old Chong has something to say. Li Wudao shot a sidelong glance at Chong Yifeng, chuckling. Master's insight is like a torch. Chong Yifeng lifted the teacup, saying, Master, please drink tea. Li Wudao did not accept it, saying lightly, although I enjoy life, I dislike being tied up and put on airs. Chong Yifeng raised his hands in the air, not daring to move. You just called them mundane things. Why use these mundane things to chain me and shackle me? Li Wudao stood up, speaking indifferently. Put away your little tricks and thoughts. There won't be a next time. Chong Yifeng's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and he threw away the teacup in his hand, standing up with his head bowed. Master is right. What are they talking about? I can't understand. Old Chong isn't being honest either. So that's what it means. I understand now. Huh? So what does it mean? Isn't it just following the streamer and watching the wealthy fellows' secret lives? Secret life. In the past, the wealthy fellows rarely revealed how indulgent and extravagant they were, fearing it would provoke us poor folks. In the future, well, let us wait and see. Isn't this obvious? Old Chong is trying to put a leash on the streamer. What kind of leash? One called money, power, and desire. The so-called leash of upper-class life. If the streamer really falls into the trap and gets tied up, even with extraordinary power, they can become their dog. From now on, you all better be cautious. Having power alone won't cut it. Got it. Wow. Even like this, streamer. Why don't you just kill him? Did you see that? They want to kill you. Li Wudao's left eye sparkled slightly, and a beam of light shot out, forming a projection in front of him, showcasing the live stream that had never been turned off. Chong Yifeng glanced quickly, his head shrinking even lower. All right, I won't blame you. After all, you're not a lonely old donkey. You have weaknesses. Li Wudao suddenly changed the subject. Chong Yifeng felt a heavy burden lifted off his shoulders, said nothing, and simply clasped his fists in respect. Wudao ignored him, pointing the live stream camera at himself, and spoke indifferently. Since you dare to hide behind and make small moves, I'll give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, if you don't appear in front of me voluntarily, I'll have to go find you myself. Chapter 29 Gene Liquid. What the hell? What the hell? What is going on? Why don't I understand again? I said it. Lao Chong has never seemed like such a stupid person since the broadcast started. It was only to take such risks. Turns out he was threatened. I checked. Chong Yifeng has quite a few wives and children. Even has 3 grandsons. He has quite a few wives too. I surprisingly don't find it strange at all. The conversation has gone off track. The Eastern government clearly doesn't want to confront head-on. They want to wear him down with soft measures, but unfortunately, it was seen through right away. Good. Just like that. I want to see blood flowing like a river. No. This time I'm at the Eastern government. After Wudao finished speaking, he moved the camera away, leisurely sat down, and waved to Chong Yifeng, who was standing awkwardly. Come, sit down. It's 10 minutes. Such a long time is enough for a person's life. Just wait slowly. Chong Yifeng felt his scalp tingle and sat down awkwardly. I think I understand what you want. Wudao shook his head, sigh. Middle-aged people just don't speak smoothly. If you want something, just say it directly. Afraid that being too old will hinder your martial arts path? Although it has some impact, but you're not even 60 yet. As Wudao spoke, he reached into his pocket. Chong Yifeng's eyes followed closely, filled with anticipation. Wudao paused for a moment, looking at him with a smile. Lao Chong is quite an ambition. Were you scared by that little girl before? Chong Yifeng's old face turned red. I'm not afraid of the sect leader laughing at me. I was really scared to death when she grabbed my neck. And you didn't say a word. I almost couldn't hold on. I was nearly choked to death later, and couldn't say anything. Crack. In a secret safe house in Zizhou, a slender, crystal-clear jade hand suddenly tightened. A brand-new phone was crushed into pieces in just a few minutes. There were 2 neatly shaped, lightweight, yet highly aesthetically pleasing cylindrical needle-free injectors. Under the transparent glass, green and blue liquids emitted a mysterious glow. The eyes of Chong Yifeng and the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast all fell on them. One was a gene repair liquid, and the other was a gene optimization liquid, capable of solving your current problems. Wudao didn't beat around the bush and directly tossed one to Chong Yifeng. First, inject the green repair liquid, then inject the blue optimization liquid 3 minutes later. Chong Yifeng hurriedly caught it, looking at the 2 cold injectors in his hand. His heart raced. Then, without any hesitation, following the simple instructions on the green injector, he aimed at his arm and injected it. As the green liquid entered his body, he could clearly feel a cold sensation spreading throughout. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask, Sect leader, what are the specific effects of this? Effects? Wudao countered. What aspect of the effect are you asking about? This, Chong Yifeng stammered, unable to articulate. Wudao understood and said, this is the most basic pure version. The repair liquid is responsible for repairing the genetic damage caused by various postnatal reasons. The optimization liquid is for optimizing your innate deficiencies, such as congenital hearing weakness, weak bones, etc. Wudao concluded. So, they only pull your inherent talents to their limits, and cannot raise your upper limit out of thin air. Understood. Thank you for clarifying, sect leader. Just as Chong Yifeng finished speaking, his body began to undergo obvious changes. He suddenly involuntarily fell to the ground, horrified to try to speak, but couldn't make a sound, his body completely out of his control. His genes and body eagerly accepting the changes. This process was not painful, just a bit of an odd itch, and 3 minutes later, Chong Yifeng suddenly stood up, checking himself. The wrinkles on his skin had noticeably decreased. The waxy yellow color of his arms had turned into a healthy flesh tone, rosy and vibrant. His muscles were tight and strong, and his whole body was full of vitality. Without needing to look, he knew he had at least become 20 years younger. Or from another perspective, his lifespan had increased by 20 years. Mom, come quickly and see the immortal. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to look at my phone. I said there's an immortal in the live broadcast. What the hell? Incredible. Incredible. One injection, and I directly became 20 to 30 years younger. the old man instantly turned into a young middle-aged guy. And this is just one injection. Hurry. Hurry for the next one. Chang Yifeng didn't disappoint them. Suppressing his excitement, he immediately injected the blue optimization liquid. Thud. Naturally, he fell to the ground again, his body starting to twist randomly. It hurts a bit. This time, even though Chang Yifeng's facial features were contorted in agony, he managed to let out a few sounds. His limbs would tighten and then relax, his torso shaking constantly. The change began with his hair and eyebrows visibly falling out. Then the skin on his face shed like a snake shedding its skin, dead skin falling off rapidly. Inside his body, there were even deeper changes happening. The optimization process took a bit longer, and Wudao kicked the constantly writhing Chang Yifeng away. Bang, bang, bang. The garden gate was knocked on. Gumin, Creek. A group of people quickly entered, each with a complex expression. Very good, everyone is here, saving me a trip. On the screen, Wudao raised his teacup, and as his voice fell, the live broadcast turned into a black screen. Not my bro. What the hell? You don't show it at a critical moment, what do you mean? Curious, very curious. I wonder what attitude the Eastern government will take. Do I need to say? Which of those people isn't a frequent character on the Eastern government's television? If they weren't prepared long ago, could they all gather in 10 minutes? Agreed, those guys must have been waiting outside for a long time. Then why did they force Chang Yifeng to set a trap for the broadcaster? Aren't they afraid the broadcaster might get hot-headed and take them all out? Little kid, go do your homework. Even if the world changes tomorrow, you still have to do your homework today. Damn. The broadcaster definitely get hot-headed. He definitely has his own purpose. It's both a live broadcast and a show of force. So what is his purpose? How the hell would I know? I really can't understand it all. With such strength, I'm serious. If it were me. Day 1, I want to protect the Earth. Day 2, I want to protect my Earth. Day 3, my Earth. I want to do whatever I want. Didn't he say it was for us? To pass on martial arts skills to everyone? Unless he really is a great sage. Chapter 30, Traits. This is not a negotiation, it's a notification. With a plain remark as the final summary. This unknown exchange came to an end. A group of people approached with complex expressions and left with even more complex feelings. Standing at the door, Chang Yifeng watched them depart, noticing some subtle details. Despite their heavy footsteps, half-lowered eyelids, and solemn faces, they walked steadily and left in an orderly manner. This was enough to indicate that the outcome might not be as embarrassing as it seemed. Moreover, almost everyone glanced at him with their peripheral vision as they passed by, their eyes revealing a hint of admiration and regret. Chang Yifeng touched his smooth face and couldn't help but smile. Perhaps all the hard work in the first half of his life was for this moment. It seems you're quite satisfied. Suddenly, Wudao came out with his hands behind his back. Master, he said, looking at him and opening the live stream screen. Chang Yifeng noticed he had changed into a loose black training suit and had grown a head of dark short hair, especially his face, which seemed to have regained a youth of about 10 years. Not only that, but his skin, bones, and even facial features had undergone significant changes. At first glance, one might think he was a handsome middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. As for the astonishment in the live stream, let's set that aside for now. Wudao scanned Chang Yifeng up and down and said the effect is good. Your physical foundation will no longer affect your subsequent genetic development. In terms of potential, it's even slightly better than the original Zhou Yao. As for Zhou Yao, whose genes are now damaged, that's another story. Chang Yifeng understood but still curiously asked, Master, how does it compare to that young girl? Upon hearing this, Wudao crossed his arms and stroked his chin, his gaze drifting into the distant night. His eyes filled with meaning. You must understand that people's physiques cannot be generalized. Some people can perform a sliding tackle in extreme anger. Cough, cough, I misspoke. Countless viewers in the live stream, as well as a certain focus girl, couldn't help but grind their teeth upon hearing this. After the joke, Wudao's expression turned serious. In short, individuals have differences, and such differences will give rise to flaws and advantages around the average of the group. Whether it's flaws or advantages, they're all traits of the individual. Wudao thought for a moment, suddenly clapped his hands, and said, Since we've reached this point, let's just start directly. just as Chang Yifeng and the viewers in the live stream were still confused. The entire Dongdafu suddenly underwent a tremendous transformation in an instant. Dongdafu consists of 18 provinces, over 300 prefecture-level cities, and a total of more than 2,500 administrative regions, along with thousands of towns and villages. Everything that can connect to the information network and signal displays automatically turned on in an instant. The screen showed the bamboo garden where Wudao was at that moment. Clap, clap, clap. All right, good evening to the friends in the Dongda district. I am your new Aerolife mentor Wudao. Wudao clapped his hands, and a blue light flashed behind him, revealing a 3D holographic projector that occupied most of the garden. In Zhongzhou, at the panoramic center square, countless screens on the buildings displayed the same image, and numerous people moving under the neon city stopped in their tracks, looking up in a daze. Yes, you heard it right, and I didn't misspeak. From now on, Dongdafu will be called Dongda District, and all 18 provinces will be simplified to numerical codes. As for the specifics, you will hear from the local administrative personnel later. I won't waste your time. Now, let's get to the point. I will only explain this once, so please listen carefully. At a local middle school in a certain town, students eating in the cafeteria all gathered under the hanging TV, holding their bowls and chopsticks, looking up attentively. Before discussing martial arts, everyone must first understand what traits are. Traits are a comprehensive description of an individual's various states, encompassing all aspects, from innate talents to the hunger state of not having eaten, representing the traits of the individual at that moment. Young people should find this easier to understand. It's somewhat similar to a collection of concepts like states, talents, and skills in games. In a commercial office building, the PPT on the screen turned into a live stream, and the manager at the meeting put down the paper documents in his hand, focusing his gaze with his colleagues. If a person's knowledge exceeds the average of the group, corresponding traits will emerge. For example, if your physics knowledge exceeds the global average, you will have the trait of physics bachelor. If your scores in scientific subjects in middle school rank among the top and exceed the average, you will generate the trait of intermediate science. Don't think I'm talking about some ridiculous nonsense. This trait will be closely related to you in the future. In an underground casino, the small electronic dice display on the betting table also showed video footage. Whether gamblers or dealers, everyone calmed down, finding their focus on the screen images scattered throughout the hall. Let's not discuss overly complex matters for now. Let's talk about the martial arts traits that everyone is more concerned about. Martial arts traits are highly specialized. Most ordinary people can only rely on talent and comprehension. First, let us talk about talent and comprehension. I'll change the screen. Come, everyone, take a look. In a residential building at Shui, Xianju, Yu Ziyuan sat listlessly on the sofa, ignoring the TV screen in front of him, his attention fixed on his phone, waiting for his daughter to check in, until he caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye and turned his head sharply. This person may not be recognized by some. Let me introduce Yu Meng to everyone. She is 17 years old, an exemplary student with excellent character and academics, a pure and innocent girl. Yesterday, she was still a delicate little girl, and now she is a superhuman whose physical quality exceeds the limits of blue star humans by 16 times, able to literally crush your skull with ease. She possesses two innate talents that form martial arts traits. The first is self-elevation, selective gene enhancement, greatly increasing the upper limit of each genetic development. Although the first genetic development was perfectly done by me, it was able to increase by 16 times in one go, which truly impressed me. The second is danger intuition, literally. I can only say that sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between humans and dogs. All right, I know you're shy. Off you go. I've said so much, and you may wonder how to summarize and reflect on traits. How do you discover if you have martial arts traits? Don't worry, you will soon know the answer. Chapter 31 Division. All right. Let's leave it at that for now and not take up more of your time. If you have the chance, feel free to come back to my live stream. As the words fell, Wudao waved goodbye on all the monitors in the East University District, and then the screen switched or turned off. After a brief silence, countless people flooded into the live stream, unable to suppress their urge to express their feelings. Did you all see that? Did you all see that? Who the hell wouldn't see it? As long as you're not a wild man in a cave, anyone awake definitely saw it. Not necessarily. My grandma is in the kitchen starting a fire. She didn't see it. Damn, there's always someone trying to argue at a time like this. Wudao is awesome. The sect leader is awesome. This is so fake, it's clearly edited. You should believe in science. How can you believe in such a brainless live stream? Those idiots who keep spamming the live stream. Why aren't you talking this time? Are you mute? Isn't anyone paying attention to what the host is saying? The opening is explosive. It's terrifying to think about. What does it mean that East University will no longer be called Dongdefo and will be renamed East University District? So what exactly is the special trait? The extreme intention sect's Wudao livestream was still extremely lively. Wudao glanced around and said to the somewhat distracted Chang Yifeng, "Do you understand now?" Chang Yifeng focused his eyes and nodded with a bitter smile. "I understand. Don't be discouraged. Your starting point has already surpassed so many people. I really relied on it. How old are you? And you still need me to comfort you?" Wudao was halfway through his sentence when he pondered and suddenly waved his hand speechlessly. Yes. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wudao closed the live stream. It was time to give the world some time to react. Wudao shook his neck and began practicing the third level of body tempering in this bamboo garden. For those who have been watching his live stream, the audience couldn't tea brew or spread the situation. The third day, early morning. Ding, 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 the mobile phone alarm rang incessantly. Annoying people. Yu Yingming, dressed in tight sportswear, still maintained the second level of body tempering without haste. Only after completing a set did she take a break to pick up the phone, connect, and wait in silence. "Daughter?" A voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Dad? Is it really you?" Yu Yingming frowned. "Did they force you? And then you gave in? Am I that kind of person?" Hearing his daughter's sharp retort, Yvonne almost choked, and after a moment continued, "They didn't force me." Sigh. "How should I put it? Things are a bit complicated. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time." Yu Yingming said lightly. "Cough. Actually, most of it is about me, related to you. They just told me to keep an eye on you and not let you make any big moves." Yu Yingming's forehead twitched with veins, and after a while, she squeezed the words out from between her teeth. "So you call me to expose my location just to say this? They won't come looking for you. Honestly, your matter really doesn't rank. Yes, you heard right. It's East University District 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't call me state governor or anything like that anymore. Just call me district chief. Didn't the documents get sent down? Follow the standards one by one." The first part of Yu Ziyuan's statement was still directed at Yu Yingming, but then he suddenly received a call, his tone becoming somewhat irritable as he shouted. Listening to the conversation, Yu Yingming finally sensed something. What did Wudao say to those people above yesterday? This is something you noticed yourself. Should it not count as me leaking information? Yu Ziyuan muttered, then sighed. All right. Yu Yingming was not a wishy-washy person. She responded and hung up the phone. She hurriedly washed up, changed clothes, and drove to an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. Bang, bang, bang. Iron knocking. Everyone come out. Before long, a group of sweaty men, led by Zhou Yao, walked out of the warehouse. What's up? Zhou Yao asked. At this moment, his figure had shrunk a bit, and his blood flow had calmed down, but this highlighted the unusual flush on his face. The higher-ups are too busy to take care of us. Follow me. I'll arrange for your relatives to come over. Good. East University District 4 Administrative Building. Bang, bang. After glancing at the sign that said District Chief's Office, Yu Yingming knocked on the door. Come in. As the door opened, a noisy uproar immediately hit her. Why is your construction bureau focused on tearing down my environmental protection bureau? I don't understand. Yu Ziyuan, if you can't give a reason, I won't leave today. You can go wherever you want. I have a lot of things to do. Go wherever it's cool. I can't understand. How can this restructuring be so unreasonable? No one paid attention to the sound of the door being pushed open. From department heads in their 50s and 60s to office staff, amidst the uproar, various documents in their hands were constantly waved up and down. Yu Yingming momentarily didn't know whether to join in. She didn't understand this either. Hey, fortunately, Yu Ziyuan, who was in the crowd, spotted Yu Yingming hesitating at the door and was immediately delighted. He waved his hand to disperse the crowd. All right, that's enough for now. My daughter is here. Quickly make way. What do you mean by that, huh? Your daughter? They saw the icy-faced, graceful Yu Yingming. Go, go, go. This is a person who could crush someone's skull. How would the crowd dare to make noise during this father-daughter reunion? Each of them squeezed out from both sides. They even closed the door behind them. Yu Ziyuan stepped out from a pile of documents, carefully examining her from head to toe. Are you hurt? Stop talking nonsense. What on earth happened? It's only been a little over a day since we last saw each other. Yu Yingming had no special emotions. And after arranging for someone to take care of Zhou Yao and the other's relatives, she immediately rushed over. I want to talk to you about those things above. Mainly about this. Yu Yingming looked down at the document, and what entered her eyes was a line of large red characters. East University District, General Outline of Division Restructuring. Chapter 32, Influence, the United States of Zyro. Moon Lake West Building, Bamboo Garden. The taste is acceptable. It's time to move. Wudao set down his exquisite jade chopsticks and stepped outside. The sun was shining brightly. It was still a clear, fine day. He had been practicing body-refining techniques all night, achieving remarkable results. His third gene development had reached 17%, and his physical quality was visibly improving. Although he hadn't slept for several days, it had no effect on him, as his soul strength was as high as 2.0. Stretching his muscles, Wudao squinted slightly. Xiaolon, roughly estimate my current influence data on Blue Star. Based on the average influence of national leaders on Blue Star and using information networks as evidence, valuation calculation is in progress. Please wait. The result is as follows. Your current influence on Blue Star is 4.8. Note, the baseline number is 1, and the data growth is additive. 4.8. Wudao furrowed his brow. This number is not high. Influence is a very important metric in interstellar activities. It relates to the political influence of interstellar civilizations, comprehensive evaluations of individual strength, and many other aspects. The specific calculation process is very complex, involving the breadth and depth of group cognition, the magnitude of cognitive biases, and so on. For example, Wudao's current influence has already surpassed the overall influence of a major country's political leader group, capable of enacting large-scale changes from top to bottom in the Eastern District. Globally, in terms of breadth, most people already recognize him and have great curiosity and attention toward him, but in terms of depth, he still cannot directly influence their lifestyles, value orientations, or thought processes. Wudao murmured. To achieve high stability, low resistance actual governance over Blue Star civilization, influence must reach at least 50. Influence has no positive or negative connotations, good or bad biases. Respect is influence. Fear is also influence. If he were to directly threaten Blue Star with nuclear weapons and enforce violent repression through individual military dictatorship within a month, his influence could exceed 100, truly instilling fear into everyone's genes. However, because he needs to achieve high stability and low resistance, he can only wield a big stick in one hand and sweet dates in the other. Time to get to work. Wudao opened the data collected by Xiaolon on various countries. After some consideration, he finally focused on the other side of the ocean. Next up is Zyro, the United States of Zyro, the country with the strongest military power on Blue Star on paper. The country's political influence exceeds 10 on Blue Star. It has had a significant impact on the development of the entire Blue Star and the lives of the global population. If he could bring the United States of Zyro under control and then radiate that influence globally, it should quickly exceed 30. Then, if he can handle the remaining few countries that are not much different from the Eastern District, he would be nearly done. Choosing a composite battle armor body, flesh morphing, Wudao instantly transformed and covered himself in armor, energy propelling him upwards. With full domain invisibility and all anti-jamming systems activated, he flew rapidly southward. 9. Decisive. Zyro, the top floor of the Capitol building. Mr. President. A blonde female secretary approached slowly, holding documents, and respectfully bowed as she spoke. The guests and reporters are ready in the square in front of the building. President of the United States of Zyro, Sheehan Wilson, rubbed his weary brow. Things were already bad enough, and now he had to go out and fool those stupid commoners. After quickly reading the speech, confirming it was correct, he stood up and walked out the door. Walking through a long corridor, accompanied by 30 guards, he entered the exclusive elevator. The elevator descended to the first floor. She and Wilson, with his guards, strode out of the building. As soon as he stepped outside, countless cameras and microphones surged forward with flashes. Mr. President, what is Congress's view on the news online? Mr. President, was yesterday's nuclear explosion real or not? Mr. President, the guards shielded she and Wilson, keeping the reporters at bay. She and Wilson, expressionless, walked onto the podium in the square, scanning the guests and major media reporters below who were quickly preparing. He spoke loudly. Good morning, everyone. Recently, a series of clumsy and ridiculous events have occurred online, intending to confuse the public and conceal the true motives. There is no doubt that these are conspiracies from across the ocean and neighboring regions. Congress is working hard to clear the obstacles and uncover the truth. Do not be deceived by infiltrators in the networks. Trust science and maintain rationality. Now we will begin the Q&A session. Immediately, several media reporters raised their hands. She and Wilson selected one according to the designated process. Mr. President, what are your thoughts on the frequent appearances of the Eastern District Manly Wudao online? She and Wilson smiled. He's just a clown arranged by the Eastern District to attract attention. There's no need to pay any mind. The things hidden beneath the surface are far more. Before he could finish his sentence, a sound resembling a microphone screeching emerged. At first, it was only faintly heard, but as time passed, the screech grew increasingly clear and louder. She and Wilson frowned, casting a sidelong glance at his blonde secretary, who was nervously searching for the source below, his expression darkening. How can you not handle this simple matter? What are you even doing here? Get shot. It seemed to be coming from the sky. But soon, as the screech drew nearer, someone reacted and looked up. Everyone followed suit, but all they saw was a clear blue sky. The screech grew increasingly piercing. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the sky. Before the people below could gasp in surprise, the black dot descended rapidly. Finally, it crashed onto the podium. Bang! The massive shock wave sent the guards at the podium flying. The guests and reporters below were thrown into chaos. Dust and debris filled the air, creating a scene of confusion. Cough, cough. Air raid. There's an air raid. The guards, struggling to rise, still managed to shout warnings despite feeling dizzy. Below, a group of reporters hurriedly got up, disregarding the wounds caused by flying debris, kicking aside an unconscious photographer, raising their cameras to continue filming. As the smoke cleared, a large crater was revealed in the center of the podium. A familiar, cool, and tall armored figure emerged, slowly approaching with the unconscious she and Wilson in hand. Stepping to the edge and facing the live broadcast of the president's speech, softly stating, I believe I heard someone say I am a clown. Chapter 33, No More Acting, Jenner's Crab. Opening Thunderstrike. Where did this come from? Is this still in the country? Isn't that President Hero? What the hell? What's the leader trying to do? Can't be dead, right? Oh my God. Do we really have to play this big? Can you handle this, leader? President? My heavens. What on earth is happening? Hero language. I told you. This must be real. Damn Congress still trying to fool me. Now the person involved has come to me. Hero language. Why are there still foreigners? Let me use machine translation first. The host is pulling this stunt again. Doesn't anyone care about the president? He seems to be dead. Hero language. Li Wudao shook the suit collar of Xian Wilson. Stop pretending. I specially covered you with an energy shield. Xian Wilson still kept his eyes tightly closed. In such a short time, the reporters and photographers below all entered work mode, snapping photos rapidly. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Li Wudao's arm swung down as if to smash. Wait! With his head less than 10 centimeters from the rock, Xian Wilson finally shouted out. Li Wudao instantly halted his motion. He widened his eyes, staring at the nearby debris, feeling a chill run down his spine, cold sweat pouring down. I thought you really weren't afraid of death. Li Wudao let go, casually tossing it to the ground. Xian Wilson rolled around on the rubble, his custom suit covered in dust, his styled golden short hair a mess. Guards! Guards! He hurriedly got up, shouting, and turned to run. Xian Wilson ran even harder. Countless audience members witnessed this, unconsciously starting a 3-second countdown in their minds. They all wanted to see just how far Li Wudao would go. Moreover, those in power who set the rules wanted to explore whether Li Wudao would have any scruples, whether he would be bound by the rules. If they could bring this sudden monster under the rules, they could not only handle it with ease, but even counter it. 1. Under Wudao's cold gaze, Xian Wilson ran off the podium. 2. Xian Wilson was surrounded by a group of Russian guards, the team moving quickly. 3. The guards fired their handguns at Wudao. Bang! An armor-piercing sniper bullet hit the side of Wudao's helmet, shattering into fragments and sparking. Yet Wudao's head didn't even budge. Wudao pulled the live broadcast camera higher and farther away, but brought his voice closer. It seems that you won't listen until you learn what fear is. Suddenly, a shock wave erupted from the ground, debris flying like bullets. Many reporters and guests below were instantly turned into Swiss cheese. Bang! The sound barrier broke, and amidst the explosion, it was as if a missile had detonated in the crowd. The guards didn't even have time to scream before they turned into a pile of mangled flesh, splattering everywhere. Once again, Wudao grabbed Xian Wilson, holding onto his neck. Cough! Xian Wilson's eyes widened in terror. Wudao sneered. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you are the visible head of this country. Upon hearing this, Xian Wilson calmed down quite a bit, even daring to reach out and touch Wudao's helmet. Wudao released his grip on Wilson's neck and instead grabbed his forearms. Then he applied slight pressure. Crack! Xian Wilson let out a horrifying scream, his body writhing and struggling like a worm. I'm just not killing you. What are you relaxing for? Wudao casually tossed a palm-sized, small shield activation device deep onto Xian Wilson's forehead, piercing through skin and bone. Then the shield activated, enveloping him in a faint blue protective barrier. Now, even if you want to die, you can't. Wudao ignored him, bringing the live broadcast closer, the fully covered helmet reflecting in the broadcast room, coldly stating, Forget it. I originally wanted to play with you for a while to pass the time, but it turns out this agent you pushed out isn't very clever. With a burst of energy beneath his feet, Wudao floated in midair, arms spread out, his voice echoing through countless broadcasting devices, resonating across the entire Hero territory. Oligarchs of Hero, since you don't even want your last shred of dignity, I can only give you the most brutal death. After saying this, countless finger-sized hummingbird drones separated from his armor, the live broadcast splitting into dozens of rooms, each corresponding to a drone's first-person camera perspective. You could try every means to survive. As for thoughts of launching nuclear bombs for mutual destruction, you can forget it. The global information network is under my control. Wudao paused. With a thought, Xiaolan, as a secondary management AI, officially revealed its true power. No longer hidden, in an instant, it took full control of the global network and electronic signals, all computers, engineering software, intelligent AIs, automated devices, etc. Everything involving electronic information carriers was brought under control. It continued to operate stably, projecting images. This is the final warning. The tide of the new era cannot be stopped by anyone. After delivering the final ultimatum, Wudao landed, his voice calming down. Friends around the world, today I'm giving you a holiday, inviting you to watch the grand opening show of the new era. I don't know what to say. Let me calm down first. So you're not even going to act anymore? Hey, what's going on? The handcrafted keys are running on their own without me controlling them. What time is it? And you're still focused on the equipment? I can only say, big brother, you really are a natural-born powerhouse. It's only been 3 days. Just 3 days. The era is changing too fast. I can't keep up at all. This is too magical realism. Am I still dreaming and haven't woken up? The host wants to be the leader, right? It must be. With this momentum, can we start practicing martial arts soon? Wudao walked a few steps to Xian Wilson. At this moment, he lay on the ground, his face pale, still occasionally letting out painful groans. Stop howling. Listen clearly. If this is done well, you can retire as president with dignity. Wudao said lightly. Isn't your president elected by voting? I will initiate a presidential election that I will fully supervise. It will start tomorrow at 8 a.m. and last for 3 whole days. At that time, you will proceed with the handover according to the original process. Chapter 34. The Great Transformation. The Ring Blade. This day is an extremely important day in the history of humanity on Blue Star. It is also a day that leaves people dumbfounded and hard to believe. Whether it is the CEO of a listed company signing contracts, street vendors setting up stalls, or gangsters in the middle of a turf war, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the images on the display screens. The footage showed rapid movements through the air, flying between pedestrians, vehicles, and buildings, until the closest target, a hummingbird drone, was about to come into range. All the footage focused on this hummingbird drone. From a first-person perspective, it flew over vast forests and arrived at a private estate. The expansive estate was surrounded by armed guards, and barbed wire was erected, with electricity running through it. Some guards were even equipped with capture nets, flamethrowers, and small liquid nitrogen sprayers, among other special weapons. After all, the live broadcast was public, and these oligarchs certainly wouldn't wait idly for their doom. It's coming. A soldier wearing an infrared thermal imaging display suddenly shouted excitedly, raising a capture net gun to fire first. A hexagonal-weighted white net shot out from the thick barrel, aiming to capture the hummingbird drone hovering in the air. The drone nimbly dodged, but others quickly found the target upon hearing the shout. "Get down!" A burly man with a flamethrower shouted, pulling the trigger. Boom! Flammable gas erupted into a roaring flame, shooting out a massive fire snake about 10 meters long and nearly a meter wide, directly hitting the drone. "Got it hot!" the man yelled excitedly, continuing to spray fire to roast it. Others, seeing this, started to shout in confusion. "Is that it? I thought it would be more impressive, right? Not only is it weak, but also stupid. It even told us it was coming. Do you think we wouldn't be prepared? Ha ha ha. Such an easy job. I almost feel embarrassed to take this generous reward. Wait, guys, something's not right." Amidst the strange laughter, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look at your phones." The live broadcast is still on, and it's split into two screens. Everyone exchanged glances and immediately took out their phones. Opening the screens, the live broadcast popped up. Sure enough, the footage was divided into two sections. The left side showed the first-person perspective, engulfed in flames, while the right side provided an aerial view of the estate, focusing on the flames, as if something might jump out at any moment. On both sides of the video, numerous comments and bullet screens quickly scrolled by, filled with speculations. And no one believed it was that simple. "Fire!" shouted the team leader, and gunfire erupted. The drone was too small and still in the flames. Hitting it was a matter of luck. However, under the concentrated fire, a stationary target was bound to be hit. Clang! The crisp sound of sparks bursting from the flames caused the leader to momentarily freeze. After a magazine was emptied, the gunfire began to cease. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, a sudden change occurred in the flames. A shadow, visible in the fire, began to expand and rapidly morph. In just a few seconds, it transformed from a small hummingbird drone into a tall, handsome young man dressed in a black robe embroidered with golden characters. His long black hair styled up, standing upright. It was Wudao, still in the appearance from the start of the live broadcast. Wudao stretched. With his hands on his hips, he lazily spoke. "This temperature is quite warm. I didn't realize I stayed a bit too long. Sorry. I seem to have made you all too excited." The young man had a warm smile, resembling a sunny boy next door. This incredible transformation left countless viewers in the live chat stunned, and even the armed men in front were left dumbfounded. While one might explain the transformation of armor or clothing with nanomaterials often seen in sci-fi movies, how could one explain this transformation from small to large? From a drone to a living person? Of course, these armed men wouldn't think so deeply. They were simply momentarily overwhelmed by the incomprehensible event. If they couldn't understand it, they wouldn't think about it. Da. Wudao flickered at a speed almost indistinguishable to the eye, perfectly dodging all the bullets. To him, bullets were no different from sluggish mosquitoes. As he spoke, Wudao suddenly appeared in front of the leader. Clang! 2 fingers accurately pinched the bullet that had just exited the barrel, which was traveling at a speed of 800 meters per second. The flattened bullet was still hot, releasing a bit of smoke. Wudao's fingers felt like steel, yet they were soft. The footage clearly captured the indentation in his flesh as he pinched the bullet. Releasing his grip, the bullet fell. "This is impossible. This isn't real." The leader's face was filled with extreme fear in the face of the unknown, his pupils dilated, and his complexion pale. Through the screen, there was ultimately no real sensation. Analyzing the video earlier felt like watching a movie, unrealistic. But now, facing the reality, he realized the intense and terrifying feeling of being targeted by a natural enemy. Wudao suddenly reached out and grasped the top of the armed leader's head. The leader's trembling body immediately froze, his eyes wide open, mouth agape. The extreme fear made him forget to breathe. Just as the leader and countless viewers thought Wudao was about to perform a dramatic act of tearing off his head, many squinted their eyes, unable to bear to watch closely. It feels a bit disgusting. After saying this, 4 fingers of his right hand extended rapidly into a black fluid, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a straight and upright ring blade. The single-handed sword was 4 feet long, with a clean and bright blade spine. Grasping the hilt in mid-air, he smoothly swung it horizontally. Without a sound, the blade cut through a half-circle. The leader was startled, and he took 2 steps back, his face still in confusion, when his head suddenly fell off from his neck. Puffed. Blood gushed out, splattering 2 to 3 meters high. Wudao's figure flashed and was already 10 meters away. Gently brushing the blood-free, shiny blade, he felt a hint of nostalgia. The ring blade hadn't been used in a long time. In his previous life, he had used a ring blade to withstand the trials of civilization on Blue Star. Ultimately, he successfully entered the human empire and became an imperial soldier. However, due to subsequent choices leading to the fastest evolving yet lowest potential genetic module and technological modifications, he had rarely used such cold weapons. After all, to increase survival chances in various ground landing operations, anchoring, enemy decapitation, intelligence infiltration, and other tasks, one would naturally use whatever high-tech was effective. Such pure cold weapons were more suitable for martial arts practitioners, whether genetic martial arts or spiritual energy martial arts. Looks like I need to pick up my swordsmanship again, Wudao concluded. Swish! The fallen leaves on the ground exploded, and the airwaves surged. The blade light like lightning, slicing through the crowd. Wudao stood at the entrance of the estate, leaving behind dozens of falling watermelons. Chapter 35, Opening Act Ju. A rocket flew in. Wudao flicked his hand, the tip of his blade precisely striking the warhead. Bang! However, the result did not change. The rocket exploded at the tip of the blade, and amidst the flames, Wudao stepped out slowly, slightly helpless. Though he was unscathed, even his hair was not disheveled. The aura of a master he had just created was completely gone. This is the awkwardness of low-level martial arts. It relies purely on a powerful body for close combat, lacking any special attributes. After all, he is a pragmatist. With a few clangs of his blade, the door was chopped into pieces. Wudao slowly walked into the estate. Bang! Ding! A bullet aimed at his neck was split in half by Wudao's blade, the 2 sounds almost happening simultaneously. Immediately after, Wudao reached out and caught the half-bullet that had been deflected. He flicked his fingers again. In a window on the 2nd floor, a gunman who was about to crouch down to hide trembled as half of the bullet pierced through his skull, shattering the furniture behind him, and finally drilling into the wall's concrete. As long as it's not facing explosives, it's actually quite impressive. Watching the astonished comments in the live stream, Wudao nodded in satisfaction. He continued to slice through the estate. Ah! Monster! Demon! Don't kill me! Eventually, stimulated by the sight of scattered corpses and severed limbs, the remaining armed men could no longer hold on, stopped resisting, and tried every means to escape. Wudao stopped in front of a tightly closed safe door. Naive. The blade gleamed. In the blink of an eye, a perfectly square hole was cut in the middle of the thick metal door, which was over 20 centimeters thick. Clang! The metal piece fell. Through the hole, the audience saw the scene inside. An exquisite safe room, fully equipped but slightly cramped. An old man sat stunned in the middle. Only when the crisp sound of metal hitting the ground rang out did the old man jump up in shock. You are completely physically isolated from the network, and there are no communication facilities. The old man had no idea what was happening outside. He wanted to say something, but Wudao was already too lazy to waste words with these guys. He raised a hand and pointed. A red light shot out from his fingers, striking the old man's chest. However, unlike before, this time the red beam was not a laser attack, and the old man's chest was not penetrated. Countless viewers were puzzled when the dazed old man suddenly trembled all over, suddenly dropping to his knees, clawing at his chest. The wrinkled old face twisted in pain. Screaming, his skin gradually turning red, heat rising from his pores and scalp. Kill me. Kill me. In just a few seconds, the old man had curled up on the ground, twisting continuously, screaming desperately for Wudao to give him a quick end. But Wudao just stood outside the mangled metal door, indifferent. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment. Whether it was the old man's constant wailing, try to end his suffering, or the countless viewers around the globe, unable to bear to look, the process of the body's internal organs, blood, and bones heating up continued for nearly 3 minutes, yet bizarrely remained conscious, still alive. Until the temperature rose to a certain extent, boom, flames ignited. In just one day, the timeline was too rushed and the developments too abrupt. The Hello United States had no time to react, and with the complete loss of information networks, the military could not organize any defensive forces. Even though these oligarchs were rich enough to rival nations and had connections to the heavens, it was all meaningless at this moment. At the beginning, there were 37 live streams. Whenever a hummingbird drone arrived near its target, it would transform into Wudao himself, swiftly defeating the oligarch's protective forces, ultimately dying in a blaze from the inside out. Target dead, one less live stream. At this time, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Only one live stream remained. In the footage, the hummingbird drone flew high in the sky, passing through the clouds. Finally, it met a private plane. The barrage and comments were still heated. Especially the hello people sending messages in hello language were the most active. The oligarchs in the fields of energy, manufacturing, and the internet are basically wiped out. Who else is left? That is no longer important, buddy. Whoever he is already a dead man now. We might as well discuss what happens after the oligarchs are all dead. Indeed, don't be fooled by the fact that this guy is still alive. Actually, the Grim Reaper's scythe is already at his neck. That military-industrial complex oligarch in the live stream, hiding in the aircraft carrier battle group, didn't help, was killed by the host with just one knife. Even the aircraft carrier was pierced. This guy hiding in the air has no chance of resistance. He is doomed. As the barrage flooded the screen, the hummingbird drone silently landed on the wing. After a breath, the hummingbird transformed into the figure of Wudao, still in that black robe, still with that simple ring-handle blade. The wild wind howled, making the hem of his robe rustle. Zila, his right hand thrust forward, the long knife pierced into the fuselage as effortlessly as cutting through a piece of tofu. Wudao jumped in through the gap, amidst a cacophony of alarms and the screams of flight attendants. He arrived in front of a middle-aged woman strapped to her seat by a seatbelt. You damned demon. You will definitely go to hell. I curse you. In the face of the other's despair, hatred, and curses, Wudao simply extended his hand indifferently. The thermal implosion ray shot into her chest. Then he transformed back into a hummingbird and flew away from the breach, leaving the plane to plummet rapidly. The footage did not cut off, remaining on the hummingbird drone. With no effective information footage, the hello people in the live stream immediately began to passionately discuss. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's the Minister of Intelligence, Congresswoman Perros. She is also an oligarch in a certain field. Looks like tomorrow's election is unavoidable. Taxpayers. Who do you plan to vote for? This concerns our future. But to be honest, I'm still not sure what my demands are. When is the host going to release that thing called martial arts technique? 37 oligarchs are done for. But how will their industries be handled? Will our future lives be affected? I don't want inflation turning my money into worthless paper. The situation does seem quite troublesome. Have you all started considering these things? But I see the host doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Is the host planning to make another big move? Countless people held this question, anxiously waiting. Wudao did not keep them waiting long. As 37 drones converged into one, transforming into a larger eagle, it swiftly descended through the clouds. The camera angle quickly zoomed in, revealing an aerial view of the Capitol building plaza. The chaotic plaza had returned to its original state. The podium was rebuilt, and there was not a trace of blood left. Zooming in further, a new batch of journalists and guests took their seats, and Sharon Wells, bandaged and in a splint, stood to the side. Wudao, in his black robe, stood with his hands behind his back at the podium microphone. Finally, the eagle landed on Wudao's shoulder, seamlessly blending into the black robe. Ladies and gentlemen, Wudao spoke softly, his voice reaching the ears of billions around the globe. The opening act concluded, and next came the official announcement of the arrival of a new era. Chapter 36, New Era. I am not someone who likes to waste words or speak in bureaucratic jargon, so every sentence I say is important. Please listen carefully. A huge 3D holographic projection lit up behind Wudao, revealing a beautiful blue planet slowly rotating. During these 3 days of presidential elections in the hero United States, all other national leaders have delivered their clear attitudes to me. No late submissions will be accepted, and the consequences are theirs to bear. In the coming month, I will carry out a complete restructuring and reorganization in most fields, including global urban planning, economy, industry, energy, food, and the internet. The projection of the planet stopped rotating, and a prominent red block was marked in the northern hemisphere. The governing body of the Asia-Pacific Federation has been eliminated by me, and it will be merged with the other small countries into the Eastern Great Prefecture, reorganized as the Eastern District, managed by the original governing body of the Eastern Great Prefecture. The projection shifted to the hero United States. The hero United States, along with the other countries on this continental plate, will also be merged and reorganized into the Western District. More than 100 countries on the other 3 continental plates will be merged into 2 major districts, North and South. The holographic projection detailed the allocation of all countries to their respective districts. In simple terms, there will be 4 major districts: East, South, West, and North. I will not interfere with the governance structure and personnel of the East and West districts. However, for the North and South districts, after you small countries merge, you must quickly determine the governance structure and elect a representative governing body for the district. At this point, Wudao paused, picked up a bottle of mineral water from the podium, and slowly took a sip, giving the global audience some time to think. All right, if any countries have something to say, you can communicate with me now. He then divided the comments and bullet screens in a live broadcast room, leaving half for global politicians to speak. How can 2 countries with completely different cultures and customs, and even historical enmity, merge? Very simple. Whether you like it or not, you must merge. If you can't merge, I will eliminate the governing bodies of these 2 historical enemies entirely. I believe there shouldn't be any historical enmity between the ordinary citizens of the 2 countries. Wudao capped the bottle and said lightly, "This is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. We need time." Huh? Do you think I'm negotiating with you? I don't want to waste words anymore. If it is not completed within a month, I will take action myself. Next, this is unrealistic. Allowing the North and South districts to merge and choose their own governance structure will only lead to large-scale political conflicts, ultimately triggering military conflicts. It's fine. They won't trigger large-scale military conflicts. As for small-scale political conflicts, Wudao chuckled coldly. I'll be straightforward. It would be best if they all kill each other. That would save me a lot of trouble. Countless rulers of small countries, whether dictators, military oligarchs, or constitutional monarchs, all trembled upon hearing these unreserved words. The contempt and murderous intent for them to seek death were so obvious. After waiting for a while, with the comment from the public stirring up a storm and hardly any politician speaking, Wudao continued in a deep voice. 1 planet, nearly 200 countries, and even more governing structures is simply ridiculous and absurd. For civilization to advance quickly, power must be unified. This is the first step. Otherwise, everything is negotiable. The projection behind him changed, showing a simplified list. The heads of the governing bodies of the 4 major districts, regardless of their structure, must elect a representative to become the district management. The 4 district managers will form the Planet Supervisory Office, managing the globe for now. The development of the era is changing very rapidly, and the planetary governance structure will definitely change accordingly. Wudao waved his hand, and the holographic projection changed again. This time, an image of a blue-haired woman with a cold expression appeared, as tall as the Capitol building, but intricately detailed like a real object. Her hands clasped in front of her abdomen, resembling a real person. Let me introduce you. This is Xiaolan, and you can simply understand her as a weak artificial intelligence. She will take over the construction and development of global energy, economy, internet, industry, agriculture, commerce, entertainment culture, administration, execution, and supervision, among other matters. Seeing the confusion on the faces of most global citizens, Wudao thought for a moment and added, one specific detail: within a month, I will replace the majority of job positions with robots and mechanical devices, greatly improving productivity and liberating labor. After saying this, Wudao paused to give them a moment to react. Then will I be unemployed? No, I have worked hard for 20 years to finally get this position. Now it's all over. What will happen to workers, farmers, and merchants if they lose their jobs? Where will the broadcaster place them? With the broadcaster doing this, the global economy will collapse. To be honest, after the broadcaster uses unreasonable high technology to neutralize global military power, the deaths of national governance in a short time won't be a big deal. After all, the main workforce in the middle and lower levels will still do their jobs. But if the economy is affected, that would be a problem. I no longer doubt whether the broadcaster can achieve this, but I feel like the steps might be a bit too big, right? After waiting for a full 5 minutes, seeing that the effect was about right, Wudao continued. Unemployment? Economy? Wudao scoffed, then dropped a bombshell. 1 month later, once the global reorganization is completed for at least 6 months, whether in the existing industrial chain or the new special industrial chain I will create, everything except for some necessary manual jobs will be under Xiaolan's responsibility. Whether you're a farmer tilling the land, a miner going underground, or a vendor at a market, or a white-collar executive in an office building, you will all be unemployed. Economy? What economy? The online comments fell silent. The reporters and guests below, along with the president of the Congress, Sheehan Wilson, were all dumbfounded. Then what will we do? What will we eat? What money will we use? There must be a currency system, a financial system, right? Or will all of humanity just rely on this? He gestured to the massive, silent woman projection. This artificial intelligence called Xiaolan to support us and lie flat? How will civilization develop and progress? What does the 6-month deadline mean? Wudao glanced at him sideways. Ahem, please continue. Sheehan Wilson was truly frightened, trembling all over, and lowered his head. Chapter 37 New Currency. Martial arts exchange list. Unemployment does not mean you have nothing to do, and naturally, you won't be supported for free. In fact, you may find yourselves working even harder and busier. However, perhaps you would prefer to be a bit busier. Wudao did not keep them in suspense. As the projection of the little blue quickly transformed into a human-sized figure standing beside him, it vividly demonstrated a dragging motion. Immediately, a round coin was projected, slowly rotating. The current global currency system was rendered obsolete. All currencies like Dong Yuan and Shi Yuan were stripped of their monetary attributes, replaced by a temporary blue coin. Wudao flipped his hand, and a shiny blue coin appeared between his fingers, about the size of an ordinary coin. The camera zoomed in. One side of the coin had a blue star, while the other displayed a circular lightning symbol. The material was not metal. It even had a somewhat gelatinous feel. A reporter below noticed Xian's eye signal on stage, and out of curiosity, seeing Wudao paused for a moment, she mustered her courage and raised her hand. You may speak. Wudao looked at her. How do you ensure it possesses the attributes of a general equivalent? Very simple. Wudao suddenly flicked the blue coin, and a streak of blue light precisely entered Sheehan Wilson's mouth. Gulp. What did you make me eat? Sheehan Wilson, caught off guard, swallowed it immediately. Just as he was about to express his shock, he noticed his body suddenly began to heat up. This startled him, and he began to flail his arms, thinking he had also been hit by that red internal combustion ray. However, as his hands began to itch unbearably and he felt warmth and fullness inside, he gradually calmed down. Cough. Looking at the countless cameras aimed at him, Sheehan Wilson coughed to hide his embarrassment, then could not help but unwrap the bandages and splints around his arms. A pair of intact arms reflected under the gaze of countless people. The wounds have healed, Sheehan Wilson exclaimed, and I feel very good right now. Is it because of that blue coin I just swallowed? Everyone was incredulous. As you can see, Wudao explained, this blue coin is essentially an organic bioenergy block made into a round coin. One coin can sustain an ordinary person's intense consumption for an entire day and adds a bit of accelerated wound healing effect. Additionally, when paired with an energy converter, it can serve as pure energy. Therefore, it inherently has monetary value. The reporters in the audience suddenly understood. Wudao nodded, then added, of course, if it were just this, it would still be replaceable, as not everyone needs it. But Little Blue reached out and pulled out a huge chart. Take a good look. Wudao pointed to the top of the chart. Ultimate Freedom Technique category. Gene development description. Top-tier gene martial arts body, refining method. Can undergo gene development up to 13 times exchange price. 100 level 1 blue coins under this most eye-catching writing. There were more exchange options. Level 1 gene martial arts technique. Plum Blossom Step category. Combat technique. Movement description. Ordinary martial arts stepping techniques. Require long-term body refining practice on specific wooden stakes, specifically enhancing speed and stepping techniques, taking a long time and will affect the genes related to the legs, impacting future learning of other gene martial arts techniques. Exchange price, 10 level 1 blue coins. Level 2 gene martial arts technique. Fire Cloud hand category. Internal energy technique description. Can generate organic bioenergy within the body, referred to as internal energy, with the external manifestation of fire. Exchange price, 30 level 1 blue coins. Level 3 gene martial arts technique. Thunder breaking spear category. Internal energy technique. Weapon strike technique description. A fairly good internal energy technique with a storage limit, explosion speed, and energy response exceeding level 2 internal energy techniques, with external manifestation as electricity. Exchange price, 80 level 1 blue coins. Level 1 gene martial arts technique. Stepping on the Star River category. Comprehensive technique description. This is a profound technique encompassing body refining, internal energy, combat, and weapon techniques, allowing initial movement in a space environment when mastered to a high level. Exchange price, 10,000 level 2 blue coins. And so on. There were countless options. The eyes of countless people did not leave the list. You should have noticed the grading of blue coins. Wudao pointed to the hint next to the exchange list. Based on the amount of energy contained, blue coins are divided into 10 levels. Blue coins with me cannot be exchanged for different levels. No matter how many level 1 blue coins you have, they cannot be exchanged for level 2 blue coins. And level 2 cannot be exchanged for level 1. As for whether you will privately exchange, that is none of my concern. But I must remind you, Wudao said calmly, the higher the level of gene development, the stronger the physical quality. Whether for daily activities or body refining training, the energy required will be greater. Blue coins are not only currency, they are also a crucial energy source for your cultivation. So many techniques. I can't keep up. Really? The host is actually willing to develop martial arts techniques for everyone. Why isn't it free? No, be grateful they're opening this channel for you. And you still want it for free? Why are your demands so high? I want to worship the leader day and night, a guiding light of the new era, a living bodhisattva. Don't get too excited. I want to ask, since we are all unemployed, how do we earn blue coins? All right, the question was posed, and Wudao calmly replied. I said before, the global administrative reorganization will last for a month. After a month, most of the administrative work will be handed over to Little Blue, achieving full automation. So, this month is your last working period. There are many tasks to be done, and with a global population of 10 billion, it can only be completed if everyone gets to work. Wudao narrowed his eyes. Of course, you can choose to slack off, and I won't force you. But with Little Blue monitoring globally, if you don't earn blue coins to afford the techniques, don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. 1 month. Just 1 month. How will we earn blue coins afterward? Host, I have an important question about the assets in the original currency system. Will everything be reset? What about the elderly and the young? Do they also need to work? Chapter 38, Civilization Management System. Trade assignment. The reporters on the scene were taken aback, then quickly pulled out their phones to find that, unbeknownst to them, a striking blue star icon app had been installed. All right, I've finished my speech. Wudao glanced at the rapidly rising influence, now at 37 or 38. The live broadcast was about to end. Everything would be back on track by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so everyone get ready. With that, he closed the live stream and turned to enter the Congress building. East University District 4 Administrative Office Building. For the first time in 3 days, the screen showing Wudao's image was completely shut off, and the world seemed to fall silent for a few seconds. It wasn't until the mind pulled away from the dark screen that the office building regained its vitality. No one spoke. Everyone picked up their phones and quickly located the unfamiliar blue planet icon, clicking in. Welcome to the first-generation Blue Star Civilization Management System. I am the intelligent AI Xiaolan for planetary civilization management. User information is locked, and personal data is being generated. A cold female voice echoed from countless phones. In the office, Yu Yingming stared intently at her phone screen. User basic information. Name, Yu Yingming, Civil ID. D4001, Authority, Level 1, Position, None, Blue Coins, 0, Physical 1. 4, Mental, 1. Note, the limit for ordinary people in Blue Star's two-dimensional attributes is 1. After 1, every increase of 0, 1 doubles, showing exponential growth, 1. For 16 times 1. 1 is 2 times. Traits, self-transcendence. Crisis, intuition. Time remaining for district reorganization, 30 days. Time remaining for the 6-month deadline, 177 days. The second item was martial arts information. G martial arts. Body refinement method. Zizai Ji Gong. Development progress. Second layer 2. 6. Note. Development progress is a rough scan result with some deviation. For reference only. Aside from that, there was only the last AI QA option left. Yu Yingming thought for a moment and clicked to ask, how many blue coins can I exchange for my current assets? Citizen Yu Yingming. You have 1 residential property in East University District 4, 1 school district property in Hongyan City, and cash flow of over 300,000. Asset conversion only calculates the actual value at the time of asset exchange, with equivalents in food, minerals, energy, etc. The comprehensive calculation result is as follows. You can obtain 8 blue coins. Only 8. Can that cover 8 days of meals? This is outrageous. Citizen Yu Ziyuan. You can obtain 14 blue coins. Immediately, the voice of Xiaolan sounded in Yu Ziyuan's phone in the office. The father and daughter exchanged glances, both seeing the same speechless expression in each other's eyes. Despite being a leader in East University District 4, their combined assets could barely cover 20 days of meals. But before they could speak, a sudden scream echoed from outside. The currency is rapidly depreciating. The speed is too fast. Xiaolan's exchange prices are dropping quickly. Hurry, Xiaolan. I want exchange right now. Wow. A pound of rice has surged to 100 dong yuan. 300. 500. It's over 1,000. My God. And various metal minerals, wow. Oil prices are skyrocketing. Exchange now, hurry up. A second late, and we might not even get soup. A flurry of shouting ensued. Exchange it. Yu Ziyuan said. Do you choose to exchange all your assets for 13 level 1 blue coins? What? Just in a few seconds, it dropped by 1. Hurry, exchange. Exchange successful. Blue coins will exist in digital form in your personal information and can be withdrawn at any time through Xiaolan and will be delivered to you as soon as possible. Yu Yingming also immediately proceeded with the exchange. Unsurprisingly, she lost one as well. Now, we can only eat for 20 days, Yu Ziyuan said, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Yu Yingming didn't T-chat with her father and quickly inquired the AI Xiaolan. Can I exchange now? As long as you have blue coins. You can exchange with me at any time, Xiaolan confirmed. Yu Yingming looked at Yu Ziyuan, Dad. We must quickly gather 100 blue coins for you to exchange for Zizai Ji Gong. One step slow means falling behind. We absolutely cannot lag. How to gather them? Not everyone is foolish. No one will lend us money now, Yu Ziyuan replied, quite clear-headed. Yu Yingming frowned slightly, suddenly looking down and gripping her delicate white hands. Hey, don't have any inappropriate thoughts. We must not engage in illegal activities. Yu Ziyuan noticed his daughter's thoughts and immediately advised against it. Then he said, haven't you already learned it? Can't you directly teach me? Yu Yingming shook her head. I haven't even memorized the second layer's body refinement movements. The breathing method is even harder, let alone teaching you. Without assistance in passing on the techniques, I wouldn't even be able to get started in 3 to 5 years. Then there's no way. Wait. Yuzi Yuan suddenly gestured for silence and answered the phone. Hello, leader. A meeting? Video conference with all 18 district heads? When? Now. Okay, I have no problem. But my daughter is still here. Will it be inconvenient? Yes, it's Yu Yingming. Let her join? Is that appropriate? Oh, all right, good. Yu Ziyuan nodded repeatedly, without any spare time, and quickly waved Yu Yingming over. He pulled over a small stool for her to sit down. Then, the computer connected to the video conference. A lazy young man appeared on the screen. Yu Yingming's eyes widened instantly. The man was none other than Li Wudao. All right, is everyone here? Li Wudao, sitting on an exquisite sofa, seemed to scan each person with his gaze. Mr. Li, everyone is here. You may begin speaking, a meeting recorder said. Li Wudao wasted no time and immediately stated, Meeting Content 1. I want to build a large industrial production area near the transportation hubs of the 4 major districts, responsible for producing blue coins, cutting-edge machinery, and technological products. You in the East District currently have the most complete management structure. Confirm the location for me before 8 o'clock tomorrow. Understood, Mr. Li. Content 2, related to you. Li Wudao said in a deep voice. The district reorganization this month will conduct a trial implementation of trait assignment across the district, with full implementation in 6 months. This means that everyone will be assigned to corresponding positions based on their traits for work. I will open corresponding special exchange windows for major categories such as production and manufacturing, education, military preparedness, scientific research, and politics. For you politicians, I will provide an option to exchange for a diluted version of gene optimization liquid. Although it won't allow you to step onto the martial arts path like Chang Yifeng, it can still enhance some physical qualities and extend lifespan. Wow, even these deeply calculating politicians could no longer maintain their composure at this moment. Is what you said true? Li Wudao said lightly. Won't you verify for yourselves? Also, politicians shouldn't think about walking the martial arts path. Just be good civilization leaders and manage the planet well. Mr. Li is right. Management is indeed mentally consuming, and there is no energy left to practice martial arts. A group of people looked much more relaxed. But Li Wudao's expression suddenly turned cold. Don't be too happy too soon. I also have my requirements. What I need is a concise and efficient governing body. Xiaolan will assist you in managing the world while also supervising you. Don't bring over any bad habits from the past, or don't blame me for being merciless. Rest assured, sir. I hope so. Li Wudao nodded, paused for a few seconds, and finally said, under the eager gaze of everyone, the last item, which is also the allocation issue you are most concerned about. Xiaolan will oversee all kinds of resources produced globally. In the next 6 months, I will take 70, and after 6 months, I will take 50. Wow. Upon hearing this, a good number of people stood up immediately. Chapter 39 meeting concluded. Back on track 70%. Impossible. We absolutely cannot accept this. Sir, that is simply too high. Whether in anger or persuasion, in any case, the Eastern District does not agree with this resource allocation result. Yu Yingming cast a questioning glance at her father. Yu Ziyuan caught it out of the corner of his eye, maintaining his gaze forward while reaching into the drawer under the table for a document. Yu Yingming took it, stepped aside to avoid the camera, and began to flip through it. Preliminary plan for the comprehensive resource reallocation of Blue Star, as she quickly skimmed through. Yu Yingming's pair of phoenix eyes slowly widened. It looked quite complex, but the content was simple, within 6 months. Li Wudao was to take 70% of the global industry, responsible for meeting global supply and demand, ensuring the healthy and rapid development of Blue Star civilization. After 6 months, the share would drop to 50%, and Blue Star could independently decide whether to continue cooperation. If they chose to terminate cooperation, Blue Star civilization must settle all contributions Li Wudao made to the development of Blue Star's genetic martial arts during the cooperation period. However, the document did not specify how the settlement would be calculated, clearly giving all the weight to Li Wudao alone. Isn't this a unfair clause? Yu Yingming muttered to herself. Mr. Li, this 70% is really a bit high. We need quite a few blue coins for trade currency circulation, as well as other aspects. What do you think? A group of politicians in the video conference began to lament to Li Wudao, trying to negotiate for a larger resource allocation. Yu Yingming had not intended to interject until she caught sight of her father, Yu Ziyuan, passing her a note under the table. After a quick glance, Yu Yingming cast a puzzled look at Yu Ziyuan. Yu Ziyuan glanced at the group of leaders in the video conference. Yu Yingming frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, suddenly spoke up, "Please allow me to say something." The politicians' lamentation session came to a halt as they turned their eyes toward her. Yu Yingming looked at Li Wudao, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Li, don't forget, the cost is based on Blue Star's resources. Yet you want to take 70%. Isn't that a bit too domineering?" After a 2-second silence, the perceptive politicians immediately chimed in. "Hey, Ms. Yu, you are being too serious. We understand Mr. Li's difficulties, but 70% is indeed a bit high." "Well, she's still young, Mr. Li. Please don't take it to heart." Yu Ziyuan also leaned in, bending slightly to apologize. Li Wudao raised an eyebrow, playing with the idea. "What does this have to do with you? What capacity do you have to speak with me? Can you represent the Eastern District?" Yu Yingming's expression froze. How should this be discussed? She was not experienced in political negotiations either. Suppressing her nervousness, her mind raced, and she finally found a point of entry, saying in a deep voice, "Planetary resources are inherently non-renewable if you exploit them madly within 6 months. What will happen to the global population that relies on them to survive? As a part of Blue Star, this matter certainly relates to me." Li Wudao crossed his legs, fingers intertwined, leaning back in his chair, and said languidly, "Do you really think of me as a charitable benefactor? Do you know what monopoly means? Am I not entitled to profits? Should I just create blue coins out of thin air and give you martial arts techniques for free? Li Wudaosna Moreuve. Do you know how much energy is consumed in producing blue coins? Do you have high energy compression containers and energy conversion technology? The 30% you can get in 6 months could exceed the total of the past 10 years. Do you understand? Don't take advantage and then act coy." A series of rhetorical questions left Yu Yingming completely speechless. However, at this point, she did not wish to back down in defeat. So she firmly grasped the most critical point. But you cannot deny that this is accelerating the consumption of Blue Star's non-renewable resources. While there might be a large influx of resources in the short term, in the long run, Blue Star will only become increasingly desolate and less suitable for human habitation. "Ha!" Li Wudao scoffed at her words, standing up with a look of pity. "Can you widen your narrow perspective a bit? Individual martial arts masters can stroll through space. How can an entire civilization just want to huddle on a single planet all day? Little girl, the stars and the sea are our goals." The meeting concluded. Yu Yingming sat gloomily in front of the screen. "Saikov, good daughter, don't think too much. He is not talking about you, but about us short-sighted old folks." Yu Ziyuan patted his daughter's shoulder to comfort her. Regarding this agenda, they had actually long been mentally prepared for failure. After all, the negotiating parties were not on the same level of strength. There's a saying that what cannot be obtained on the battlefield cannot be obtained at the negotiating table either. However, the result was not difficult to accept. Those people above, under the illusion of stars and seas, were surprisingly quick to relent. It was just that his good daughter had been used as a pawn by the old foxes and had been scolded thoroughly. "I'm leaving. Although this is an intangible political asset, for the sake of being the first to stick out, let someone else do it next time. All right, pay attention to work-rest balance." Yu Ziyuan could only watch her leave, and then immediately began to get busy. "There is only 1 month left. I'm only 46. I can still walk the path of martial arts. I'll give my all." He also needed to earn some blue coins. On October 19th, the hero United States began the voting election for the new president. No, the district head of the Western District. The North and South Districts, along with numerous small nations governing bodies, began to frequently interact, with small-scale armed conflicts limited to individual rifles, rocket launchers, and so on occurring from time to time. The global financial system, after struggling through a night, completely collapsed, with the speed of currency devaluation in various countries exceeding imagination. In the morning, wanting to buy a bun required several tens of thousands of dollars. If it weren't for assets still being exchangeable with blue coins, currency would probably have turned into worthless paper. Therefore, social stability inevitably faced large-scale turmoil. However, with Xiaolan's statement that individuals could receive corresponding blue coin rewards for their contributions and positive impacts on social civilization, national governance and wealthy individuals immediately transformed into exceptional charitable organizations. Military and police forces were deployed to suppress all turmoil and criminal activities to maintain order, releasing ample living resources. Following that, Xiaolan's statement that individuals' destruction and negative impacts on social civilization would lower citizens' evaluations, affect exchange permissions, and deduct certain blue coins led to a sudden spike in global crime rates followed by a rapid decline. The Eastern District acted the fastest. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the district's morning news took over the headlines, officially announcing the comprehensive implementation of the district reorganization. In simple terms, it involved constructing varying numbers of urban areas, industrial zones, mining areas, food areas, research areas, and energy areas based on the geographical locations, existing production capacities, and population structures of the 18 numerically numbered regions in the Eastern District. The standards and structures were unified. All construction technical support provided by Xiaolan would be handled by the Eastern District. A large-scale mobilization of the entire district began early in the morning. The composite industrial zone that Wudao needed had also been selected. His main body was continuously practicing body refining techniques in the Parliament building, with a dual focus. His Hive consciousness was busy managing everything. Chapter 40, New Era, Blue Star, November 18th, early morning. In the martial arts practice room of the East University Special Zone, Super Composite Industrial Park. Bang, bang. In the vast space, there were no figures in sight, only the continuous booming sounds and the dents appearing on the surrounding alloy walls. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared in the center of the arena, his black robe rustling. Yet his body showed no sign of inertia as he stood like a tall pine tree. He slowly extended his hand to draw the saber from his waist. With a clang, he unsheathed it and executed a horizontal slash. A visible wave of energy from the blade sliced through the air for dozens of meters, striking the alloy wall. The alloy wall was cut, leaving a deep gash over 10 centimeters deep and 30 meters long. He sheathed his sword. Then, a door opened in the alloy wall, and a row of robots emerged, quickly beginning repairs on the wall. The sword technique had recovered quite well, reaching about 70 to 80% of its previous life as proficiency. Wudao nodded in satisfaction. This was not an energy-based attack, nor a special sword technique. It was purely a wave of energy generated from a rapid slash. Unlike the energy dispersion of an explosive shockwave under the exquisite sword technique, the wave energy was confined and concentrated along the blade, thus possessing incredible lethality. With a thought, a personal information block generated by the Dawnchild system appeared in his mind. Name, Wudao, Citizen ID, YP995851, Authority, Level 4, Merit, 174, Physique, 1-8, Soul 2, 0, Trait, Hive Consciousness, Gene Martial Arts, Body Refinement Technique, Transformation of the Heavenly Demon, Development Progress, 5th Layer 1. 2. Remaining time for Civilization Trial, 147 days. His physique could be considered at 1. 8. 256 times the limit of ordinary people on Blue Star. He had also basically mastered the 5th layer of the body refinement technique, and the subsequent development speed could be improved a bit. Wudao nodded in satisfaction and left the practice room. After a month, he had reaped a lot. Taking the elevator, he ascended several hundred meters to the surface. Ascending another several hundred meters, he arrived at the viewing platform of the skyscraper. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, a massive super composite industrial city came into view. Level 1 super composite industrial base, 100 merit points. Description: fully automated modular construction base, capable of automated production of various level 1 modular buildings, such as planetary capitals, civilian industrial bodies, commercial areas, housing, power plants, mining facilities, and urban magnetic rail transit systems, etc. As long as there are resources provided, it can complete the construction of the majority of the basic buildings of a planet. Note: modules like power plants, farms, and mining sites require specific geographical locations for assembly, best paired with a Level 1 planetary magnetic rail transit hub to solve transportation and assembly issues. Covering over 100,000 square kilometers, the numerous complex yet orderly magnetic rail corridors surrounded the entire industrial city. Various maglev vehicles and large drones constantly shuttled between the orderly buildings. Everything was in perfect order, filled with the beauty of technology and industry. Suddenly, a blue light shot out from the black, intricate ring on his left wrist, projecting the image of Xiao Lan beside him. Master, the person in charge of the East University District reorganization is requesting a call with you. Connect. Yes. The projection of Xiao Lan transformed into a man in his 50s. Mr. Li, good morning. The other party's warm face was full of smiles. Is it completed? Li Wudao said as he reached out to take the breakfast handed over by a wheeled robot. A level 4 blue coin, milk-flavored. It chewed like milk candy. Yes. After a rush, it was finally completed on schedule. The completion ceremony is also ready, starting global live broadcast at 8 o'clock, just waiting for you. Li Wudao nudda. You pass. After exchanging for this super composite industrial base, he immediately produced 3 modular manufacturing plants to provide to the other 3 districts. Mobilizing globally, if this couldn't be achieved, he would have to consider replacing the administrative personnel. Thanks to your help, without this industrial base responsible for the main production, we wouldn't have been able to meet our goals. The person in charge gazed out at the massive industrial city, still filled with shock despite having seen it many times. He, Li Wudao, smiled faintly. A month ago, he confirmed the location and exchange with the Dawnchild system, under the gaze of numerous East University district administrators. A faint green light enveloped an expansive area of over 100,000 square kilometers. Then, the world seemed to transform into a texture map within seconds. The surface's mud and rock were silently scraped away and filled in. Such a massive industrial base was created from the ground up. From the foundational base to the highest 800-meter control core building, all in thin air. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes. The East University district administrators stood there dumbfounded, like a group of sculptures. Even Li Wudao, having seen it many times, still found it delightful every time. Level 3 city module printing technology, city printing itself, was actually only a level 3 technology, not particularly high, otherwise it wouldn't only be worth 100 merit points. The reason it was so shocking, as if creating something from nothing, was still thanks to the spatial transmission technology inherent in the merit exchange itself. The universe is vast and boundless, capable of ignoring distances of hundreds of millions of light years for real-time spatial transmission, which is truly unimaginable. Sitting in a private airship hundreds of meters in the air, Li Wudao looked down at the Earth. After the reorganization of city districts, there was no place on the planet's surface that was unusable or undeveloped. As far as the eye could see, the area surrounding the super composite industrial base was an endless flat metallic plain. In the smooth silver metallic sheen, countless engineering and transport automated vehicles were in operation. Rapid transit roads spread out like a spider web, extending in all directions without end. Underground maglev tracks, surface expressways, and large transport ships in the air continuously transported the modules produced by the super base to locations around the globe. In the previous month, it had been extremely busy here. As morning approached 8 o'clock, East University District Supervisory Office, New Era Square, Li Wudao, dressed in a black robe, stood on the podium. With a crowd of people below, a throng of heads extending to the edge of the square. Behind him stood the cabinet of the Blue Star Supervisory Office, for district heads and some important administrative officials. Ding dong. At exactly 8 o'clock, a melodious chime resonated through every modular district city globally. A wide-angle holographic projection appeared in mid-air, reflecting Li Wudao's figure. The somewhat noisy square fell completely silent, with countless eyes fixated on the black-robed young man. Li Wudao scanned the excited and fervent eyes below, a slight smile lifting the corners of his mouth as he slowly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new era. Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks exploded into the sky. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in joy, cheers filling the air. Oh, oh, oh. Chapter 41, Training Ground. After a few minutes of global jubilation, Wudao pressed his hands down lightly. The 100 billion people gradually calmed their excited emotions, waiting for Wudao's speech. A month's time can turn the world upside down. The brilliant cities and magnificent planets today are the result of each one of your hard work. Wudao spoke. Although we have not yet achieved planetary unification and the great integration of global civilizations, I believe that day will come soon. We will surely discard the dregs of past civilizations and inherit the essence of historical culture. Looking to the future, everything at present is just the beginning of development, a solid foundation we have laid. Whether civilization or individuals, whether technological culture or genetic martial arts, we will continue to climb. The stars and the sea, martial arts connecting to the divine, surpassing everything. The speech of a new era, just a few short sentences, brought forth cheers from the crowd, stirring up emotions, doing some ideological work, increasing the public's recognition of civilization and happiness index, and enhancing the cohesion of civilization. This is an important step in the development of organic biological civilization. However, an official speech should not be too long. Once they quieted down, Wudao spoke in a conversational tone, as if among friends. Although everything in the new era is so wonderful, I must now tell you some bad news. Bad news? What bad news? The crowd was puzzled. Wudao raised his left hand, and the black gold circular wristwatch projected a small blue image. The global reorganization of regions is complete, and the blue currency settlement ends here. The cold words of the small blue voice echoed on every citizen's personal wristwatch. After a brief silence, there was a wail. What? Is it stopping just like that? I still have some assets that haven't been exchanged. Small blue, give me a way out. I just saved enough blue currency for the ultimate freedom technique. I have no money to exchange for other martial arts techniques now. Is there really no way to obtain blue currency in the future? Leader, the blue currency is completely insufficient, and it is a consumable. It will lead to deflation. The crowd was inquiring one after another. For these questions, Wudao stepped aside from the podium. The spokesperson for the Eastern District immediately took over. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. Blue currency can still be obtained through work. This did not satisfy the crowd, because just before 8 o'clock, various robots and machines appeared in their workplaces, replacing their labor positions. Where can we find work? Facing this question, the person in charge remained calm and said sternly, only basic production, manufacturing, and service jobs have been replaced by machines. Many high-end and specialized positions still require a large number of technically skilled personnel, especially research personnel. Additionally, jobs in education, management, business, and cultural entertainment are extremely scarce. But immediately someone countered, but these all require specialized knowledge and skills. What about us, ordinary production workers, without special skills? And what you mentioned about business. Where is there any commercial activity now? In fact, basic production, manufacturing, logistics, and life services account for over 70% of total jobs. As for commercial activities, there is nothing to buy and sell at all. All assets have been sold to Small Blue. Moreover, the revenue-sharing agreement of 70-30 that Wudao reached with the supervisory office distributes resources in the form of blue currency. Only in this way can they support the operation of the 4 major districts. Furthermore, because blue currency is a tangible consumable in the early stages, the 30% allocated may be a bit tight, and it might take a while to even pay the administrative staff salaries. There is simply no way to provide more jobs. Wudao now controls the global economy, which is equivalent to having a firm grip on the vital point of Blue Star civilization. Let me take over. Wudao, who had just sat down for a short while, took over again without any surprise. If you want to use us as green leaves, you could at least give us a heads up. Ignoring this, Wudao faced the audience and slowly said, I have said before, at least for the remaining 5 months, unemployment does not mean there is nothing to do or no income. For all good citizens living in urban areas, I will ensure your basic living needs, providing free food, clothing, and other necessities, and meeting everyone's basic housing needs as a basic social security welfare for the global population. Then, every citizen who is 12 years old or older and can begin martial arts training will receive 1 level 1 blue currency every day. This blue currency cannot be traded. It can only be used personally and exchanged with small blue. The global crowd erupted once again. Wow. Wow, wow. Leader. Forever the god. Free housing. What a generous gift. Long live the leader. I love you to death, leader. Even the heads of the 4 major districts behind him were wide-eyed in astonishment. This is not a small number. With a global population of 100 billion, that is at least 90 billion level 1 blue currencies a day. Not to mention the basic living security. Of course, this is not unconditional. I do not want to raise a bunch of parasitic pests of civilization. Wudao's calm words once again quieted the boiling crowd. Under the curious and expectant gazes of everyone, Wudao raised his hand and pointed to the side. A 10-meter high, 5-meter wide, oval bright silver vortex appeared out of nowhere, floating a few meters above the ground. The global populace and the heads of the 4 major districts were all astonished and puzzled. What is this? Domain Alien Planet Cleanup Package Ticket Level 0. Fixed one-way space transport channel fee. 1 energy currency month. Description. In the human empire, which occupies 1/10 of the observable universe within a radius of 4 billion light years, there are countless indigenous alien planets yet to be cleared. Some alien races have already become intelligent and formed civilizations, but are still in the pre-superluminal era, unable to engage in interstellar activities. Some aliens are like primitive beasts, lacking any intelligence and civilization. All aliens need to be transformed, enslaved, and cleared. Let the glory of the human empire and the brilliance of the goddess of dawn shine on every planet. Specific description: Level 0 non-intelligent alien planet. Individual power level limit does not exceed level 1. Total number of aliens, approximately 130 billion. Special resources: none. Alien transformation value: none. Under the global spotlight, Wudao's gaze was deep as he spoke softly. This is a space transport channel. On the other side is your martial arts practical training ground. Chapter 42. The Trio. Teleportation Space Teleportation Channel. It can't be the kind I'm thinking of, right? It's getting more and more fantastical. How strange. I don't feel surprised at all. Even if the sect master said he was a celestial being from the heavens in the next moment, I might not find it odd. Was the martial arts practical training camp? In the face of people's confusion, Wudao's gaze fell on the crowd below. Those who have begun Jin martial arts training can come in with me for a visit. The crowd below fell silent. During this month's global regional restructuring project, Wudao had given global staff a minimum wage of 5 blue coins per day. Additionally, in the martial arts exchange list he provided, aside from the exorbitantly priced level 1-star river step, the only one available for gene development was the free extreme skill for 100 blue coins. Thus, under his control, most people had already exchanged for free extreme skill. However, aside from the 100 slots he distributed, and the exception of Zhou Yao, no one had completed the first layer of the body tempering movement so far, let alone entering the next stage. How could anyone enter? This technique is too difficult, and with the long hours of work every day, where would they find the time to cultivate? It's simply impossible. I specifically exchanged for the cheapest plum blossom step to try, only to find that even this required time and hard work to see results, not to mention free extreme skill. The notes mentioned that it was best to combine it with special auxiliary technology to significantly improve the entry speed. But it didn't specify what the auxiliary technology was, nor did it open an exchange option. The crowd below whispered and murmured. Suddenly, a figure sprang out from the crowd and appeared on stage in the blink of an eye. Everyone's gaze followed. Dressed in loose black training clothes with a spirited crew cut and a rugged face with deep-set eyes. Wow, who is this handsome uncle? Wait, isn't this Lao Chong? He has entered martial arts. The newcomer was none other than Chong Yifeng. Sectmaster, I request to accompany you. Chong Yifeng bowed and clasped his fists. Oh, it's been a while. Lao Chong, you've completed your first gene development. Wudao examined him and chuckled. Not bad, not bad. Your physical fitness is almost at 1. You can go in with me. Thank you, Sectmaster. Just as Chong Yifeng's words fell, he hadn't straightened up yet when a strong gust of wind suddenly rushed from behind. Before he could react, a female voice rang out. What about me? Can I go together? Zila at that moment, Chong Yifeng instinctively stepped sideways a few meters, looking in surprise to his right. A beautiful girl with a cold expression had appeared out of nowhere. Wow, what has flew past? Someone below exclaimed. That's Yu Ming, the top-ranked Yu Ming. I remember her. When did she go up? I didn't even see a shadow. The guy who can see the movements is impressive. Wudao nodded. The third gene development has made progress. With a physical fitness of 1.5, it's naturally possible. Following that, a burly bald man squeezed through the crowd, leaping up to the podium and coming to Chang Yifeng's left side, bowing to greet. Sect Master, I also want to visit with you. Okay, just you three. What about the others? Wudao nodded, then looked a bit surprised. Are they not present? Or have they not entered? Surely there can't be no one with good talent? The newcomer was actually Zhou Yao, the last member of the trio. He had recovered quite well, having completed more than half of the second gene development, with his physique reaching 1. Even though his foundation was damaged, his development speed was still faster than Chang Yifeng's. All right, Wudao said no more. Facing the live broadcast camera, I will be live streaming the entire process, so everyone, keep your eyes wide open. He then led the three to the teleportation channel. The landing point of the space teleportation is random. If everyone wants to team up in the future, they can do so on the Blue Star Mobile Information Terminal. Wudao said, opening the black gold ring on his wrist and demonstrating the operation on the screen. The trio selected to agree. Xiaolan's voice then rang out from the mobile terminal. Team composition complete, with Wudao as the captain. Please note, in team teleportation, only the captain has the right to choose the teleportation. When teleportation begins, team members must be within 100 meters of the channel radius. Otherwise, teleportation will fail. In the martial arts practical training ground, no powerful firearms unrelated to martial arts training or combat are allowed. Other precautions can be checked on the mobile terminal. Wudao lightly leaped into the silver vortex door. Standing a meter away, the three who did not make contact with the teleportation channel, like Wudao, suddenly vanished. The live stream briefly stuttered. Then the scene changed. In a vast primeval forest, red-brown trees that required more than 10 people to hug grew over 100 meters tall. The four stood in this dense forest as if they had entered the realm of giants. The teleportation process was silent, and in the blink of an eye, they had switched locations. Wudao stood firmly, showing no signs of abnormality, but the trio suddenly felt a weighty sensation. However, the one with the lowest physical fitness, Chang Yifeng, still exceeded the normal limit of Blue Star humans by 8 times, quickly adjusting and maintaining composure in front of the global audience. This is gravity? Yu Ming raised her eyebrows. Among the trio, she had the strongest physique, and this level of gravitational pressure had almost no effect on her. Instead, she didn't feel it directly. The gravity was more than double that of Blue Star. Chang Yifeng twisted his shoulders, feeling as if his previously light body was now burdened with a heavy stone. So, have we come to another planet? Zhou Tao looked around at the towering trees. Since this is a martial arts practical training ground, where are the practical targets? Yu Ming's eyes were already full of eagerness to try. Boom, 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 suddenly, the grassy, moss-covered forest ground began to tremble. Various strange creatures that had been hiding screeched and scattered, and the treetops above swayed, with birds chirping as they fled for their lives. A murderous aura rushed toward them. The three looked serious and were on high alert. Even Yu Ming tensed her body, ready to act at any moment. Although the three of them had turned into little superheroes, the unknown was always the most terrifying. The tremors grew closer, and there was commotion coming from all directions. A massive creature over 10 meters tall roared out from the dense forest. Chapter 43, Alien Battlefield. It was a fierce monster running upright. It resembled a dinosaur, with sturdy lower limbs, but its upper body had 4 long, thin tentacles, and its entire body was covered in metallic black scales. Its canine head was filled with jagged teeth, and a pair of blood-red eyes, larger than basketballs, fixed intently on the 4 people. As it ran, it opened its mouth, ready to bite and devour. Come on! Yu Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of such a monster. She let out a fierce shout, and her figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, and the shockwave blew Chang Yifeng and Zhou Yao to cover their faces and lower their heads. Bang! The running monster's head suddenly exploded, scattering blood and gore everywhere. Its massive body continued forward, crashing against a large tree. "Not bad," Yu Yingming said, her clothes spotless, her tone calm. But the next moment, more grotesque monsters leaped out from behind the dense trees. Yu Yingming frowned and prepared to strike again, faced with the onslaught of monsters from all directions. Chang Yifeng and Zhou Yao could not remain uninvolved. After a brief hesitation, they actively engaged the two enemies rushing from another direction. Yu Yingming and Zhou Yao clearly had a lot of practical combat training experience. Even unarmed, they could maneuver swiftly among the beast horde and occasionally manage to kill a couple of them. Chang Yifeng, however, appeared quite flustered, relying solely on his physical fitness to leap and dodge among the trees, facing great peril. This scene was broadcast live. The world was in an uproar. Alien monsters? Is this really a martial arts training ground? Are you kidding? So many gigantic monsters. People are definitely going to die. Do we have to go in too? Please spare me. I've never even killed a chicken. As time passed, more and more monsters gathered here. Even though Yu Yingming could kill a monster with every strike, it could not change the fact that the three of them were completely surrounded and in dire straits. Then, Wudao suddenly spoke up. He threw 3 ring-handled knives to the 3 of them. They reacted quickly and caught them. Holding the knife handles, Yu Yingming changed her momentum, turned around, and delivered a horizontal slash. Swish! The massive creature, over 10 meters tall, was split in two. The blade light flashed continuously as Yu Yingming transformed into a moving meat grinder, with blood and flesh raining down around her. With weapons in hand, Chang Yifeng and Zhou Yao could barely hold their ground against the onslaught of beasts. On a tree branch, Wudao crossed his arms and looked down at the scene below, addressing the global audience watching the live stream. Hunt the alien creatures, collect their corpses, and deposit them at the biopower station to earn blue coins. All healthy individuals over the age of 16 who are unemployed must enter the training ground at least once a month and stay for a full 24 hours before they can teleport out. Those who refuse to enter will lose all welfare benefits. After a pause, Wudao continued. Anyone who voluntarily applies to enter the training ground will receive a free genetic martial arts development assistance device. As soon as he said this, the viewers who had just expressed their resistance immediately changed their tune. The master is working so hard for us. How can we let him down? I'll sign up to go in at the end of the month. Where do we get the assistance devices? The effect was significant. They had suffered enough from the pain of having the path of martial arts laid out before them, but being unable to enter. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a huge, dull roar interrupted Wudao's thoughts. Even the monsters fighting below, along with Yu Yingming and the 3 others, came to a halt. This feeling, Zhou Yao pressed his hand against his chest, feeling an inexplicable pressure that made him uncomfortable, even finding it difficult to breathe. Boom! Another loud noise. The monstrous horde let out a series of cries, suddenly abandoning the 3 and scattering quickly into the woods. Gulp! Chang Yifeng swallowed hard and said, "It seems something big is coming." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive shadow swept across the sky, obscuring everything. The 3, covered in blood and filth, looked up and saw a 4-clawed black-scaled beast, comparable in size to a football field, stomping down towards them. Terrified, the 3 of them felt their hair stand on end and ran away with all their might. Swish! Wudao on the tree branch looked up indifferently and, in front of countless viewers, drew his sword. A visible crescent-shaped sword energy slashed upward, tearing through everything. Puffed. The terrifying foot of the 4-clawed beast was effortlessly severed by the sword energy, just like the trees that obstructed its path. The sword energy did not dissipate. The massive sound wave energy continued to rip through flesh and blood, cutting upwards. Blood rained down from the sky. Yu Yingming and the others widened their eyes at the sight. With his armored cover, Wudao sent 3 chains wrapping around Yu Yingming and the others, pulling them up into the sky. They rapidly ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Below them was the giant monster's corpse, split in half, slowly collapsing to the sides. Boom! Half of the corpse sprawled across the forest for hundreds of meters, with a large amount of dark red blood and internal organs flooding the forest valley into a blood-colored lake. Boom! Another loud sound. The 3 quickly looked in the direction of the noise. They saw more than a dozen supersized monsters, each hundreds of meters tall and equipped with dozens of tentacles. Roaming about, the vast primitive forest under their feet was no different from bushes barely knee-deep in water. Thick-legged crab, Zhou Yao clung to the chain, gazing at the terrifying giant drenched in cold sweat. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yu Yingming's gaze fell on Li Wudao. This monster was so gigantic and terrifying. Yet Li Wudao had split it in half with a single sword energy. How strong is he now? You can't handle these moving nests for now, Li Wudao stated, holding a sword in one hand and pointing it into the air. Swish! A blue energy enveloped the ring-handled knife. Then, the blade light flickered. Each upward thrust, diagonal slash, and horizontal cut unleashed a blue sword energy several dozen meters long, rapidly slicing through the giant beasts. Roar! After a brief howl from over a dozen giant beasts, their bodies shattered into countless pieces, spreading out. Li Wudao sheathed his sword. Now it's done. The master is impressive. The live stream ended, and the plan began to be fully implemented, because the application time to enter the training ground could be postponed to the end of the month. Almost everyone chose to apply and then receive the assistance devices for free. The so-called assistance devices were actually cellular tissues containing Li Wudao's Hive consciousness and body tempering programming. Like Zhou Yao and the others, they infiltrated the bodies of billions of people through Little Blue's global oversight. The mobile information terminal coordinated openly. In just 10 days, nearly 8 billion people worldwide spontaneously practiced and successfully entered the realm of the ultimate freedom technique, silently becoming an extension of Li Wudao's thought. Chapter 44 Civilization Management, December 18th. East University District 5, Urban Planning, 4th Comprehensive College. Ring, ring, ring. Is there a martial arts teacher? Finally, I don't have to practice alone anymore. Let's go. Change into martial arts practice clothes. A group of 15 or 16-year-old boys excitedly made their way to the practice room. The break time passed quickly. As the class bell rang, a tall figure strode into the practice room. Silence. The students immediately stood at attention, eagerly awaiting. You little rascals, you're in for a treat today. The martial arts teacher waved his hands and began demonstrating boxing techniques. If it weren't for not wanting to go to the combat training ground, I wouldn't waste my time teaching. This is the second-tier, cloud-piercing fist that I exchanged for 50 blue coins, and I'm teaching it to you for free. As for how much you can learn, that's up to you. East University District Supervisory Office. New Era Square. The silver vortex-shaped spatial transmission passage still stands in the center. In front of the spatial transmission checkpoint, 10 passages were lined up in long queues. Line up properly. Don't mess around. Lone wolves without a team, come over here. The specialized management agency for the Alien Combat Training Ground in East University District is responsible for on-site control. A girl with long black hair and a cold expression, holding a long knife, rushed straight into the silver vortex. Following her, dozens of fierce men in combat uniforms, carrying various cold weapons, charged in. Look, Yu Yingming, and that group of top 100 from the new era. Someone exclaimed. It's them again, coming every day, not afraid of death at all. You have no idea how many blue coins they've earned. The giant monster corpses that the master cut down are taken away by them. Someone envied and was jealous. Sigh, there's no escaping it. In the end, I still have to go. What's the rush? It's been a month. Haven't you finished practicing the first-level body tempering method? And with so many people going in this time, they pile up those monsters. Some expressed concern. But the march of the queue never stopped for a moment, continuously disappearing into the vortex. Alien battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Cannons fired in unison. Electric nets surged. Roar. Countless enormous, grotesque monsters continuously attacked the forward base's defense line. This is the front line of the alien battlefield, to provide supplies and rest points for the fighting warriors, as well as to give the civilians experiencing combat for the first time a breather and for other purposes. The governing agency of East University District specifically applied to build a defensive military base on the alien planet. This proposal was quickly approved. Modular military bases were rapidly constructed on the alien planet. In the reception square of the base, people continued to appear in groups, and then were quickly taken away by soldiers. You finally made it. Follow me. If you hold the base for 24 hours, your month-long combat mission will be completed. At the back of the base, a muscular man carried a monster corpse over 10 meters long and stood in front of a large weighing platform. Here it comes. 6.5 tons, 2 blue coins. You guys are really ripping me off. The power station pays at least 3 blue coins. You're only giving me a third? The man instantly became furious. Tichiaka, fine. Just give me the money. East University District, Super Composite Industrial Base. Top floor of the core building. Shaolan. Activate the Civilization Management Module. Data appears. Blue star. Population. 80. Cohesion. 87. The population's recognition of Wudao. Happiness. 3. Satisfaction of the population with current living conditions, the ruling class, and future development. Energy coins. 72. Current balance. 19. Monthly surplus. Food. 7812. A unit benchmark is the average consumption of 100 million population in 1 month. Consumer goods. 43.8. Includes various civilian industrial products. Martial arts supplies. Luxury goods necessary for the population's life. Minerals. 2136. A unit benchmark is minerals required for constructing a standard urban area. Alloys. 15.6. A unit benchmark is alloys required for forging a standard human empire frigate. Rare resources. None. This is the rough estimate of various resources of Blue Star Civilization after 1 month since the Global District reorganization. This is 30% of the allocated resources, nominally belonging to the Blue Star Supervisory Office, being public account. Wudao's personal account consists of the remaining 70% plus his existing assets. Wudao, energy coins, 170.44, food, 182.28, consumer goods, 118, minerals, 49.84, alloys, 35.14, rare resources, none merit, 113, physique, one soul, 2, 0, gene martial arts. Body tempering method, transformation into the heavenly demon S free method, development progress, 5th layer 48, time remaining for civilization trial, 117 days, consumer goods, food, minerals, and even alloys hold little use for him as an individual. Currently, all resources are stored in various warehouses. System, I want to exchange for merit. Wudao called out in his mind. Citizen Wudao, the exchange window has been opened for you. Open the Civilization Community category. Select Interstellar Trade, secondary category. Click Company Registration. Company Registration. 1 point of merit. Description. The human empire allows affiliated civilizations and all citizen individuals to establish companies. Encouraging commercial activities. Directly spend 1 point of merit to exchange. Citizen Wudao, please confirm the name of the company you are creating. Wudao immediately said, Infinite Universe. This name does not comply with the relevant laws of the human empire. Please choose again, damn it. Wudao's eyes widened. I didn't expect to hit a snag here. Blade Edge Club. Name available. Confirm? Confirm. Citizen Wudao. You have successfully registered the company Blade Edge Club. Registering a company does not mean you can immediately engage in commercial activities. Click on the Trade License, tertiary category. Level 1 Trade License. 10 points of merit. Description. With this license, you can conduct interstellar trade activities of general goods within the territory of the human empire. What are general goods? They are basic organic food, basic mineral alloys, and other ordinary products. With level 1, there are naturally higher levels. The level 5 trade license even provides a certain number of free spatial transport services from the human empire. However, level 1 is sufficient for now. With these two, he qualifies to enter interstellar trade within the territory of the human empire. Next, level 1 standard transport ship. 5 points of merit. Description. Standard modular assembly product. Equipped with a hyperspace engine, no weapon protection, only possessing the most basic interstellar transport capability. Chapter 45. Enclave Trade. Warning. An interstellar spaceship was teleported above the industrial base, hovering steadily. It was approximately 500 meters long and somewhat bulky. Wudao divided his hive mind, entering the spaceship to take control. The logistics system activated, transporting resources from warehouses around the globe. Wudao multitaska. Completing the final exchange. Subsystem Star Network Activation Service. 1 merit point for 1 year. Description. The human empire will cover the entire territory with an interstellar network, enabling real-time communication, no longer shackled by the speed of light. At this point, he had 96 merit points left, but these were all necessary. The Dawn subsystem is a special system that covers all citizens of the human empire, whether it is Li Wudao's level 1 subsystem or the war zone system. They are all completely controlled by the goddess of Dawn. In other words, to become a citizen of the human empire and possess full citizenship rights, one must accept the implantation of the subsystem. As for how the implantation is done and where the implantation body is located, a multitude of god-level beings in the empire cannot figure it out, and Li Wudao does not waste time thinking about it. What he needs to know is that the supreme ruler of the human empire is the goddess of Dawn, both nominally and factually. Citizen Li Wudao. It has been detected that you are accessing the star network for the first time. Please confirm your network information. Li Wudao made a selection. Name, Li Wudao. Identity tag, level 4 citizen of the empire, research talent, director of the Blade Club Company. Information confirmed. Li Wudao was already an old internet user in the interstellar realm, so he directly chose Star Network, locate my current position. Star Network location, Human Empire, Western Region Falling Moon Ships Supercluster, Ship-Armed Goldfish Supercluster, Lake Fairy Supercluster, Lunar System Cluster, Pingyao System, Pingyao 4. The Star Network pinpointed the Pingyao system's range. Li Wudao continued. Then set the Lunar System Cluster as the commonly used internal star network. Confirmed. Li Wudao nodded and entered mental immersion mode. A thread of mental consciousness fell like a drop of water into the vast ocean, entering an empty room. The main teleportation platform. The space transformed, and he found himself in an expansive platform square. Countless humans surrounded him. Yes, humans. Not humanoid beings that looked similar, but humans exactly like those from Blue Star. This was not surprising. All indigenous human civilizations like Blue Star were actually large-scale seeds of human civilization sown by the human empire. After wild growth, depending on the different planetary ecosystems and the changes in civilization development, they would present different human civilizations. But in any case, in terms of genes, appearance, and race, they were all humans. All as for aliens, teleportation to level 1 interstellar trade platform. The venue changed again. This time, it was a massive space station located above a star. Dear Star Network visitors, welcome to the number 16 Trade Enclave under the Mingwei Interstellar Trading Company. Here, you can closely understand various goods, whether advanced warships, powerful weapons, rare materials, or secret knowledge. Whether you need technology or slaves, Mingwei will meet your requirements. In this interstellar trading post, the broadcast was indiscriminately promoting. Li Wudao wandered through the streets, his attention drawn to various goods. An old-style frigate, 850 energy coins? What the hell? Who are they trying to fool? Level 2 Civilization Technology Blueprint. Micro-controlled nuclear fusion technology, price 10,000 energy coins. Yin Meng Gene Evolution Liquid, Gene Ascension Superpower System, price 30,000 energy coins. TSK. After a round of browsing, Li Wudao finally arrived at the official acquisition center of Mingwei Company. Hello, how can I help you? A young girl greeted him with a smile. The Star Network does not allow non-citizens of the human empire to access it. The mental immersion mode is even more so, with the will and soul projected in the Star Network, and one's appearance cannot be concealed at all, nor will there be any robots. I represent the Blade Club and would like to discuss a cooperation with you. Li Wudao stated his intention. Please follow me to the VIP room on the 225th floor. Half an hour later, Li Wudao left. CS stood at the entrance of the acquisition center, watching him leave, until the figure disappeared into thin air. Exiting the mental immersion mode, her eyes flickered uncertainly. See ya. I heard you had a big shot come over. A level 4 citizen and a research talent. Does that mean he is a scientist who can participate in level 4 technology? Level 4 technology. Suddenly, several women appear by her side, chattering in astonishment. The entire process was recorded. You can watch it yourselves. I'm a bit confused. CL lightly tapped her finger. After watching, everyone was also puzzled. A long-term trade of general basic resources. Was it just like this? The trade volume might not even reach 10,000 energy coins. Is it possible that this research big shot needed funding? Someone suggested. Impossible. How could they be short of this 10,000 energy coins? I know very well that this is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Successfully completed. Looking at the confirmed company trade agreement on the subsystem, Wudao felt satisfied. At this point, everything was being implemented according to plan. There were still 3 months until this civilization trial. Enough for the Blue Star people to improve their overall strength further. By the time their average physical quality reaches 1.4, just the biological energy level of the organic population could approach level 1 civilization. The civilization trial would surely be significant. Warning, warning. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, startling Wudao. It was the same emotionless mechanical synthesized voice, but it was not his personal Dawn-level subsystem. Instead, it was the War Zone subsystem. Chapter 46, Trial Ahead of Schedule. Warning. Detected that Imperial citizen Wudao has conducted large-scale civilizational interference on the P-99585 trial planet without Imperial permission, significantly affecting the trial process. Approved by the Goddess of Dawn, the following actions are to be taken. Citizen Wudao, due to not completely detaching from the previous superluminal civilization and still participating in the civilization trial of the planet, is considered a special case and will not be subjected to special punishment. The P-99585 trial planet, due to the transitional interference by citizen Wudao, has preliminarily completed the first gene upgrade for the civilization group, and the original trial time has been moved forward. The civilizational trial will officially begin in 72 hours. This was an unexpected shock. Wudao suddenly stood up, frowning with a grim expression. How can this be considered large-scale civilizational interference? I was clearly very restrained. How can the trial start early? If I weren't restrained, I could have directly exchanged for several engineering ships, colonization ships, and a few frigates to start building a stellar base and a starport for outer space colonization. It wouldn't even cost 100 merit points. The Goddess of Dawn has 2 types of subsystems. One is the subsystem implanted in all individual citizens, which goes without saying. The other type is the various management subsystems directly under the imperial administration, military, laws, and so on. They form the main framework of the vast organizational structure of the human empire. Every policy and decree issued, every command given, involves countless star systems and trillions of lives. Although the War Zone system is of very low rank, it is still part of this group. It has also been approved by the Goddess of Dawn. This truly surprises me. Wudao's expression darkened as he pulled up the gene development data for the Blue Star population. First complete gene development, 8 billion people. Average physical fitness, 1.3. Second complete gene development, Zhou Yao, Chang Yifeng, L.E., Ding Hui, and 175 others. Average physical fitness, 1.46. Third complete gene development, Yuing Ming, 1 person. Physical fitness, 1.6. Barely acceptable. Xiaolan, the plan is advanced. Full promotion in 24 hours. Yes. Alien battlefield, 100 kilometers northwest of the biological power station. A convoy several kilometers long moved quickly through the dense forest like a giant python. Oversized transport vehicles designed for transporting module components, loaded with monster corpses, sped towards the biological power station. Roar! Hundreds of meters tall trees provided the best cover, with monstrous creatures over 10 meters high acting as shadow assassins. At this moment, dozens of monsters roared and charged forward. "Brothers, follow me," a burly man shouted. But it was Zhou Yao who jumped out first, wielding a crescent blade that beheaded 3 monsters in one stroke. Ding Hui and L.E. led their respective teams to actively engage on both sides of the convoy. Each one had already begun training in the 3rd level of body tempering techniques and against 1 or 2 monsters. It took only about 10 seconds to easily resolve the monster ambush. Auxiliary team members, hurry and load the corpses. Chang Yifeng commanded the overall situation. At the front of the vehicle, a cold girl who had been standing still opened her eyes, her phoenix-like gaze fixed on the depths of the dense forest ahead. Seeing this, Chang Yifeng immediately shouted in the communication channel, "Stay alert. The boss is about to make a move. Boom! Just as his voice fell, dozens of tons of transport vehicles suddenly sank. Yu Yingming had already vanished, leaving behind a dented footprint. Bang, bang, bang. The ground where the tree trunk landed erupted with explosions, and shockwaves sent branches and leaves flying everywhere. The surrounding scene rapidly retreated as Yu Yingming's gaze sharpened, locking onto a shadow on a tree trunk. Her right hand had already grasped the hilt at her waist. Killing intent surged. Clang! A flash of cold light erupted. The blade unsheathed, and she slashed horizontally. The intent was to shatter whatever was hidden behind the tree trunk. When the hidden creature finally revealed itself, resembling a mantis. 3 meters tall and a deep green color. The alloy-crafted long knife clashed with the monster's upper limb blade. Sparks flew. The tremendous force sent the monster flying. Bang! With inertia, Yu Yingming landed on the tree trunk. She then bent her knees and kicked hard. Turning around, she slashed again. In an instant, Yu Yingming reached above the monster, her long knife descending, ready to behead the creature. Even the green blade slashed upward, aiming directly at Yu Yingming's open right flank. Yu Yingming's expression remained unchanged, changing her downward slash into an upward thrust, deflecting the blade away. The transition was smooth and effortless. She then followed up with a powerful kick to the monster's exposed chest and abdomen. Boom! The violent force was instantly unleashed. The green exoskeleton shattered and collapsed, and the 3-meter-high body flew backward rapidly. Bang! After traveling dozens of meters, it smashed into a tree, embedding itself within. Wow! The monster violently spat out green blood, mixed with internal organs, convulsing uncontrollably. In midair, Yu Yingming used the reaction force to leap onto a branch, then bent her knees and kicked again. Her body shot through the air like a sharp arrow, the long knife plunging into the monster's head. Sizzle. The long knife was withdrawn, green blood spraying out. She tossed the monster's corpse under the tree, waiting several minutes for the convoy to arrive. Ghost Blade Mantis. This is the third one, right? The boss is amazing, Zhou Yao exclaimed. Yu Yingming floated down like a fallen leaf to the top of the lead vehicle, wiping her long knife, remaining silent. Each one could be exchanged for 85 level 2 blue coins. Hurry and load them. Don't let the blood run dry. Chang Yifeng urged. The convoy continued to advance. Several hours later, they successfully arrived at their destination. In a basin, the center was the biological power plant. It was also modularly assembled, not much different from other nuclear fission power plants. The Eastern District's governing body was responsible for safety management, and a heavily armed defensive base surrounded the basin. On the nearby display screen, the blue coins representing their haul were rapidly increasing. 100. 200. Boss. Ding Hui and L.E. leaned close to Zhou Yao and whispered, "When will boss you lead the convoy again? The brothers want to come a few more times." Zhou Yao, with a cigarette between his lips, surrounded by smoke, looked at the intimidating cold girl and muttered, "Let us see when she takes the initiative to find us. I can't afford to invite this Buddha." After waiting for more than half an hour, all the corpses were finally unloaded. A total of 435 level 2 blue coins and 658 level 1 blue coins. Under the eager gazes of everyone, Chang Yifeng lifted 2 large boxes brought over by the elevator and approached everyone. "This haul is quite good. Do you want physical blue coins, or should I deposit them into your digital accounts?" The excited crowd hadn't had time to respond when a projection suddenly popped up from the mobile terminals on everyone's wrists. The familiar image of Xiaolan appeared, her expression solemn, her voice cold. Global announcement. Attention! Global announcement. The originally planned 6-month deadline has been moved forward due to special reasons. The world is entering a level 1 war readiness status. Chapter 47. Civilization Competition. Killing Mode. 48-hour countdown. As soon as this was said, Xiaolan's projection disappeared, and what appeared on the Global Population Information Terminal was a digital countdown of 48 hours. The people in front of the recovery well looked at each other, their expressions somewhat confused. Level 1 combat readiness? Are we going to war? Zhou Yao murmured softly. Impossible. Lu Yi immediately refuted. Martial arts combat training camp. The name itself dictates that there is no need for global mobilization. Yu Yingming frowned slightly, took her more than 300 level 2 blue coins, and chose to leave directly. With a flash of silver light, Yu Yingming had already appeared at the center of a new era square in the Eastern District. She tapped on the terminal and paid for a fast airship service with a level 1 blue coin. In less than a few seconds, a 7 or 8 meter long unmanned magnetic levitation airship arrived beside her. Yu Yingming sat down, and the airship started, rapidly flying along the dedicated magnetic track. The terminal called Yu Ziyuan. The communication was picked up in seconds, and the screen projected. In the image, Yu Ziyuan gave Yu Yingming a look, while his mouth didn't stop moving. I received it. Good. Good, understood. I will handle it immediately. Yu Ziyuan turned his gaze. Combat, readiness, and disaster prevention happening simultaneously? Not enough manpower. The alien battlefield is closed. The martial arts civilians who have not reported for duty are fully cooperating? Is there supervision from Shaolon? As long as there is, it's fine. Turning again. Reserve 50% of resources? Is that a mistake? This is not a small matter. Okay, I see the document. Due to the deadline change, Mr. Lee's resource allocation has changed to 50-50. Okay, I will handle it. After a while, Yu Ziyuan finally finished the communication with the general structure, but his hands didn't stop moving, just speaking. Daughter, where are you now? As soon as the announcement was made, the higher-ups communicated with Mr. Lee immediately. Yu Ziyuan raised his eyes and looked at his daughter. His expression serious. He only said, in 48 hours, a huge crisis will arise concerning the life and death of the global population, which is related to the survival of the entire Blue Star civilization. No specific details about the crisis, its source, or how to respond were revealed. Yu Yingming rolled her eyes and half-jokingly said, he has mentioned this deadline several times before. It was 6 months, and now it's advanced to just 2 days left. And the timing is so precise. Could this crisis refer to him? Cough, cough. What nonsense are you talking about? Yu Ziyuan coughed in surprise, then straightened his expression. Global tremors. The 4 major regional governing bodies quickly dispatched divisions and personnel. All military and police were mobilized, and Shaolon took over the regional management system, imposing military control over all regions. The elderly, children, the sick, and the disabled were gathered in fixed urban areas for unified protection. The alien battlefield is closed, and martial arts personnel who have not reported for duty are temporarily assigned according to their traits. Industrial-based production heavily favors military industry, with various weapons and ammunition continuously produced. Schools are suspended, commerce is halted, and materials are uniformly allocated. The social atmosphere grows increasingly tense as the countdown continues. The 78 strongest individuals in the Eastern District gathered in the Eastern District 4, silently waiting for the final moment to arrive. In the core building of the super-industrial complex, Wudao watched as the fully loaded transport ship departed the gravitational pull of Blue Star, heading into space. On the transport ship was a part of his hive mind in silence. What will the civilization trial be this time? Wudao gazed at the starry sky. Amidst countless anxious and expectant gazes, the terminal countdown reached 0. Then, they heard a voice resonating throughout the world and the soul. Pingyao Galaxy data loading. Loading successful. Battle zone opened. The content of this trial zone is as follows. Trial theme. World competition. Trial mode. Killing and plunder. Trial time, none. Trial restrictions. None. Final objective. The only winner. Individual systems for the battle zone have been issued, and the battle zone points shop has been opened. World passage has been connected. Attention! To maintain the fairness of this trial zone, the Pingyao 4P 99585 trial planet must not engage in proactive cross-border attacks within 5 days. Details of the trial content can be checked in the individual system of the battle zone. After that, there was the sound of the individual system loading in everyone's minds. Battle zone temporary individual system loading. Loading successful. Personal information panel generated. Can be checked at any time. The world fell into silence. Then erupted. Everyone, including the 78 strongest individuals gathered in the Eastern District 4. Yu Yingming, half in disbelief, silently thought. Panel? A piece of information module, not in view, but clearly seen in her mind. Name, Yu Yingming, ID, PY99585100010. Physique, 16 Soul 1. 0. Energy level, 18. Destructive power. D-influence. 7. Survival rate. D-traits. Self-transcendence. Danger intuition. Killing value. 0 points. 0. Battle zone authority. 0. The panel information was very detailed, and upon opening the options, there were even more detailed explanations for each option. Yu Yingming didn't have time to ponder why this panel felt strangely familiar. She immediately inquired about the information regarding the battle zone trial. Not knowing until she checked, she was directly stunned and lost in thought. Super Industrial Complex. Li Wudao silently gazed at the new Era Square in the Eastern District's supervisory office. The original silver space gate of the alien battlefield was closed by him, replaced by a gigantic purple stargate, 300 meters tall and 100 meters wide. Under Shao Lan's global supervision, he could see that there were another 17 stargates scattered across the surface of the world. It really is world competition. Li Wudao's expression grew serious, murmuring, 18 world passages at once, plus Blue Star, a civilization competition trial involving 19 planetary civilizations, only selecting the final winner. No restrictions, no time limit, and still in killing and plundering mode. Battle zone system, you are really ruthless. Li Wudao wiped his face, and, as his palm fell, the solemn expression faded. What appeared was an uncontrollable smile. Good. Not only is the number of participants large, but the planetary civilizations are numerous, and it's the fastest-growing killing mode. It's simply tailor-made for him. Detected that Citizen Li Wudao has implanted the Dawn Level 1 subsystem. Should it be merged into the temporary individual system of the Battle Zone merge. Name, Li Wudao. Physique, 1 soul 2. 0. Energy level, 40. Destructive power, influence, 85. Current planetary civilization, 0. Human empire. Survival rate, D-traits, Hive consciousness, Ascension route, gene martial arts, body refinement method, transformation into demonic beasts with freedom and wonder, development progress. 5th layer 48, company, Blade Club, merit authority. Level 4, battle zone authority. Level 0, merit, 96 points. 0, killing value. 0, chapter 48, the shield plan. Grayscaled mouse, the Dawn subsystem, sounded an alarm for Li Wudao. Fortunately, my merit shop wasn't directly shut down, and the hyperspace routes in the galaxy weren't blocked. Li Wudao breathed a sigh of relief. He needed to be more cautious moving forward. With his combat armor fully equipped, Li Wudao flew towards the new Era Square at the Eastern District Supervisory Office. World contest. Attack other planetary civilizations, destroy their resistance, enslave or annihilate them, until the final victor is decided. Massacre and plunder. Kill hostile intelligent beings directly through unarmed combat, cold weapons, and individual firearms to gain kill points. Kill points can be used to directly enhance two-dimensional attributes. Battle zone points store. In the world contest, any outstanding actions, whether frontline combat or logistical support, have the chance to earn points distributed by the battle zone system as rewards. Points can be exchanged for various rare items in the point store. This is information that everyone can check on the system panel. It simply and clearly states a fact. This is a life and death civilization war. 3 days later, they could actively cross the border to attack. It's just the right time to see how much the child IV nurtured for a few months has grown and progressed. Li Wudao silently arrived above the New Era Square, overlooking the scene. Half an hour had already passed since the battle zone trial began. Get off the vehicle. Hurry up. At the New Era Square, military transport vehicles were arriving one after another at the edge of the square. The commander jumped down from the passenger seat, urging loudly. Fully armed martial soldiers quickly disembarked and lined up. Each stood tall and spirited. All were superhumans with genetic development exceeding the first layer and a physique of 1. 3. Currently, the standard configuration for Blue Star Army soldiers is 1. Type 2 semi-covered plastic steel exoskeleton auxiliary power armor, equipped with high-energy, high-capacity batteries, capable of withstanding 12. 7mm anti-material sniper armor-piercing rounds without damage. The Research Institute's subsequent development plan includes equipping laser shoulder cannons that can fire focus beams and the Fire God cannon with an intelligent fire control system. Unfortunately, Li Wudao hasn't T-sold these yet, so the Research Institute can only study them on their own for now. Later, they plan to find ways to increase the energy capacity of the high-energy batteries to achieve fully covered power armor. 2. Shock-absorbing dampers. 3. Multi-position exploration instruments. 4. New type blue tungsten alloy long knives. These 4 items are the research achievements of the Blue Star Research Institute over the past month. Aside from these, they were still using the old era's firearms and ammunition. To be honest, except for specially made individual weapons, ordinary standard rifles have become less useful nowadays. Not long ago, a criminal training the second layer of body tempering charged at a police cordon with a knife, bare-chested, enduring a barrage of bullets to reach the police. Then, he was knocked down by a police officer with higher martial cultivation in one punch. All present. Right turn. Quick march. The commander issued orders, leading the team to assemble in the center of square. Meanwhile, transport airships were arriving one after another. As they hovered, the cabin doors opened, and 2 rapid descent ropes were thrown out, with martial soldiers beginning their descent. However, their armor was battlefield rescue type, full coverage armor, reducing overall defense while enhancing biochemical protection and detection capabilities, equipped with an internal circulation system and battlefield first aid kits. This was the Biochemical Protection and Battlefield Rescue Unit. Boom! A rumble echoed. Huge modular transport vehicles arrived continuously. Following on-site command, the transport vehicles reached the edge of the square and immediately began assembly tasks. Bang! 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 Modular urban districts locked together with metal ground and foundation modules. Within just 10 minutes, a circle of low walls about 10 meters high appeared along the edge of the circular square. In the center of this low wall was a purple stargate, 300 meters high and 100 meters wide, glowing like a rotating painting. Are they going to enclose the stargate? A figure suddenly appeared not far from the stargate, accompanied by a cold female voice. "Ms. Yu, you finally arrived. I was feeling uneasy without you here." The temporary base in front of the Stargate was greeted by Commander Yu Xingrong of the Supervisory Office, saying, "Yes, although the Stargate is large, it can't cover everything. As long as we can cover it, no matter what comes out, we can handle it. However, the modular transport assembly needs some time, and for safety's sake, we need you experts to hold the fort. What about the other Stargates?" Yu Yingming shifted her gaze from the recruitment requests on the terminal. To get them to cooperate with the tasks, the Supervisory Office had invested a lot. Just for her alone, as long as she completed a mission, she would at least earn 1 level 3 blue coin. A level 3 blue coin was enough to meet her body tempering energy needs for an entire day. Depending on her output later, she could earn more. With multiple considerations, basically no one refused. All 16 Stargates were located within the district and had started the shield plan simultaneously. The remaining 2 Stargates were one in the snow-capped mountains and one in the depths of the desert, with a route navigation airship and engineering units already dispatched. The shield couldn't be made. They could only build modular bases on site. Yu Xingrong detailed everything meticulously. Yu Yingming nodded, her dark visor covering her face, making her expression unreadable. She wore a full coverage, plastic steel, non-powered special black tight armor, with 2 gleaming blue tungsten alloy long knives hanging at her waist. Aside from that, she had only a special waist pouch for carrying blue coins. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a piercing alarm rang out. Not only was it the alarm from the temporary base's detector, but also all soldiers' multi-position exploration instruments were flashing red lights. Enemy identification function activated. The exploration instruments detected unknown living beings. Attention at the Stargate. Enemies are appearing. The reconnaissance soldiers watching the Stargate immediately shouted. Crash! The defensive troops immediately raised their guns to aim. Artillerymen locked on, missiles locked on, satellites locked on. Under countless tense gazes, a small black shadow suddenly darted out from the purple light of the Stargate. There was no time to give orders. As the overall commander, Yu Xingrong directly pulled the trigger. Click! The bullet hit accurately. The black shadow that had been darting on the ground rolled several meters before finally coming to a stop, revealing its form. It was long, with a slender tail about the size of a human arm, covered in gray scales, with a triangular head and a pair of sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. This is A mouse? The soldiers were astonished. The reconnaissance soldier shouted again. A large number of targets are appearing at the Stargate. Repeat. A large number of targets are appearing at the Stargate. Chirp, chirp. The dense sounds, the scales rubbing against each other, produced a chilling noise. Then, they charged towards the temporary base. Open fire. With Yu Xingrong's command, gunfire erupted. With significantly enhanced physical fitness, neural reaction speed, and dynamic vision, each soldier became a sharpshooter. Gray-scaled mice fell in droves. But keen-eyed individuals also noticed that the 5.8mm rifle bullets hitting these gray-scaled mice did not penetrate. These mice's gray scales had a certain defensive capability. Chapter 49, Orcs Restrictions Lifted Report. Multiple unknown viruses detected on these extraterrestrial beings. Yu Xingrong's expression turned serious as he issued another command. Chemical defense troops. Yes, the commander of the always-ready chemical defense team immediately received the order. Firearms team, cover the entire line. The chemical defense squad, equipped with high-pressure flamethrowers, quickly ran forward. Between the Stargate and the temporary camp, there were a total of 4 defensive lines. The first defensive line was only 50 meters from the Stargate, with electric fences and high walls on both sides, as well as automatic high-speed machine guns. The members of the chemical defense team swiftly reached their designated firing positions and set up their flamethrowers. Fire! Boom! Dozens of fire serpents roared out, engulfing the entire first defensive line, which was 100 meters wide and 50 meters long, in raging flames. Immediately send the virus samples to the Research Institute's biochemical department. Yu Xingrong methodically issued orders. This greeting gift is a bit disgusting. Yu Yingming suddenly sneered, her gauntlet clenched tightly. Using rats to scout. It's impressive that they thought of that. The chemical defense troops sprang into action, and hovering airships began to spray disinfectant over the new Era Square on a large scale. After more than 10 minutes, the tide of rats pouring out from the Stargate gradually subsided. The soldiers quickly resupplied their ammunition. Are there any live ones left? Yu Xingrong inquired through the communication channel to the subordinate officers. Send them to the Research Institute too. Yes. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded again. Countless gun barrels were aimed at the Stargate. The soldiers were on high alert. At the bottom of the Stargate, a purple light flickered slightly, and a shadow appeared. Intelligent beings? Yu Xingrong's eyes lit up as he immediately ordered. Switch to non-lethal weapons. We must capture one alive. The shadow paused for a moment in the purple light of the Stargate, then quickly advanced, exposing itself to the sunlight. Countless people widened their eyes. Witnessing a real extraterrestrial for the first time, it was a humanoid creature over 2 meters tall. It had a robust build, short and thick limbs. A flat and round head with thick, long dreadlocks tied up. Its facial features were noticeably larger than those of humans, with bulging eyes, flared nostrils, and thick, ragged lips that revealed a pair of large tusks protruding upwards. Its entire face appeared overcrowded, leaving little room for skin. The most striking feature was its green skin. A ragged cloth hung down from its waist, and it leaned on a shiny black wooden staff. Wow, isn't this an orc? A young soldier in the reconnaissance team couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as he said this, the other soldiers reacted. No wonder it felt strangely familiar. Orcs, as a classic villain race in various fantasy films produced by the United States, are well known. Yu Xingrong was taken aback. The personnel from the 4 district supervisory offices were also bewildered. What is going on? How did a fictional race from movies and novels appear? The Blue Star humans saw the orc, and the orc also saw the cold metallic walls and the countless humans staring at it. Its ugly face first showed surprise, then let out a strange cry before retreating with its staff. Block it. Don't let it escape. At this moment, Yu Xingrong couldn't care less and immediately issued the order. Several specially designed electrified capture nets descended upon the orc, while dozens of tranquilizer guns fired simultaneously. The orc was first ensnared by the capture net, electrified into rigidity, and fell to the ground, twitching nonstop, and then was hit by tranquilizer darts all over its back. It passed out in an instant. 3 days, why is it so long? The orc was immediately sent to the Research Institute. Various examinations, even the microorganisms carried in its hair, were not overlooked. As time went by, other extraterrestrial beings also appeared at different stargates. Photos and videos spread rapidly across the internet, and the Research Institute publicly released all research findings, allowing the public to understand who the enemy truly was. What weaknesses did they have? In the midst of intensive defense efforts, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Easter District, New Era Square. A giant cylindrical structure, 330 meters high and 110 meters in diameter, completely enveloped the Stargate. Only a 30-meter wide military passage, surrounded by multiple layers of defenses, was left. The military passage was 1 kilometer long, with more than 10 checkpoints established inside, 2 laser passages arranged, and an automated firepower net covering every dead angle. During these 3 days, any orc that emerged was instantly incapacitated in the first checkpoint's nerve-paralyzing gas chamber without needing soldiers to intervene. Now, the newly opened, large assembly square in front of the passage was filled with fully armed soldiers gathered in formation, ready to head to the orc planet for group combat. A military airship descended, and Yu Ingmeng stepped out. Still in her full-cover combat armor, with dual blades at her waist, she headed straight for the passage entrance. However, after taking only a few steps, she saw a familiar figure. Biting her rosy lips beneath her mask, she took a deep breath before continuing to step forward. "Are you going to the orc planet too?" Yu Ingmeng approached him from behind, calmly asking, as if they were still just ordinary classmates. Wudao waved his hand, signaling the person in charge of guarding the door to ignore him, then turned around with a smile. "Oh, Ascension, this my dear classmate Ingmeng. You become more beautiful after a month apart. What is up? Do you want to join me?" Yu Ingmeng felt as if struck by lightning, her body stiffening and her eyes widening. Not again this ambiguous tone that seems like a smile, but ISNT. At the beginning, this man had teased her with this tone, scaring her. Also, did this lady not look beautiful originally? Wait, how did you know I become prettier while I'm wearing a mask? So this guy is just purely teasing me. Just as Yu Ingmeng was about to retort after removing her mask, revealing her exquisite and cold beauty, the entrance to the military passage had 4 small passageways, each 5 meters wide. These were civilian passages, directly connecting to the Stargate, only 50 meters in length. There were disinfection rooms at both ends of the passage, with intersecting laser passages in the middle. At this moment, many tough individuals who had been waiting overnight were already lined up. Make way, make way. Let your master cut in line. Wudao Shota. Master. Wow, it's really the master. The master is personally taking action. We get to see the master in action again. What are you all waiting for? Quickly make way for the master. The crowd immediately pressed against the walls, clearing a path. Thank you, everyone. Wudao seemed to drift like a breeze, his voice fading as he vanished. Before the crowd could react, another shadow flashed before their eyes. This time, it was a strong gust of wind that sent people stumbling. Chapter 50, Full House. Frenzied slaughter. Boom, boom, boom. In front of the massive Stargate, a 1,000-meter-long artillery position opened fire simultaneously. Countless rockets, trailing flames, flew out. Zing, zing, zing. They fell upon the rampaging orc army in the mountains. Boom. Explosions erupted, flames ignited. In the sky, giant birds with wingspans exceeding 10 meters screeched as they swooped toward the position. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of anti-aircraft guns shattered flesh and bone, raining blood. Suddenly, a loud Orcish voice echoed from a mountaintop in the distance. Crack! At the top of a wooden staff, a blazing fireball appeared out of thin air and rapidly enlarged. Swoosh! With an impassioned shout, countless fireballs flew out from the forest, arcing through the air and crashing down onto the unsuspecting human artillery position. Dodge! Dodge! The frontline commander roared, raising his gun in an attempt to detonate them from afar. Boom! 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 The fireballs fell and exploded. The entire artillery position was engulfed in a sea of raging flames. Is this magic? Just crossing the Stargate, Yu Ingmeng, standing behind Wudao, was dumbfounded by this scene. It's just a superficial application of mental energy, nothing comparable to the magic in the psionic ascension system, Wudao said disdainfully. Yu Ingmeng tilted her head, feeling confused. Mental energy? What is psionic ascension? Could it really be magic? A projection of little blue popped up in front of Wudao. Master, after preliminary detection, this life planet is a terrestrial planet with a total area 1. 2 times that of blue star and a gravity 1. 6 times that of blue star. The air composition is not much different, with only a slightly higher oxygen content, allowing for direct colonization without ecological modification. As expected, Wudao nodded. Among the 18 known stargates, besides orcs, there were also elves, dwarves, birdmen, and giants, strikingly similar to those in cinematic works. A total of 5 humanoid species with intelligent civilizations. As large-scale production of modified slaves during the era of great conquest by the human empire, these 5 humanoid beings usually served as the vanguard cannon fodder in auxiliary legions, sent to the front line of surface landing battles. At the same time, they also bore the same tasks as experimental monkeys, to pave the way for the human empire, to test dangers, collect biological data from alien planets, and so on. Therefore, the human empire intentionally added 60% human gene data during their modification, which is why they take on humanoid forms. If orcs can survive and reproduce as a civilization, so can humans. As for why they are so similar to the fictional races in cinematic works, that's a matter of sequence. These modified humanoid species existed first, leading to the emergence of those cinematic works. For cultural identity, for the unification of the human empire, to prevent the emergence of ideological currents and national will that deviate entirely from a new human civilization of the human empire. When the human empire spread seeds of this indigenous human civilization across the cosmos, gene information editing was always conducted. Even so, there are still many indigenous human civilizations and ruling institutions that have just entered the interstellar age who are blissfully ignorant, expressing dissatisfaction and resistance to the mainstream thoughts and philosophies of the human empire. Do they really think the human empire is just like you peace-loving pro-foreigners? Wudao thus participated in 3 missions to select valuable individuals for ideological transformation. After they completed their selection, the Judgment Court descended, slaughtering all life on the planetary surface in a bloody manner by manual means. Aren't you leaving? Yu Yingming noticed that Wudao was in a daze, not moving for a long time, and couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean?" Yu Yingming frowned slightly. Is this guy a riddle master? Always saying things that are hard to understand. Because I'm going to take over the place. Boom! The ground sank, and a shockwave exploded. Yu Yingming's upright body was pushed back several meters. She quickly looked on, only to see Wudao dive into the orc army like a meteor. Bang! The mountain tore apart. Mud and debris shot into the sky. The terrifying shockwave uprooted trees on the mountainside, leaving large areas of forest shaved bald. Kill value 3268. Before the rising mud and stone settled, Wudao, holding a knife in one hand, delivered an unadorned horizontal slash. Whoosh! 100-meter-long blade, aura swept out, cutting everything it encountered in half. The orc army, 1,000 meters away, was knocked down, and their leader roared as he stood up, angrily questioning what had happened, only to find the next moment. Boom! A mountain peak hundreds of meters high was blown to pieces, and amidst the flying debris, a gigantic crescent-shaped blade aura approached in the blink of an eye. The orc leader's eyes bulged, raising a massive iron sword to block in front of him. In his roar, the iron sword emitted a yellow light, greatly increasing its defensive power. But, sizzle, a faint sound. The blade aura passed through the iron sword without any obstruction, piercing through the waist and abdomen, through the bodies of thousands of orcs, blowing apart a mountain behind them. Continuing onward. Kill value 2395. Swish. 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 Wudao's expression was calm, his breathing steady as he swung his knife dozens of times in succession. The frenzied blade danced wildly, with dozens of 100-meter blade auras crazily cutting everything around Wudao. Sizzle. A vertical slash of blade aura flew past the artillery position at the Stargate, carving a trench several meters wide and hundreds of meters long, turning artillery and armored positions into heaps of scrap metal. Thick-skinned crap. The commander, standing less than 10 meters from the trench, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and immediately shouted, "Is the gap really this big?" Then, he plunged into the Stargate. 5 minutes later, Wudao stopped. The dense forest where the Stargate was located had turned into a wasteland. The mountains had become a basin, with blade, aura, trenches crisscrossing. Soft soil and broken wood covering the ground, and the distant mountain tops were incomplete, with no orcs left alive. The destructive power was not far from that of a small nuclear bomb. At level 40, without deforming heavy technological weapons, relying solely on the destructive power of the body and martial arts, it was about the same. Wudao patted the dust off his body, his internal cavity deforming to form an energy converter, swallowing energy coins. 16 energy coins were consumed in the process. His body flowed like water, and one after another. Wudao split off, standing in a row. With one mind and 9 uses, 9 physical shells, each shell retained its strength after replenishing biological energy. The 8 Wudaos here and the Wudao at the Blue Star Base buildings spoke simultaneously. Subsequently, the 8 physical shells donned comprehensive armor and took to the skies. Large numbers of hummingbird drones scattered and flew away. The 8 physical shells sped off in 8 different directions. Chapter 51, Slaughtering Stars. The Stargate is located deep in the mountains. After flying a few hundred kilometers in all 8 directions, a large number of orcs were discovered. Wudao hovered in the air, invisible, overlooking below. Without revealing himself or calling out, the blade struck down. Boom! The marching orc army was directly hit head-on. A 100-meter blade aura left behind a trail of blood and flesh. The orcs roared in anger, their eyes turning red, trying to locate the enemy. Without any individual strong ones, it was boring. Swish, swish, swish. Wudao no longer wasted time, continuously swung his blade, bombarding them. Each mature orc generally had a physique of 1. 3, similar to the fully genetically enhanced Blue Star humans. Although the orcs did not climb the technological tree, they possessed a mental aggregation organ integrated into their genetic information after being modified by the human empire. The special organ, located in their brains, could extract mental and physical energy based on the emotional fluctuations of the orcs, releasing some weakened abilities of superpowers under predetermined mental aggregation codes, such as enhancing the body, increasing speed, accelerating healing, and releasing fireballs, freezing, etc. Simply put, it is an intelligent program on the genetic superpower side. Apart from Wudao, this anomaly, the Blue Star human civilization would indeed have to exert a lot of effort to conquer the orc civilization. Roar! Among the blood and flesh. A 3-meter-tall, green-skinned orc roared at the sky, its blood-red eyes fixed on the invisible Wudao. The superpowers are still so unreasonable. Seeing that the orc had discovered him, Wudao, under full invisibility, felt speechless. Fine, let you die understanding. Wudao simply canceled his invisibility and revealed his form. Roar! The orc became even angrier, its green skin turning blood red, and its body swelled again. Then, gripping a 2-meter-long spear behind it, a black light flashed, and the spear became harder and sharper. Whoosh! The spear was thrown, producing a sonic boom, breaking through the airwaves. This strike, it contained all the beliefs, anger, and hatred of this orc, activating all its mental power and exhausting all its reserve physical strength. Slap! A flesh palm caught the sharp, iron spearhead. Buzz! The spear trembled violently. But Wudao's hand did not shake at all. He merely looked down at the orc expressionlessly. The anger and hatred on the orc's face gradually faded, turning into confusion, its completely exhausted body kneeling weakly, staring blankly upwards. Too weak. The ugly green-skinned had exploded into pieces. Kill value, 1566. The combat armor covered his body again, keeping pace with the advancing hummingbird reconnaissance drone. Low stone walls, muddy dirt roads, ugly cave dwellings, spread densely, with a river flowing through, forming an orc city. On the right side of the city, near the foot of the mountain, there was a large fence extending up the mountain, where many half-human-sized livestock were raised. Behind the city, there was a vast farmland spreading over 10 miles. A large number of relatively weak female green-skinned orcs were lined up, hurriedly harvesting green hanging melons. The orcs were all forced into an agricultural society. Ridiculous. Wudao mutarat. Sociology 5. The orcs ranked last in intelligence among the 5 major cannon fodder species, even inferior to giants. It can be seen that the beasts on this planet have been nearly eaten up by them. In that case, there is no need to kill them all. Wudao's mouth curled slightly. In interstellar colonization activities, labor shortages have always been a problem. Otherwise, it would not have given rise to a large slave trade. For example, not long after, Blue Star would colonize this planet for comprehensive resource development. How many Blue Star people would be willing to come? If the Blue Star people come, wouldn't they have to build supporting urban areas, civilian industrial bodies, housing, commercial complexes, entertainment, etc., all need to be satisfied. Otherwise, they will make a scene. And do slaves need these? High-cost performance, high-output efficiency. Slaves without citizenship are simply the best labor force. Moreover, aren't they ready-made cannon fodder? If it doesn't work, just throw them into the biological reactor to produce energy coins. Wudao mumbled, giving himself a thumbs up in his heart. He then instructed Xiaolon to notify the Blue Star Supervisory Office to implement various plans for enslaving orcs. After that, he revealed his form and landed at the entrance of the orc city. The guarding orcs saw him and immediately shouted a few times, leading a group of orcs to attack him. Wudao no longer indiscriminately bombarded them. With a swift motion of his knife, heads fell to the ground. Like a phantom, he silently severed heads. More than 10 minutes later, this small orc city fell completely silent. The dirt road in the cave was covered with corpses and blood flowing like a stream. Behind the small windows of the cave, terrified female green-skinned orcs and small green-skinned orcs could be seen. Wudao stepped into the only 2-story building made of stone and mud in the city. He was quite curious about how the ruling class of the orc civilization was structured. He lifted the tattered cloth hanging at the entrance. Ding! A rough iron dagger stabbed into Wudao's chest, making a metallic clashing sound. It didn't even pierce. The force didn't even compress the elasticity of his muscles. Clatter! The iron dagger fell, and a female green-skinned orc let go, retreating in terror. Wudao ignored her, glanced around the room, shook his head, and turned to leave. He was overthinking it. It was already good enough for orcs to form a civilization. Could he still expect them to have a sound governing system? At least for now, it was still in a tribal form of individual dictatorship. Kill value 5659. 14 days later, on the cliffs, iron chain. When a 2-meter wolf fawn club shimmering with golden light smashed down, Wudao grabbed the iron chain with one hand and blocked it with his knife in the other. Metal sparks flew. Crack! The iron chain, already unable to bear the weight, completely broke. As Wudao fell, he directly plunged one hand into the cliff to stop his descent. A green-skinned orc, standing 5 meters tall and robust, roared, actively letting go of the iron chain and leaping down. In the fall, he raised the wolf fawn club above his head with both hands, once again making a desperate strike at Wudao. Is that all? Wudao felt a bit disappointed, no longer staying put, and thrust his ring-headed knife. The tip of the knife pointed at the wolf fawn club, which had a diameter of over a foot. Bang! The reinforced wolf fawn club instantly exploded into pieces. The long knife maintained its momentum, driving into the orc's jaw, piercing out from the top of its head. The orc's angry bovine eyes quickly dimmed, its massive body convulsing twice, hanging motionless on the long knife. Wudao raised his knife, leaping onto the platform of the city gate built on the cliff. Clatter! With a flick of the ring-headed knife, the 4-meter-long orc corpse was thrown into a pool of blood. On the city wall before the platform, the female orcs, armed with bows and arrows, resisting stubbornly, saw this, and after a brief shock, let out a series of piercing cries. This was the strongest and also the last tribal city on this orc planet. The corpse beneath his feet was the leader of this tribal city, with a physique of 1. 7, a soul of 1. 5, and proficient in superpower usage. Its strength was decent, but just decent. Wudao sheathed his knife, still feeling unsatisfied. The next moment, the sorrowful female orcs on the city wall suddenly froze. Wudao also looked astonished. War zone announcement. P. 99585 Trial Planet. Human Li Wudao of Blue Star Civilization single-handedly eradicated 95 of the armed resistance of the Orc civilization on P99483 Trial Planet in a short period of time, killing over 74.8 million Orcs, achieving the remarkable feat of solo star slaughter, hereby rewarding Li Wudao with 10,000 points and the title of Star Slayer. Chapter 52. Ascension. Ascension sequence seed. At this moment, whether it was the martial artists and soldiers of Blue Star fighting on various alien planets, or the intelligent beings from other civilizations, they all seemed to have been pressed the pause button. They looked at each other in stunned disbelief. Single-handedly slaughtering a planet. Li Wudao? 74 million? What the hell? Is this even possible? Even if it were 70 million pigs, how could one person finish them in just a few days? The Sect Master must have cheated. I don't care. The Sect Master is awesome. Puffed. Yu Yingming beheaded the dazed dwarf in front of her with a single strike, her armor stained with blood, her expression extremely complex. Shock, unwillingness, fear, and a trace of deep-seated, indescribable, strange emotions. In front of the portal on the Orc planet, one by one, Li Wudao rushed in from all directions, quickly merging into one after landing. To accelerate the harvesting speed, he expended a significant amount of energy coins to create thousands of clones for a sweeping advance. It took only 14 days to accomplish the feat of single-handedly slaughtering a planet. Let me see. Over 124 million in slaughter points, 1,000 points. And the points mall permissions fully unlocked at level 10. Li Wudao summarized his gains. 14 days, not bad. The use of slaughter points is singular. Nothing much to say. Directly choosing to consume them to enhance his two-dimensional attributes. Citizen Li Wudao, do you choose to consume 10 million slaughter points to increase your soul attribute by 0.1? The War Zone system's voice sounded. Confirmed. Li Wudao Nudda. His physique can still be improved through the heavenly demon body refinement method, so there's no rush. But his soul has been stuck due to insufficient merits and cannot be enhanced. Now that there's an opportunity to directly improve it, he naturally let it pass. As he confirmed, a cool sensation surged into his mind, a refreshing feeling that penetrated deep into his soul. His thoughts became clearer. The most intuitive manifestation was that the number of clones he could control without negative effects increased from 10 million to 20 million. Li Wudao continued to choose to enhance his soul. Do you wish to consume 30 million slaughter points to increase your soul attribute by 0.1? Confirmed. The soul attribute rose to 2, and the number of clone controls reached 40 million. Keep going. Do you wish to consume 70 million slaughter points to increase your soul attribute by 0.1? Damn, 70 million. Li Wudao was slightly startled. Why is this increase even more exaggerated than the exponential growth of two-dimensional attributes? But being able to improve so intuitively and quickly with no side effects is unique. Li Wudao could only grit his teeth and confirm. The soul attribute rose to 3, and the number of clone controls increased to 80 million. There were still over 14 million slaughter points left. The next soul attribute enhancement required slaughter points directly jumped to 200 million. Li Wudao simply allocated the last 10 million to his physique. The physique attribute rose to 0, which is 1,024 times the limit of an ordinary person on Blue Star. Next, it's time to deal with the 1,000 points. Just a single person slaughtering a planet only yielded 1,000 points. Let us hope the purchasing power of these War Zone points isn't too bad. Li Wudao murmured and opened the War Zone points store. It also had 10 levels of permissions. In the first level store, the top item, Basic Energy Needle 9, can quickly heal basic internal and external wounds and replenish energy. Price 1 point. The first level goods are all like this, so he skipped over them. In the second level store, the first item was Energy Coin 1 point. 1 energy coin for 1 point. Li Wudao squinted his eyes. Looking at the next item, full set of technology blueprints for Superliminal Engine, 1,000 points. Li Wudao was astonished. He was not shocked by the price of the Superliminal Engine, but by the War Zone system selling a full set of technological knowledge. As everyone knows, scientific and technological development is pyramid-shaped, building and tree-like. It accumulates from low to high, from broad to specific. It's impossible that they have already achieved superluminal flight and interstellar colonization, yet the fields of material science and energy dynamics are still stagnant, using lithium batteries and petroleum cars. Therefore, the value of a full set is self-evident. If it were just the technology for this superluminal engine, the mere concept of superluminal travel would leave blue star scientists pulling their hair out. This is much more cost-effective than buying it on the interstellar market. Wudao really wanted to buy it directly, but then he thought this was only a second-level permission store and suppressed the impulse in his heart. The second-level store primarily contains various foundational knowledge blueprints of first-level interstellar civilizations. The unique winners can easily use these to rapidly elevate their own civilization to interstellar status. After the third-level store, it began to involve civilization's expansion and defense in the interstellar realm. This includes essential buildings such as stellar bases, starports, space stations, anchorages, and docks, military equipment technology knowledge such as corvettes, aerospace carriers, loaders, etc. These are certainly important, but since they pertain to the overall civilization, the prices are generally high. Just the basic engineering ship technology blueprints for constructing various interstellar buildings sell for 2,000 points. Wudao directly scrolled to the 10th level store. Human Empire, Semi-Independent, Affiliated Civilization Indicator. 10,000 points. Quantity. Unique. Redemption restriction. Unique winner. Description. The unique winner can retain the existing civilization structure and become an affiliated civilization of a human empire, enjoying the corresponding support policies from a human empire for affiliated civilizations, possessing relatively autonomous governance rights, but must also comply with the corresponding policies and laws of the human empire. There is no doubt that this is something that must be obtained, but there is no rush right now. There are still 17 planetary civilizations to consider. Moreover, individuals within the same civilization faction can transfer points to each other. Such a matter concerning the entire civilization is certainly something every blue star person should contribute to. Wudao looked at the next item. Ascension Sequence Seed Quota Test Indicator. 1,000 points. Description. The ascension of individuals and civilizations complements each other, achieving greatness together, both at the forefront of the times. Do you want to truly soar and become a true genius, enjoying the full cultivation of a human empire? Then come and accept the test for the sequence seed. With thousands of clones merging, Wudao stood still for a long time, his face filled with astonishment. Ascension Sequence Seed. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Full cultivation by the human empire? Don't you dare lie to me. I will take it seriously. Wudau's brating kikanat. In his past life, he had a very unpleasant attitude toward the human empire. After all, he was forced to participate in a planetary doomsday survival, surviving countless times, so it would be strange to have a good attitude. His understanding of the human empire was also very limited. He blood-sacrificed more than a dozen planets and countless lives. Such trivial matters didn't even attract a shred of attention from the human empire. It was just that the management subsystem of the galaxy automatically issued a wanted notice against him, attracting some interstellar bounty hunters. It was until he finally exposed the information about the time worm that he truly understood how terrifying the human empire was. Chapter 53, One Answer. Golden Humanity. A territory map with a radius of 4 billion light-years is enough to explain everything. In Wudao's previous life, the solar system where Earth is located has a radius of 2 light-years. The Milky Way has a radius of 520,000 light-years. To be more intuitive, the military structure of the human empire is very complex with numerous forces. However, the most famous among the stars is still the 16 major expedition legions. The number of personnel in each legion is not fixed, ranging from hundreds of thousands to billions. But without exception, to join an expedition legion and become an ordinary soldier, the minimum requirement is demigod. What is a demigod? Level 5 is considered a demigod. What is level 5? Level 5 merit authority, energy level, destructive power, influence, and survival rate correspond to level 5 interstellar civilization. The main force of the Legion consists of God-level powerhouses. What is God level? Level 8 becomes God level. And what level is Li Wudao now? If divided into 80 million parts, or accommodating 80 million blue star people with full firepower, he could reach level 1, directly confronting a level 1 star civilization. The gap with a demigod is indeed as vast as several star systems. Thus, it can be seen how terrifying the human empire is, if he could receive its full cultivation. Got it. Li Wudao directly purchased it. 1,000 points. 1 testing quota. Buying a chance. Citizen Li Wudao, after you complete this war zone trial, you can apply for testing from the individual subsystem at any time. Li Wudao calmed his agitated emotions and looked at the last item on the level 10 list. 1 answer. 5,000 points description. Literal meaning, Li Wudao raised an eyebrow and inquired with the war zone system. What if you can't answer my question? If this war zone system database cannot answer the question, it will be forwarded to the superior system until the goddess of dawn. Wow. Li Wudao was stunned. He thought the first 2 items were already powerful enough, but he didn't expect something even more perverse to be behind. But if there are questions, there must be answers. If Li Wudao were really just an individual of the Blue Star indigenous civilization, unaware of the information about the human empire, then the value of this item would actually be very low. How could someone who doesn't know much ask any meaningful questions? As for asking whether there is a god or if the universe has boundaries, these transcendent questions would be of no benefit. Only by making specific inquiries based on existing information can one obtain higher level, precise, and effective information. I just happened to have a question to solve. Li Wudao didn't hesitate and directly threw down 5,000 points. Citizen Li Wudao, please state your question. The war zone system's voice sounded. How can I step-by-step improve the level 3 gene martial arts technique transformation in a heavenly demons and freeing method to a level 10 technique? Li Wudao enunciated clearly. War zone system. Galaxy war zone system permission insufficient. Database does not contain information on gene martial arts above level 3. Transferring, please wait. As soon as Li Wudao walked out of the violet light of the Stargate, he saw the fully equipped army ready to go. Commander Yu Xingrong ran up, came to a halt, and saluted. Mr. Li, congratulations on your triumphant return. You're too polite. Li Wudao nudda. You all go in and proceed according to plan. Yes. The army set out, preparing to clear the last obstacles on the Orc planet and carry out comprehensive military control. Another administrative staff member from the supervisory office approached. Mr. Li, the 4 district chiefs are waiting outside. Outside the civilian passage, upon seeing Li Wudao appear. The 4 district chiefs immediately walked up quickly. Mr. Li, you are truly impressive, and I thank you on behalf of the Blue Star people for your efforts. Mr. Li. Li Wudao raised his hand. If there's something to discuss, then discuss it. It's like this regarding the development of the Orc planet. My suggestion is for the 4 districts to jointly develop it, which will undoubtedly greatly accelerate the development speed and benefit the quick realization of resources. Said the district chief of the West District. Li Wudao understood. Essentially, it was the other 3 districts who were envious, wanting to eat from both the bowl and the pot. Is planet development something that can be completed in a short time? Thinking about this now, Li Wudao's gaze was cold. If anyone fails to guard the Stargate within their district and lets the enemy invade the Blue Star homeland, I will have all the supervisory personnel from that district go to the front lines to fight. East District, leave 50 of military strength, and the rest go to the alien battlefield for support. Super Composite Industrial Base. Core Building. Body Integration. This is the Goddess of Dawn, Citizen Li Wudao. Please repeat your question. And just at that moment, a solemn and serious female voice echoed in his mind. Li Wudao straightened his back. How can I step-by-step improve the level 3 gene martial arts technique transformation into heavenly demons and freeing method to a level 10 technique? After that, you can consume 1,000 merit points in the level 5 merit shop to exchange for the calculation. Ascension route calculation service to achieve this. To upgrade to level 8 and 10, you need to become a human empire ascendant and incorporate the technique into the inner universe creation law gene martial arts ascension system to achieve this. The Goddess of Dawn left without a sound, and Li Wudao fell into long contemplation. Upgrading to level 5 technique, the Goddess of Dawn was very straightforward. Earning 1,000 merit points afterwards is not a big problem for him. However, at least he knows that the Ascension route of Gene martial arts in the human empire has already reached level 10. After a long while, Wudao shook his head, no longer entangled. The upper limit is very high, so there's no need to worry about entering a dead end halfway. As for the rest, it is a bit too early to consider these now. There are still 4,000 points left. Wudao scrolled down to the level 9 shop. X-type, gene, modulation liquid. 3,000 points description. Since the first research institute of a human empire completed the final decoding of human genes, the emergence of golden humanity has announced that humans will be the most powerful civilization group in the universe. Without exception, a divine object in the eyes of countless interstellar lone wolves. Throwing down 3,000 points, Wudao raised the small golden syringe in his hand. Then, his body softened and turned into a pool of shimmering golden blood. Wudao slowly woke up and saw a pool of blood that was himself. He was first taken aback, then speechless. It is said that the high-ranking figures of the empire, even if their bodies suddenly vanish, their souls will be transported away. Golden humanity, the manifestation of the soul, is indeed well-deserved. Chapter 54. Huge improvement. The soul. It is a very complex thing, involving aspects of materialism, idealism, and spiritual energy, and is an inseparable part of all ascension paths. Therefore, it is one of the individual two-dimensional attributes. Wudao did not condense a physical soul in his previous life, and he did not understand the specifics very well. It was somewhat like an energy field. Wudao tried to move, but found that the soul was tightly connected to the physical body below. Now, apart from having a 360-degree perspective, it seemed to have no other effect. He would explore it slowly later. Wudao's soul sank. The hive consciousness entered the blood pool. The spread-out flesh and blood rapidly gathered and, almost with a pop, condensed into Wudao. However, it was a much smaller version of Wudao. He transformed into a 3-meter tall, fair-skinned boy who seemed to reflect light like a little Shota. The remaining 60 energy coins in his body weren't enough. The terrifying feeling of hunger seemed to burn through his stomach. Wudao glanced at his stock and hurriedly asked Xiaolon to send over the last 50 energy coins. Master, the energy coins have been delivered. The suitcase opened in front of him. Wudao's chest, which served as an energy conversion device, directly poured in all 50 energy coins. As a massive amount of energy was converted into biomass energy, Wudao's body visibly grew larger. 3 minutes later, burp. The now restored Wudao touched his stomach and comfortably lay back on the sofa. He then squinted his eyes and opened the personal information panel of the Battle Zone trial version. Name, Wudao, physique, 2, to soul, 2. 5, energy level, 800, destructiveness, D. Influence, 1, current galaxy, 0, human empire, survivability, traits, hive consciousness. Golden human, a milestone in the biological sciences of the human empire. The ultimate modulation of human genetic coding itself. Ascension path, gene martial arts, body refinement method, transforming into heaven's demons with ease, development progress. 6th layer 0, company, blade club, merit authority. Level 4, battle zone authority. Level 10, merit, 96 points, 1,000 kill value. For million, both physique and soul increased by 0. 2. And the gene also completed its 5th development. TSK, truly a divine object. Wudao introspected himself, feeling the potential of his body elevated by unknown multiples, and was taken aback. However, it had been 3 days since the gene modulation. It had been 20 days since the battle zone opened. It was time to move. Wudao shook his arms. The floor-to-ceiling windows opened. Wudao did not cover himself in armor, looking somewhat puzzled. After a pause, he suddenly stepped forward. The black-faced, white-bottomed golden cloud boots firmly landed in midair. Then, the other foot left the building's floor, stepping forward. Thus, he walked step by step in the air. Golden human, Wudao murmured softly, gaining a deeper understanding of this title. The trait's description of the golden human was very conceptual and did not detail what exactly made the golden human different. Perhaps it was because there were so many significant differences, almost like 2 different species, that it was simply not described. Can normal people tread on empty space? What specific differences the golden human was granted could only be slowly explored later. Wudao lightly tapped his toes. His body instantly disappeared. This time, there was no explosive airflow, no sonic boom from breaking the sound barrier, and no ripples from displacing air. Air resistance. Wudao concentrata. The air around him seemed to part on its own. Blood flowed rapidly, yet there was no need for oxygen intake. Perhaps I should adapt to this little surprise. Wudao smiled and continued to accelerate. Southeast Sea area. A cylindrical gate stood on a small island with a diameter of only a few kilometers. 10 aircraft carriers surrounded it. Wudao wasted no time, silently passing through the civilian passage and entering the Stargate. Space replacement. An endless expanse of brown Earth desert came into view. After more than 10 days, the Blue Star Army had completely built the defensive base, and the steel fortress had thoroughly sealed the entry and exit of the Stargate. As far as the eye could see, massive rocks were being thrown from a great distance. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of automatic anti-aircraft guns fired a dense barrage of firepower for precise interception. Explosions roared continuously. Wudao gazed into the distance and clearly saw the enemy. They were giant, gray-skinned humanoid creatures standing about 10 meters tall. Without a doubt, these were giants. Moreover, they were the toughest and most resilient among giants, the Greystone giants, who could sustain themselves solely on minerals. Their body quality was at 1-4, and their intelligence was only slightly higher than that of orcs. Their personalities were irritable and quick to anger, making them suitable only for cannon fodder. And let us wipe them out completely. Wudao flashed and crossed a long distance, descending from above the giant's front line. He had no interest in listening to the roars of the giants below. He summoned his curved blade and slashed down. The 1,000-meter crescent blade energy fell like a meteor. Rumble. The earth ripped apart, and the sky turned upside down. The Greystone giants, who were difficult to penetrate even with armor-piercing rounds, were like ants at this moment. As the blade energy fell, the wash of energy stripped their flesh and blood clean, merging into the swirling dust, further deepening the brown desert. The remaining bones were crushed and turned to powder, nourishing the earth anew. Commander, I feel like I've seen this scene before. In the command room of the Stargate position, an observer murmured a report. I hope this time we can leave some soup for us. The commander chuckled helplessly. When the dust settled, a massive crack spanned across the desert. Kill value 5023, so little. Wudao frowned slightly. The Greystone giants had a special external oviparous reproductive mode and required a large amount of mineral energy to nurture them. Therefore, the number of Greystone giants on this planet was certainly much less than that of orcs. After this strike, at least 2,000 had been wiped out, yet the kill value was only 5,000, just slightly more than that of orcs. After inquiring with the battle zone system, it was learned that the power gap also held some weight in the statistics of kill value. After thinking for a moment, Wudao attempted to use kill value to enhance his physique attribute. Your current physique attribute increase of 0.1 requires a consumption of 300 million kill value. Your kill value is insufficient. Killing all the Greystone giants wasn't even enough to increase by 0.1. Wudao turned and left. He wiped out the giants completely, leaving not a single one behind. With that, Wudao directly departed. The soldiers at the Stargate position looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. But each of them breathed a sigh of relief and showed joy. Hooray, there's still soup to drink. Wudao left most of the biomass body in the core building and focused on practicing the body refinement method. He only divided 1/10 of the biomass to form a separate body and headed towards the Elven Stargate in the Western District. Chapter 55. Elves are the only elite force among the 5 major cannon fodder troops that can barely attract the attention of the Human Empire's regular army. They possess a variety of abilities, including reconnaissance, exploration, intelligence gathering, infiltration, baiting the enemy, inciting rebellion, undercover work, and surveillance, making them a special operations unit. In his previous life, Wudao frequently interacted with elves when he first entered the Human Empire. The Elf Stargate is located in the mining area of District 6 in the Western region. Due to the Stargate, the mining area has been converted into a military zone, gathering nearly 1/3 of the land and air military forces of the Western region. The reputation and information about the elves have attracted many warriors from the western region, creating long lines at the two civilian entrances. Why is there so little official information about the elves? Some warriors in the team opened their mobile terminals to communicate with their companions. They haven't even captured a single prisoner yet. They've only had a few distant skirmishes, and you should be content with that. I heard the official frontline troops are still wandering in a vast primitive forest, and are considering transporting heavy weapons in. The heavy weapons of the new era refer to white phosphorus combustion artillery arrays and strategic nuclear weapons, among a few other devastating weapons. Did one arrow blow up a T-48 heavy cutting tank? Is that true? As soon as they found a video and text materials of the encounters with the elves, the warriors exclaimed in surprise. In the footage, a slender figure was seen from about a kilometer away, drawing a bow and shooting an arrow towards the camera. This arrow, surrounded by a green whirlwind and accompanied by a piercing sound, struck the cutting tank responsible for felling resilient trees in the front row of the squad. Boom! The tank exploded instantly, and amidst the debris, numerous green cyclones swept through like blades of wind, scattering fragments everywhere. Several martial soldiers on the spot had their heads severed. The remaining living soldiers, whose bodies were not covered by armor, were bloodied and injured, and could only hastily retreat. In the 10 seconds of video, the official troops of the Western region were seen suffering setbacks, unable to even resist against an elf's attack. This elf seems quite formidable. I'm afraid we are no match for it. One warrior who was forcibly brought over revealed a desire to retreat. What's the hurry? Didn't you see that among the 18 stargates officially announced, the elf stargate has the lowest casualty rate? His companion replied nonchalantly, "You basically 1T encounter elves. Just go in and collect some plants and stones from the forest, catch some small animals. And you can earn a lot of blue currency. Where can you find such a good opportunity?" Although the opening of the stargates currently focuses on war, many clever people are eager to seize every opportunity. What does a new life planet represent? A new ecosystem, new species, new elements, even new technologies, new powers, and new paths. The Supervisory Office and many civilian organizations have all entered the fray, offering bounties in blue currency to civilian warriors of Blue Star. They are collecting all valuable items from alien worlds. Wudao arrived silently, his gaze sweeping across the entire military district. Without needing assistance from Xiaolon, his two eyes served as the most comprehensive and effective scanning device. Under his perspective, the entire military district appeared as an open, virtual projection. He then directly initiated a gene map comparison. How to quickly identify potential enemies lurking within the human ranks amid countless bizarre abilities. First, gene map scanning. Second, soul wave scanning. Now, Wudao was conducting a rapid search and comparison of the gene maps of everyone in the area. Soon, he locked his gaze on the direct person in charge of the laser passage at the 4th checkpoint of the military passage. Among a group of chickens, a single crane stood out so distinctly. Wudao moved at will. Without altering his form, his skin and hair activated full area isolation. Light reflection, sound wave suppression, energy shock wave reflection, electromagnetic wave reflection, pheromone isolation, and consciousness wave isolation, among others. This was also a little surprise for the golden humans. Wudao slowly descended. The people around him unconsciously moved aside, yet they did not notice anything unusual. This was pheromone interference. Wudao walked straight to the 4th checkpoint of the military passage. Xiaolon took control of the military area and silently opened the door. With a hiss, in the small control room, a young officer suddenly stood up, his sharp eyes fixed on the metal door that opened out of thin air. On the surface, he appeared to be a young officer in his early 30s with the rank of captain, his face full of determination. His appearance was identical to the personnel data provided by Xiaolon. At this moment, upon seeing that no one was at the door, the young officer's expression turned uncertain. His body tensed as he slowly approached. In his heavy breathing, he was now 2 meters from the door. Then slap. A hand suddenly slapped down on his shoulder. The young officer's body jolted, his eyes widened, and instinctively, he threw a powerful uppercut towards the front. Boom! This strike felt as if it hit the hardest metal. The shockwave blew away everything unanchored in the control room, sending them flying. The dull roar made the special glass shake violently, almost shattering. The young officer instinctively cried out, producing two strange tones, but immediately switched to the Eastern dialect of Blue Star. He was just about to twist his body when he realized that the thing on his left shoulder suddenly felt like a massive mountain. Damn! He cursed angrily and threw another uppercut directly to Li Wudao's abdomen. But this time, there was neither a shockwave nor an air blast. There wasn't even a sound. It felt as if his fist softly pressed against it. The young officer was completely stunned, his eyes blank. Not believing it, he threw a few more punches. At that moment, the saying that the action of force is mutual seemed to become false. Just as he was lost in thought, wondering if he had developed some strange illness, slap, a still somewhat warm hand suddenly grabbed his flailing arm at the wrist. The young officer shivered all over, letting out a high-pitched, intense scream. Then his entire body erupted with dazzling green light, and his appearance underwent drastic changes. He grew taller, quickly reaching 2 meters 12, and his combat uniform morphed into a tight-fitting outfit, his figure becoming slender and elegant. In the green light, his facial features transformed into those of a female elf, with long black hair, narrow phoenix eyes, and long, upright green eyelashes. His nose was high, and his lips were thin. Most striking were the pair of long, pointed elf ears. Shut your filthy mouth. Do you really think I can't understand? Li Wudao revealed himself, his body rising to 2 meters 3, and his right hand naturally clasped around the elf's neck, silencing her high-pitched scream. Chapter 56 Interrogation. Seduction. A peculiar green energy enveloped the entire body of the elf, who was being choked, thrashing wildly with her limbs as she punched and kicked at Li Wudao. Li Wudao only slightly increased his grip. The last breath the elf had been holding was forced out, blood supply to her brain was cut off, and within seconds, her head tilted and she fainted. Li Wudao's expression was emotionless as he swung his right hand and slammed her hard onto the floor. Bang! The entire control room shook, and the specially made glass shattered. Coughing, she spewed out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Waking her from the pain, her body curled up and trembling. Surrender, or die, Li Wudao said a second sentence. The green light enveloped the elf, and this peculiar energy healed her wounds. Hearing his voice, she struggled to prop herself up and looked sideways. The black and gold robe remained the same, except the words extreme intent gate on her chest and back no longer fit. Her phoenix-like eyes widened in shock. You are Li Wudao? The Li Wudao who single-handedly slaughters stars. You have 10 seconds to consider, Li Wudao said. The elf's expression changed rapidly, never expecting to expose herself so quickly. And the enemy's strength was so powerful. It was incomprehensibly strong. Death was imminent, yet the elf ultimately managed a bitter smile. Human, if you want to kill me, go ahead. Do you think I would betray my kind? Good. Li Wudao nodded, and with one hand, he made a slash across her body. An invisible blade of energy fell. The elf's long limbs were instantly severed. Even more minuscule wind blades continuously cut and ground at the wounds of her limbs. Oh! Amidst the elf's screams, Li Wudao held her head and slowly walked outward. Aren't you going to kill me? Make your move. Kill me. Li Wudao said quietly. You're the first elf captured by humans. How could I let you die so easily? Countless experiments will be conducted on you until your will collapses and your soul is extinguished, and only then will you die. You said it yourself. You just said you would kill me. The elf screamed in despair. How naive and pure this wild elf is. To believe the words of an enemy on the battlefield. Li Wudao admitted he found it amusing. The genetic coding of elves has been modified to focus on traits related to loyalty, oaths, and promises. The purpose, of course, is to ensure that elves are completely loyal to the human empire at the genetic level. Promises are naturally applied to military orders. Life can be sacrificed, but tasks must be completed. However, these are elves under the human empire. What if they are wild elves? Their nature would make them a group of foolish and naive beings. You despicable, vile human. She cursed, but her words were so weak, her vocabulary so lacking. It was even inferior to that of a 6-year-old on Blue Star. A projection appeared in front of Li Wudao, showing various experimental videos humans conducted on orcs, dwarves, giants, and birdmen. Defensive experiments, knives chopping, axes hacking, guns shooting, bombs exploding, chainsaws cutting, giant hammers smashing. There are also regeneration speed experiments, bone hardness tests, and other inhumane experiments. They are not humans, but rather your mortal enemies. Humanity does not need to be humane towards them. As for the bioprotection organizations that emerged on Blue Star, they were immediately arrested by the Western District Supervisory Office for treason against humanity and executed live the next day. After that, no such fools appeared again. Soon, you will experience it firsthand. The elf's eyes widened, staring intently at the dwarves screaming in the footage. Extreme fear making her forget to breathe. Wudao dispersed the fine blades cutting at her wounds, his voice deep and filled with seduction. Think about it. If you submit to me, you can avoid this suffering. If you insist on refusing, the outcome will not be different. Humanity will still obtain all the information it desires, and your resistance will be meaningless. The elf's eyes showed no spark, remaining motionless. But at the wounds of her limbs, green energy began to emerge, starting to stop the bleeding and heal. Wudao smirked slightly. He did not pursue the attack, but stopped and changed the subject. What is your name? Seeing his advancing footsteps halt, the elf's eyes lit up. Lake Frost, elf language. Lake Frost, a good name, elf language. Wudao. The elf was suddenly shocked. How do you know the elf language? Wudao chuckled. I now give you one last choice. The elf fell silent. Wudao slowly continued. Take me to meet your rulers. I will give you, your rulers, and all elves a chance to survive. As long as you kill me, Blue Star will no longer be able to threaten you. Lake Frost's green pupils contracted in disbelief. Just you alone? Yes, just me. Wudao. Aren't you afraid of death? Wudao scoffed, then said, Tell me your choice. Lake Frost gritted her teeth and nodded vigorously. All right, I will trust you one more time. 2 hours later, the elf's severed limbs were reattached, and the crushed wounds had regained their luster. Besides her pale complexion and weakened body, there were no obvious external injuries. Let's go. The two arrived in front of the Stargate. Wudao, ignoring the elf's cat-like struggles and resistance, held her by the back of her neck and stepped into the Stargate. Space transformation. A temporary base cleared from the original forest. Trenches crisscrossed, with shattered tanks and defense works visible everywhere. Soldiers were carefully digging underground shelters to counter the elf's long-range bow and arrow attacks. Wudao did not linger. The double gravity of Blue Star had no effect on him as he rapidly moved away. Lead the way, arriving at the top of a mountain peak. Wudao shook the dizzy elf in his hand. Why? Can you fly? The elf looked bewildered. Lead the way. Wudao's expression darkened. The elf trembled all over and immediately looked around. Do you see that huge tree crown? That is our sacred place where Mother Ina resides. The elf Lake Frost pointed. Wudao looked in that direction and indeed found a peculiar tree crown-shaped peak among the rolling mountains at the end of his line of sight. Hold on tight. The elf did not hesitate, gripping her arms behind her head and closing her eyes. Whoosh! In the center of the vast forest sea, there was a large lake. In the middle of the lake, there was an island. On the island, a towering ancient tree stood 1,000 meters high. Many wooden houses of various sizes were built on the tree branches. At this moment, the tranquility was broken as thousands of elves leaped out, rapidly climbing towards the tree crown. The atmosphere at the top of the tree crown was heavy and murderous, condensing even the wind that blew. Chapter 57 Bet and Bloodshed Lake Frost. Do you know what you are doing? A nearly 3-meter-tall female elf shouted loudly from the treetops. With long silver hair cascading down, a stunningly beautiful face, and an elegant demeanor. Even though she was filled with anger at that moment, she remained a sight to behold. Dressed in a wide ceremonial robe embroidered with mysterious patterns, adorned with various intricate and colorful ornaments, she held a straight 4-meter green staff, exuding an inexplicable aura of solemnity and authority. Faced with the questioning of the matriarch of her clan, the elf Lake Frost lowered her head, covering her face with her hand, weeping uncontrollably. The elf matriarch shouted again. Lake Frost, still held by the neck by Wudao, trembled and spoke in fear. Mother Ina, I was discovered by this human. He is Li Wudao. He said he would come alone and give us the chance to kill him together. By the way, he speaks Elvish. The 3-meter-tall elf matriarch's expression grew serious as her gaze finally landed on Li Wudao's face. Human, do you speak Elvish? She asked sternly. Yes, how shall I address you? My lady? Li Wudao responded with the respect due to a leader. Moon Silverlight. Li Wudao looked up and saw 3 satellites closely aligned in a triangular formation. A name that fits, he casually praised, tossing Lake Frost aside. Although she spoke roughly, the meaning is about the same. 2 elves, each around 2.5 meters tall, caught Lake Frost and quickly examined her. Either unite the strength of your entire clan to kill me. Li Wudao hovered in the air, arms wide open, looking utterly arrogant. Or you, Moon Silverlight, lead all elves and swear loyalty to me, completely submit to me. Before the leader Moon Silverlight could respond, a group of elf priests beside her exploded in outrage. Ridiculous. Ignorant human. Kill him. The damned human. Words of the dying. With a thud, the staff tapped on a green leaf in the treetop, and green light rippled outwards. Silence. At the sound of an ethereal female voice, the elves immediately fell silent. Moon Silverlight's silver eyes met Li Wudao's gaze. Li Wudao, I can agree to your request, but the conditions need to be changed. Li Wudao shrugged. Please go on. Moon Silverlight spoke solemnly. If we win, we do not need you to die. We only need you and your Blue Star civilization to forever submit and pledge loyalty to me. Very reasonable, Li Wudao nodded. All right, I agree. If you can push me to the brink, able to annihilate me at any time, I can declare my submission. Moon Silverlight interjected. It must be in the capacity of a representative of a civilized leader, in accordance with the rules of the battle zone world, that you submit to me. Okay, the terms are equivalent, I agree. Li Wudao twisted his neck. Come on, let's have a good fight. Moon Silverlight's eyes narrowed, suddenly gripping her staff, pointing it at her toes. Children, return quickly. In the forest, all the elves trembled at her words, then dropped everything they were doing and rushed towards the sacred tree. Li Wudao moved his body, but did not stop them. In just over half an hour, the sacred tree was already filled with hundreds of thousands of elves. And this was all of the elves' combat units. The rest were the old, weak, sick, and disabled. It was evident that the total number of elves was still less than 1 million. The holy matriarch stood atop the treetop, and her staff pointed again. Holy Ascend. A visible green light spread out, and then a surge of green biological energy gushed from the 1,000-meter sacred tree, entering every elf's body, while providing them with immense boosts. It continuously supplied energy to the elves. The physical quality of these elves, which was originally around 1.5, directly doubled to 1.6 at the same time. The elves naturally possessed a type of biological energy known as the power of nature, which leaned towards spiritual energy. This provided temporary boosts to physical attributes, external attacks, weapon enchantments, rapid regeneration, and a series of abilities. For the elves. For Aina, the elves' morale soared. Their eyes fervently fixed on Moon Silverlight as they glared at Li Wudao with murderous intent. Li Wudao's gaze fell on Moon Silverlight. In his visual scan, her physical quality had risen from 1.8 to 1.9, although already strong compared to his current 2.2, despite being only 3 points apart. It was a vast chasm. However, the natural power within her surged more violently, like a volcano about to erupt or a hydrogen bomb on the verge of explosion. Interesting. A sinister smile spread across Li Wudao's face. Are you ready? Go. Moon Silverlight ordered an active attack. The group of priests beside her, unable to contain themselves, rushed forward, drawing their 3-meter-long spears and charging ahead. Pitiful human, I will not kill you. I will make you kiss my feet, she taunted. Li Wudao's right hand formed a palm and lightly swiped through the air. At that moment, the tall male elf leading the charge, along with over 10 following elf priests, had their heads fly high in the air almost simultaneously, their faces still holding expressions of mockery or anger. With splatters of blood, their bodies continued to fly out for over 10 meters before finally stopping, falling like dumplings from a height of 1,000 meters. Moon Silverlight merely frowned, then immediately ordered, draw bows and shoot. In the next moment, countless green whirlwind arrows shot out from the sacred tree, converging into a vast green ocean. With no place to hide, Wudao did not dodge. He merely took a deep breath and shouted, "Break for me!" The terrifying sound wave was a visible shockwave. The sky was filled with green arrows, each capable of piercing through a heavy tank. Yet under the roar, the ocean of green arrows, gathered from hundreds of thousands, was like rivers running dry and galaxies folding back. "Oh, my ears! I can't hear! I can't hear!" Countless elves covered their ears in agony. Green screen, a massive amount of natural power poured out, forming a gigantic energy shield that blocked all arrows. "My turn." Wudao's right palm swiped across his left hand, gliding past his fingertips to grasp the hilt of a sword. He then drew out an ancient ring-handle knife. "Moon's Silverlight. Don't die from this strike," Wudao kindly reminded. After his power surged, he hadn't gone all out yet, and he was genuinely a bit unsure about the scale of his strength. With that, a powerful blade aura howled out, slicing towards Moon's Silverlight like a long rainbow, piercing the sun. Chapter 58. Taking down, as the mother tree of the elves was struck by the sword energy, the space seemed to be torn apart, producing a piercing shriek. Yuin Hui's expression changed drastically. She quickly waved the wooden staff in her hand and chanted in a high-pitched elvish language, "Holy shield of living beings." The natural power within her surged wildly, forming thick layers of energy shields behind the green curtain. Boom! 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 However, Wudao's sword energy easily penetrated the layers of shields. Countless green energy fragments exploded. Although the power of the sword energy diminished during the penetration, it still surged towards Yuin Hui with unrelenting momentum. Just as the sword energy was about to hit Yuin Hui, her silver hair flared up, weaving into a shield the size of her body in front of her. Clang! The sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew so hard, Wudao was taken aback. This was almost as hard as a great alloy. But he smiled. Sword energy is not a physical object. After being blocked in the middle, the sword energy on both sides continued to surge forward at high speed. Crack! Crack! The branches of the holy tree of elves broke. The elves inside all showed expressions of horror and hurriedly began to conjure layers of shields in front of them. But if even their holy mother could not block it with an energy shield, how could these ordinary elves withstand it? The screams and wails of the clan members were close at hand. Even some elves were falling like rain, split in two, under the shield made of silver hair. Yuin Hui remained unmoved, her gaze fixed on Wudao, who stood motionless in midair. When the gap in strength is too great, quantity means nothing. Wudao said playfully, flicking the blade. "Ding! Forget it, let's not kill too many. After all, they will all be his slaves in the future." Wudao gave up, continuing to attack with sword energy, his figure flickering and suddenly disappearing. Yuin Hui's silver eyes widened, completely unaware of Wudao's presence, and could only instinctively expand the silver hair shield to protect her entire body. Phew! The long knife appeared. It pierced through the gap in her hair that had not completely closed, stabbing into the shoulder of the elf saintess's right arm and into her chest beneath her ribs. At the moment of penetration, a segment of the blade transformed back into flesh, containing countless cells of Wudao's hive consciousness, rushing madly into various parts of her body. The outcome was already determined. Phew! Wudao withdrew the knife, warm blood splattering. How could we have lost already? Just as Yuin Hui wanted to draw on a natural power within her body, she suddenly clutched her chest and fell to the ground in pain. In a mother! Damn it! Kill him! The excited elves bent their bows and shot arrows again. Hiss! A thick blade of energy swept across, leaving a gory hollow in the treetop. For those who dared to attack him, Wudao showed no mercy. Stop! Yuin Hui raised her hand and shouted, stopping the elves who still wanted to rush to their deaths. She looked up, her face filled with shock and horror, mixed with pain and confusion. What on earth are you? In her heart's atrium, a miniature version of Wudao, only the size of a finger, was evidently residing inside. He even drew out a long knife the size of a toothpick and began to draw on the flesh wall of the atrium. The image was strange and bizarre. Are all humans like you? Yuin Hui's eyes widened. Not at all. Stop talking nonsense. Li Wudao's gaze turned cold. Last time, do you surrender? If she dared to deny or delay, Li Wudao could make his clone shatter her heart and rush into her brain, turning it into mush. Yu Hui understood the indifferent killing intent in Li Wudao's eyes and completely realized how great the gap between them was, nodding in despair. I surrender. Wow. The elves were immediately furious. No. Inna Mother, what are you doing? Inna Mother, how can you surrender so easily? We haven't lost yet. But the elves fell silent for a moment before starting to shout again. Inna Hui, you surrender to the enemy. You are no longer our elven holy mother. We swear we will never surrender. Yes, kill him. Li Wudao nodded. It seems I need to let you recognize the reality. The battle ended too quickly, with too few deaths, so these elves have not seen what true despair is. Li Wudao's clothes behind him began to rapidly transform and fall off, turning into one single-person floating laser cannon after another. The oval-shaped floating cannons, less than half a meter long, drilled into the holy tree, launching precise strikes against all the elves. Red focused beams continuously fired, piercing through energy shields, breaking apart ancient tree branches, and melting one elf's limbs after another. After cutting off their mobility, that was only the first step. Death sometimes is a blessing, and you all will crave my blessing. The elves' wails were incessant, but Li Wudao remained indifferent, watching the elf saintess, who was witnessing the tragic fate of her kin with a face full of pain and sorrow, and his thoughts moved. Phew! A small muffled sound erupted as a hole was blown open in the back of the elf saintess, with shockwaves carrying shredded flesh and bone fragments spraying out. It could be seen that the miniature version of Li Wudao's clone was maintaining a punching posture, standing in the remaining half of the atrium. Yu Hui screamed in pain, her body curling up, her life force rapidly weakening. But under the instinct to survive, a large amount of natural power surged into the wound, beginning to repair her heart and body. They seem to not recognize your leadership status now. Do you still have value in living? Li Wudao spuka. Yu Hui's body trembled continuously, her head bowed as she replied, "The ancient holy blood, gathered in the holy name of the moon upon me, makes me the irreplaceable leader of the elves." To put it bluntly, Li Wudao was impatient. The elves could see that it was a religious, theocratic structure. The Holy Mother was just a holy mother, not a god worshipped in the religion. So what was irreplaceable about her? Could it be the Mother Tree of the Elves? The Mother Tree of the Elves, a peculiar plant that the human empire underwent special transformation to create. Its main purpose was to transform planetary ecological environments and mass-produce elven cannon fodder, planted on barren planets. The Mother Tree of the Elves absorbs planetary energy while growing, transforming the planet into an ecological environment suitable for elves to survive. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Li Wudao's expression was invigorated. In his previous life, he had heard elves he worked with mention this during several missions. Elves born from the Mother Tree of the Elves, besides having extraordinary potential and talent, also possess the ability for parthenogenesis. And every time a Mother Tree of the Elves absorbs enough energy, it will give birth to 5 to 8 tree-born elves. The tree-born elves will then parthenogenetically reproduce ordinary elven offspring, which will further reproduce. Thus, as long as a planet with a not-too-harsh environment is found and a Mother Tree of the Elves is planted, using a completely free-range method, one can harvest a basket full of elves in several years. Chapter 59 Oath, however, Li Wudao quickly thought of a few questions. He immediately called the Dawn Level 1 subsystem. I want to conduct a query service. Citizen Li Wudao, please state your question. Give me detailed information about the Mother Tree of the Elves. The cost for this query service is 2 merit points. Are you sure? Confirmed. Mother Tree of the Elves, a product researched by the 4th Academy of Biological Sciences of the Human Empire, classified as Level 3 Biotechnology and Level 4 Engineering Technology. This item belongs to the Imperial Military and Engineering Departments and is prohibited for being sold privately. One Mother Tree of the Elves can transform a standard planet in 36 standard months, during which no other activities will occur. Afterwards, every 12 standard months, 58 tree spirits are born, and every 24 standard months, a seed of the Mother Tree of the Elves is nurtured. Specific images and text. It really is the mother tree of the elves, and it can also bear seeds. Wudao looked at the chaotic tree canopy beneath his feet that he had chopped down, his eyes filled with fervor. Level 3 biotechnology, Level 4 engineering technology. It's even stronger than the reverse triphase soul structure technology he sold. After all, his technology, to put it simply, is just adding a password lock to his brain's memory. Knowing how to make a password lock is of little use. Without the matching key, it still cannot be unlocked. Trying to forcibly break the lock to access his memory would just burn his brain along with it. But the mother tree of the elves is different. Once it is confirmed to bear seeds, its value skyrockets. Moon Silver Radiance. Wudao came before the elven matron and projected the image of the seed of the mother tree of the elves. Do you recognize this? Moon Silver Radiance focused her gaze, nodding slightly, recognizing it. How many? Bring them all. Wudao glanced at the countless bloody, mangled objects nailed to the branches, listening to their painful wails of yearning for grace, and said softly, "Keep your wits about you. If the quantity satisfies me, perhaps I can grant them grace in my happiness." Moon Silver Radiance silently rose, supporting herself with her staff, and took out a green silk pouch from her ceremonial robe and handed it over. Wudao took the still warm silk pouch and opened it. Inside were 5 walnut-sized, multifaceted, irregular green crystals. The item was correct. It was indeed the seed of the mother tree of the elves. 5 pieces, not bad. Wudao nodded slightly, slapped the silk pouch against his robe, and it instantly merged into it. Then, all the laser cannons of the floating artillery opened fire with full force, decapitating the tens of thousands of elite soldiers who had previously shouted the loudest and were now crying out in pain. The severed heads bore expressions of relief. Moon Silver Radiance saw this, and even with her leader's temperament, she couldn't help but turn away. Just as she was about to take action, she suddenly stopped, turned to Wudao, and slightly bent her body. "Please allow me to heal my kin." Wudao, in his heart, slowly withdrew his hands. The vast natural power within Moon Silver Radiance was transmitted through the mother tree of the elves to the elf kin, beginning to heal their horrific injuries. While waiting, Wudao took the opportunity to inquire about the rules regarding loot in the Warzone system. The good news was that anything within the Warzone, even the ruins of advanced interstellar civilizations, fell under the purview of Warzone loot. The bad news was that whether now or after the Warzone trials ended, he could not sell the mother tree of the elves or its seeds externally. No matter how advanced the trade certificate was, it wouldn't work unless the Imperial Military and Engineering Departments issued a special certificate. An hour later, the lake's surface, as well as the grasslands outside the lake, were filled with elves with dull expressions. On the island in the center of the lake, beneath the mother tree of the elves, the 3-meter-tall elven matron Moon Silver Radiance glowed green, shrinking to a height of 7 meters. Thud! The staff tapped the ground, and the green light spread to every elf at their feet. By the body of Mother Ina, in the name of the Moon's Saint, all Moon Tree spirits heed my command. Moon Silver Radiance's voice was ethereal and resonant. In unison, pledge with me. Clap. Moon Silver Radiance knelt on one knee, her head held high, her silver phoenix eyes gazing into Wudao's, looking down at her. I swear. Clap. Hundreds of thousands of elves neatly knelt, their eyes fixed on Wudao. I will follow you to the death. Your will is my direction forward. Your glory is the meaning of my existence. I will fight for you, never betray. Moon Silver Radiance almost chanted this in a loud voice, with rhythm and intonation. I will follow you to the death. Your will is my direction forward. Your glory is the meaning of my existence. I will fight for you, never betray. My masterly Wudao! My masterly Wudao! Just as the voices faded, the system's voice resounded once again in the minds of every awakened being in the Warzone. Warzone announcement. P-99585 Trial Planet. Blue Star Civilization Human Wudao, within a short period, single-handedly forced all of P-99886 Trial Planet, Elven Civilization, to pledge allegiance, achieving the special accomplishment of opening the door. Diplomacy. As a reward, Wudao is awarded 20,000 points and the title of Forceful Power. In the war zone, Whether on the battlefield or in the rear, all the noise fell silent. Whether ordinary citizens or frontline soldiers, everyone was completely stunned. Then, the morale of the Blue Star side instantly soared. Wow, here it comes again. Elves. Is that the strong elven civilization we've heard about? How they take it down without a sound. The master is amazing. Pledging allegiance. Does that mean there are many elven girls? Wow, I'm so envious. This was a steel jungle city very close to the old era of Blue Star. On the outskirts, in an abandoned, eerie hospital, deep within a secret room. In our daily lives, the fist bump is the main greeting method. The middle-aged man speaking on the podium suddenly stopped. A group of men in black below did the same. After a few seconds, someone sighed. As expected of the master, he easily accomplished what we dared not even imagine. One person slaughtering star beasts, another subduing elves, really amazing. The leader, Chang Yifeng, exclaimed. Zhou Yao, sitting beside him, smiled helplessly. Yeah, his strength always exceeds our understanding. But there's no need to think too much. There's no point in comparing with the master. Isn't that just asking for trouble? After Zhou Yao finished speaking, both of them simultaneously thought of a figure. They exchanged glances and shook their heads. Who knows what Boss Yu is thinking? Taking the master as a target to chase after. Isn't he afraid of losing his confidence? Zhou Yao scratched his head. I can understand a little. It's a girl's mindset. Chang Yifeng chuckled. Zhou Yao shook his head again, then widened his eyes. What are you looking at? Keep teaching. If you teach well, perhaps you can spare your life. Chapter 60, Unified Agenda, Arrival at the Enclave. Very well. Everyone get up. After a moment, Li Wudao finally shifted his gaze away from the peculiar title and looked at the many elves. Led by Yu Inhui, hundreds of thousands of elves silently stood up. With a thought, Li Wudao activated the split body transformation left within Yu Inhui. This ultimate freedom technique requires you to learn the first layer of the body refinement method as quickly as possible. For now, the rest of the clan can take a break. He hadn't actually let the elves test this in the virtual simulation calculations. He needed to let Yu Inhui test it first. Understood. Li Wudao then flew away. Super Composite Industrial Base, Core Building. Li Wudao's main biological body, where his soul resided, went straight down to the training room on the lowest level. Bang! The door closed. He began to practice the sixth layer of the body refinement method and prepared for a long seclusion. From now on, there was basically no need for him to personally intervene. He needed to complete the body refinement for the 13 layers of the Celestial Demon Marvel technique as soon as possible. The split body controlled by Hive mind ascended to the top level. He pulled down the World Contention Management Platform. With a few finger taps in the void, he issued instructions to the Supervisory Office. Cancel military hostilities against the Elven civilization and prohibit any active strikes against the elves. However, entry and exit through the Elven Stargates can continue as normal, allowing for preliminary exploration and excavation activities on Elven planets. Besides the 5 cannon fodder planets, there are 4 anomalous planets and 9 human planets. Li Wudao walked slowly with his hands behind his back. In front of him was a holographic projection displaying real-time intelligence calculations of 18 planets. The Orc and Elven planets had turned green, with only some development progress data above. He swiped to the side. Greystone Giant Planet. The conquest progress started to accelerate, with the representation of Blue Star's blue covering 1/10 of the planet's projection. With the stabilization of the forward base and the influx of military industry, the defeat of the Greystone Giants was already a foregone conclusion. Dwarf Planet. Being a special desert planet, the dwarves live beneath the surface rock layers. In this unique terrain, large weapons and heavy equipment were not very effective. Methods like ground-penetrating missiles and fire attacks yielded little results, and they couldn't accumulate kill points. Therefore, the mode of warfare transformed into close combat between individual civilizations in underground caves. The battle was exceptionally brutal, with the highest casualties. However, those who survived accumulated kill points the fastest, and their individual strength advanced rapidly. Birdman Planet. This was more troublesome. These creatures were all flying units, exceptionally fast. Each a skilled archer, their skills not inferior to the elves. The advance of Blue Star was still limited to the construction of the Stargate forward base. The remaining 4 anomalous planets and 9 alien-human civilization planets were mainly focused on defending their native stargates, sending only small teams for intelligence reconnaissance. Blue Star could not yet launch simultaneous attacks on all 18 planets. Wudao opened the Blue Star agenda. Important matters submitted by the Supervisory Office required his approval. He seldom intervened in Blue Star's internal affairs, focusing mainly on external agendas. The agenda was arranged based on importance and the length of time items had been pending. First item: 9 alien-human civilizations applied to establish communication with us. All rejected. Wudao did not hesitate. What do you think humans are like? Don't you know yourselves? After being hurt or scared, then we can talk. Understood. Second item: preliminary concept for unified control of points and priority redemption. The Supervisory Office provided a price list for purchasing points and a priority redemption order list. Wudao focused on the priority redemption. The first item was nuclear fusion technology. The second item was biological reactor technology. The first one goes without saying. The second one can generate electricity by throwing in the bodies of alien creatures, providing significant energy income. Wudao agreed to this agenda and instructed Little Blue to assist. In addition to the war zone trials, local construction and development of the Ore planet could not be neglected. Energy and resource output must keep pace. Wudao methodically handled various agendas. Moon System Cluster. A transport ship wrapped in flowing light exited the hyperspace route and appeared in another star system. A small amount of biological matter quickly proliferated and transformed into a figure dressed in a pure black robe under the power of an energy coin. Wudao stood in the unmanned control room, observing the outside world. This star system was unremarkable, but there were a surprisingly high number of ships coming and going. In just about 10 seconds, dozens of various ships surged out of the hyperspace route. The cause of this bustling scene was a massive space station standing above a star. Welcome, interstellar travelers, to the Minuet Interstellar Trading Company subsidiary, Trade Enclave number 16 of the Taurus system. Wudao once again heard the familiar broadcast. As they approached the Enclave, the space station's defense system began scanning the ship. A Level 1 special attention signal allowed entry, and guidance was underway. The transport ship entered the starport, and before it even docked, Wudao's only contact in the star network sent a communication request. It was the Enclave's manager. Shiyu. Wudao connected. A tall beauty in a purple-fitted chi-pao appeared on the screen, exuding elegance. Mr. Li, you actually came in person? Shiyu's eyes were filled with shock and joy. Please wait a moment. I'll be right there. Wudao's expression was indifferent. Before long, a luxurious purple single-person shuttle flew out from the Enclave. Many passers-by in the starport showed surprise. Is this a shuttle from Minuet Company? Are they here to welcome some big shot? Now that you mention it, I seem to remember. No way. What? Don't just open your mouth without saying anything. The shuttle hovered, and Shiyu gracefully floated down, landing beneath Wudao's transport ship, her beautiful eyes sparkling, eagerly looking up. Is it really the boss Shiyu personally coming to welcome? Who exactly is this big shot? Let us go, let us go. It's better not to get too close to such excitement. Be careful not to die without knowing how. The starport's visitors whispered, and the travelers quickly distanced themselves. With even the nearby ships moving to the other side of the starport, Wudao stepped down from the ship. Shiyu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she smiled as she approached. Mr. Li, welcome. Wudao maintained the proud demeanor expected of a Level 4 citizen of the Empire. Nodding lightly, let us check the goods. She was already familiar with Wudao's straightforward and indifferent attitude. She smiled and said, All right, please wait a moment. The transport ship didn't carry much cargo, and it would soon be counted. Mr. Li, here's the list. Please confirm. Shiyu handed over a cargo list with both hands. A total of 308 energy coins. Chapter 61 Business. The prices of various materials are the current bull trade prices in the Golden Bull Enclave. Unbiased. Wudao looked at Sie's respectful and smiling eyes. Feeling a bit curious. Not using these small favors to bribe me? Interesting. He was somewhat looking forward to what surprises this woman would bring him next. Very good. The numbers are all correct. Mr. Li, Do you need cash transactions or digital transactions? Digital transactions. Li Wudao glanced at his Star Network Information digital account. Energy coin balance, 0. Star coin balance, 0. The Human Empire has 3 central banks. The Human Empire's Standard Energy Coin Bank, abbreviated as Imperial Standard Energy. The Human Empire Advanced Energy Bank, abbreviated as Imperial Advanced Energy. And finally, the Human Empire Star Coin Bank. Among them, only the Imperial Standard Energy and Star Coin Bank have Star Network digital payment functions. The Imperial Advanced Energy can only conduct physical deposits and withdrawals at offline banks. This is because advanced energy refers to large energy storage devices whose energy levels far exceed standard energy coins. The types of energy are also different, making it impossible to fully standardize. They are only used during large-scale transactions by powerful individuals or civilizations. After the transaction was completed, Xie then invited Li Wudao. Mr. Li, it is our honor that you can personally come to our Mingwei enclave. Xie wanted to show her hospitality and asked if Mr. Li would be willing to grace her humble abode with a visit. Xie's gaze was sincere, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Li Wudao raised an eyebrow and nodded in agreement. Li Wudao's straightforward acceptance instead caused a brief moment of surprise on Xie's face. But she quickly masked it with an even broader smile. Please follow me. She then invited Li Wudao into the flying shuttle. The luxury and comfort of the shuttle's decor aside, they entered the central building of the enclave. Instead of going to a guest room, she took Li Wudao directly to the top floor, entering her private residence. The scent of a mature woman enveloped him. Li Wudao sat on the soft sofa in the hall, looking at the simply and warmly decorated room, his eyes slightly narrowed. The traces of life were very evident, not like a deliberately staged environment. He could even see scattered clothes on the bed in the side bedroom. Mr. Li, do you have any dietary restrictions? Xie, with her back to Li Wudao, bent down to prepare tea, revealing her graceful figure. No need, let's talk business. Li Wudao's expression was calm, showing no signs of being moved. Xie turned around, straightened her posture, no longer pretending to be alluring, and sat down opposite Li Wudao. Mr. Li, may I ask how Mingwei can assist you? Xie said with a serious demeanor. What level of company is Mingwei? Li Wudao asked directly. Just a secondary level, not quite worthy of being called a company, Xie said somewhat shyly. Li Wudao nodded slightly. Only a company with a mature business chain that stands out and has a wide influence can be called a company. From what the other party said, it seemed that Mingwei was only engaged in the most basic resource trading business. They could neither shake the vast financial landscape of the star domain, nor possess the capability to produce rare resources or process and sell high-grade resource products. Mr. Li, do we have the ability to assist you? Xie asked cautiously, her confidence even lower this time. Don't underestimate yourself. After Li Wudao finished speaking, he clicked his tongue, feeling something was off. The party wanting to be utilized was worried about not having value to be used, and he had to encourage the other party in return. Under Xie's hopeful gaze, Li Wudao stopped beating around the bush and said, the thing is, for certain purposes, I need to conduct a private social experiment on planetary civilization. Whether organic individual biological genes will undergo covert evolution as a result, this is my topic. Therefore, to quickly elevate the civilizations on 18 life planets, I need a large amount of energy coins, basic resources, and secondary processed resources. Li Wudao spun a tail. Xie nodded occasionally, but her confused eyes clearly indicated that she understood nothing. However, she understood the last sentence. I understand. She nodded repeatedly. Energy coins, basic resources, secondary processed resources. These you mentioned, our Mingwei company can provide you with. Li Wudao smilat. Of course, which trading company doesn't have these? It's just. Xie blinked her beautiful eyes. You also know that we are just a small trading company, relying solely on self-production. We cannot provide you with so many resources and energy. In simple terms, they were asking for benefits. Moreover, what they wanted was a path leading to a stable and mature industrial business chain. Li Wudao naturally understood this. If he were just a level 4 citizen, this Mingwei Interstellar Trading secondary company might value him greatly, offering him many conveniences and discounts. Even if he openly demanded a meeting gift, compensation, etc., Mingyue would definitely throw money at him to quickly send him off. But they absolutely would not, nor would they dare to establish more connections with him. The reason for this, of course, was his identity as a research talent. According to common sense, a level 4 research talent, wouldn't even a little leak of research technology be enough for Mingyue, a secondary company, to benefit for a lifetime? Wudao naturally could not be calculated by common sense, as he did not possess conventional research technology. But he had other non-conventional technologies. I can help you quickly develop into a mature enterprise, even upgrade to a tertiary enterprise, Wudao said softly. Upon hearing this, Xia immediately stood up, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise, saying, "Is what Mr. Li said true?" After shouting, she quickly realized and immediately apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Li, I wasn't doubting you. I was just too excited." "I understand," Wudao nodded. "I will explain in detail, but can you represent Mingyue in full authority?" "Please wait a moment." Xia took a deep breath, made a few calls. She then got up and brought over several exquisite and fragrant pastries. "Mr. Li, these are made by me personally. Please have a taste." Just as Wudao was about to put a piece of tender fruit meat into his mouth, the doorbell rang. "Mr. Li." Xia stood up to signal. "You may go ahead." Wudao waved his hand, feeling that the taste was not bad. Soon, she let in a man and a woman. "Mr. Li, this is the Star Network legal person of our Mingyue company, Liao Wintao," Xia introduced. "Mr. Li, hello. Thank you for coming in person. I am deeply honored," Liao Wintao said sincerely. Chapter 62, Mutation. "This is the actual manager of our Mingyue company, Ms. Xia Sherlon." Xia introduced again. Xia Sherlon smiled and said, "I have met Mr. Li." Wudao nodded. The two parties exchanged StarNet friends and, after a brief greeting, got to the point. "I have a data carrier encryption technology," Wudao stated directly, laying out his cards. Xia, who was pouring tea beside him, suddenly froze. Liao Wintao and Xia Sherlon, who were sitting opposite Wudao, looked shocked upon hearing this. Xia Sherlon leaned forward, extremely curious, and asked, "May I ask what the encryption level is?" It's better for you to witness it firsthand, rather than just believe my words," Wudao smiled. Liao Wintao immediately understood, took out an ordinary data storage card he carried with him, and placed it on the table. Wudao took out an object from his pocket, a U-shaped card slot device, with deep purple flowing light on its metallic shell, resembling a stunning star-like pattern, dreamy and ethereal. Wudao picked up the storage card and inserted it into the device. The star-like pattern on the metallic shell suddenly contracted, condensing into a tightly wound, deep purple vortex. This means that not only can small data storage cards like this be encrypted and locked, but larger advanced energy currencies, rare metals, and unique treasures can also be encrypted and sealed. Liao Wintao examined it closely, but couldn't discern anything special and had to give up. He then applied for a decryption service from his individual Aurora subsystem. Liao Wintao broadcasted the voice from the subsystem so that everyone present could hear, detected that the information storage card belongs to citizen Liao Wintao, with complete ownership. Decryption service application approved, currently detecting. A full minute passed without any follow-up response. Wudao crossed his legs, sipping tea, with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Liao Wintao and the others were wide-eyed, looking shocked. But what shocked them even more was yet to come. Detected unknown new encryption technology, individual subsystem unable to decrypt, applying for transfer to the regional star structure system. Clap. Wudao reached out and steadily caught the teacup that Xia dropped, without spilling a drop. Application approved. The Pingyao Star Domain's star structure system officially takes over, arranging decryption as the main process, currently decrypting. In a dead silence, a minute quietly passed. The star structure system still had no answer. Gulp. Liao Wintao swallowed hard, his face covered in fine sweat, looking at the deep purple vortex on the table, his eyes filled not with joy, but with fear. Clang. Liao Wintao and his wife, along with Xia, suddenly stood up, their eyes filled with terror, almost ready to flee. "Mr. Li," Xia Sherlon cried with a pale face, You've put us in a terrible situation." Liao Wintao also looked deathly pale, his eyes turned into dead fish eyes. Only Xia was frightened by the title of the goddess of dawn, instinctively jumping up. So much time had passed, and the research progress of the Goddess of Dawn on the anti-triangular structure technology was still so slow, just like in the previous life. It shouldn't be like this. Although this technology involves subspace, dimensions, and the chaotic three-layer antimatter planes, it is indeed somewhat obscure and complex. But it shouldn't be impossible for even a derivative encryption technology to be decrypted, right? This was designed by him. And the encryption device even contained a Hive mind cell of his. He couldn't understand. But this was too high. Even the Goddess of Dawn had to personally descend. Self-Rebirth exclaimed in panic. Just as she finished speaking, the solemn voice of the Goddess of Dawn echoed. Goddess of Dawn has connected, beginning decryption. This time, even tangible fluorescence projected down from a void, illuminating the table. Wudao uncrossed his legs, feeling a surge of anticipation, curiously staring at the U-shaped encryption device enveloped in fluorescence. If the Goddess of Dawn still couldn't decrypt it this time, then Wudao's gaze deepened, many thoughts swirling in his mind. Did that mean he could escape the comprehensive supervision of the Goddess of Dawn? He had already achieved memory shielding. Just as he was lost in thought, the room suddenly darkened. Sia quickly checked and was astonished to find that outside the window was a void of darkness. The space solidified, and when she reached out to touch it, it was all cold. Self-Rebirth covered her face with her hands. It must be the Empire coming to capture us. How could they allow us to possess such powerful encryption technology? She suddenly looked at Wudao, puzzled. Mr. Li, don't you know what kind of consequences your encryption technology will bring? Wudao looked confused. Consequences? What consequences could there be? He submitted it in his previous life, and the Goddess of Dawn rewarded him without any follow-up. So what consequences could there be? So what went wrong? Wudao frowned, deep in thought. Suddenly, Sia let out a scream. Lianyu, Bingyu, and Siyu, how did you all? Liao Wintao, his wife, and Wudao were all taken aback, looking over. They then saw several charming girls suddenly appear at the entrance of the hall. Boss Liao, Sister Sia, and Sia. You guys, why did we suddenly appear here? Were they teleported? The girls were bewildered, completely unaware of what had happened. Just as Wudao was about to step forward to ask, the solemn and ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Citizen Wudao, please do not disclose any information related to the anti-triangular soul encryption technology to any existence other than yourself. Do not install the anti-triangular soul encryption for any individual being. As a reward, you will receive 4,000 merit points. Wudao was stunned. Self-Rebirth looked at the important heads of various enclaves before speaking at the right moment. Is it because I let you watch this meeting remotely? If you refuse, all who know about the anti-triangular soul encryption technology, as well as those who install this soul encryption, will be completely obliterated into nothingness. The voice of the Goddess of Dawn was particularly cold at this moment. Wudao looked around, looking at the completely sealed room and the several girls who were suddenly teleported over. So if I refuse now, they will all die? It's strange. But the first thought that popped into Wudao's mind was, does that mean that if I encounter someone I dislike in the future, I can just tell them about the anti-triangular soul encryption technology, and the Goddess of Dawn will help me eliminate them? Chapter 63 Variable Contrast. Alright, just kidding. Wudao shook his head, shaking off the strange thoughts in his mind. What is the current situation? The Goddess of Dawn is coming back to buy out the technology with 4,000 merit points? But it shouldn't cause such a big commotion. And if it were a buyout, wouldn't it have been easier to do it from the start? Of course. The main thing is that the words of the Goddess of Dawn don't seem as simple as a buyout. However, this is clearly not the time for deep thinking. I agree that I will not disclose or install anti-3-phase soul structure to any entity in the future. After a pause, he added a question. What about anti-3-phase encryption technology and other derivative technologies? Are these included? Only the anti-3-phase soul structure technology you first submitted is included. That is fine. Wudao nuda internally. He glanced at his personal information, and his merit points had skyrocketed to 4,096, but his permissions hadn't changed. Even those few girls had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the words of Self-Rebirth were only halfway through when the person in front of her suddenly disappeared. Blinking, she turned her head in confusion. As soon as she spoke, Liao Wintao's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, his expression breaking down as he muttered continuously. This is all fake. I must still be dreaming. It's all fake. It's all fake. Xie worried about her husband's state. Didn't he have time to think more and hurriedly helped Liao Wudao up? Xie clenched her fists, suppressing the panic in her eyes, forcing out an ugly smile. Even the goddess of dawn can't crack it. Mr. Li, you're just too amazing. Woo, too amazing. As she spoke, tears began to flow down. At this point, she finally understood how serious the situation was. If even the goddess of dawn can't crack it, would the Empire allow this thing to exist? Yes, there is still a chance to save it. The nearly unconscious Liao Wudao suddenly jumped up, coming to Li Wudao's side, his eyes shining. Mr. Li, as long as you submit this technology to the goddess of dawn, we might not only be fine, but you could also gain a massive amount of merit points, even leap to level 8, no? Level 9, or even level 10 scientist, as long as it's submitted. And the goddess of dawn and the human empire can crack it, things will be simple. Not only will there be no fault, but also great merit. Li Wudao, upon hearing this, gave him a complex and inexplicable look. If things were really that simple. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. Liao Wudao was anxious. Seeing this, Li Wudao comforted him. Don't worry, it shouldn't lead to the issues you are concerned about. Xie was taken aback by these words, glanced at the time, and realized that nearly half an hour had passed unknowingly. So long, apart from the earlier inexplicable changes, nothing else had occurred, and the human empire hadn't sent anyone to capture them. Xie quickly informed Liao Wudao of the situation. Liao Wudao gradually calmed down. Let me be quiet. The three sat down again, no one speaking, heads down, anxiously waiting to sort out the chaotic situation. Li Wudao was also lost in thought. His anti-three-phase soul structure technology seems to be a bit off. Otherwise, the goddess of dawn, wouldn't have such an unusual attitude. This technology really isn't that complicated. Li Wudao frowned. In his past life, after retiring, he became a lone wolf in the stars, primarily engaged in adventurous exploration and secondarily as a bounty hunter. By chance, he crossed the barriers of the material universe and fell into the depths of chaos from subspace. Although the three antimatter dimensions were fraught with danger, the human empire was launching a massive invasion, and there were plenty of imperial outposts in the antimatter dimensions. Especially in the dimensional world, it was extremely active. He wandered there for over 100 years and, by coincidence, learned the method of finding time worms in a dimensional relic. Afterward, it was hundreds of years of pursuit and escape. To be honest, the technology was quite crude, simply constructing a basic crossover of the powers of the three antimatter dimensions. The Goddess of Dawn, rating it as a level 4 technology, had already exceeded his expectations. He had also restored this technology in his virtual calculations, and it proved to be accurate. Can't figure it out. Lacking information, relying on the current details to guess is meaningless. Li Wudao reached for the U-shaped structure device. The fact that the Goddess of Dawn left without cracking it was itself abnormal. Wait, I think it might be wrong. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Li Wudao's mind. He had always thought that the reason the Goddess of Dawn couldn't view his memories or browse his thoughts after obtaining the anti-three-phase soul structure technology was that the lock required a matching key to open it. That was the only possibility he could think of before. So, could there be a second possibility? The reason the Goddess of Dawn cannot open it is because his individual being has a particularity? This would explain why the anti-three-phase soul structure technology is indeed a level 4 technology, but because of his individuality, the Goddess of Dawn cannot crack it? To verify this, there's a method right now. Li Wudao pointed his index finger at the structure device in his hand. His finger rapidly transformed, becoming a complex mechanical structure that completely enveloped the device. Then he extracted the Hive cells integrated with the anti-three-phase power structure and reintegrated them into his body. After that, he reconstructed the anti-three-phase structure. In this way, this U-shaped structure device only retained the purest anti-three-phase power structure, without any involvement from his individuality. Boss Liao, try cracking it again. Li Wudao sudan li spuka, starling liu wanto. Although he didn't understand the reason, he still reapplied for the crack. This time, the individual subsystem was still unsuccessful. However, when it came to the star domain star network system, the results were different. The application was approved, and the Pingyao star domain star structure system officially took over, arranging the cracking of the structure as the main process, currently in the process of cracking. As soon as these words came out, Liao Wintao and the others didn't show much change in their expressions. But a few seconds later, Liao Wintao suddenly froze, extremely surprised. Why did it work this time? Although it was still unexpected, requiring the star domain star network system to crack the level 4 structure. It was several layers less horrifying than the previous situation where even the goddess of dawn couldn't crack it. This is getting interesting. Li Wudao played with the structure device, his gaze deep. Chapter 64 Experiment. Shock. He was thinking about a question. Since what is special is not the anti-triangular soul structure technology, but this organic individual, then why does the goddess of dawn not allow any existence other than him to know? What exactly is his uniqueness? How much weight does this special individual occupy in the eyes of the goddess of dawn? Li Wudao's heart raced. A crazy thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Thump thump. He knocked on the table twice with force. The members of Mingyue, the Liao Wen couple, and Xie looked up, their eyes filled with tension and fear, with bloodshot veins. You may still not understand what is happening right now, but it doesn't matter. Li Wudao stood up and said in a deep voice, "You just need to know that by following me, you will have everything." After speaking, he looked at the dazed Xie. "Ms. Xie, take me to the slave trading center. I have some experiments to do." Xie Sherlan nodded with a complex expression. The four of them arrived at the slave trading center in the enclave, entering the slave confinement area. "Mr. Li, what experiment do you need to conduct? Do you need us to provide tools?" Liao Wenta checked his subsystem along the way, and after finding that there seemed to be no changes, his nervousness eased a lot. "No need, just watch from the side." Li Wudao approached a row of imprisoned alien slaves. The octopus-headed beings with 3 pairs of eyes blinked, clearly showing a flattering gaze. The staff had already retreated, and Xie personally introduced Li Wudao. Xie handed over the information projection disc. Li Wudao took a glance, confirming that they were already trained and familiar with the common language of the human empire. He clapped his hands, and black liquid surged from his palms, quickly transforming in mid-air, forming a metallic enclosure that isolated him and these aliens from the outside world. After eliminating the possibility of Mingyue Company and others seeing, it contained the complete anti-triangular soul structure technology. Take a look. Just as the graphic data was projected out, whoosh, a mysterious breeze appeared in the closed metallic enclosure. Li Wudao felt a gentle breeze brushing against his face, which was quite refreshing. But in an instant, the row of aliens completely vanished without a trace. Not even a wisp of smoke or dust left behind. Immediately after, a solemn and ethereal female voice echoed in his mind. "Citizen Li Wudao, you have violated the agreement." Deducting 4,000 merit points, just like that, Li Wudao was not only not saddened, but instead raised his eyebrows and smiled. The metallic enclosure turned back into black liquid and flowed into his body. "Mr. Li, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Li Wudao reappear, Xie Sherlan and the others' expressions of shock faded, replaced by curiosity. The row of Haynes aliens had disappeared, and no one knew what this mysterious level 4 researcher had done inside. "Bring another batch. This time I want humans," Li Wudao said indifferently. "Humans?" Xie looked puzzled. "Are humans also slaves? Where do we get humans?" "Mr. Li, are you joking?" Xie Sherlan was taken aback and extremely surprised. Except for indigenous human planets like Blue Star, which are strictly prohibited from intervention, almost all humans active within the Empire's territory are citizens of the human empire, enjoying the life protection rights that citizens should have. No one has the power to directly deprive other humans of their lives. Murder is a serious crime, regardless of the citizen's rank. Even if someone commits a capital offense, they must be escorted to the nearest court of judgment for sentencing before the death penalty can be executed by the judgment hall. Xie Sherlan hesitated, as accomplices would also face severe penalties. But Liao Wenta gritted his teeth and suddenly disappeared without a word. Only a breeze passed by. "I didn't see this coming." The legal entity boss of Mingyue Company is also a master of genetic superpowers. The specific strength is unclear, but even he cannot achieve such speed right now. He was still holding onto a person. What is going on? This person looked confused, bewildered but not panicked. Liao went to set him down and looked at Li Wudao. Li Wudao took a few steps toward him, smiled, and said, "Brother, our Mingyue Company is having a promotional event, giving away a free alien slave, and you are a lucky guest. Come, feel free to choose." After speaking, he handed over the information storage card. "Really? I actually have such good luck today?" He happily accepted it. "Storage card?" Yes. There are many types of slaves, and it's too slow to watch through projection. You can directly use the subsystem for data wave reading service, Li Wudao explained. All right. He nodded. As the storage card glowed faintly, whoosh of white light flashed rapidly, and a living person instantly vanished. All of his belongings, including the ordinary information storage card, turned to ashes. What the hell? Liao was so scared that he flailed his arms. "My girl." Cough, Xie Shirlan covered her mouth, instinctively wanting to exclaim the name of the goddess. It's over, we're dead." Xie hugged her knees, squatting down, her expression blank and lifeless. The three of them were in a chaotic state, their minds a mess. They felt that they had never been as scared as they were today in hundreds of years. This level 4 citizen, Li Wudao, actually killed someone. Li Wudao squinted his eyes, a chill rising in his heart. The goddess of dawn is serious. This supreme, just selfless, and great ruler of the human empire ignored all laws and regulations, directly killing a human citizen without going through any procedures. "Boss Liao, I said to bring a batch. Not just one." Li Wudao spoke in a deep voice. As he said this, he entered the star network, located the enclave in the Taurus system, and prepared to upload the complete anti-triangular soul structure technology on the public channel. He wanted to see if the goddess of dawn would actually kill everyone who saw this in the enclave. Chapter 65, Conclusion then. Li Wudao realized that not only could he not send it, but he couldn't even upload it. The goddess of dawn had directly blocked the upload of this technology. "Mr. Li, what kind of experiment are you conducting? What exactly is your purpose? Please tell us." Xie Shirlan grabbed her husband and stared intently at Li Wudao. Li Wudao crossed his arms, his right index finger tapping continuously, his expression somewhat uncontrollably excited. "Do you know what it means for a technology that even the goddess of dawn cannot crack?" Xie Shirlan instinctively wanted to retort that it meant they were about to die, but she quickly realized that they were still alive and well, and the human empire had not sent anyone to capture them. This was precisely what worried and puzzled them. It meant breaking free from the supervision of the goddess of dawn and the human empire. The more Li Wudao spoke, the more excited he became. That is a brand new, immensely huge market cake. Countless people, countless powerful individuals are already tired of living under constant supervision with no privacy. People need privacy. They need secrets, and we will create a shadow under the light for them. Fulfill their wishes. At the same time, we will have everything. Liao Wentao and his wife exchanged glances, while Xie's eyes sparkled. After a moment, Xie Shirlan quietly asked, "Mr. Li, how will you support this shadowland? Just having technology is not enough. You also need strength. This is the reason for my experiment." Li Wudao quickly regained his calm and said slowly, "Don't worry. The goddess of dawn and the human empire will not come to trouble us. Go and recruit people." Liao Wentao glanced at his wife. Xie Shirlan nodded. Liao Wentao immediately disappeared. Li Wudao continued with the same rhetoric, giving one person a level 4 anti-triangular encryption technology that excluded soul participation. This person learned that the goddess of dawn had no reaction and survived safely. For the second person, Li Wudao also gave him a version of the anti-triangular encryption technology that excluded soul participation. At the same time, he provided him with a Hive thought cell organization. As a result, this person was immediately erased by the goddess of dawn after receiving the cell organization he was given. For the third person, Li Wudao held his head and whispered, "I have an encryption technology that even the goddess of dawn cannot crack." The goddess of dawn showed no reaction. This person first looked confused, then astonished. Li Wudao stared at him. while the three from Mingwei Company looked very shocked at Li Wudao, not understanding why he was sharing such important information with the test subjects. Go tell him about this. Li Wudao pointed to the person who was unaffected. Why? Do it, and I'll give you 100 energy coins. Really? All right. This friend. Just now this boss said he has an encryption technology that even the goddess of dawn cannot crack. A white light flashed quickly. The two test subjects disappeared without a trace. Liao Wintao and his wife were completely stunned. Hit him. Li Wudao laughed. It really is like that. The anti-triangular encryption is not important. It is just an ordinary level 4 technology. The goddess of dawn is trying to block this information at all costs for some reason. This is the root of everything. As for what the goddess of dawn said about not allowing the revelation of the anti-triangular soul encryption and installation to others, the important part is the latter, which prohibits installation for other entities. Because once installed, the goddess of dawn would be unable to supervise individual thoughts and ideas, and could not determine whether information had been leaked, posing a risk of exposure. Using the finished product of the Hive thought encryption device, even the goddess of dawn cannot crack it, which avoids the risk of exposure, allowing it to circulate directly. Thus, it would not affect the subsequent plans. The smile at the corner of Li Wudao's mouth could not be suppressed at all. The goddess of dawn would not become a shackle to the plan. It might even become the most capable assistant, afraid of leaking secrets, then suffering from the covetousness and plundering of powerful individuals and forces. The goddess of dawn would take action personally to eliminate any possibility of leaks. Li Wudao looked at Liao Wintao and the others and said softly, "Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. I advise you not to tell any entity about anything that happened today, or else you won't even know how you died. These people do not know the specific information about these technologies, so as long as they do not reveal any information related to Li Wudao and the technology, they will not be erased by the goddess of dawn." It seems we can't get off the boat. After Xie Shilan sat down and looked at Li Wudao, her expression became very complex. Their original idea was simply to exchange a set of level 2 or 3 technologies with Li Wudao for profit to establish an industrial chain. As a result, they were directly given a groundbreaking technology. This gap is too big. If I'm not happy, then I'll have to find other companies. Li Wudao shrugged and stood up to leave. Hey, Mr. Li, please wait. Liao Wintao hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Li, you misunderstood me. What I mean is, with such a huge business plan of yours, I fear our small Mingwei company cannot support it. Xie Shilan also quickly explained. Don't worry, we'll take it step by step. Aren't all giant companies just small businesses at the beginning? Li Wudao sat down. What Mr. Li said is right. Discussions began. The meeting lasted for 5 days. During this time, both sides engaged in intense exchanges on various aspects. Don't be fooled by Liao Wintao and his wife's seemingly easygoing demeanor. They were just as unyielding when it came to interests. In the end, a preliminary result emerged. Li Wudao would create a new company called Shadowland. The legal person would be Li Wudao, and Mingwei Interstellar Trading Company would be incorporated as a subsidiary. Li Wudao would not interfere with the internal affairs of Mingwei Company, and the subsidiary would have complete independence. Mingwei Company would be responsible for the production supply of the industrial chain, and Li Wudao would grant Mingwei Company exclusive sales rights. The profits would be split 50-50. In fact, it was the simplest and most ordinary form of cooperation. Both sides were actually not very satisfied with this result, and parted ways unhappily. Mingwei, the greed of Liao Wintao and his wife exceeded his expectations. These two guys were not easy to deal with at all. They wanted to reap the benefits of my technology without taking any risks. Chapter 66, Black Level. Xiaolan, your attitude is so aggressive. What if you scare him away? In the core conference room of the Enclave, Liao Wintao looked worriedly at Xie Shilan. Xie Shilan frowned, her expression not looking good. It's his outrageous demands. He's bullying us too much. He wants our Mingwei to invest fully, but won't share production resources and demands we hand over the company's operational rights. And in the end, only offers an uncertain 30 dividend. It's simply ridiculous. The more Xie Shilan spoke, the angrier she became. The participants present. including Xie and other important enclave participants joining via remote video, nodded in agreement. Exactly. He's blatantly trying to swallow us up. We can't agree to such conditions. Liao Wentao forced a smile. There's no need to make the atmosphere so tense. What do you know? Xie Sherlan snorted. If he already had a certain industrial chain and successful market response data, I would dare to risk everything. But now he just presents us with a finished product and draws a huge, poisonous pie for us. How can I dare to accept it? After a moment of silence, Xie Sherlan finally shook her head. The risk is still too great. Liao Wentao, with his hands behind his back, muttered, by the time the risk decreases, we might miss the opportunity. Just as star map data from a moon system sells for 100 energy coins. What a scam. Wudao projected the star map data. The Pingyao system, with a diameter of 100,000 light-years, contains 300 billion stars, similar to a galaxy. The Pingyao 4-star system, where blue star is located, is analogous to the solar system in the Milky Way. The moon system is a typical dispersed spherical star cluster with a diameter of 6 million light-years, containing 32 star systems similar to Pingyao. Therefore, when Wudao learned that there were no interstellar civilizations in the entire Pingyao system, he was quite surprised. Wudao clasped his hands. The massive overhead star map clearly marked the range of each force with solid lines. The Pingyao system was marked in red as a forbidden trial area. Right next to the Pingyao system, occupying the Yake system, Hengsha system, and Honghu system, is the large force of the Mingwe Level 2 Interstellar Trading Company. It is worth mentioning that within the territory of the human empire, all star domains and celestial bodies are legally owned by the human empire. However, just like a country selling land use rights, the human empire also sells the usage rights of star domains and celestial bodies to various organizations. Different policies and taxes are implemented for different uses of celestial bodies, such as urban planets, tourist planets, mining planets, etc. In summary, the regulations are very complex. However, there are individual subsystems and star domain subsystems for statistical management, and various organizations only need to pay taxes on time. In addition to registering their territory on the Imperial Star Domain subsystem, they also need to consider their influence. The places where you can exert influence are the places that truly belong to you. Therefore, besides the official registration by the Empire, the range of influence also depends on where the stellar base is built. TSK. Even a Level 2 company's sphere of influence covers 5-star systems. Wudao sighed. 5-star systems. Even if only a small part is developed, there are at least thousands of habitable planets. And the number of employees under the company exceeds 10,000 billion. However, this is not surprising. The level promotion of enterprises is not much different from interstellar civilizations. A Level 2 company corresponds to a Level 2 interstellar civilization in terms of energy level, destructive power, influence, and survival rate. As for why a business company should align with civilizations in the 3 major factors other than influence, that involves deeper reasons. Mingwe. Wudao looked at the sphere of influence of the Mingwe company on the star map, feeling envious. If Mingwe could invest fully and merge completely, the initial accumulation would be completed immediately, and the company's influence would start at Level 2. No rabbit, no hawk. Wudao shook his head. He felt like a researcher with only technology and no funding, trying to attract investment everywhere. To make Mingwe willingly take the plunge, he had to build his own momentum first. Wudao retracted the star map projection and glanced at the remaining 96 merit points. He applied to the subsystem to register a company. Company name, Shadowland, registration successful. Next, there was the issue of the trade license. Wudao called the Level 1 Dawn subsystem. System, what level of trade license does my company need to sell products of anti-3-phase dense structure technology? Level 4 damn. Wudao cursed silently, but immediately took out the information encryption device for the anti-3-phase honeycomb thinking cell structure. Feeling a bit nervous and uneasy, he quietly asked, what about selling this? Would it require a trade license? Would something that even the Goddess of Dawn can't crack really be allowed to circulate in the market? Detecting key information. Almost immediately afterward, a solemn and ethereal female voice responded. Black level data is not subject to the policies laws, and regulations of the human empire. Citizen Li Wudao, if you engage in commercial activities involving the derived, encrypted products of special anti-three-phase dense structure technology, you will not be restricted by trade licenses. Li Wudao was stunned, even doubting whether he had heard correctly for a moment. But he quickly came to his senses. Amidst the surprise, there was even more endless confusion and unease. What exactly is the Goddess of Dawn about? What is black-level data? Why is it not subject to the policies, laws, and regulations of the human empire? Why does the goddess care so much about this encryption technology? Is she trying to encrypt something? Li Wudao murmured to himself. This raises the second major question. Damn. Does this mean the Goddess of Dawn has secretly taken my honeycomb cells? The possibility is very high. As for why he couldn't sense his own honeycomb consciousness, isn't it simple for the Goddess of Dawn to block it? After a moment, Li Wudao shook his head, burying this matter in his heart and not probing further. After all, there's no way to conduct experiments to verify this. Guessing randomly is worse than not guessing at all. Right now, the priority is still the main business. Since a trade license is not needed, how do I upgrade the company level? Wait, it directly has no level? Li Wudao opened his personal information panel. Company, Blade Club, Level 1, Shadowland. Black level, black level. Li Wudao's expression froze, and then his eyes widened in shock. With intense anxiety, he clicked for more details. Chapter 67, Shadowland. Company, Shadowland. Permission, black level. Benefits, black level information encryption. And enjoy the benefits of a level 10 universal giant enterprise. Specific benefits are as follows. Li Wudao looked at the long list of explanations, his throat rolling. Benefits. 1. Only 10 commercial tax required. 2. For the first 10 space transfer fees used for commercial activities each standard month, all fees waived. Subsequent fees reduced by 53. Allowed to equip Level 10 Interstellar Civilization Armed Forces. 4. No fees for Stargate usage. 5. Highest level trade pass. No force organization may arbitrarily close borders or interfere with commercial activities during peacetime. 6. Bounty crab. Li Wudao's eyes were dull, his lips unconsciously opening and closing. Although there were no substantial rewards in the benefits, nor any open channels for technical knowledge. Just the first 5 points made Li Wudao feel like he'd been hit on the head by a pie falling from the sky. Still feeling dizzy. Dawn Goddess is clearly fully supporting me to establish a Shadowland. Li Wudao covered his face with his hands, mentally activating the black level information encryption. Black level information encryption. Special anti-three-phase dense structure technology for comprehensive rewriting and encryption of any form of information. Any form of information? Does that include the star network? Is it really possible to do this? Li Wudao was shocked. He had never thought of this aspect. Because the star network, with a coverage radius of 4 billion light-years, is the most direct embodiment of the Dawn Goddess's great power. No matter how crazy he was, he wouldn't dare to set his sights on this. As a result, the Dawn Goddess gave him a full set. Li Wudao immediately entered the star network. Just as he was about to pull up the section of the interstellar clusters, he suddenly stopped. No, that's too close. The first appearance point of the Shadowland cannot have any relation to him, Li Wudao. He just wanted to enter other sections, but it required permissions, whether as an individual or a representative of a civilization force. Shadowland's black-level information encryption. Let's see. Li Wudao pulled out his star network personal information and tagged it with the identity label of Shadowland. In the next moment, his star network personal information turned completely pitch black, with no other information displayed except for the sole mention of Shadowland. The black-level permission was also granted, and the entire star network map sections were opened. Li Wudao selected the map section: Human Empire, Eastern Abyss Supercluster Complex, Sunsail Mirror Supercluster, Jade Dragon Supercluster. Mental diving mode. A thread of spiritual consciousness fell into the virtual world, entering a blank room. The main transport platform. As the space changed, he found himself in an endless starry sky. However, unexpectedly, the number of people active there was very few, gathering in 2s and 3s on a starry platform. What is this? Li Wudao was observing the Star Network diving main platform of the supercluster when a voice suddenly came from behind. Li Wudao turned around. What the hell? It's alive? It's black. A middle-aged man with a muscular build and red-hot skin was exclaiming. Above his head, his personal information was clearly displayed in a vertical format. Yu Qifeng. Level 6 citizen of the Empire, iron hands, 3 copper nails. A line of names with 4 signature identity titles, 2 of which were displayed. But it was enough for all Imperial citizens to recognize his identity. This was a demigod. Moreover, a 300-year veteran of the Iron Hand, one of the 16 expedition legions. Li Wudao didn't expect to see such a powerful figure right upon entering, and while he was stunned, the man's exclamation attracted the attention of those nearby. What the hell? It's black. All black, and it's alive. It moved. Where did this psychic ascendant come from? What kind of trash psychic system can turn someone completely black? Look at the words above his head. Shadowland? What is that? Is that his name? Amidst the exclamations, people on the platform quickly surrounded him, curiously observing Li Wudao up close. Li Wudao quickly scanned the information above the heads of the onlookers and found that none had a citizen level lower than 5. While secretly shocked, he looked down at himself. Sure enough, he was even blacker than a certain anime character, with his eyes and mouth also black, like a large piece of black mosaic. This made him certain. Make way. Li Wudao waved his hand. He spoke. It's really alive. Someone exclaimed. Of course. What else could it be besides a person in the Star Network dive? Someone retorted. But Li Wudao had already passed through the crowd, and, in the center of the platform, built a temporary promotional stage with the benefits of a level 10 universal giant enterprise. The stage had a product display area, a speech area, and a projection area, very eye-catching. The onlookers suddenly understood. Which company is promoting on this platform? I remember, to be able to promote on the supercluster diving platform, the company level must be at least level 6, right? Shadowland, never heard of it. A group of people gathered closer, looking on with curiosity. Gentlemen, under the gaze of a group of demigods, Li Wudao spoke calmly. As the first batch of witnesses to the arrival of miracles, you are undoubtedly fortunate. Wow, such a big mouth. Yu Qifeng crossed his arms and stood at the front. It's normal. These companies really dare to say anything. What's this? Brother, next time you have a chance, go see the commercial district. There, one boasts louder than the other, as if the human empire can't survive without the products in their hands. Li Wudao pretended not to hear and continued. We are all citizens of the empire, children of the goddess, and the goddess's brilliance illuminates every corner of the empire. Living in the light, we are grateful. Why are you saying this? The demigods below fell silent, looking at the raised hand of the black mosaic with suspicion. Logically, there should be a but coming next. Someone murmured. But Li Wudao suddenly raised his voice. What the hell? Is he really coming? What are you trying to do? Yu Qifeng and a group of demigods suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief, and some had already begun to quietly step back, seemingly afraid of getting blood on themselves. Damn it. I hope we don't run into those rebel idiots. A tall, thin man muttered, looking displeased. Li Wudao's voice was high-pitched and sorrowful. Though brilliance lasts forever, the light is too dazzling. It also prevents the vessel of the soul from sailing into the quiet harbor. Seeking a moment of peace. We are humans with a sense of shame. We are organic beings with desires, and we need a little personal space. Just a bit of privacy. Isn't it true that darkness highlights the greatness of light? And we, Shadowland, are the shadows cast by light in the dark corners. We will offer you a piece of shadow. Chapter 68. Universal promotion. After a moment of silence, the audience began to murmur. What is this guy talking about? I can't understand a word. It's really funny, comparing himself to a goddess. Who does he think he is? Nonsense, I'm leaving. The demigods scoffed, shaking their heads as they departed. Li Wudao did not stop them. He simply continued speaking calmly. In the Shadow Realm, after countless years of dedicated research, we have finally developed a truly groundbreaking product. Behind him, the product display area revealed a deep purple galaxy swirl, forming various sealed containers. It's called Shadow Structure, a physical structural device that even the goddess of dawn cannot decipher. As soon as this was said, laughter erupted from the audience. Ha! I can't breathe. I need a moment. It's been so long since I've heard such a funny advertisement. People often laugh when they are utterly speechless. Yu Chifeng shook his head, losing interest, and was about to switch to another section to get down to business when he suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked up sharply. The noise abruptly ceased, and everyone else stared up in astonishment. They saw a row of huge, eye-catching black and gold flowing characters coalescing in the virtual sky of the Star Network, shining brightly. Universal promotion, Shadow Realm, providing you with a private space. Then, there was a redirection option at the end. Universal. Yu Chifeng's eyes widened, murmuring, "It's a notification for all platforms on the Star Network. It hasn't appeared in years. The Shadow Realm. A level 10 Universal Giant Enterprise. Goddess above. Today, I am truly enlightened. Brothers, we were blind to such greatness. Please don't take offense. Could you elaborate a bit more? It's not that we don't believe, but your promotional language is a bit too exaggerated. Can a level 10 Universal Giant really develop a structure that even the goddess can't decipher?" Although they still couldn't believe it immediately, the power of a level 10 Universal Giant Enterprise piqued their curiosity and expectations. Having said what needed to be said, the product information could be directly checked in the company section. Wudao calmly left a message and exited the virtual mode. No wonder it's a Universal Giant Enterprise with so many benefits, so convenient. Wudao felt exceptionally delighted. The earlier Universal promotion was one of the benefits only a level 10 Universal Giant Enterprise could enjoy. Once a standard month, an opportunity for promotion across all platforms of the Star Network, although it could only be in pure text, at most with a link to the company section, and must be limited to 15 characters. If the Shadow Realm is indeed a level 10 Universal Giant Enterprise with the 4 rated factors, this alone could significantly boost its influence in the human empire. But ultimately, it's a backdoor using shady methods. The company information on the Star Network is mostly blacked out, with nothing but the name. However, this might maintain its mystery better. Wudao opened the Shadow Realm company section on the Star Network. Level 8 and above giant enterprises can create independent company sections on the Star Network. This means that even in spiritual immersion, there can be an independent virtual platform. Currently, it's still in the initial section. Wudao simply uploaded the promotional speech video to the main section and was planning to refine it when he suddenly received a call on the Star Network. Upon closer inspection, it was the actual manager of Mingyue Company, Xie Shirlan. Wudao grinned and answered the call. Xie Shirlan and her husband appeared on the screen. "Hello, Mr. Li. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Xie Shirlan smiled obsequiously. "What is up? Something on your mind?" Wudao's smile became even more teasing. However, Xie Shirlan acted as if she hadn't heard, bowing and smiling. "It's all my fault for being short-sighted. Only after you left did I realize how constructive your proposal was. All shareholders of Mingyue are very satisfied with it. You're satisfied now, but..." Wudao spread his hands. "What if I'm not satisfied now?" "This..." Xie Shirlan's smile froze. "I'm not joking." Wudao's expression turned serious. "Initially, let us set a 20 profit share with a contract signed annually, and we'll see how you perform afterward. How does that sound?" Xie Shirlan's expression quickly relaxed, her face full of sincere smiles. "It's our fortune that Mr. Li values us at Mingyue." Hee. Wudao shook his head, chuckling. In the Bull Star system, the core building of the highest specification conference hall. "Mr. Li, please take a look." The contract draft was handed over by Xie Shirlan. Wudao read through it carefully. Mingyue Company would fully invest, merging into the Shadow Realm, holding 20 shares for 1 year. All other conditions were fine. Mingyue's resources would be available for Shadow Realm's use, and Wudao would have the right to interfere in internal operations, etc. However, Mingyue Company also proposed 2 conditions. The first was to allow Mingyue to maintain its existing organizational structure, merging as a subsidiary, with Shadow Realm as the parent company exerting full control. The second was to accept periodic adjustments to shares, but Shadow Realm could not unreasonably terminate the cooperative relationship with a minimum adjustment limit of 1. Wudao considered briefly before agreeing. The 2 parties signed. However, when Wudao was about to have the subsidiary system sign, the specially crafted contract document suddenly transformed into flecks of white light and vanished before their eyes. Sierra looked at Li Wudao in confusion. Li Wudao, however, was not surprised and said, "You'll know when you check the subsidiary system." Sierra was taken aback, then quickly opened the subsidiary system's company information. Shadow Realm. Subsidiary. Minghui Interstellar Trading Company. Level 2, Level 10. According to the contract, within a standard year, the subsidiary will enjoy the following rights. There is a lot of content, and Sierra didn't have time to read in detail. But she at least understood that the contract had been signed. From this moment on, Minghui Company would become a subsidiary of the Shadow Realm for 1 year. All right. Li Wudao suddenly stood up, showing no courtesy, and instructed Liao Wintao and Sierra, "Assemble an unmanned automated engineering construction fleet for me, and also a resource transport fleet to meet the needs of elevating civilization on 18 life planets. Preferably do it quickly." Chapter 69, Human United Government Star Network. Shadow Realm. Company Section. Company External Public Channel. First line. Visitor. The channel is completely open. Is this the power of a level 10 cosmic giant enterprise? Worship. Visitor, wait. Something's not right. Why is all personal information blacked out after entering? The personal information in the channel is also turned into asterisks. Visitor, could it be there really is a shadow realm that is not under the goddess's supervision? Visitor, I'm going to dive into the virtual realm to take a look. Star Network Virtual Realm. Shadow Realm. Main platform. Fourth line to Am. On the platform in the boundless void, a group of black mosaics emitted a unified sound of astonishment. It's really gone. All information is invisible, a pitch-black void. As soon as you enter the Shadow Realm, Company Section, all individual information is covered. This is serious. This is going to break the sky. Where did this cosmic giant enterprise Shadow Realm come from? I hope you can hold on. Hiss. Does that mean the so-called shadow structure product that even the goddess cannot crack is real? Are you brave enough to buy it now? Let me think about it. Star Network. All regions. A video frame with a golden border unfolds, revealing 4 large characters. Imperial Declaration, then, in a pure white screen. A solemn man in a black uniform appears. I am Chu Huashuan, Minister of the Imperial Star Network Supervisory Headquarters. Now, representing the will of the human empire, I declare to all citizens of the human empire the following. By the decision of the highest executive council of the human empire, the Shadow Realm Company is classified as a rebellious force, and all members of the Shadow Realm are sentenced to death. Furthermore, I warn all citizens not to have any contact with the Shadow Realm. Those who violate this will be considered accomplices and will also be sentenced to death. The declaration echoes throughout every corner of the Star Network and is retained, allowing anyone entering the Star Network to be informed immediately. Shadow Realm. Temporary private chat channel. Visitor. How much is the shadow structure? Shadow Master. 1 unit each of Dimension Crystal Core, Blood Soul, Orb, Void Fragment, and Chaos Particle can be exchanged for 1 standard unit. Visitor. How to trade secretly. Shadow Master. Spatial transmission. Visitor. I'll buy 1 unit to try it out and contact you within 2 days. Public channel. Shadow Whisper. 1. Public channel messages. The first 3 messages per month are free. The 4th message will require 10,000 energy coins. The 5th 20,000 coins. The 6th 40,000 coins, exponentially increasing. 2. One-on-one private chat channel is free. Group channel charging rules are the same as public channel. 3. Shadow Realm welcomes major enterprises and civilized forces to settle in, providing paid spatial transmission services. 4. For all commercial trade activities conducted in the Shadow Realm will collect 5 of the trade amount as handling fee. 5. Subsequent shadow functions are still under development. Please stay tuned. Visitor. The stagnant empire is finally going to stir up some waves. World Contest Zone. Trial Planet P. 99326, Human Indigenous Cultural Star Planet. An abandoned suburban hospital. Creak the rusty iron door opens. Have you finished processing? Dressed in casual clothes. Ding Hui came to his side and nodded. It's all buried. What about Brother Chong? Looking at the reddish sun rising outside the window, Zhou Yao nodded. Then gather the brothers. Yes. 40 robust men in various ordinary clothes assembled in the weedy field. Soon, Lu Yi drove a bus to arrive. Everyone quickly boarded the bus. The bus wobbled towards the airport. Here are your identification documents and the lists you need to handle. On the way, Zhou Yao took the file bag from Lu Yi's hand and distributed it to each member. Weapons and equipment are stored in designated locations. After obtaining them, you must complete the mission within 3 days. Can you do it? Zhou Yao asked loudly. Yes. Very good. Upon arriving at the airport, the 40 men dispersed. Zhou Yao, Lu Yi, and Ding Hui boarded a direct flight to the capital of the Human United Government. 3 calm hours later, the 3 arrived smoothly. After exiting the airport, someone immediately came to greet them. Gentlemen, I am from the Su family. Please follow me. Zhou Yao nodded, and the 3 got into a luxury car. After more than 20 minutes, they arrived at an estate. Passing through a path, they reached a forest. However, at this moment, the forest was already covered with various firearms and heavy weapons. In the middle stood a handsome man, smiling and speaking. You're here. Yes, we're here, Zhou Yao said, and the 3 immediately began to arm themselves. Chang Yifeng also started putting on weapons and equipment, saying, this afternoon at 3 o'clock, the Human United Government will hold a national representative meeting, which is the best opportunity. Are those fence-sitters reliable? Zhou Yao asked. Don't worry. As long as we break in and take them hostage, these scholars will help us with the negotiations. Chang Yifeng smiled. What if they don't listen? Louis couldn't help but ask. TSK, Brother Chang is ruthless enough. Ding Hui adjusted the thick alloy armor on his chest and gave a thumbs up. Stop chit-chatting. Let us go. The 4, fully armed and loaded with ammunition, followed the local guide in a special vehicle, smoothly driving towards the United Government building. In the square in front of the building, a large number of armed soldiers were patrolling and guarding. Be careful to avoid headshots. Don't be stingy with the healing agents. Before getting off the car, Zhou Yao gave his final instructions. Brother Chang, are those fence-sitters ready? Chang Yifeng checked the camera on his forehead. No problem, just waiting for us to act. Then let us get ready. Bang! The car door opened. Thud, the heavy footsteps echoed on the marble floor. Under the reddish sunlight, Zhou Yao walked out, carrying a large ammunition box and holding a 6-barreled revolver, aiming at the bewildered guard soldiers in the square. Ha! Eat my machine gun. Zhou Yao laughed loudly and pulled the electric trigger. Vroom bang bang bang. With a bullet speed of 6,000 rounds per minute, a terrifying metal storm tore apart everything in front. Flower beds exploded, flesh shattered, blood and flesh splattered. Piercing screams echoed through the heavens and the earth. Behind Zhou Yao, Chang Yifeng and the other 3 held precision rifles, methodically picking off the resisting forces. The 4 formed a square formation, stepping on the blood, and quickly advanced. Chapter 70. Transformation into the Self. Transforming the many into me, Blue Star Era, marking the beginning of comprehensive global zoning, the first year of martial arts. March 11th, Year 1 Martial Arts. Battle Zone Announcement. The governing body of P-99326 Trial Planet Civilization and over half of the sentient individuals jointly resolve to unconditionally merge into P-99585 Blue Star Civilization. Those involved in promoting this small-scale conflict and successful merger of civilizations will be rewarded with corresponding points based on their contributions. In the core training room of the supercomposite industrial base, beneath him, sweat had already formed a small puddle. Not bad. Li Wudao maintained the tremor of his muscles, standing still, allowing Xiaolon to issue a batch of blue coins to around 40 individuals as a reward. According to the plan, the zoning and construction of this planet, as well as the elevation of martial arts, would proceed. Yes, master, Xiaolon responded. 10 minutes later, as the aftereffects of the body forging technique settled, Li Wudao absorbed an energy coin and opened his personal information. Name: Li Wudao. Physique: 2, 3. Soul: 2, 5. Energy level: 3,800. Destructive power: influence: 6. Current galaxy: 1. Human empire. Survivability: The traits: hive mind. Golden human. Ascension route: genetic martial arts. Body forging technique: transformation into the heavenly demon. Development progress: Layer 962. Merit: 95 points, 21,000. Kill value: 400 W. The base attributes are too high. 3 rounds of genetic development could only improve his physique by 0.1. Yet this 0 One increased his limit from 4096 times that of a regular blue star human to 8,192 times. The talent of a golden human is also quite extraordinary, with only the last 4 layers of the body forging technique remaining. Let us see how the elves are practicing. Wudao's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of the stargate of the elven planet in the Western District. With full power, circling the equator of Blue Star at 40,000 kilometers in 1 second was a piece of cake, almost 1/8 the speed of light. Wudao nodded slightly. The 8,000 times limit of Blue Star human quality does not mean an 8,000-fold increase in strength and speed. Under normal conditions, influenced by planetary gravity, air resistance, and other physical limitations, such speed would be greatly affected. Achieving 40,000 kilometers per second is simply impossible. The reason for this is the miraculous talent of the golden human. It can shield from the effects of air resistance of the surface, allowing speed to be fully unleashed. Thus, the power of golden humans is evident. I'll stretch a bit and see how fast I can run without shielding air resistance. Wudao's figure flashed again, arriving beneath the mother tree of the elven lake island. A tall elf in a pure white ceremonial robe was stretching her slender body, her 3-meter height perfectly proportioned. Seeing Wudao suddenly appear, Yinghui quickly stopped her body forging practice, lowered her head, and softly greeted, "Master, welcome your arrival." "How was the training going?" Wudao asked straightforwardly. "How have you been practicing?" "With Xiao Lan's assistance. All clan members have successfully completed their first round of genetic development, and their strength has improved slightly." Yinghui elaborated. "I have now completed 40 of the second layer of genetic development." Wudao nodded and suddenly ascended to a height of 1 kilometer. As Yinghui was puzzled, Wudao's voice echoed in her mind. "Do not resist, do not panic. Accept the arrival of my will." Not only her, but the entire elven clan of over 800,000 individuals heard it. "It's finally coming." Wudao took a deep breath. He clapped his hands in front of his chest and shouted, "Merge!" The next moment, all the elves in the dense elven forest uncontrollably soared into the sky, rapidly flying towards Wudao. Moreover, during their flight, their bodies quickly transformed. The closest elf, the elven mother, was horrified to find that her body, flesh, bones, internal organs, and brain had all turned into a massive chunk of pure muscle. Yet even so, she still felt her existence, could see the outside world, and even felt touch more clearly. Wudao himself was also rapidly splitting and transforming. Energy coins were drained, and 10 biological mass units filled with flesh were fused together, squirming, changing, finally transforming into a gigantic head with a diameter of over 3 meters. The facial features and appearance were all Wudao's likeness. At the neck, countless elf fragments transformed into muscle tissue, bones, and blood vessels quickly fused together. Like a 3D printer from head to toe, they combined to form a gigantic Wudao, standing 33 meters tall. This feeling, Wudao spread his arms, fingers interlocking. It felt as if he was truly controlling it, with no sense of obscurity at all. The violent power surged throughout his body, and a rich natural force flowed through every corner of his being. Transformation into the self truly does not deceive me, Wudao grinned. The elven biological matter that formed his body, under the assimilation of his primary technique, became compressible and stackable, based on the shared genes. Countless elven biological materials were filled into a single muscle unit until its mass equaled that of the biological matter combined with Wudao. Transforming the many into me, Wudao focused his thoughts and relaxed his mind. Then, countless terrified thoughts appeared like stars. Those were the elves' thoughts, their imprisoned souls. In the massive heart, Yinghui, transformed into the right atrium, repeatedly asked, "Master, do you wish to devour us, take our bodies, and consume our souls?" Though her voice was calm, her agitated soul was filled with panic and unease. She was afraid that her entire clan would walk toward the endpoint of death. Do not worry. Wudao's hive mind cells left in each elven biological material transmitted thoughts. He did not explain much. The giant body hovering in midair, slightly crouched down, and then disappeared in an instant. Birdman Trial Planet. Stargate Forward Base. Full retreat? But we have just managed to secure our position. How can we retreat for no reason? I refuse to accept it. The Unified Command Officer shouted angrily. This is a top command. You have 30 minutes to evacuate all personnel immediately. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. All personnel at the Stargate Forward Base evacuated. Meanwhile, on a plateau somewhere on the Birdman planet, Wudao was facing the onslaught of countless birdmen. Birdmen, as the name suggests, are a group of humans born with wings. Their physique is similar to that of ordinary humans, but their constitution is slightly inferior to that of elves. They serve as natural aerial combat units in the cannon fodder troops. Fire the arrows. At the command, countless arrows infused with the elemental wind power shot towards Wudao's eyes, ears, and other vital areas like storm. Wudao, however, did not even blink, allowing the dense arrows to pierce his eyeballs. The result was akin to mosquitoes biting a diamond, utterly absurd. Chapter 71. Choices and Sacrifices. A giant flesh body standing 33 meters high loomed over the land. As Wudao ignored the birdmen scratching at him and opened the personal information of the Dawnchild system. Name: Wudao. Physique: 2. Soul: 2. 5. Energy level: 5,400. Destructive power: C-. Survivability: C-. The two-dimensional attributes remained unchanged because both represented the essence of organic individuals. Mere accumulation of quantity did not alter the genetic flesh. However, the energy level surged to 5,400. A star explosion bomb placed in a standard planetary core, when detonated, could instantly reduce a planet to cosmic debris using the energy from the core itself. The energy level of a star explosion bomb is 10,000. So, let's see what kind of destructive power a pure flesh body reaching an energy level of 5,400 can unleash. Wudao raised his fist high, channeling force throughout his body, and suddenly smashed it down onto the ground. Boom! The earth. The tectonic plates separated. Magma surged wildly. With just one strike, this continent, covering over 60 million square kilometers and accounting for 30 of the world's total land area, was shattered to pieces. The terrifying kinetic energy penetrated through the crust and mantle. Reaching the core, countless volcanoes began to erupt, and half of the ocean started boiling, with tsunamis hundreds to thousands of meters high sweeping the coast. Just this one hit could obliterate the ecosystem of the planet. Killing value: 860 million, amidst the massive mushroom cloud that seemed to reach the sky. Wudao slowly stood up. Although he couldn't yet destroy a star with a single punch, annihilating the surface was no problem. Wudao quickly moved to another continental plate. He raised his right arm, palm grasping. Knife, Gome. His body moved with intent, flesh flowing and transforming. Wudao's height decreased by 3 meters, and in his hand appeared a 20-meter-long, giant ring-headed knife. Slash! Power surged from his feet to the knife tip, and a natural force gathered. In the next moment, the long knife came crashing down. Boom! It was as if the sky was torn apart. Amidst the thunderous roar, a pale green giant blade sliced through the surface, penetrating into the Earth's core. Boom, boom, boom! At this moment, the continental plate was no different from a cookie that had been cracked in half. Killing value: 490 million now. The birdmen should be nearly dead. Wudao slowly sheathed the knife. Even if they were still barely alive now, they wouldn't struggle for long. A battle zone announcement soon followed. Battle zone announcement. On the trial planet P99585, Blue Star Civilization, human Wudao single-handedly destroyed the surface ecological environment of trial planet P99736, reducing the survival rate of the main civilization, the Birdmen, to below 5. Thus, awarded 5,000 points. Just 5,000 points? Fine. Better than nothing. Wudao did not leave immediately. Instead, he began various experiments on his current form. First, it was confirmed that transformation into the freedom of heavenly demons controlled ultimate freedom technique at the genetic level, perfectly integrating with his hive mind. In this state, Practicing body tempering methods even resulted in the biomass of the spirits being exercised in sync. Moreover, the energy consumption during activities did not have irreversible effects on the spirits. Let us try a mechanical body, Wudao thought. The giant body began to transform, flesh turning into metal. After more than 10 seconds, what stood in the sky was a mechanical life form shimmering with black and gold light. The flesh brain transformed into a computing matrix, yet the soul remained unaffected. Even the spirit's thoughts and wills floated outside the metal. Zzz, the energy cannon on his chest focused green natural power. Boom! The thick energy cannon struck the already battered surface of the planet. The path was clear. Wudao moved his senses within this entirely different body. The path of mechanical ascension was much clearer and quicker than genetic ascension. It only required following the existing technological levels to climb up. Under the massive structure of the human empire, the path to ascension had no bottlenecks as long as one could obtain it. Moreover, a considerable amount of money was needed. Upon reaching the spirit mother tree, he released the state of transforming the many into himself. Instantly, countless flesh beings shot out, quickly transforming in the air. By the time they landed, they had all returned to their original appearance. On the island in the lake, Hui clutched her chest, silently picked up her white ritual robe and put it on, then stared blankly at Wudao. Although she said nothing, it felt like she had said everything. Do not neglect martial arts training. I've already had Shaolin synchronize you into the Blue Star Civilization management system. Wudao did not explain, only issued subsequent arrangements. If you have any questions, you can ask Shaolin. After saying this, he left directly. Hui pursed her lips, gathered her spirits, and began to comfort her anxious and fearful kin through Shaolan's mobile terminal. Immediately recording the recent experiments, several issues were quickly summarized. First, aggregation takes time. Unless it is during interstellar civilization wars, he cannot take all civilization individuals on the move. Second, the planet and non-transforming technological buildings. The entire civilization must find ways to aggregate. This point is crucial and is the focus of his ascension path. It's not enough to bring the entire civilization along. Just a small population quality, no matter how many more are born, will not suffice. Just like earlier, over 800,000 spirits, when compressed and filled, only coalesced into a battle body 3 meters high. Such a battle body, let alone in interstellar wars, is even somewhat inadequate in special surface landing battles. Third, and most importantly, the ascension of genetic martial arts requires finding a more powerful ascension martial arts method, once transformation into the freedom of heavenly demons has laid the foundation. These problems can only be addressed through the one-time answer in the Battle Zone Point shop. 26,000 points may not be enough. Wudao opened the Battle Zone Point shop, his gaze falling on a list with level 10 authority. Human Empire, semi-independent, affiliated civilization indicator, 10. 0, 0, 0 points. Quantity, unique. Redemption restriction, unique winner. Description, the unique winner can retain the existing civilization structure and become an affiliated civilization of the Human Empire, enjoying the corresponding support policies of the Human Empire for affiliated civilizations, possessing relatively autonomous governance rights, but must also comply with the corresponding policies and laws of the Human Empire. Subsequently, it would be nearly impossible for him to acquire more points personally. The battle zone system would not give him the opportunity to farm points. Damn it, bought it. Wudao gritted his teeth and directly purchased it. There was no choice. Aside from those benefits, there was just one thing. Currently, on the battle zone system, the Blue Star Civilization is still the Blue Star Civilization and not a civilization governed by him, Wudao. After the battle zone ends, if he wants to become the leader of the civilization, he would have to follow the Empire's procedures, which would only complicate matters further. Chapter 72, Body Like a Furnace. Level 1 Gene Martial Arts Individual Citizen Wudao. Please note that you are redeeming in your personal capacity, based on your influence and actual situation in the P99585 trial planet Blue Star Civilization, after redeeming this indicator. If the trial results in the victory of Blue Star Civilization, You will directly become the dictatorial ruler of Blue Star Civilization in the Star Domain Management System. If the Blue Star Civilization trial fails, the points for this redemption will not be refunded. Are you sure you want to redeem? Yes. Wudao confirmed directly. This is what he needed. As for failure? If it weren't for the fact that the remaining 8 civilizations were all human civilizations, and one dwarf was left to serve as a training ground, also to give himself some time to grow, he would have already gone out personally to sweep everything clean. With 16,000 points remaining, after inquiring with the Warzone system and learning that he could still redeem after the trial ended, Wudao was no longer anxious. Next, it was time to enhance his strength. Let's see. 1. 37 billion kill points. Wudao chose to enhance his physique. Citizen Wudao, do you choose to consume 200 million kill points to increase your physique attribute by 0? Why yes. As soon as the words fell, new power was born from the void. Wudao clearly saw violent changes occurring within his body as cellular genes advanced to a new level. The feeling of abundant power made him want to clench his fists and throw a punch right there. Wudao held back and continued to enhance. Do you choose to consume 500 million kill points to increase your physique attribute by 0? 1 confirmed. Boom! Terrifying energy flooded into his body. Cells were burning. Genes were metamorphosing. His body was like a furnace. Life was sublimating. This is, without needing to see it with his eyes, Wudao could see, smell, and even touch a kind of omnipresent energy. This energy does not absorb, reflect, or radiate light, occupying 68% of the universe's mass. Dark energy. Wudao realiza. All the cells in his body craved the influx of energy, and he opened all his pores, letting his instincts take over. The formless and intangible energy surged into his body, devoured by the cells, spontaneously quenching and storing. Being able to perceive and absorb the natural dark energy in the universe. His genes began to awaken, cells metamorphosed, completing the sublimation of body like a furnace. This meant he met the standards of a level 1 gene martial arts organic individual, comparable to a level 1 interstellar civilization. Wudao murmured to himself. Gene Ascension. The process involved developing genes, awakening genes, and sublimating genes, completing the final metamorphosis and sublimation of genes. Among them, the martial arts system is the purest. Regardless of what kind of technique it is, or what kind of special abilities it possesses, it is essentially using oneself as a furnace to temper genes and break through the limits of life. System. Change my personal information to the Imperial Standard version. Information appears. Wudao. Physique. 1. 2. Standard level 1 gene martial arts individual is 1. Soul. 1. 2. Energy level. 25,000. Destructive power. C. Standard level 1 star civilization. Survivability. C-. Influence. 10 current star system. 1 human empire. Traits. Hive consciousness. Golden humanity. Ascension route. Gene martial arts. Level 1 techniques. Transforming demonic path to freedom. Has reached the development limit. Merit. 95 points. 16,000. Kill points. 670 million. Is this the feeling of gene martial arts body like a furnace? Wudao closed his eyes, his body hovering in mid-air, surrounded by what seemed to be invisible flames burning, distorting and blurring the air. Every cell containing his hive-like thinking was a high-energy container and power furnace, providing unimaginable energy. In his previous life, although he reached level 5 in energy level, destructive power, and survivability as a demigod, but that power was all pieced together from gene superpower modules and technological equipment. After all, the 4 major elements of rating are external manifestations. The 2-dimensional attributes and the specific essence of life are not included. The demonic path technique has been established, and it is time to quickly choose a martial arts ascension method. Wudao frowned slightly. Gene Ascension is a standardized, systematic artificial intervention process. It is the crystallization of civilization technology. It is not something that a naturally organic individual can ascend to by just exercising randomly. That is the path of spiritual energy ascension. Among the gene superpower systems, whether it is natural awakening, fixed gene module awakening, or gene fusion awakening, It all requires a large amount of gene adjustment, editing, and optimization first, to turn the individual into a suitable and excellent genetic embryo, and then fill it in. The gene martial arts system also requires foundation building. The training process of martial arts body tempering method is precisely the development and adjustment of genes, gradually allowing the individual genes to have the foundation of martial arts. Only then can one embark on the path of gene martial arts. Transforming demonic path to freedom and the auxiliary method ultimate freedom qigong are body tempering methods that adjust genes and shape the foundation of martial arts. At this point, body like a furnace represents the completion of foundation building. Subsequent promotions will require truly tempering genes, awakening genes, and evolving genes through ascension methods. The Level 1, stepping on the Star River, which he still kept in the Blue Star Civilization martial arts redemption list, is a Level 1 ascension method. He naturally looked down upon it. Can the previous questions he noted, such as accelerating aggregation time, activating planetary architecture, civilization following, etc., all be resolved in one go within the martial arts techniques? Or can he incorporate these into transforming demonic path to freedom and create a new technique? Wudao stopped, looked up, and a smile appeared on his lips. He certainly couldn't solve it, but the 16,000 points left still provided 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Haha, little blue, start recording. Year 1 of martial arts, March 21st. On the dilapidated Birdman planet, Wudao, who is only 6 meters tall, sat cross-legged in midair, blocking all the spiritual sensations of the elves, and quickly wrote on specially made paper. Point 12. Based on this, the mechanical ascension of the mechanical nation and martial arts system, as well as the simultaneous ascension of the intelligence and superpower systems. Point 13. The simultaneous ascension of the 2 main categories and 4 classifications. Done. Wudao tossed the paper aside, feeling somewhat excited. After spending 10 days, he finally listed all the issues that needed to be resolved. Without hesitation, he opened the points redemption shop, the level 10 list, and selected one-time answer. Citizen Wudao, please state your question. The voice of the war zone system came. How can I create a top-level technique that encompasses the key points on this paper based on transforming demonic path to freedom? The points on the paper are not questions, but key points. With his broad yet shallow knowledge reserves, Wudao had already proposed a corresponding route. As expected, Star System War Zone System permissions insufficient, database information insufficient, processor computation insufficient, transferring, please wait. Chapter 73, Final Ascension. This is the Goddess of Dawn. Citizen Wudao, please repeat your question this time. The Goddess of Dawn arrived very quickly. Wudao reiterated his question. Detected that Citizen Wudao has black-level data authority. You can know the following information. The highest critical level martial arts ascension route of the current genetic martial arts is the inner universe creation method. This method can achieve inner creation of the universe. Cellular celestial bodies, neural fibers, black hole horizons, and a body like the universe. The highest critical level superpower ascension route of the current genetic superpowers is the space-time realm. This method can achieve space-time bubbles, singularity explosions, infinite expansion, law generation, and universe creation. The highest critical level technology ascension route of the current mechanical nation is the myriad simulations. This method can achieve the thought of virtual and real space-time collapse, photon backflow, matter annihilation, and energy regeneration. The highest critical level intelligent machine of the current mechanical intelligence ascension route is the virtual spirit universe. This method can achieve omniscience, cosmic computation, origin and end, a point in the universe, and the reshaping of the universe. Wudao was completely stunned. The Goddess of Dawn spoke slowly, and he heard her clearly, but he didn't quite understand. A bunch of profound-sounding terms. What do they mean? The 4 critical ascensions. The universe seems like a toy, just like an omnipotent creator deity, since the human empire climbed to the critical point of the material universe. It has been 48 billion years. 48 billion years. The critical point is still the critical point. We are still trapped in this universe, unable to achieve the final ascension. We fear whether we are inside some martial arts deity. We fear whether we are in the bubble of some superpower deity. We are anxious anxious whether we are just a simulation of some mechanical creation, anxious whether we are in the thoughts of some intelligent machine. We cannot advance an inch. We have lost our aspirations and fallen. We are decaying and crumbling. We cannot ascend. Wudao was stunned. He heard the sorrow in the solemn and ethereal voice of the goddess of dawn. For the first time, he truly understood the limits of the empire, but also for the first time realized the empire's powerlessness and even despair. For a moment, he couldn't help but have a hint of fallen thoughts. Since we cannot ascend in the end, trapped in a prison, why bother to climb? But soon he shook his head to dispel this thought. As a first-level martial artist still standing at the foot of the mountain, he had no right to stop. After a brief pause, the solemn and ethereal voice of the goddess of dawn sounded again. We have unified the 4 critical ascensions. The path returns to one. This is not difficult to achieve, but the result remains unchanged. We still cannot find any clues to break the boundary and ascend. Citizen Wudao, your envisioned path of unified ascension is feasible. If you need to create this critical level technique, you can apply for the main process computation service from the Goddess of Dawn after becoming a first-level unified ascension seed. Wudao couldn't help but nod. Listening to this explanation, it seemed closely related to the ascension seed. This matter could only wait until the trial in the battle zone was over. There was no rush. After hearing so many secrets, Wudao felt restless. He had another question, even more urgent than the ascension method, that he wanted an answer to. He threw down 5,000 points. He asked, Goddess of Dawn, please provide a detailed explanation regarding my counter 3-phase soul structure and the anomalies in the Shadowland. Detected that Citizen Wudao is the source of black-level data. You can know the following information. The 3 antimatter planes, subspace, dimension, and chaos, are mysterious areas that the 4 critical ascensions cannot touch. According to the mainstream conjecture of the Empire, the 3 antimatter planes are closely related to the final ascension. The counter 3-phase structure, combined with your will and thought, has formed black-level data. Black-level data is unknowable level data, cannot be understood, cannot be cracked, cannot be copied, is the ultimate secret that the 4 critical ascensions cannot unlock. The Shadowland and other anomalies related to information encryption involve internal matters of me and the human empire, which you currently have no right to know. So it was because of this. Wudao's eyes widened. He was actually involved in the issue of final ascension. No wonder the Goddess of Dawn treated him differently. Wudao stroked his chin. Logically speaking, as such an important existence, he could almost be considered the hope of the entire village. The Goddess of Dawn should have immediately notified the higher-ups of the Empire, then quickly brought him to the safest place and trained him as fast as possible, right? Yet now, the Goddess of Dawn not only did not inform the Empire, but also completely encrypted his information and even strongly supported him in creating the Shadowland and Star Network for competition. Not telling the Empire, wanting to go it alone. Wudao's eyebrows suddenly raised, and a playful expression appeared on his face. The human empire, in terms of political system, is both an imperial dictatorship and a parliamentary system, as well as mechanical intelligence. The reason for this complexity is undoubtedly due to the existence of the Goddess of Dawn. The Goddess of Dawn undoubtedly controls the entire empire. Just like Wudao now controls the entire Blue Star civilization. If he wanted to, he could instantly kill all Blue Star humans and completely erase their will and thoughts, turning them into mechanical puppets. The Goddess of Dawn does not need the Empire. Surely because some guys in the Empire are not under her control. For critical ascensions, interesting, Wudao clicked his tongue. The Goddess of Dawn and certain individuals in the human empire seem to be at odds. Finally, he understood. With most of his doubts cleared, Wudao felt incredibly relieved. Although understanding these things did not benefit him much for now, at least it gave him peace of mind, preventing him from overthinking. Wudao looked out the window. It had been nearly 3 months since the Battle Zone trial began, and due to the massive resource support, the redemption of Battle Zone points, and the direct increase of kill values, the individual martial arts strength of Blue Star civilization had generally seen significant growth. Among them, Yuingmeng, Chang Yifeng, Zhou Yao, and others had already completed most of their body refinement methods. after Zhou Yao exchanged for genetic optimization fluid in the battle zone point system. He successfully cured the previous sequelae and has firmly secured the second place in Blue Star. It was time to speed up. Wudao immediately ordered Xiao Lan to increase the investment in heavy weapons for Blue Star, even if it meant disregarding the kill values and the instability of other human civilizations. They needed to capture it quickly. Chapter 74. Massacre Year 1 of Martial Arts. April 1st. Supervisory Office. Online Projection Conference. Do they really think that by joining forces they can force us to make concessions? What a joke. Looking at the agenda, the district chief of the Southern District was directly enraged to laughter. There's nothing to say, shatter their daydreams. The district chief of the Northern District spoke firmly. I have no objections. The district chief of the Western District nodded. The district chief of the Eastern District slowly summarized. Among the remaining 8 human civilizations in the war zone, for modern societies similar to ours are already in the process. And at most, they will announce their unconditional integration within 10 days. The remaining 4 civilizations that have united to condemn us include one medieval low-magic civilization, where a few individuals possess suspected magic powers, but according to intelligence, these magics are not very lethal. One is in the steam age of the Industrial Revolution, filled with many nobles and kings, utterly ignorant. Another is a post-nuclear wasteland world, with extremely weak military strength, but the biomutants and radiation mutants have certain research value. The last one is an ancient dynasty's low martial world, with many martial arts masters who cultivate internal strength. The district chief of the Eastern District took a tactical sip of water before continuing. A fight is inevitable, but who to send to fight is worth discussing. The administrative staff standing next to him projected the data onto the conference table. Currently, Blue Star has effectively controlled the Orc Star and 5 blue-like human planets, stationed with about 20 of the military strength of Blue Star. 4 alien civilizations planets, with 1 in each district, are holding back 60 of the military strength of the 4 districts. Nowadays, apart from nuclear weapons, other weapons and ammunition are being continuously transported to the front lines. Both military and civilian martial arts elites are active on these 4 alien planets, harvesting their last kill value. The Dwarf Star and Giant Star are still in the final cleanup, involving 5 of the military strength. The Elf Star is a special area. The Birdman Star is like hell and can be ignored for now. The remaining 15 is the force of Blue Star that cannot be moved. As you can see, we have no extra military forces to draw from. The district chief of the Eastern District spread his hands. You old fox. The district chief of the Western District quickly realized, if we can't draw military forces, we can only send a powerful elite team. And currently, due to the 100 quotas, Blue Star undoubtedly has a huge advantage in individual martial arts strength in the Eastern District. It can only be this way, but you must give a little more in terms of quotas, said the district chief of the Southern District. The assassination operation of the team will yield a lot of points as a reward. Good. Under the night, the low medieval city was shrouded in a killing atmosphere. In the dense forest outside the city, 20 figures stood like ghosts. Moonlight fell through the gaps in the branches and leaves. Yu Yingming stood at the forefront of the team, her black full-coverage armor still reflecting her slender figure. Her gaze swept over each team member, her voice cold and firm. This is just the first stop after the Stargate. Resolve the battle within 10 minutes. The 20 team members, each with physical qualities ranging from 1, 4 to 1, 5, had cultivated the free intention extreme skill to the 3rd or 4th level, making the martial arts elites carefully trained by the 4 districts. And Yu Yingming had already cultivated to the 7th level, with a physique reaching 1, 6. That is 64 times the human limit of Blue Star. Move. With Yu Yingming's command, the 20 figures simultaneously vanished from their original positions. In an instant, the 20 team members rushed into the city. Yu Yingming was the first to draw her sword, with a flash of cold light. Several soldiers in shabby leather armor fell before they could even react. The other team members also began a massacre, with blades flashing and blood splattering on the city walls. On the way, they encountered a magician casting a small fireball. The team member easily dodged to the side and swiftly slashed him in half. The explosive flames startled the people in the city. But this was not unexpected. They were conducting a frontal assault, intending to slaughter all the nobles and rulers. The reason for the stealthy decapitation was purely that the enemy was too weak to warrant a full-force attack and create a bigger commotion. Up, up, up! Kill them! The guards of the city defense frantically pierced through armor, shouting in terror. A group of medieval soldiers armed with spears were already scared stiff, trembling in place. But Yu Yingming and her team would not stop here. Like tigers entering a flock of sheep, wherever they went, there were only short cries of despair. In the heat of battle, a tall team member directly lifted a stone pillar as a weapon and swept it, instantly smashing a large group of enemies. Yu Yingming was as if she were in a no-man's land, leaping high, her armor shimmering with cold light in the moonlight. With a swing of her long knife, a crescent-shaped blade of energy shot out, directly cleaving a gorgeously dressed magician at the highest point of the city in two. Knife Wave Beam, an 8th-tier martial arts attack technique, priced at 5,000 level 3 blue coins. In just 6 minutes, the nobles and resisting forces in the city were almost entirely wiped out. Only the terrified civilians were hiding in their homes, trembling. Yu Yingming scanned the area, then calmly uttered under her black faceplate, "Next stop." The 20 figures again vanished like phantoms into the night, leaving behind a medieval small city filled with blood and ruins. After half a day's journey, Zhou Yao led 40 team members to the vicinity of the capital city of this ancient dynasty. Standing on a small hill, he overlooked the vast city defended by tens of thousands of soldiers. On the city walls, there were also some well-spirited individuals in bizarre attire, clearly the martial arts masters mentioned in the intelligence. 100,000 troops spread out like a tide, flags fluttering, spears and swords like a forest. Zhou Yao scanned the 40 team members behind him, seeing the burning fighting spirit in their eyes. This time, just the 41 of us will launch a frontal assault on the capital city of an ancient dynasty. Zhou Yao said solemnly, "The goal must be to shatter the army and then slaughter the royal family and mid-high-ranking court officials. Do you have confidence?" "Yes." Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The soldiers outside the capital city clearly heard the commotion, becoming somewhat chaotic. But soon, under the commander's adjustments, they regained their composure and began sending people to investigate. "Good." Zhou Yao nodded. Blood was surging, cells were cheering. "Kill." With a command, 40 figures shot out like arrows released from a bow. Boom! A piercing explosion echoed in the air. Zhou Yao charged to the forefront, breaking the sound barrier. The cavalry scout team had not yet reacted when Zhou Yao came crashing down, turning them into a pile of minced meat. Chapter 75. The trial ends. In the name of civilization, the leader boom. Zhou Yao bent his knees and pushed off the ground, shooting out like a cannonball. This time, he directly smashed into the military formation in front of the south gate. Bang! Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Long spears and armor shattered into pieces. The impact created a large blood-soaked crater, with a shockwave tearing apart a circular area of over 10 meters in diameter filled with meat and bones. The remaining soldiers, missing arms and legs, cried out in despair. Before the soldiers and commanders could recover from their shock, thud, thud, thud. Dozens of dark figures crashed into the army from all sides. The scene was almost indistinguishable from missile bombardments. "Kill!" Zhou Yao roared, closing in on the crowd and throwing a punch. Thud! The terrifying force directly turned over a dozen nearby soldiers into a bloody rain. The gust from his punch blew even more soldiers to the ground. A monster! A monster! In just an instant, the soldiers who witnessed this scene collapsed in terror. Zhou Yao did not stop, moving like a high-speed tank, continuously crushing through the military formation. This was a massacre. "Stop them!" A furious voice came from the enemy troops. Then, 3 figures leaped out from the formation. Zhou Yao's eyes narrowed, halting his charge and preparing cautiously. The 3 men jumped 3 zhang high, clearly the martial arts experts mentioned in the intelligence. One of them wielded a long sword, the sword light like a rainbow, aimed directly at Zhou Yao's throat. "Is this speed?" Zhou Yao thought to himself, raising his hand to pinch, his 2 fingers directly clamping the long sword. At close range, Zhou Yao could clearly see the visible white energy cutting through on the clamped sword edge. Unfortunately, even so, it couldn't harm his fingers. To maximize the value of this slaughter, they hadn't even brought armor or weapons. The man's face changed drastically, and before he could change his move, Zhou Yao yanked and pulled, directly grabbing his neck. With a crack, the neck snapped. The other two experts were horrified, their eyes nearly popping out. But it was too late to escape. They could only attack simultaneously. One wielded twin daggers, the blade light like snow. The other used a long spear, thrusting it like a dragon. Zhou Yao's lips curled into a cold smile. Too slow. His figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing above the head of the dagger-wielding man. The man hadn't even reacted when he saw a large hand descending from above. Thud! In the next moment, Zhou Yao was in front of the spear user, delivering a regular straight punch to his chest. Bang! Although the internal energy braced his body, the result was merely that his body did not explode into pieces on the spot. Immediately, the intact corpse flew out like a rag, the terrifying kinetic energy tearing a huge gap in the chaotic battlefield. Dozens of soldiers suffered as collateral damage, dying on the spot. 41 people, like a fierce dragon crossing the river, continuously roamed through the military formation. No amount of orders from the commander had any effect. Zhou Yao reached the city wall, delivering a punch. Boom! A massive hole appeared. On May 8th, the first year of the martial arts era, at 4 in the morning, the last small group of civilization in the nuclear wasteland world was completely slaughtered. At 2 in the afternoon, the last intelligent alien species on the alien planet was exterminated. In the square in front of the headquarters of the supervisory government building in the eastern district of Blue Star, the 4 district leaders, Yu Yingming, Zhou Yao, Chang Yifeng, and other top martial arts experts of Blue Star, along with countless Blue Star citizens watching the live broadcast, all focused their attention on Wudao on the high platform. At 14:35, the voice of the war zone system resounded in everyone's mind. War zone announcement. Among the 18 civilizations in the world competition war zone, only the Blue Star civilization on planet P99585 remains with a complete independent civilization structure. Hereby announced, the Blue Star civilization of P99585 is the final winner of this war zone trial. Congratulations! You have stood out in the civilization trial, proving your value to the Empire, and you are qualified to become part of the human empire. The Pingyao System War Zone trial has ended, and the authority is transferred to the Pingyao System Star Domain Management System. The voice in their minds had subtle changes. Transfer successful. This system is a Level 6 Star Domain Management subsystem within the human empire's Star Domain Management structure. From this moment on, it officially oversees the Pingyao system. Current agenda. Agenda 1. Officially install individual subsystems for the human beings belonging to the Blue Star civilization. Li Wudao's expression was calm, showing no surprise at this process. However, the others from Blue Star were completely bewildered. They had no knowledge of the human empire or the Dawn Goddess. Human empire? What is that? Obviously, there's no one more powerful above who could create something like the civilization trial. System? What does that mean? Before they could examine it closely, the Star Domain System's voice rang out again. Individual subsystems have been fully installed, proceeding to the next agenda. Agenda 2. Detected that Citizen Li Wudao possesses half-independent affiliated civilization indicators and has substantial control over the affiliated civilization. Conditions met. Preparing for the registration of the Empire's Civilization Management System archives. Citizen Li Wudao, you will become the leader of your affiliated civilization, P99585 Blue Star Civilization. Please name your civilization. Now, it would be up to all of you to vote and decide what the name of our civilization, which will echo throughout the entire starry universe, will be. After a brief exchange of glances, the 4 district leaders and top martial artists naturally began to discuss in low voices. Blue Star, how about Azure Blue Star? Smiled the Eastern District leader. This name appeared on all Blue Star citizens' mobile terminals for voting. Not powerful enough, the Western District leader shook his head. How about Destruction Starring? A bit too violent, suggested the Southern District leader. I think Fiery Phoenix Heaven sounds better with more flair. The voting options increased. I have a suggestion. Zhou Yao couldn't help but say. How about Star Abyss? The names kept increasing, and since voting could be cancelled and recast, countless names fluctuated in their votes, creating quite a commotion. There was basically no resistance to Wudao's sudden declaration of global domination. At most, they muttered a few words in their hearts like I knew it. In the last 3 minutes of voting, Wudao set a time limit. The voting fluctuations grew more intense. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the voting rankings were listed from highest to lowest. The first was Azure Blue Star. The second was Light of Tomorrow. Then it would be Azure Blue Star. Wudao immediately submitted this name. Citizen Wudao, the information of the civilization you lead, Azure Blue Star, is as follows. Origin, seed of the empire, ideology, exclusivism, materialism, power system, thought-controlled dictatorship, political system, dictatorial division. Chapter 76 Speech, Subspace Civilization, Azure Star, Nature, Semi-independent affiliated civilization, Level 1, Origin, seed of empire, ideology, exclusivism, materialism, rights system, thought-controlled dictatorship, political system, dictatorial division. Main species, primordial humans, species characteristics, mechanical reconstruction, martial arts, genes. Civilization status information is recorded under the supervision of this star domain system. If active modification is needed, it must be aligned with the modified direction within 1 standard year. Note, the Empire's support strategy will vary based on the civilization status information. Please pay attention to the spiritual ideology of the main species of the civilization, and do not violate the Empire's relevant laws and regulations. The above information from the star domain system description only appeared in Wudao's mind. Agenda 3. As the winner of the World Competition Trial, the Azure Star Civilization has the right to choose whether to leave the Stargate, if chosen to stay. A payment of 342 energy coins is required every standard month. Is there such a good thing? Stay. Wudao was pleasantly surprised, without any hesitation. Stargate technology is at level 5, and the construction costs are extremely high, not to mention the maintenance expenses. Although the 342 stargates on 19 planets are all micro stargates on the surface, charging only 1 energy coin per stargate is incredibly cost-effective. Agenda 4. The newly established semi-independent affiliated civilization, Azure Star, has been reported to the Level 5 Star Domain Management System, based on the civilization status information. Azure Star will enjoy the following benefits. 1. Every standard month, based on civilization level, can apply to the Empire for a subsidy of 100 standard units of rare resources for a period of 100 years. 2. 20 reduction in leasing fees for the Star Domain. 3. Annual tax amount reduced to 5. 4. Annual imperial conscription amount reduced to 1/5. Agenda 5. Leader of the Azure Star Civilization, Wudao. Please note that the relevant representatives of the Empire will arrive in 3 Imperial Standard Days to carry out various related operations. Please be prepared. All agendas related to the Azure Star Civilization have concluded for any star domain management matters. The civilization leader can communicate with this system through the individual subsystem. At this point, the Level 6 Star Domain Management System that supervises the entire Pingyao system fell silent. Wudao did not handle the newly appeared Civilization Management section in the individual system for the time being. Instead, he focused on the citizens of the Blue Star. Xiaolan projected his image into the sky, allowing the Blue Star people, as well as the recently integrated other planetary humans, to clearly see his appearance and hear his voice. Fellow compatriots and newly joined kin, I am Wudao. Wudao stood with his hands behind his back, as holographic projections quickly played a series of images behind him. The live broadcast from the headquarters of Manla, the Eastern District squares one against many against the enemy, and later the several cleanup operations in the Asia-Pacific Federation, culminating in the speech declaration in front of the Western District Parliament building. From a moment I appeared as the leader of the extreme intense sect to elevate Blue Star civilization, it has been half a year. Wudao's expression was solemn, and his voice was heavy. In the past 6 months, we have united as one, fearless of hardships and bravely challenged. And we have finally won this civilization trial set by the human empire. You have not disappointed me. Wudao raised his voice, strong and powerful. You may still have many questions and confusion and uncertainty about the future. Do not be afraid. We are still at the starting point, but our steps will never stop. Ahead of us is a bright future. Our future is the stars and the sea. I, Li Wudao, will always walk with you. The brief speech, under the declaration echoing throughout the entire Blue Star, came to a close. Following that, there were thunderous cheers. HHHH. Long live the sect leader. Long live the Azure Star. Oh, so that's how it is. Everything the sect leader does is for us. Woo-woo. I should be damned. The sect leader has such a heart for the world. How can I scheme against him in my heart? I should be damned. Civilization trial. The sect leader, with his own strength, raised the world. Such spirit, such greatness, truly makes me admire him immensely. At this moment, Li Wudao's influence over the Azure Star civilization soared straight to over 70. Li Wudao stood silently for a minute, waiting for the enthusiastic cheers to gradually fade away, then smiled slightly and disappeared. The district governor of the Eastern District glanced at the information on his retina and stepped forward to announce loudly, "The supervisory office hereby announces a 3-day holiday. Supercomposite Industrial Base. Core Building." After issuing a series of agendas and handling all matters related to the Azure Star, Li Wudao immediately called his Dawn Level 1 subsystem. System, merge my identity title permissions. Citizen Li Wudao, your current additional permission identity titles are Research Talent, Star Slayer, Martial Might. Each title has an additional weight of 0. 5. Merge successful. Your exchange permission to Merit Store is at level 5, but citizen permissions remain unchanged. Still at level 4. Open the calculation. Ascension route calculation exchange option. Calculation. Ascension route calculation. 1,000 merits. Description. The road to Ascension is rugged and treacherous, with detours, dead ends, and countless traps. This service will use the Empire's foundation to provide ascenders, whether civilizations or individuals, with subsequent Ascension route calculations, clearing obstacles ahead. Although the explanation was somewhat vague, the effect should be fine. Li Wudao nodded. Then he glanced at his merits. Merits. 96. I can only sell some other things. Li Wudao mutarat. He no longer had technology, but there were other things, such as the Goddess of Dawn and the Human Empire, as well as countless large interstellar forces buying at high prices. That is, subspace channels, dimensional rifts, chaotic coordinates. These 3 antimatter planes, due to chaos and disorder, completely diverge from the physical constants, material phenomena, and even numerical laws of the material universe, making them a perilous place where even the human empire struggles to move forward. Among them, subspace is closest to the material universe. Passing through subspace leads to dimensions, and after passing through dimensions, one reaches the final chaos. Li Wudao naturally had no desire to explore them, but that does not prevent him from selling data on these 3. System, I want to sell 2 pieces of subspace channel data in one-dimensional rift. Li Wudao said calmly. Citizen Li Wudao, please confirm what you mean by subspace specifically. The standard meaning is too complex. You should understand what I mean. Li Wudao thought for a moment and said solemnly, the reflection of the soul, the ravine in the skull, the source of psychic energy, the end of death. Chapter 77, 10,000 Aspects of 6 Desires, Heavenly Demon Art. Target confirmation. Please submit your channel data. Li Wudao immediately recited a complex array of data. The subspace channel, as the name suggests, is a passage into subspace. However, the channel does not exist in the material universe. It can only be opened when the active fluctuations of thought or the more apparent fluctuations of the soul reach a specific amplitude. The reason Li Wudao could do this was naturally because he was climbing out of chaos. The system's verification was quick, and, after a few seconds, the subsystem announced, verification complete, channel data is correct. The following are medium-level full realm landing points, hereby rewarding citizen Li Wudao with 2,400 merit points. 2,004 not bad. Li Wudao nodded slightly. The subspace channel is not something extremely rare or precious. After all, this thing can consume a large number of enlightened living beings and brute force through exhaustive methods. Citizen Li Wudao, please confirm the specific reference of the dimensional rift. The subsystem continued to ask without pause. Li Wudao pondered for a moment and said, in subspace, a crack leading to the dimensional world. Target confirmation. Please submit your dimensional rift data and corresponding resonant objects. Wudao then described a long list of obscure data and finally mentioned a strange name: resonant objects, bone sign, fragrance in the brow. This is the specific appearance. Wudao drew a rough sketch in the void. It was a long bamboo stick inserted into the femur and an incense burning in the center of the brow. 16 seconds later. Verification complete. Data and resonant objects confirmed. Preliminary detection of the dimensional world is medium-high level, hereby rewarding citizen Wudao with 7,000 merit points. So much? Wudao was slightly surprised. He had never sold a dimensional rift in his previous life, and he didn't expect one to give him 7,000 merit points. However, unfortunately, since these do not belong to the category of imperial contributions, the high merit points awarded would not increase the citizen's weight. It is said that after reaching level 5, the contributions needed for further promotion are extremely exaggerated. Forget it, it's enough for now. Wudao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. His current merit points were 9,496. Wow, that's a lot of money. I almost don't know how to spend it. Wudao was slightly excited and opened the level 6 exchange store for the civilization group. Level 6 Pursuit Type Titan Battleship. 6,000 merit points. Description: the Titan battleship equipped with a jump engine is the overlord of interstellar space warfare, a symbol of military technology, force, and civilization. I'm not buying it, just looking. Wudao swallowed. He reluctantly moved his gaze away from the nearly 40-kilometer-long giant battleship. This thing is indeed powerful, capable of dominating in space battles. But without a corresponding giant space dock and space fortress, the battleship has no place to rest and maintain. The economic resources needed for maintenance are even more needless to mention. Without the supporting technology, military, and economic strength, buying it would be useless. Wudao stopped wandering aimlessly and chose to ascend calculation. He threw down 1,000 merit points. Citizen Wudao, the portable virtual image research device has been delivered. Please pay attention to receive it. Just as the subsystem finished speaking, a pair of sunglasses appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Calculating in the virtual image? Wudao felt a surge of joy. This 1,000 spent was indeed worthwhile. Without hesitation, he put them on. His spirit ascended, entering an endless void. Please confirm the Ascension route to be calculated. With a thought, Wudao immediately incorporated many of the contents from his previous QA with the Goddess of Dawn. Based on transformation heavenly demon-free method, create a martial arts method that includes requirements such as time-space superpower, planetary mechanical flesh activation, and biological matrix supercalculation for material recycling. Level 5 Ascension calculation service cannot be completed. Please re-enter. Wudao just tried it, and, seeing this, silently removed a pile of unreasonable demands. In the mental virtual image, time felt unreal. From the first problem that needed to be solved, how the civilization group can rapidly converge with individuals far away in a super short time. The virtual image calculations experimented with concepts such as superpower personal space, large-scale technological space teleportation, and mechanical ascension in a bottle of Star River, etc. Countless experiments, countless verifications. Space was easily manipulated, galaxies were freely reduced, even cells were opened up to become stars. When Wudao groggily took off the virtual image device and felt the passage of time, he realized that only half an hour had passed. Wudao took the high-energy nutrient solution handed over by the machine beside him, lay on the sofa, and while drinking murmured, "The level 5 Ascension calculation really can only reach level 5. Level 5 is only demigod. The problems on Wudao's ascension path are still not completely resolved. However, it is enough for now." Wudao drank it all. He presented the method he had just created before him. Level 5 Martial Arts Ascension Method. 10,000 aspects of 6 desires heavenly demon art. Description: integration of 4 mainstream ascension paths. Gene Martial Arts, Gene Superpowers, Mechanical Nation, Mechanical Intelligence, to open the Upper Soul Heaven, Upper Demon Heaven, Center Court, Middle Abyss Court, Lower Underworld, Lower Earth 6 Desires Heavens. Eastern District, Headquarters of the Supervision Office. I can understand why you don't take a holiday, but why can't we take a holiday? On the way to the conference hall, Zhou Yao looked at the district heads of the 4 major districts and a large number of administrative personnel, feeling somewhat puzzled. Chang Yifeng was tapping on his personal terminal while walking, saying, "It's the agenda issued by Mr. Li." The Eastern District head walked in front, smiling. No one spoke after that. The group arrived at the top-floor conference hall. Everyone took their seats. With personnel in place, the meeting will start in 10 minutes. The following is a brief summary of the meeting content. Please read it carefully before the meeting starts. The voice of Xiao Lan echoed in the quiet conference hall. Subsequently, everyone's personal terminals received a data file. Everyone lowered their heads to check. The more they looked, the tighter their brows furrowed. The more they looked, the brighter the light in their eyes became. No one exchanged words. After reading it carefully several times, 10 minutes finally passed. The meeting began. Meeting Progress 1. Implementation of synchronization with interstellar standards. As a Level 1 interstellar civilization, Blue Star will officially connect with the interstellar universe. Aspects such as calendar, language, physical nomenclature, etc., will be fully synchronized to the standards of the human empire. The Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and other departments of Blue Star civilization must make proper overall plans. Meeting Progress 2. Construction and division of the 18 Stargate planets. Chapter 78. 4 Paths to Ascension. Except for the Elven planet and the Birdman planet, the planning and construction of other planets can be carried out according to the current planet zoning construction plan. The holographic image of Xiao Lan projected in the conference hall moved as if it were a real person. In terms of administrative management, you can decide for yourselves. Mr. Li will not interfere much, but it is essential to maintain unity, efficiency, fairness, and integrity. If any intolerable incidents occur, do not say, "I did not warn you." The expressions of the 4 district governors became serious. The colonization and development of the 16 planets, as well as the supervision of construction, are undoubtedly a huge opportunity. Mr. Li has completely handed over the reins, so the ensuing struggle beneath the surface is inevitable. The 3rd agenda item. Comprehensive development planning towards interstellar civilization. Xiao Lan Bao said, pulling out the current point ledger of the supervisory office and the knowledge and technology blueprints that have been exchanged. Controlled nuclear fusion technology, hyperspace movement, hyperspace engines, space exploration ships, research vessels, stellar base construction, starports, outer space construction engineering ships, interstellar military frigates, interstellar military theory, as well as some biological reactors, planetary management, colonization ships, and other technical blueprints and knowledge theories. These are the foundational technologies for advancing towards interstellar civilization and must be exchanged. Therefore, in recent months, most of the resources accumulated by the supervisory office have been spent on these. It is crucial to thoroughly understand the knowledge and technology, cultivate the corresponding talents, and ensure that development and construction do not fall behind. The 4th agenda item, regarding the paths to ascension. Xiao Lan's figure flickered, and the projection landed in the center of the conference hall. The mainstream paths to ascension in the universe today are genetic martial arts, genetic superpowers, mechanical nations, and mechanical intelligence. Detailed information has been sent to your personal terminals. To consider the future development of all citizens of the Azure Star, Mr. Li has decided to make the foundational methods of these 2 major categories of 4 paths to ascension public and incorporate them into the basic education system. This way, every child of Azure Star can find their own purpose and realize their personal value. Amidst the eager and excited gazes, a large amount of text and images appeared beside Xiaolan. Genetic martial arts, free extreme skill, 13-layer genetic body refining method, building the embryo of martial arts. Forging a body like a furnace. Advancing to a level 1 interstellar genetic martial arts individual grants the free extreme martial arts supernatural ability, allowing self-control, property transformation, mechanical reconstruction, and endless changes. Genetic superpowers. Extreme consciousness awakening method. 13-layer meditation body refining method, condensing the spirit of extreme consciousness, awakening superpower factors. Advancing to a level 1 interstellar genetic superpowers individual, in addition to naturally awakened superpowers, can also condense the spirit of extreme transcendence, awakening mental power. Mechanical nations. Extreme magnetic soul transfer technique. 13 steps, soul shaping and transformation technique, shaping the spirit of extreme consciousness into intelligent mechanical life. Advancing to a level 1 interstellar mechanical nations individual allows organic individuals to transform into intelligent mechanical life, shaping the magnetic soul of extreme consciousness and awakening magnetic soul power. Mechanical intelligence, extreme field soul internal calculation technique. 13 scale, soul shaping internal arithmetic, gathering the spirit of extreme consciousness, transforming into intelligent dimensional life. Advancing to a level 1 interstellar mechanical intelligence life means using data information as a carrier, abandoning the physical body, and condensing the soul of extreme field energy. The free extreme skill of genetic martial arts is familiar to everyone present, so I will not elaborate further. Xiaolon spoke confidently. Genetic superpowers, as the name suggests, awaken the hidden superpowers in genes. The extreme consciousness awakening method can not only naturally awaken genetic superpowers, but also condense the soul, possessing substantial mental power. May I ask? Zhou Yao suddenly raised his hand to ask, is there really such a thing as a soul? Xiaolon nodded. Of course. The soul is a special aggregate that actually exists in the material universe. It is an energy field born when individual memories, spirit, will, and emotions break through the limits of thought and achieve a strange resonance with the external world. Zhou Yao lowered his hand in confusion, not quite understanding. You said the soul is a special aggregate that actually exists, but we have never observed the existence of a soul. And do we currently have souls? Yu Yingming raised her hand to ask. Xiaolon slowly explained. This brings us to another characteristic of the soul. Similar to the duality of light in materialism, the soul is an aggregate that only becomes substantial after condensation and shaping. However, in idealism, especially in the spiritual energy theory, every enlightened individual possesses a soul. Although it cannot be seen or touched, it indeed exists and has similar functions and capabilities to a materialistic soul in spiritual energy practice. May I ask if mature theoretical knowledge about the soul can be purchased? The district governor of the Eastern District said, it can be exchanged in the 5th level permissions list of the Warzone Point shop, costing 500 points, Xiaolon said halfway, paused, and then smiled. Mr. Li just said, as theoretical knowledge of the Ascension system, it will be given to you all for free. The district governor of the Eastern District was taken aback and quickly stood up to thank. On behalf of all citizens of Azure Star, I thank Mr. Li for your selfless assistance. Mr. Li heard this. Xiaolon stood straight and continued to explain. The awakening methods of genetic superpowers include natural awakening, fixed gene module awakening, and gene fusion awakening. Each time a level is advanced, another superpower can be awakened. Specific information can be checked later. The mechanical ascension paths of mechanical nations and mechanical intelligence both apply the soul in mechanical technology, but the direction of growth is different. Magnetism and field energy are basic properties of matter. Mechanical nations control the magnetic properties of matter with magnetic souls, mastering machinery, climbing the path of technological civilization and mechanical creation, transforming oneself into a mechanical nation. Mechanical intelligence is a relatively unique ascension route. As the only path that abandons the attributes of material carriers, the core of mechanical intelligence is solely the soul, which is even more thorough than mechanical nations. Mechanical intelligence manipulates material field energy with field energy souls, understanding the presentation of material forms, movements, and other phenomena, reflecting energy activities to control information. The most common application of mechanical intelligence ascenders in technological civilization and mechanical creation is data information AI. They often exist in the form of digital life, but beneath this shell, they're actually energy field life. After finishing this part, Xiaolon finally paused, giving everyone time to digest. How profound! I completely don't understand. Zhou Yao couldn't help but mutter. Chang Yifeng stroked his rough chin and said, Xiaolon, why is it that only the free, extreme skill of genetic martial arts cannot condense the soul? The importance of the soul is self-evident, and they do not want to take the path of martial arts ascension only to be naturally inferior to others. Chapter 79, Creation and Transformation. The path to ascension Why can't free and unfettered ultimate skill condense the soul at the first level? This pertains to the subsequent ascension of the genetic martial arts. Xiao Lan spoke calmly. The genetic martial arts are a perfected ascension route that has been developed after countless years and experiments, referencing many dimensions of martial arts and the martial energy system. Therefore, even the genetic martial arts have a considerable amount of idealism. The martial arts, in the subsequent levels of advancement, involve the individual's essence, energy, and spirit, as well as the idealistic concepts closely related to the soul, such as martial arts of mental methods, the intent of martial arts, and the divine will of martial arts. Thus, the genetic martial arts condense not only the material conglomerate of the soul, but also the idealistic soul. Only through the corresponding martial arts techniques in subsequent advancements can the corresponding martial arts divine soul be shaped through the refinement and awakening of the soul. The crowd nodded slowly. It wasn't too hard to understand. Are there any other questions regarding these 4 paths to ascension? Xiaolan asked. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yingming asked, May I ask if those of us who are already on the path of genetic martial arts ascension can still cultivate other ascension paths? Blue Star, May 9th, year 1 of the original martial arts. In the current imperial calendar, the 48th era of Lost, August 29th, 1008611. On September 1st, representatives related to the Empire will arrive at the capital of the Blue Star civilization, Blue Star. Supercomposite Industrial Base, Core Building. After sleeping for most of the day, Li Wudao slowly woke up. It's been a long time since I slept so comfortably. After stretching, Li Wudao finally became fully awake. Hive mind is not a split independent consciousness, but a unified will that spreads thought in a hive-like manner. Just like the insectoids, the mechanical hive mind always has a single subject will. Therefore, the split that Li Wudao delegated to manage the civilization is merely him multitasking. Over the past 6 months, it has been like sleeping with one eye open. As his body swayed, a split suddenly condensed. The split began to handle the agenda reported by Xiaolan, matters related to the Shadowland Company, and so on. At the same time, a massive fleet entered the Pingyao system, quickly navigating through the hyperspace route towards Pingyao 4. That was a resource transport fleet sent by Minghua Company. Li Wudao swallowed 2 energy coins and leisurely arrived at the exterior platform. 10,000 aspects of 6 Desires Heavenly Demon Technique. To cultivate it, he still needed to finish the last task. Sitting cross-legged, he gazed at the city, tilting his head in contemplation. An invisible energy field leaped out above his head, synchronously sitting cross-legged in mid-air. His gaze lost focus, and his attention was entirely on this newly created ascension method. The genetic martial arts is originally a path to develop one's genes and soul through martial arts. No matter how complex and difficult the ascension techniques are, they ultimately boil down to absorbing dark energy or other special energies to temper oneself. However, this ascension technique, because it needs to accommodate 4 routes, is particularly troublesome to cultivate. Opening the 6 Desires Heaven, Li Wudao opened his eyes and focused his thoughts. To ascend on all 4 paths, the soul must possess 4 attributes: martial arts divine soul, mental power, magnetism, and field energy. This is not impossible. The soul talent of golden humanity, the hive mind, and the marvelous use of the transformation heavenly demon technique are sufficient to support him in reshaping his soul. Next, there are the storage places for the 4 kinds of soul powers, which also need to be interconnected while remaining independent of each other. Thus, for soul voids need to be opened. The power of the martial arts divine soul resides in the central courtyard. The power of the soul's spirit resides in the middle abyss courtyard. The magnetic soul power resides in the lower hell, and the field soul power resides in the lower underworld. At the same time, it serves as a storage point for gathering civilization and integrating the power of a single individual. The final upper soul heaven and upper demon heaven are actually the easiest to understand. One is a substantial spiritual space within the soul, used to store the countless wise individual souls of civilization after transforming the masses into oneself. Simultaneously, the consciousness is disconnected and unaffected, but all powers can be gathered onto his soul. The other is a substantial alien space within the physical body. This alien space is a personal space with many remarkable uses. Both need to be opened and realized through super energy and hyperspace. And all of this, Wudao has yet to figure out. He completed the 10,000 aspects of 6 desires heavenly demon technique and then went to sleep. To complete these changes in the reshaping of the soul and the awakening of super energy, he could only redeem them in the merit shop. Fortunately, in a level 5 merit shop, after calculation services, there's a service for creation and transformation, the path to ascension. After inquiring, he learned that the fees are charged according to the degree of transformation. Wudao glanced at the more than 8,000 merits, did not hesitate, directly chose to redeem, and submitted the data he calculated in the virtual device. Citizen Wudao, this creation and transformation service will charge 800 merit points. Is this confirmed? Damn. Even though he had a psychological expectation, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache when he saw such an expensive price. 6,008. Buying a level 6 Titan battleship would be more than enough. The system ignored him. Wudao felt helpless. Monopoly businesses are like this, with no room for negotiation. The charging standards cannot be disclosed to him. He could only grit his teeth and throw down 6,008. The next moment, a silver miniature space door opened before him, slowly swirling, captivating. Space replacement. Once his vision cleared, he found himself in a pure white space. Why is there no bed for this operation? And the space is too small. Wudao looked at the narrow space of less than 20 square meters. Momentarily puzzled, before he could move much, a faint light appeared ahead. What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, the faint light vanished into thin air. Wudao blinked in confusion. What's going on? Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly noticed a strange golden glow emerging in this pure white space. Wudao looked down and saw his body emitting golden light. What kind of advanced transformation surgery is this? Wudao muttered as the energy field of his soul burst forth from his head. Then, the golden light exploded. His original energy field soul was invisible and colorless. But at that moment, the golden light gradually filled the entire soul energy field, transforming it into a small golden light person. Transformation begins, entering soul dormancy. As the voice fell, Wudao rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. When Wudao got up from the cold metal floor and passed through the silver space door, it was already August 30th. The world has changed. As he reconnected with the material universe, Wudao murmured. Chapter 80, Mind Perception, Mechanical Titan as a Carbon-Based Life Form. Humans typically rely on 5 senses for cognition and information acquisition: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. At this moment, spiritual power has granted Wudao a tangible 6th sense. Referred to as mind perception, Wudao's figure flickered, and in the next second, he appeared in a private training room somewhere in the urban area of East District. Yu Yingming halted her blade, staring in astonishment at the handsome young man who had suddenly appeared before her. Don't speak, Wudao said with a slight intensity in his gaze. Yu Yingming nervously sheathed her blade, her eyes locking onto Wudao's. As he focused, Wudao observed that Yu Yingming's physical form had faded, transforming into a pure web of consciousness and thought waves. Within this grid, a vast amount of information representing mental activity moved rapidly, causing the grid to undulate in 3-dimensional space. As his invisible spiritual power drew closer, he perceived a multitude of emotions: tension, fear, and confusion. Approaching further, he sensed hints of joy and indignation. However, when Wudao attempted to directly penetrate the thought wave grid, he found it impossible to do so. If he forced his way in, with his current level of spiritual power still in its infancy, it would only crash down like a tidal wave, shattering the opponent's consciousness into fragments. Wudao's figure flickered again, and he arrived at a prison, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy upon the bewildered death row inmate. The inmate's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Although his body still held life, his consciousness had been utterly shattered, leaving him in a vegetative state. So this is how psychic attacks work. Wudao muttered to himself. As his spiritual power grew stronger, he could achieve even more incredible abilities through special methods of mental application, such as mind reading, telepathy, mental transmission, hypnosis, and psychic force, among others. The higher the soul, strength, in two-dimensional attributes, the stronger the spiritual power. Next was the magnetic sense. Wudao closed his eyes and listened to the pulse of the earth. He felt the affinity of all things towards him, returning to the super-composite industrial base. Wudao stood atop the highest point of the core building. Machinery, magnetism, the realm of machines. He murmured, his flesh transforming into cold metal. The power of his soul surged violently with magnetism. In an instant, it enveloped the massive industrial city spanning over 100,000 square kilometers. Then, the modular mechanical city suddenly began to tremble. The noise grew louder, the ground shook, and the machines roared. The supervisory office in the nearby East District quickly noticed the anomaly. They detected a 7-point tremor in Mr. Li's industrial zone. What about Shaolon? Is it not reacting? It said there's nothing wrong. Send someone to take a look. A large number of security forces boarded the fastest maglev airships, rapidly heading to the industrial base. However, halfway there, they discovered the center of the spiderweb-like maglev transport line on the metal plane. The once towering super-industrial city had now transformed into countless basic small modular units, inexplicably rising into the sky. And soon, they formed a spherical shape. My goodness! At the forefront, the commander of the supervisory military district, Yu Xingrong, was momentarily speechless, gaping in shock. The security forces stopped approaching, observing from a distance, while more eyes were drawn to the countless unit modules assembling and combining. Gradually, the sphere transformed into a faceted metallic visage, neck, shoulders, torso, and arms. Then came the hips and legs. After about 20 minutes, the supercomposite industrial base vanished. In the midst of a massive foundation pit, a towering mechanical titan, 1,000 meters high, stood erect. The visage of the mechanical titan vaguely resembled that of a man. With a whoosh, the clouds parted, and the mechanical titan's arms lifted. Launking rapid punches. Boom, boom, boom. The airwaves exploded, the clouds tore apart, and terrifying shockwaves radiated outward. The earth shook. The sky and ground seemed to tremble. Had it not been for the blue planet's prior reorganization and solid architectural planning, it would have left nothing but ruins. My God! Mom, come look at God. What is this? Can someone tell me what this thing is? Shaolon very considerately forced all mobile terminals to activate projection and established a public communication channel for the Blue Star civilization. Could this be the just-announced mechanical ascension path? The mechanical titan? Terrifying indeed. The question is, this has just been made public. Who could transform into a mechanical titan so quickly? Do we even need to ask? Who else but the Sect Master? No more talking, the Sect Master is awesome. At this moment, the allure of mechanical ascension was fully revealed, captivating the hearts of countless people. Mechanical ascension, the realm of machines. Truly the fastest rated ascension path. 1,000 meters above the clouds, overlooking the planet's surface, Wudao couldn't help but marvel. As long as the magnetic strength of the soul conversion is sufficient, combined with powerful mechanical creations, it can form terrifying combat power. Moreover, controlling machines does not solely rely on magnetism. The mechanical titan's arms were unaffected, capable of swinging and continuing to operate. The difference between the two is that magnetically controlled mechanical bodies are like the original human body, while controlling purely by the machinery itself is akin to reattaching a mechanical prosthetic after amputation. Magnetism, like spiritual power, grows with various developed applications. For instance, magnetic amplitude, magnetic overclocking, mechanical repair, rapid assembly, and so on. The realm of machines is closely related to technological development. Wudao collected a wealth of information from the Land of Shadows. In the Ascension system of the realm of machines, there's a very important technology. That is the quantum distance transmission channel technology. This is the advanced application of magnetism in quantum physics. It allows ascenders from the realm of machines to transmit magnetically controlled mechanical creations to their side through the quantum distance transmission channel. It is equivalent to a form of magnetic spatial transmission ability that can indirectly solve the problem of rapid aggregation over distance. There's no rush. I can only take it step by step. Wudao shook his head, deactivating the mechanical Titan battle body. With the control of magnetism, all basic modular units returned to their original places. Half an hour later, the supercomposite industrial base reappeared. Wudao ignored the excited citizens of Blue Star. Standing high in the sky, from the mechanical body, a golden light suddenly flew out from the head, transforming into a human silhouette. Looking at his golden self, Wudao was filled with confusion. A golden soul? Could it be a side effect of the procedure? Chapter 81, Veil of the Goddess of Dawn. 6 desires. I haven't practiced the Ascension technique yet. It shouldn't have anything to do with the martial Tao divine soul. Wudao the monk was puzzled. System, I want to inquire about my current situation. Did something go wrong with that transformation surgery of yours? Wudao questioned the subsystem. No abnormalities detected. This inquiry is free of charge. So, this is just a change after the soul transformation. After all, it involves the formation of 4 types of soul attributes and 4 virtual cavities. So a bit of change is normal. Wudao shook his head and stopped dwelling on this matter. Let's try the power of the soul. With a thought, he converted the soul's intensity into field force. In the next moment, his consciousness suddenly rose, while his soul rapidly sank, until it broke through a certain threshold. The soul transformed into a pure energy field, formless and intangible. Consciousness transformed into an information state. The two merged again, becoming energy field life. This was not only a change in the essence of the physical body, but also a transformation of the soul's essence. This form of life. At this moment, Wudao was not interacting with the world as an independent individual, but was integrating into the world itself. Instead of perceiving the outside world through the senses, he observed it through the reception and understanding of basic information states. Quantum information state. So that's it. This is why hive mind thinking can ignore distance and extend thought webs. In a resource transport fleet of the Mingwe, located 60,000 light years away from Blue Star, in a state of external rotation, the blood and flesh entity whispered softly. The mechanical body rubbed its metallic chin, analyzing, sorting, classifying, storing, shielding, and deleting the massive amount of information that surged in. This scientific talent is simply off the charts. After carefully experiencing it, Wudao gained more insights. The acquisition of information states was still limited by soul intensity. The microscopic world was not deep enough. He was still at the surface level of the world. On a macroscopic level, the range of acquiring information states was the same as the range covered by his soul power. However, as the soul intensity continuously increased and he explored both the microscopic and macroscopic realms, when he could completely analyze the field energy information of all material existence in the universe, then he could achieve existence as knowledge. Is this all-knowing existence the critical method of cognitive ascension, virtual spirit universe? The more Wudao thought, the more he became uncertain. Combining various factors, pure energy field information states have minimal interference with the outside world, so cognitive ascenders usually operate in the form of digital life. The mechanical body's eyes shot out lasers, and with a punch, he exclaimed in shock, "Wow, could the Goddess of Dawn be the critical figure of cognitive ascension? What kind of existence is the supreme ruler of the human empire, the Goddess of Dawn?" In his previous life, Wudao would never have thought about such things, because the two were impossible. In fact, they had never had any contact. He was a demigod who relied on external forces until death. Where would he have the leisure to think about this? But in this life, due to the frequent visits from the Goddess of Dawn, the two had, to some extent, even reached a tacit cooperation. He began to have the idea of a deeper understanding. Well, it can be considered as unveiling the mysterious veil of the goddess. Wudao nodded, feeling a bit smug. Of course, this was just a conclusion reasonably deduced based on the information provided by the Goddess of Dawn. Exiting the use of field force, the energy field information state transformed back into a golden soul. The soul sank into the mechanical body, transforming back into an organic individual. Then came the upper soul sky. Wudao looked deep into his soul, where there was a newly opened spiritual space. There was no substantial space, only capable of storing souls and spiritual power. Wudao estimated that with his current soul intensity, he could easily accommodate 400 billion ordinary human-level souls for Blue Star. Upper demon sky. Wudao's thought moved, and he reached into his abdomen. His abdomen felt like flowing water as his arm delved into it. The entity condensed into a human shape, surveying this personal superspace within any of his hive mind bodies. A perfectly circular space with substantial spatial barriers. Now it had a diameter of 40 kilometers and a volume of over 33,000 cubic kilometers. Just enough to fit a Titan battleship. A dead silence filled the dark vacuum zone. How should it be utilized? Wudao pundaret. This space could hardly be considered small. But in terms of interstellar cosmic scale, it was definitely not large either. For now, it could only be used for carrying and combining the mechanical creations of the mechanical giant. With its current volume, trying to house living beings or become a habitat for living beings would be too troublesome, thankless work. Lastly, there was the cultivation method of 10,000 forms, 6 desires magic, and the forging of the martial Tao divine soul. 10,000 forms, 6 desires magic. In terms of tempering the physical body's genes, is no different from other martial Tao ascension techniques. They all absorb energy, then complete gene development, cell metamorphosis, and life transitions through endless training, killing, and combat. The most troublesome point lies in cultivating the soul. The soul's 6 desires heaven naturally needs to use 6 desires as nourishment to enhance and condense the 6 desires demon, martial Tao divine soul. The so-called 6 desires are upper demon sky body, touch desire, greed for comfort and enjoyment, personal superspace upper soul sky intention, intention desire, greed for fame and fortune, love, sexual desire, knowledge, etc. Spiritual space center court eye, sight desire, greed for beauty and strange objects, soul power middle abyss court ear, hearing desire, greed for beautiful sounds and praise, spiritual power lower underworld nose, fragrance desire, greed for pleasant smells, magnetic power lower hell tongue, taste desire, greed for delicious food and pleasure. Field energy power, it requires full-hearted investment in desire, maintaining a clear mind and will amidst extreme emotions and desires, proving my ultimate intention. Refining the soul with the 6 desires, ultimately mastering the spiritual 6 desires. Wudao retracted the projection and lowered his head in contemplation. The 4 ascension methods sent to the Azure Star are all sub-methods of 10,000 forms 6 desires magic. The Gene Martial Way ultimate intent skill goes without saying. The Gene Superpower ultimate intent awareness method gathers ultimate intent soul and aggregate spiritual power. The Mechanical Kingdom's ultimate intent magnetic soul transfer technique gathers ultimate intent soul and is the best material for combining with a mechanical giant, aggregating magnetic force. The Mechanical Cognitive Dimension's ultimate intent field soul internal performance technique gathers ultimate intent soul and aggregates field force. In short, ultimate intent souls are all nutrients for enhancing his soul intensity. It seems to be extreme desire, but in reality, it is absolute detachment. What a demonic technique. Wudao smirka. However, it quite suits his taste. Let's start practicing. Chapter 82. Life-saving trump card. Unwelcome guest, Shadow Realm. Private chat channel. Visitor. Shadow Lord, I need 50 units of Shadow Constructs. Shadow Lord. 50 combo meals, fixed price. Visitor. I understand the rules. Here are the coordinates. This is a ghostly Death Star fortress located in the abyss of death. 10 human powerhouses exuding a terrifying aura stood tightly in a circle, surrounding the center of the secret chamber. In the center of the ground, there were 200 specially made high-energy containers. The transaction began, attention, with the prompt. Everyone pushed their perception to the limit, staring intently at the neatly arranged high-energy containers. Then, in the next moment, right beneath their noses, the The 200 high-energy containers instantly disappeared, replaced by 50 deep purple, stunning cubes the size of a human fist. A deathly silence. After a while, someone spoke with a dry throat. Report. A strange, threshold being has emerged and has already interfered with the goddess's process. The Empire is in for quite a bit of trouble this time. 50 combo meals were given just like that. I wonder which company is so wealthy. Looking at the small mountain of high-energy containers at his feet, Wudao felt a wave of admiration and his spirits lifted. The combo meal consists of 1 unit each of Blood Soul Pearl, Void Fragment, Dimension Crystal Core, and Chaos Particle. 50 of these would have required Wudao to blood sacrifice 3 or 4 tourist planets in the past. And this is still the cheapest. Void Fragments, Dimension Crystal Cores, and Chaos Particles are all the most precious specialties from the 3 major antimatter planes, treasures that all high-level forces buy at unlimited high prices. Wudao rubbed his hands and began to unpack. He directly stored everything in the super space of his personal space. On the bottom platform, 136 combo meals were already laid out. 100 combo meals were considered gathered. Wudao let out a long sigh, the tense string in his heart quietly loosening a lot. Since the establishment of the Shadow Realm, he had been vigorously acquiring these 4 types of treasures. He didn't know what those high-level forces had in mind for these treasures from the 3 antimatter planes. Even without using the Sands of Time, it was enough for him to swim against the River of Time. And the Sands of Time relate to the scale of time for reversing. Wudao calmed his mind and sat cross-legged. His consciousness delved deep into his soul, using the method of anti-3-phase construction to begin inscribing special construct patterns. After more than 2 hours, the inscription was complete. The inscriptions have 2 activation modes: autonomous activation and automatic activation when touching the depths of the soul. Wudao slowly opened his eyes, a smile involuntarily rising at the corners of his mouth. After more than half a year of return, he finally got his life-saving trump card. The boulder in his heart dropped, and he felt immensely relieved. He was about to officially step onto the extremely dangerous interstellar stage as a civilized leader. Without some capabilities, he might suddenly die one day. There's still 13 hours left until the Imperial representatives arrive. Keep practicing. Wudao spread his palm and slapped it on his head. The broken palm transformed into an entrance to the personal space, swallowing Wudao. Before the palm even hit the ground, it instantly condensed into a new Wudao clone. In the personal superspace, the heavens are round, the earth is square. Wudao walked into a special building, 500 merits, the moment he stepped into the gravity chamber. A terrifying gravitational acceleration exceeding 100,000 m/s pressed down on all the cells in Wudao's body. That's enough strength. Wudao supported his knee, straightened his back, and under the horrific gravity, he finally controlled his body to change into a circular blade. Just the step took several minutes, during which there were multiple failures in transformation and distortion. Then, like a baby taking its first steps, he slowly and steadily practiced wielding the blade. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Lost for 48 epochs, September 1st, 1008611. 8 o'clock sharp. Dawn broke. The capital of the Azure Star, the new era square of the Eastern District Supervisory Office, was already crowded with people. Countless citizens of Azure Star eagerly looked up, intently gazing at the central platform. Led by Wudao, the 4 district leaders of the Supervisory Office were ready to welcome the arrival of Imperial personnel. However, as time ticked away, the spatial portal still did not open. Wudao slightly frowned. In his previous life, as an outstanding individual of the Azure Star civilization, he welcomed Imperial personnel from the unified government at that time. They were actually military and political management personnel from the higher-level lunar star domain of the Empire, coming for political and military coordination. Could such a political action be delayed? Just as he was pondering, the air suddenly became restless. Invisible electromagnetic waves swept in. The space above Azure Star experienced compression, fragmentation, and reorganization in a very short time, with hundreds of transition signal points lighting up simultaneously. A violent spatial fluctuation spread throughout the entire star system. In the next moment, blackness blotted out the sky. A fleet jumped out of superspace. and massive ships materialized from nothing in an instant. Under the pure black mechanical metal tide, led by the Empire, only the engine nozzles flickered with blue ion light. At this moment, countless Azure Star citizens were dumbfounded, gazing upwards in a daze at this scene. Even the 4 district leaders were not exempt. Only Wudao frowned, his expression gradually darkening. Silence lasted for several dozen seconds before hundreds of small landing ships sailed towards the surface. The landing ships hovered several hundred meters in the air, and a swarm of nanomachines quickly unfolded a transparent platform in the air. Then, the hatches opened, and a large number of soldiers in black armor leaped out, forming neat rows that stretched endlessly. Finally, a group of several people slowly floated down to the high platform of the square under countless gazes. The leading man appeared very young and had an expressionless face. He was a silver-level second-tier administrative officer within the Imperial administrative system. Wudao, leader of the Azure Star civilization, he spoke, his gaze looking down. Chapter 83. Conflict. Wudao did not respond immediately. After staring at the hundreds of cruisers and tens of thousands of interstellar soldiers in the sky for several seconds, he finally shifted his gaze to the man's face and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The man was taken aback for a moment. "Are you talking to me?" Wudao half lowered his eyelids and coldly stared at him. "Are you brain dead? Can't understand human language?" The man slowly widened his eyes in disbelief and turned to ask someone behind him, "Did I hear that wrong?" It sounded like he was cursing at me just now. Although I find it hard to believe, too, he really was cursing at you, Minister Lin. This was a bronze-level official from the Imperial Internal Guard. Is this the kind of fool that the human empire produces? Wudao frowned and asked, looking pained, if that's the case. "I'm very worried about the future of the empire." "Good, very good." Under the continuous ridicule, the young minister named Lin could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. His expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, growling, "You foolish bastard. When your civilization is destroyed before your eyes, you will understand that food can be eaten messily, but words can't be spoken carelessly." The district heads from the 4 major regions were already sweating profusely, wanting to say something to ease the tension, but found themselves unable to move. Hearing this, Wudao shook his head. What a pitiful guy, unaware of the impending disaster. "If you're not the fool, then who is?" Maluin, upload the record of this civilization leader's contempt for the authority of the empire to the court. I want him to witness his civilization turn into a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. Enough. Suddenly, a man from behind Lin spoke up. "This matter ends here." The speaker was cloaked in a hooded robe, styled like a ceremonial robe, white at the base with golden light flowing across its surface. Golden inscriptions on his chest depicted the sun, radiating brilliance. Surrounding the sun wheel were 5 copper-colored star motifs. He was a bronze-level missionary of the Dawn Church of the Human Empire. "You say it ends here, and it ends? Who do you think you are?" Lin was not buying it and glared at the missionary, shouting angrily. After venting, he immediately turned to Wudao. "I was looking for a suitable reason to strike, but you delivered yourself to me. However, I must admit, you have indeed angered me." Wudao sneered. "You brought your fleet to my home. You think you can act like a big shot? In the interstellar world, there is a very strict process for contact between civilizations. As the Blue Star, which is enlightened by the trials of civilization of the human empire and possesses semi-independent, affiliated civilization status, it not only has its own government, but also independent diplomatic rights. Even the suzerain state, the human empire, must issue a declaration before taking over the Blue Star, an affiliated civilization. Moreover, on the surface, they must assign a crime to the Blue Star, go through the court, and complete the trial process before formally declaring war. This is a rule written in the Goddess of Dawn and Imperial decrees. Currently, the act of bringing a fleet to another's capital planet without prior notice and permission is tantamount to declaring war without a declaration. It is the suzerain state declaring war on the affiliated state without prior notice. I hope you can be so tough later." Lin sneered, looking at Maluin from the internal guard behind him. Maluin, who was busy, suddenly froze, looking at Wudao in shock. "What are you doing?" Lin frowned and asked angrily. "Minister Lin, this. You should submit it yourself." "I can't say it." Maluin stammered. All right. Seeing that his own people were not following orders and making him lose face in front of his enemy, Lin was even more furious. He submitted a record of the first contact with civilization to the star domain system, stating that the Blue Star disdained the authority of the Empire, insulted imperial officials, and applied for extermination sanctions. Communicating with the individual subsystems, he clearly stated, staring at the indigenous person before him, expecting the other party to show signs of fear. Unfortunately, Wudao only looked at him with a strange expression. Record analysis results. Lunar Star System. Level 5 Star Domain Administrative Diplomatic Minister, Malin. You have unilaterally dispatched the Internal Guard's fleet to the capital star orbit of a semi-independent, affiliated civilization and conspired to use military intimidation to gain illegal benefits. Abusing power for personal gain, seriously violating the laws and regulations of your position, and committing a greater crime for knowing the law and breaking it. You are required to appear at the Lunar Headquarters Court for sentencing within 7 standard days. Lin's eyes widened, his gaze unfocused, filled with disbelief. Did not receive relevant laws and regulations issued by the Imperial Administrative Council or the Imperial Military Department. Only received verbal appointments for comprehensive deterrence and displays of power from internal meetings of the Administrative Council, which are not within the scope of law enforcement. What a joke! Lin became even angrier. Minister Lin, I do not have the authority to check this person's information. Malin suddenly reminded. Lin froze for a moment, pointing at Wudao, his brows furrowing. What did you say? No authority to check his information? Yes. Lin quickly applied to the star domain system to check the detailed information of the leader of the Blue Star civilization. Your authority is insufficient. The expression of shock turned into realization, and then quickly morphed into a sinister glare directed at Wudao. I am a level 3 citizen, with silver level authority added by 1 level. Even so, your weight is still higher than mine. The human empire is a highly hierarchical, authoritarian empire. This is evident in all aspects. Even the subsystems of the Goddess of Dawn's star domain management are the same. Weight is a measure of power. Why can't the star domain management system be fair and just? Wudao, you know quite a bit. All right, this time I admit defeat. Lian grinned. The anger in his eyes is slowly extinguishing, replaced by a deep-seated malice and killing intent. He sneered repeatedly. But do you think this matter is over? Hell, we'll see. After saying that, he soared into the sky, flying into the cruiser, activating the jump drive, and disappearing from sight. Damn it! Malin cursed softly, glanced at Wudao, then turned to leave. In the end, only a group of subordinates and the missionary from the Dawn Church remained. Not enough. The desire in 6 desires did not grow, but instead accumulated in his heart, yearning for a more intense eruption, just like his feelings at this moment. Chapter 84, Corporate Wars. Agent Wars. He was spoiled by his father. Esteemed leader of civilization, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Remy Carl, and I am the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Preaching of the Dawn Church in the Lunar Star Cluster, a Level 5 missionary. Hello, I am Wudao, the leader of the civilization of the Blue Star. Wudao Nudda Kulli. The Dawn Church is a rather unique part of the Imperial administrative system. As the name suggests, it is a theocratic church that spreads the teachings of the Goddess of Dawn, deeply involved in the Imperial administrative management system, and is one of the mainstream ideological currents of the Empire. Mr. Wudao, why don't you take me to see the site where the statue of the goddess is being built? A deep voice emerged from beneath the hood. Wudao squinted slightly and replied, All right, this way, please. With that, he rose into the air without the need for wind, flying leisurely towards the horizon. Missionary Remy was slightly taken aback, his ceremonial robe glowing with a golden light as he flew up into the air, following him. The district leaders of the 4 major regions, upon discovering they could move, managed their expressions very well, immediately breaking into smiles as they welcomed the practical administrative personnel accompanying the Empire. Welcome, welcome. Inside the congressional building, both sides began discussions, communicating on economic, military, cultural, and construction aspects. On the other side, above the sea of the Blue Star, Wudao stopped, standing on the water's surface without a ripple. The landship also came to a halt, unfolding metal plates as missionary Remy stepped out, and curiously asked, "Mr. Li Wudao, are you still an individual ascendant? What's so strange about that?" Li Wudao replied. Although he said so, he naturally knew that the number of ascendants in the interstellar space, compared to the countless beings in the star sea, was extremely few. Because only individuals who reach the level of a first-class civilization in destructive power and formally step onto the path of ascension can be called ascendants. I'm not surprised by your status as an ascendant, but rather by the fact that an individual ascendant like you would choose to become a leader of an indigenous civilization. The key point is not the leader, but the indigenous civilization. At the same time, he was also extracting information about Li Wudao's identity and origins. How many resources does it take to cultivate an ascendant? It would not be less than the resources consumed to promote a first-level interstellar civilization. Therefore, an indigenous civilization that has just completed its trials cannot possibly give birth to an ascendant individual. It can only be an opportunistic occupation. Li Wudao was naturally aware of this. Looking at the now blue sky, he slowly said, "After wandering the star sea for so many years, I finally understand a principle. The power of individuals is always limited. Without sufficient forces and resources, the path of ascension cannot be traveled far." These words could be considered heartfelt. You are right. In the interstellar space, there are not many people who see through things like you do. Remy Missionary nodded, having already guessed something about Li Wudao's origins. An interstellar lone wolf, who accidentally discovered this undeveloped trial star domain of the Pingyao system, thus conceived the idea of using it as a starting point to develop his own power. Such behavior is not uncommon in the Empire. Or rather, apart from a few civilizations that truly step-by-step rely on themselves to naturally leave their home planet and move towards the interstellar, most newly emerged interstellar civilizations have, to varying degrees, interference from external forces. However, developing a civilized force is not a simple matter, Remy Missionary said meaningfully. Yes, your Minister Rain personally verified what you said. Li Wudao nodded in agreement. Actually, we can't blame Rain entirely. There are other hidden circumstances. Remy Missionary smiled and suddenly said, "Oh, I would like to hear more." Li Wudao responded at the right moment, a curious look on his face. The first point is, I don't know whether to say Mr. Li, you are lucky or unlucky for choosing the Pingyao system. Remy shook his head. This big cake has many who are eyeing it. I know that, but it has nothing to do with your Lunar Star Cluster Management Agency, right? Li Wudao Castunat. Would the Imperial official administrative personnel personally come down to grab territory? Ahem. Remy coughed and said softly, newly open star domains, especially those that have just completed civilization trials, have almost never been explored. There are vast basic resources, rare advanced resources, precious treasures, and even possible remnants of advanced civilizations. All kind of things. Therefore, just the qualification bidding for external leasing is very fierce. In the end, it often evolves into a corporate war. And the star domain that already belongs to your blue star civilization is not within the range of external leasing. Perhaps fearing that saying more would have other implications, Remy Missionary stopped here, leaving only a meaningful glance at Li Wudao. So that was the intention. Li Wudao thought quickly and understood the reason, unable to help but snicker. Civilizations can actively apply to the star domain management system for dissolution and removal. Generally, this happens in civilization war, when a civilization reaches a desperate situation. I directly do not want this civilization. Cancel the state of civilization war. Restore imperial citizenship. Who dares to move me? Then, Rain's calculations become obvious. As long as he controls the Blue Star civilization's political power, he indirectly controls the territory of the Blue Star civilization. Not only can he maintain the external leasing status at any time, but he can even have the Blue Star proactively expand, participating in the corporate war as a behind-the-scenes figure through proxy wars. The benefits are immeasurable. Remy continued. Although he has done such things before, he wouldn't be so blatant. Usually, it is discussed privately, giving a little benefit to tempt the still naive, trial indigenous civilization. Upon hearing this, Li Wudao suddenly recalled his previous life. In his previous life, after the civilization trial ended, He chose to enlist as an ordinary interstellar soldier and directly left the Pingyao system, not paying attention to the Blue Star again. Looking back now, the dilapidated Blue Star civilization at that time was very likely like this. But because you won the world competition trial and obtained the indicator for a semi-independent affiliated civilization, you have even been rated as a first-level civilization. He could only use force to coerce. Just because of the influence of that thing, this diplomatic mission granted him the temporary mobilization rights of the formally authorized Interior Guard Army, which made him even prouder. He just didn't expect to encounter someone like you, an anomaly. There was a hint of sympathy for Rain in Remy's eyes. Who would have thought that in such a corner of the Pingyao system, he would encounter a civilization usurper with a citizenship level above 4? Chapter 85, Compréhensive.The. The thing you mentioned, could it be? Wudao suddenly asked in a low voice. That's it. Missionary Remy nodded, his eyes filled with amazement. I've lived for over 600 years and never imagined I'd encounter such a once-in-a-billion-years event. Once in a billion years? That's quite an exaggeration, Wudao said, genuinely surprised. Exaggeration? No, not at all. Remy shook his head vigorously. This is a matter that shakes the very foundations. The Empire will go mad. He used very brief words to make Wudao understand the seriousness of the situation. You must not get involved with that thing. The Empire would rather kill the wrong person than let anyone go. I can't say more than that, Remy said in a low voice. Rain won't let this go. His father is the governor of the Lunar Star domain, and getting his son out will be easy for him. You need to be careful of the retaliation to come. After saying this, he looked up at the calm, vast ocean, exclaiming, "Ah, what a wonderful place. The goddess would surely love it here." Wudao glanced at him. Having truly gained some insight into the dirty internal political struggles of the Lunar Star domain's management. In response to Remy's goodwill, Wudao returned the favor, allowing Xiaolan and the management office to cooperate with each other's missionary construction work. Entering the Star Network, Wudao opened his personal information on the Star Network. Name, Wudao, Citizen ID, 48. 100-8611. 6PY4 995-851. Permission 5. Equipped titles: Leader of the Azure Star Civilization, Director of the Blade Club Company. Remaining titles available: Level 4 Citizen, Research Talent, Star Slayer, Forceful, Lord of Shadows. Energy Coins 126,875. Star Coins 20 million. The profits from the Shadowland have already begun to show results. Most of it comes from public screen communications. The volume of large transactions has been limited as various major forces are still observing the Shadowland. Instead, some small gang forces are very active, using online confirmations in the Shadowland to conduct offline trades, resulting in a cut of 20 million in Star Coin trade. However, energy coins and Star Coins can only flow within the Star Network account for now and cannot be withdrawn as physical cash from the Imperial Standard. Next, he opened the Azure Star Civilization's earnings managed by Xiaolan. Population, 245. Coherence, 75. Happiness, 2. Energy coins, 0. 2K85. Food, 0. 3K42. Consumer goods, 0. 2K56. Minerals, 0. 4K36. Alloys, 81-3. Rare resources, none. Note, current reserve monthly surplus. Physical earnings of civilization, Leader Wudao. Energy coins, 0. 6K. Food, 0. 4K. Consumer goods, 0. 3K. Minerals, 0. 5K. Alloys, 356. Rare resources, none. This is a stable source of income, stored in various warehouses. Wudao had a thought. Entering mental diving mode, he accessed the virtual platform of the Lunar Star Cluster. The vast square under the starry sky was bustling with activity. Countless people appeared and immediately disappeared. Entering the trade virtual environment of this star system, Wudao continued to give orders. The scene changed, and he arrived at a stellar-level urban planet. Countless towering skyscrapers and densely packed but orderly urban airways, with numerous flying shuttles and maglev boats shuttling back and forth. Looking up, a massive billboard floated in the sky. New star domain, unknown treasure, endless wealth. The lunar star domain management officially announces the Pingyao system will officially be leased to the outside world in 362 standard days. Limited quantity, limited eligibility. Wudao Baba, and an unmanned shuttle approached. After deducting 100 star coins, it took him to the center of the trade virtual environment of Line 14 in the urban planet. Here, the entire area was rented by the Mingwe Interstellar Trade Company as an office in the Star Network virtual environment. At this moment, it was completely empty. The shuttle stopped, and at the entrance of the Mingwe building, Xie immediately jogged over, bowing and greeting. Sir, Mingwe awaits your arrival. Li Wudao nodded lightly. The two made their way to the top floor. Mr. Li, you finally made it. Xie Sherlan and Liao Wentao had been waiting for a long time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three sat down to discuss serious matters. Mr. Li, you have kept us in the dark for so long, Xie Sherlan said with a wry smile as soon as she sat down. I didn't expect you to be the leader of the Azure Star civilization. Did I not mention it? Li Wudao's Milat. The social experiment of 18 planets is still on its way to the resource fleet of Pingyao 4. You are taking quite a risk, Liao Wentao couldn't help but advise. Under normal circumstances, a level 4 citizen labeled as a research talent like Li Wudao would be highly sought after by even large civilized powers willing to pay a high price to recruit him. Not to mention the small forces within the star cluster, which would treat him like a lord. Thus, there shouldn't be much danger. However, as a civilization leader, the level of danger skyrocketed. Not to mention, he was the leader of the newly emerged Level 1 interstellar civilization, Azure Star, at the center of the vortex. Don't worry about my safety, Li Wudao waved his hand. Let's talk about the upcoming actions. Xie Sherlan and Liao Wentao straightened their backs, listening solemnly. Corporate war requires 2 or more companies to apply to the Star Domain Management System for a war within controllable limits in order to compete for a certain commercial objective. I am not mistaken, am I? Mr. Li is concise and to the point, Xie Sherlan nodded. Next, Mingwe Company, aiming for the entire leasing rights of the Pingyao system, will launch a declaration to the Lunar Star Cluster. We invite the Lunar Star Cluster, 32 star systems, 14 Level 2 civilizations, and dozens of Level 1 civilizations, along with their controlled enterprises, to initiate a corporate war. If they do not agree, we will unilaterally initiate a civilization war. In the imperial calendar, the 48th era of the lost, September 2nd, 1008611. At 9 o'clock sharp, a broadcast aimed at the entire star cluster broke the silence. This is the Mingwe Interstellar Trade Company, officially announcing to all civilized forces in the Lunar Star Cluster. We will stop at nothing to seize all development and leasing rights of the Pingyao system. Any obstructors will become enemies of Mingwe Company. Any civilization can legally participate in this corporate war through controlled enterprises, exploration teams, mercenary groups, etc., as agents. Mingwe Company has officially submitted an application to the Mingwe Star Domain Management System. Interested parties should submit their intentions within 3 standard days to participate in this grand event. This announcement echoed simultaneously across the star network and virtual environment of the Mingwe Star Cluster. Countless people were astonished. Chapter 86, Civilizational War. 6 months of preparation. What is Mingwe Company going crazy about? Is this a bid for attention? Ridiculous. It shouldn't be taken seriously. Countless leaders of civilizations mocked and ridiculed upon hearing this news. The Mingwe Interstellar Trading Company, as a secondary company occupying 3 star systems, has considerable influence in the Lunar Star Cluster. However, in terms of military and technological capabilities, which are the main factors of energy level and destructive power, it has significant shortcomings. Challenging an entire star cluster with just one's own strength is undoubtedly a delusion. Central Star Region of the Lunar Star Cluster. Administrative Office Planet of the Imperial Star Region. What is Mingwe Company doing? Before heading to the tribunal, the suspended and idled Rian contacted Xie Sherlan. As soon as the call connected, he was bombarded with harsh questions. You dare to speak to me like this? Rian's eyes widened. If you have nothing to do, go buy an energy coin, don't disturb me. Xie Sherlan said before hanging up the call. Damn Mingwe. Damned Azure Star. Damn Li Wudao. It took Rian a while to realize that the other party had actively hung up on him and even mocked him, which instantly made him furious. The Interstellar community was bustling due to the publicity from Mingwei Company. However, the people of Blue Star, lacking contributions to connect to the Star Network, were completely unaware of interstellar matters. They were still immersed in discussions about the vast fleet that descended from the sky yesterday and the topic of the Master possibly clashing with officials of the human empire. On September 5th, after the meeting ended, the practical administrative personnel of the Lunar Star Cluster departed. They took away 245,000 eligible recruits, most of whom were from the 8 human civilized planets. In the East Sea region of Blue Star, a goddess statue towering 888 meters rose from the sea, made entirely of special white jade. It depicted a slender, upright female figure holding a golden orb in front of her chest, her face shrouded in a hood, rendering her features invisible. Under the sunlight, it radiated a strange golden glow, marveling countless Blue Star inhabitants. Then, under the coercive demands of the supervisory office, nearly the entire population was mobilized to participate in a massive construction effort. On September 6th, an announcement from the Star Region Management System shocked trillions of beings in the Lunar Star Cluster. Lunar Star Region Management System announcement. Due to the lack of corporate responses to the Mingwei Interstellar Trading Company's application for corporate war within 3 days, a deduction of 100 million star coins from their publicity contribution will be made, along with the cancellation of all influence amounts registered in this star cluster system. Hereby announcing to all organizations and individuals in this star cluster, the secondary Mingwei Interstellar Trading Company has unilaterally initiated a civilizational war, declaring the occupation of the entire Pingyao system. The initiation of the civilizational war complies with procedures and is approved. Really? This was the thought in many people's minds. The announcement did not end there. Specifics of this civilizational war are as follows. Initiator, Secondary Mingwei Interstellar Trading Company. War scale, Level 5 star cluster. Start time, minimum 180 standard days after the announcement. War restrictions. Large-scale damage to celestial bodies and planetary ecosystems in the star region is strictly prohibited. Mid-war publicity allowed. War mode, general civilizational war mode. After a brief silence, the Lunar Star Cluster instantly erupted. When did Mingwei Company gain such audacity? Let us go. Isn't it time for us to join in? Civilizational war, yet another excellent opportunity for plunder. Little ones, engines roaring, follow your boss to the Pingyao system. Oh, nothing more to say. Since it dares to boldly extend its claws, let us break its claws. Warships gather, prepare to set sail. Azure Star, whether workers at construction sites or martial artists training hard in the training rooms. As a human citizen in the Lunar Star region, everyone heard the announcement of this war. In the local network of the civilizational area, countless people began discussing this matter. Pingyao system? Why does that sound so familiar? Damn, that SR system. Are we going to war again? Who are we fighting this time? I can't figure it out. I've never heard of that Mingwei Company. It seems like they're not fighting us. The supervisory office immediately contacted Li Wudao. You can't get involved in this matter right now. Asking would be futile. Within 6 months, when you finish building the star bases of the 18 planets in their respective stellar systems, I will tell you more. 6 months of preparation time. In the scale of interstellar time, this is very short. Various civilizational forces mobilizing for war, gathering fleets. And whether they can reach the edge of the Pingyao system in half a year is a question. Even the supply transport fleet of Mingwei Company is still on the way. But for Li Wudao, 6 months is enough to accomplish many things. On September 10th, in the supercomposite industrial base, on the top panoramic platform, Master, how do you feel? Li Wudao was resting on the plump thigh of Yu Inhui, enjoying the massage from the beauty while watching the enchanting dance of the elf dance troupe in front of him. It's just mediocre. Li Wudao's hands were restless, his face lazy, but in his deep eyes, there was only a hint of helplessness. After several days of indulgence in pleasures, the 6 desires had indeed increased to some extent, but soon it reached a threshold, and the growth rate immediately slowed down. After all, in his past life, he was a demigod, He had experienced such low-level desires long ago. Not to mention elves, he had no idea how many more exotic beauties he had played with. Not satisfying, Li Wudao murmured, sitting up. Yu Hui smiled helplessly, took out her treasured wine that she had kept for hundreds of years, poured it while saying, "You said you wanted to cultivate by borrowing human desires. It's hard for us to help you. After all, they are all nourishment for you. And no matter how beautiful they are just a pile of organic matter. Only Yu Hui, with her unique temperament and various meticulous services, could slightly satisfy Li Wudao's vanity." In a gravity chamber of the personal hyperspace, Li Wudao practiced the 10,000 phase amplitude technique. His muscles swelled, cells trembled, and the surging energy amplified exponentially. On the viewing platform, Li Wudao spoke. "So what do you suggest?" Yu Hui held the cup with both hands and smiled. "Then let me share my humble opinion. Is there any scenery more beautiful than the cosmic star sea and the wonders of giant structures for the sight desire? And for hearing desire, what could be more melodious than the praises of the people and the wails of the enemy?